I'm never attending school ever again. From now on, I'll live life for myself. Yehan, a Korean graduate student, thus swore after obtaining his master's degree with much effort. He was never going near a place of study ever again. However, as the saying goes, things never go as planned. Yehan died in an unfortunate accident, only to be born in another world as a child of the Wardenaz family, a household known for its magic. And in the blink of an eye, 15 years had passed. Today was the day he would enroll in Einregard, the Empire's greatest magic academy. When Yehan was reborn as a Wardenaz, he was at first puzzled, then fascinated, before finally accepting the situation he was in. Fortunately for him, the Wardenaz was a family with much authority in the Empire, renowned for nurturing powerful mages. Yehan's father, who was the head of the Wardenaz, was a powerful figure who had a close relationship with the Emperor, and their mansion was the very definition of luxury. At this point, Yehan arrived at a certain hypothesis. This must be my reward for attending graduate school in my previous life. He could now live comfortably for the rest of his life, without any worries, or so he thought. The Wardenaz family wasn't such a lax place. Yehan Wardenaz, yes, patriarch, what do you wish to achieve in life? Should I be honest and tell him I wish to play around and live comfortably? Yehan thought to himself. It didn't seem like a very good answer. Never mind, you don't need to reply. After all, we both know the answer to that question. You yourself should be aware of your hidden talent. Pardon, as you may already know, our household has a rule that dictates that the firstborn child will inherit everything. Dafuk, this came as a shock to him. Everything, as in everything, not even a penny for the others. Patriarch, does that mean I won't inherit anything? That's where you're wrong, Yehan Wardenaz. Phew, our household will give you all the opportunities you need. If you wish to become a knight, we'll find the best knight to train you. If you wish to become a government official, you'll have the chance to learn under a minister. If you wish to become a merchant, you'll be able to work under the Empire's most successful merchant group. Or you could just give me an equivalent amount of money. He'd no doubt rake in a fortune if he sold those opportunities to someone else. To begin with, their household rule was ridiculous. Damn it, I should have been born just a few years earlier. He lamented his laziness for being born as the third child. The first child would receive everything while the rest would have to struggle and find a way to feed themselves somehow. When he learned of this, Yehan thought long and hard about what he should do in the future. Government official, merchant, knight, or adventurer. In other words, he had the chance to learn and achieve whatever he desired. After much consideration, he decided on becoming a mage. I knew you would say that. His father, the patriarch, seemed satisfied with his answer. I assume you knew you were talented in this field. I just thought it would be the most stable job to have. He wasn't wrong about that. Mages were respected throughout the Empire, and it was an occupation that even members of the nobility would be proud to have. With enough skill, they would be welcomed anywhere. Be it the Knight's Order, the Adventurers Guild, or the Imperial Palace, mages were considered valuable everywhere. Go attend Einregard. You'll meet many aspiring mages such as yourself, and you will surely grow by experiencing what it's like to be there. Einregard was the best of the best even within the Empire when it came to magic academies. It boasted the longest history, tradition, and prestige. Just by graduating there, one was guaranteed a certain amount of fame. Of course, that wasn't all. They could accomplish great things, catch the attention of a professor and receive their recommendation letter, or form connections with other students that may prove useful later on in their lives. Not only was Einregard the best magic academy in the Empire, but it was also the ideal place to build connections. Though he had sworn off schools in his previous life, Yehan had no choice but to obediently enroll in the academy. Understood. I will enroll in the academy. I'll endure it for now, until I graduate. Just think of this as investing for the future. Arlong, an elderly knight, gave Yehan a salute. Young Master Yehan, I thank Sir Knight for escorting me here. It wasn't anything worthy of praise. Arlong was a knight that served the Wardenaz family. Normally, a knight like him wouldn't have to serve as Yehan's guard, but when he heard that Yehan would be leaving the capital to enroll in Einregard, he volunteered himself for the task. It was because they shared a close relationship. I didn't think Sir Knight, who taught me swordsmanship, would accompany me here. It wasn't because young Master Yehan had learned from me. It was to make sure others don't belittle the Wardenaz household. Arlong continued to maintain a serious expression, but Yehan, who knew of his personality, smiled. Though Arlong was strict and silent most of the time, he was a kind and thoughtful man. He had volunteered out of concern for Yehan's safety. Seeing his smile, Arlong let out a dry cough. Well, truth be told, I may have been a little glad when young Master Yehan expressed his desire to learn swordsmanship. Wardenaz was a family of mages, and not many thought to learn how to wield a sword. However, Yehan learned it for two reasons. First, he was of the belief that anything he learned could prove useful later on. For example, he could keep himself safe if he knew how to wield a sword. As for the second reason, it was because he was bored out of his mind. Though it may come as a surprise, he didn't learn even a single bit of magic at the Wardenaz's. It's dangerous to learn magic before the age of 15. In this world, 15 was the age when people were considered adults. Learning magic was the most difficult and dangerous out of all the studies, so it made sense that learning it would be prohibited before one became an adult. Ihan, whose mental age was way over 15, thought it was unfair, but there wasn't anything he could do about it. Take a look over there. The young masters and misses of other households have also come with guards so as to not bring shame to their family. Isn't that a bit excessive? Ihan was at a loss for words when he saw the carriages that filled the Empire's streets. Bringing 10 carriages and dozens of horsemen along seemed over the top. Admittedly, the noble class was a bit fixated on their pride and liked to show off their wealth, but to think they'd go this far when they're enrolling their kids into an academy, not only that. I thought we weren't allowed to enter the academy with our guards, servants, nor slaves. That is right. Einregard was a traditional magic academy, and they greatly valued equality. It didn't matter whether someone was a member of the royal family or a slave. When they entered, they had to enter alone. They may bring as many people as they'd like, but they would be left behind in the end. Most of them will probably be staying in a nearby town. For real? Ihan asked, sounding tired already. 15 years have passed since he reincarnated in this world, but he still couldn't get used to the thoughts of the nobility. Once they entered this massive academy, they would probably only leave the school's premises once or twice a month. Making people stand by just for that seemed ridiculous. I asked around earlier on, and it appears that they've bought several properties in nearby areas. Some towns around here have properties built just for that purpose. Sir Knight, I'm saying this now, but I don't need something like that. But we've already purchased a small property as well. Ian swore in his head, just give me that frickin' money. Spending money that way was considered okay, but they weren't allowed to hand the money to him directly. It was complete bogus. We're far from the capital, young master. It's always better to be safe than sorry. Sure, why not? Ian got on his horse. Other people rode on carriages, but he decided he'd just pass through the gates by himself. I'd have to wait until sunset if I were to ride a carriage. Well, once again, I'd like to thank Sir Knight for following me here. There's no need, young Master Ihan. It was my honor to escort you. Those were Arlong's sincere thoughts. Among everyone in the family, he liked Ihan the most as he was both grounded and modest. Master also seems to hold the young master in high regard, but it's true. Einregard was located far away from the capital and the imperial palace. According to a rumor, it was because they had to search for a location with abundant mana. The rumor seemed to be true, as the academy was surrounded by nature. There was a vast mountain range beyond the academy, not to mention a long, deep river flowing next to it. Closing his eyes, he could almost feel nature's mana in the air. This's wrong. A boy approached Ihan while saying this, so Ihan stared at him, wondering what was going on. One look at what he was wearing was enough to tell his social class. There were strings of gold decorating his coat made of high-quality silk, and there wasn't a trace of roughness on his hands or face. He was no doubt a noble. Should I call for someone? The boy was pale and shivering, indicating how unwell he was. Had he been struck by some weird magic? What's wrong? Are you okay? Go on, I can't sleep without my servants attending to me. Ian barely managed to hold back his fists. This Sonovabich, his concern was absolutely unnecessary. However, the boy seemed to consider it a serious issue. We can't bring our servants in, but they're like my arms and legs. They're practically telling me to chop off my limbs. Wonderful argument, Ian said dismissively. The boy, on the other hand, found courage in his words. Right, I'll go and file a complaint. What will you tell them? Duh, I'm going to tell them they should allow my servants in. Else I'll consider it a challenge to our household. Good luck with that. He didn't think they'd bend their tradition which they had upheld for thousands of years just for a spoiled brat. Nevertheless, he gave the boy his blessings. First of all, it was none of his business. Second of all, he was curious as to how the academy's mages would react. The boy scuttled away, but he soon returned with a blank expression on his face. I repent, I repent, I repent, I repent. Ihan was flabbergasted. Mind control. From how the boy was behaving, it was clear he had been affected by a magic that either hypnotized him or dominated his mind. He wasn't surprised by the magic itself. He'd heard about it before. However, he was shocked that the academy's staff would cast such a thing on someone with a noble background. They say no one would know if the academy buries dead bodies in the mountains. That can't be true, right? He was beginning to wonder whether the rumors he heard in the morning were true. Welcome to Einregard. With a booming voice, someone sent a message directly to everyone's head. Boom, and soon the front doors to Einregard opened. You may enter, Ironheads. Everyone present furrowed their eyebrows, but not because of the insult thrown at them. Rather, because of the fact that they had an aptitude for magic. They could feel the immense amount of magic surrounding the academy and were pressured by it. Was this how it felt to stare directly at the sun? To challenge a giant with bare hands? He. The horses neighed. Someone had tried to enter with their carriage. I remember saying you must enter by yourself. And with that, the carriage disappeared, and a girl riding inside fell to the ground with a shriek. Following this, over a dozen carriages vanished, and people nearby heard the screams of the boys and girls who were inside. So be it, Ironheads. Know that the Academy will make sure its rules are kept, even if you wish to go against them. Yihan and several other students that were quick-witted realized the Academy was as unforgiving as the rumors said. Move your lazy asses, move it, move it. Yihan had a habit of observing everything. Not only was this habit carried over to this world, but it also became worse than before. Everything felt new and refreshing, and thus observing them was a treat. Currently there were hundreds of boys and girls gathered where he was. Members of the royal family, sons and daughters of nobility, knights, officials, merchants, adventurers, and beggars. There were people from all walks of life. Soon, they began forming small groups of their own. Forming connections was important for their student life. Yihan of the Wardenaz family. Yes, I'm surprised you figured it out. I'm not carrying my family crest anywhere. Since equality was a major part of the Academy's tradition, they weren't allowed to wear anything with their family crest on it. Even so, it wasn't that hard to tell. Yihan himself recognized some members of the nobility and royal family he had met before. My name's Yaner Macon. Girl with smooth eyebrows and curly red hair that stretched down to her shoulder walked up to Yihan. The Macons were another household known in the Empire for nurturing mages, but they were more involved in the Empire's politics than the Wardenaz that preferred to be left alone. For the sake of researching magic, the patriarch often stayed cooped up in the mansion even when the Emperor summoned him. Nice to meet you, Yaner. What can I do for you? His Highness wishes to see you. Macon gestured behind her. A boy who was dressed the most extravagantly among all the new students was waving at him. The royal family, princes, princesses, typically anyone associated with royalty is considered powerful and noble. However, things were a bit different in this empire. There were just too many of them. The emperor has over 100 children, right? The royal family was grand and all, but once the number of descendants reached the triple digits, people would start raising their eyebrows. With so many children, Yihan could probably sneak into the palace pretending to be a prince and no one would notice. Just as he had to work hard in life because he was born later than his elder brothers, the emperor's children were subjected to a similar fate. Unless they were the firstborn, they would inherit nothing. In a sense, they had it worse than Yihan. After all, the patriarch of the Wardenaz family at least knew the names of his children and provided them with opportunities to succeed. Children of the royal family, on the other hand, would have to plan everything out by themselves. Of course, a diamond on a dunghill was still a diamond. To the commoners, they symbolized authority. Unfortunately, those gathered here were all descendants of the empire's bigwig nobles, which meant they didn't need to humble themselves before the princes and princesses. In fact, Yaner Macon probably had a higher standing than most of the royals present. Which begged the question, why was she following a prince around? Is she on the slow side? Yaner would have likely erupted if she had heard what he was thinking. However, it was true that the people around her were snickering, mocking her for bringing shame upon the noble's pride. Members of the empire's nobility were as prideful as the royal family, and even the emperor would have to give face to the more powerful ones. Sure, knowing all this, Yihan accepted Macon's invitation. I doubt anything bad will happen. He wouldn't suddenly become a laughingstock just because he accepted the invitation. What's more, as powerless as the prince may be, it was better to make a friend out of royalty than an enemy. Who knows, there might come a day when he would require the prince's help. Really? Thank God. Macon's smile was as radiant as the sun. She seemed awfully happy about something rather trivial, which made Yihan suspicious. Why, I've already been rejected by 3 people. For a second, he regretted accepting the offer. Gainando was the empire's 97th prince. Since many of his siblings were born around the same time, some sources said he was the 101st, but he strongly insisted he was the 97th, probably because he didn't want to stoop to the triple digits. However, except for the fact that he was a prince, there was nothing special about him, and he was just another immature boy. People in this world treated 15-year-olds as adults, but not everyone was equally mature, and Gainando had yet to realize that being a member of the royal family brought him no benefit in this academy. You hear me, Yihan? That bastard turned me down. Yeah, I hear you. How dare he? He's just not aware of how noble a figure you are. Noble, but I'm not a noble. Gainando stared at Yihan, confused. The latter just showed a kind smile before nodding. Yihan's evaluation of Gainando had just dropped a notch, but he didn't let it show. As an adjective, it's used to describe someone with high moral principles and ideals. Well then, it's a word that fits me perfectly. Yup. Anyway, that bastard turned me down, and yet he's speaking to Adenart. Such humiliation. Adenart, who Gainando had just brought up, was also a royal, and she was either the 43rd or the 44th princess. The atmosphere around her is completely different. Adenart had long, wavy silver hair and clear, blue eyes. She appeared graceful, and the way she carried herself showed that she was no fool. Just by standing there without speaking, the temperature around her seemed to cool down a bit. She was a princess that naturally exuded elegance, which made the nobles gather around her. What's more, she probably didn't have someone else call them up. Nobles may have their pride, but they wouldn't outright ignore a royal talking to them. If Gaynando had approached the students himself and spoken amicably, there would have been a few that stuck with him. Later on, can you beat him up for me? Gaynando requested Yihan. Nonetheless, Yihan wasn't keen on picking a fight with others just for the sake of satisfying Gaynando. Gaynando, yeah, someone that's noble won't ask others to bully someone. It's not bullying, it's punish. Doesn't matter how you phrase it. Those that are noble won't make that kind of request. Think about it. Gaynando thought long and hard about what Yihan had just told him. In hindsight, it did sound unsightly. Then Yihan, what do you propose we do? Just forgive and forget. Anything else? You can also challenge him to a duel. He should consider himself lucky that I'm such a benevolent prince. It seemed he wasn't too fond of the second option. Seeing this, Yihan realized one of Gaynando's strengths. He was very straightforward and simple-minded. Wow, I'm amazed you were able to convince that stubborn prince into listening to you. Yaner appeared genuinely impressed. In response to her praise, Yihan asked her a question that had been on his mind the whole time. Why do you follow him around? We're relatives. He's my cousin. Still, that doesn't mean you have to listen to what he says. The Macon family's quite powerful as well. Before he could continue asking, a booming voice reverberated throughout the hall. Done chit-chatting. Then shut it, you ironheads. You'll have years for that later on. It was the same voice that spoke to them at the gates. A giant skeleton with fiery eyes appeared at the center of the hall. It released massive amounts of mana to the surrounding area. Liches were formerly powerful mages that turned themselves into undead to overcome death. Yihan had heard rumors about them before, but it was his first time seeing one with his own eyes. The students murmured among themselves, also seemingly curious. Let me ask you all a question. Why do you think I call you all ironheads? Adnart raised her hand. Gaynando, who had been watching her, glared at her in disdain. Speak, because iron is the symbol of us freshmen. Excellent. 10 points for your dormitory. There's a point system for dormitories. Of course not. If you wish to become a mage, you must first learn to discern lies from truth. Adnart had been celebrating her achievement, but she blushed when she realized she'd been tricked. Indeed, iron is the symbol of you freshmen, while bronze is the symbol of the second year. Iron, depending on how you mold it, can take various forms. It truly fits the first years well. Damn. So there's a deeper meaning to it. The students gathered in the hall were in awe at Principal Skelly's words. As if, ha, you were tricked again, you fools. We use iron to symbolize you since there's nothing inside those iron heads of yours. If you don't believe me, try knocking at it. I'm sure it'll make a nice sound. Those in the hall suddenly fell silent. Many of them had never received an insult in their entire life. However, none dared speak up before Principal Skelly's imposing figures. Yihan took a deep breath. The density of mana had spiked up ever since Principal Skelly's arrival, so much so that the students were having difficulty even moving. It was as if they were in the depths of the ocean. Even so, I'm pretty sure I can somewhat move. Yup, there it is. Yihan managed to squirm, which immediately caught the attention of Principal Skelly. It was as if he was staring at something fascinating. Yihan immediately straightened his back. He had come here to make connections and get that piece of paper that certified that he had graduated. Catching the principal's attention in his first year wasn't part of his plan. I might have been too harsh on the young sprouts that will shoulder the empire in the future. Principal Skelly's voice became slightly more gentle. Some students seemed relieved by this, but Yihan wasn't going to be duped for the third time. No doubt this bitch has got some loose screws. To become a lick, one would have to abandon something. However, in the case of Principal Skelly, it was apparent that he had left behind more than one loose screw. Yihan recalled his time at graduate school. There had been a hint of madness in the eyes of the professor that worked in the lab next door, just like Principal Skelly over here. Nah, scratch that. This lick seems saner than him. Arriving at this thought, Principal Skelly's antics started feeling more bearable. Now, enjoy the feast that the Academy's best chefs have prepared for the young talents that must have traveled far to arrive here. It's nothing much, but I hope it can do away with your tiredness. After you finish, there will be a warm bed waiting for you in your dormitory. A chubby student began drooling when he heard this. A feast? What kind? Was it a chicken cuisine from the Empire's West, cooked with oil and butter after being covered in flour? With onions, salt, pepper, and wine to serve as seasoning, it would be delectable indeed. Or maybe they'd be served gratin with bechamel sauce. Soft, white bread with cheese and butter would be nice too. Perhaps it would be a dish from the East. Freshly caught fish seasoned with spice and grilled over fire sounded delicious as well. The journey had been a long and arduous one, and they were so famished that they were ready to slurp down Eastern noodles which they normally looked down upon. However, nothing was served, and the table at the center of the hall remained as empty and desolate as before. Tricked once more. How stupid can you get? When will you wake up? With brains like those, how do you plan on becoming a mage? He's a F-seeking psycho, I tell you. So many insults had been hurled at them that some students were about to break down into tears. Now I'll tell you the rules of this academy. This institution is a cradle for mages, and cravings are what act as a student's driving force. Along with his words, shabby cloaks and wands appeared in the air. These will be your uniforms. Hard loaves of bread, the color of charcoal, and cold rice balls appeared next. And these are your food. This is going too far, one of the students protested. Principal Skelly seemed all too happy to hear this. Precisely. That was the reaction I was looking for. You think the food's too disgusting. Then learn magic and get your own food. The cloaks and wands are too trashy. Then learn magic and get your own clothes and wands. You can get as many of them as you wish in this academy. Johan was at a loss for words. He knew that Einregard wasn't an easy place to survive in, but he didn't think it'd be this bad. The message was clear: if you feel wronged, learn magic and become proficient at it. Is this allowed? Whatever, I'll just tell my servants to bring me what I need, a cheeky student muttered, tears threatening to pour out. Principal Skelly was exhilarated when he heard this. Yes, I knew one of you would say that. And to that I say, the first years aren't allowed to leave the academy's grounds. Don't even think about asking for your seniors' help either. You won't be meeting them for a while. You may go now, Ironheads. I wish you all luck and hope to see some of you become brilliant mages. Johan could have sworn he heard someone mutter son of a beach under their breath. Principal Skelly probably heard it as well, but let it go unpunished. When the lick finally left, Gaynando burst into anger while stomping his foot. He has to be kidding. How can he treat us like this? Johan, aren't you angry as well? Only beggars would wear trash like this. Only pigs will eat filth like these. Huh. Is it that bad? For a moment, Gaynando thought Johan was kidding. As if anyone could survive by eating brick pieces of bread and cold rice balls. As if anyone could bear wearing these ragged cloaks. However, Johan's expression said otherwise. The Wardenaz family, what a terrifying place it must be. Gaynando was in disbelief. The nobles in the empire held immense authority, and each had its own traditions and customs. Very little was known about Johan's family as they stayed away from politics and focused on researching magic. Hence, misunderstandings were sometimes inevitable. The Wardenaz family must raise their children like that, but isn't this too much? Even slaves are treated better than this. To think the Wardenaz family's patriarch was this merciless. Gaynando tapped Johan's shoulders with a look of sympathy. Visit my estate when you have time. I'll see to it that you're welcomed properly. Oblivious as to why Gaynando was behaving like this, Johan nodded his head. After the Skelly principal's speech ended, the students dispersed, giving Johan time to once again talk with Jonair. Johan continued their previous conversation. So why do you follow him around? Cousins you may be, but with the power of the Macon family, you shouldn't need to walk on eggshells around royalty. Oh, it's because of his mother, she replied frankly. Johan was amused to hear this. You owe her a debt or something. Johan's imagination began to run wild. A young Jonair was invited to a party at the palace, but ended up committing a grave mistake. She cried as the others stared at her in disdain. However, Gaynando's mother, one of the empresses, approached her and said, "No need for tears. Everyone makes mistakes." Oh, what a wonderful story this would be. If this story was true, it would explain why she treated Gaynando like real royalty despite his shortcomings. Oh, it's nothing like that. You see, his mother's rich, like really rich. She gives me money for staying near him. Johan was shocked. That's a strategy I didn't think about. I must befriend him as well. Einregard was an academy that accepted students from all social classes as long as they were talented, be they royalty or slaves. However, the academy was aware that problems may arise if the students were all put in one place, especially considering how short-tempered they could be at their age. Hence, Einregard had students split into 4 dormitories depending on their identities, only for those with the noble blood of dragons. This was a tower open to royalty and powerful nobles. Since Johan was from the Wardenaz family, he was naturally placed in this dormitory. Clergies. Hope they don't start preaching out of nowhere. Be quiet. We shouldn't get involved with them. Johan heard someone complaining beside him. Their complaints were targeted at the freshmen that belonged to the Tower of the Immortal Phoenix, only for those that have dedicated their lives to the sacred fire. This tower was reserved for followers of the Empire's numerous religions. Interestingly enough, they didn't mind using magic, believing mana to be a gift from the gods. As Einregard was known as the Empire's best magic academy, many members of the clergy gathered here. They do stick out though. Children of royalty and nobles hadn't changed into their uniforms and were all wearing something different. On the other hand, the students that belonged to the Tower of the Immortal Phoenix were in their priests' uniforms. Priests and priestesses often came by to the nobles' estates to preach their teachings, so it was no wonder that some of the students here had a bad impression of them. Catching. However, their frowns became even deeper seeing the group behind them, only for those with the ferocity to rip through anything. This tower was for the students that came from a knight's lineage. It may seem weird for knights to attend a magic school, but it was something necessary, even for them. Telepathy and healing magic was indispensable in any field, and the students here were determined to walk down the path of both knighthood and magic. Gainando grumbled, somewhat dissatisfied. Why do they accept people like them who sully the purity of magic with their barbaric swords? Getting tutored by a random mage on the street should suffice for them. This offhand comment pricked Yihan's conscience. Unlike the others here who wished to study magic and discover the truth of the universe, he was studying magic to succeed in life. There's nothing wrong with wanting to learn from the best. Are you perhaps siding with them, Gainando? Yihan treated Gainando with even more kindness than before. After all, his mother was rich. Someone that's noble doesn't look down on others that are less fortunate. That's quite demanding. However, as he wished to be someone noble, Gainando shut his mouth. The students of knights' lineages soon passed, and they were soon met with the figures of those that belonged to the last dorm. They were the most diverse and unique of all four groups, only for those with infinite patience and grit. This tower consisted of people that were commoners, servants, slaves, entertainers, beggars, merchants, lower nobility, and many more. Aware that their identities were the lowest among the students, they had sullen expressions on their faces. I'd like to get close to them if the opportunity arises. Unlike the others that scowled at this last batch of students, Yihan had a rather favorable opinion of them. Business was the best way to earn money, and when it came to business, it was better to work with people that honed their skills in the real world than with people like Gainando. They're staring at us. Don't match eyes with them. Nothing good will come of it. They're so full of themselves. The disdainful stares directed at them didn't go unnoticed, but they simply shuffled along quickly as they didn't wish to get into trouble. Must the academy accept miserable rags like them? I mean, we have standards, you know. One voice stood out among the rest, and the students of the Black Tortoise knit their brows when they heard this. A chance. Yihan had been waiting for something like this to happen. It was the perfect opportunity to earn the other group's favor. Here I come. Though the students of the Black Tortoise weren't happy, they didn't have the courage to speak up. Even the bolder ones weren't comfortable with confronting the students of the Blue Dragons in this unfamiliar environment. That was when Yihan, who belonged to the other camp, spoke up. He, who had a masculine appearance and an air of dignity around him, opened his mouth slowly. I think you're the one behaving miserably here. Before we entered Einregard, we should have put everything we had behind. Stop holding on to your pathetic pride. The aura around him was fierce as if to accentuate his existence. It was something only a noble descendant of a powerful and prideful family could exude. Influenced by his imposing figure, the other students of the Blue Dragons agreed to his words. He's right. He's a warden as expected. The person that ridiculed the Black Tortoise Tower fell silent, ashamed of what they had said previously. The students of the Black Tortoise Tower reacted strongly to this as well, just not the way Yihan expected. The warden you mean that family of mages? Idiot, don't look at him. They're a dangerous family. I heard their patriarch is a dragon. Does that mean he has dragon blood running through his veins? I thought they were descendants of an ancient spirit. Initially, Yihan thought everything had gone well. The students around him seemed convinced by his speech. Not bad at all. Now, he just had to wait for the students of the Black Tortoise to extend their gratitude. The warden you mean that family of mages? Idiot, don't look at him. They're a dangerous family. I heard their patriarch is a dragon. Does that mean he has dragon blood running through his veins? I thought they were descendants of an ancient spirit. However, the reactions he got weren't what he expected. Instead of appearing friendly, he had instead instilled fear into the students. He soon realized things weren't going the way he thought they'd go. Aren't they going to thank me? Yaner seemed awed by his earlier performance. What you did just now. It was amazing, just as I expected from a member of the Wardenaz family. Yaner, did I look scary back there? No. You seemed every bit as grand and imposing as a true noble. Yaner failed to understand what was troubling him. Nobility was the perfect word to describe Yihan's appearance. He had masculine features, angled jawlines, thin lips, and a piercing gaze. No commoner would dare approach him, and this was a trait highly valued by the nobles, as could be seen by the praises showered on him by his fellow dormmates. Yihan let out a deep sigh. Seems like I won't be getting close to them anytime soon. Each dormitory was located north, east, south, and west of the academy's main building, and Yihan followed the other students to the blue tower which lay far ahead. It's really huge. He was surprised by how huge it was. Despite being called an academy, Einregard had mountains, forests, rivers, and lakes in it. This reminded Yihan of what the Skelly principal said. He told us to get what we want ourselves, right? He also mentioned how everything they desired could be obtained inside the academy. Seeing how huge this place was, it started to make sense. He could hunt in the forest or fish in the lakes. I see we are having similar thoughts. Aren't you thinking about how blessed we are to see such beautiful scenery? No, I was wondering what kind of games I can catch in the forest. Does the Wardenaz family make you do such training? The Tower of the Prideful Blue Dragons was a narrow blue tower that didn't look spacious from the outside. However, the space inside had been expanded by the mages of the academy, making it seem almost infinite. When Yihan passed through the tower's gates, the students around him suddenly vanished, and before he knew it, he was alone in a dark space. Where do you wish to go? Where do you wish to go? Oh, he quickly realized it was the tower speaking to him. Where can I go? You're fast on the uptake. He couldn't say for sure, but it felt like the tower had smiled. As of now, you can go to your personal room or the resting lounge for the first years. Will I eventually have access to other places? Yes. Some places merely require you to know its name. Others require something more. Will I have access to the resting lounge for the second years? Yes, but not now. Why? The principal has forbidden it. Yihan cursed at how thorough the skelly principal was. Then please send me to my personal room. Understood. Welcome to the academy, young mage. The rooms given to them were rather large. The skelly principal had deprived them of everything, but it seemed like there was enough humanity left in him to provide them with their rooms. Of course, this was just Yihan's personal opinion. The other children of nobility were freaking out over how empty their rooms were. Is this a beggar's lair? Did someone rob us? There was nothing else other than a bed, a desk, and a chair. This made the rooms seem much bigger than they were. Yihan flipped open a book after placing his uniform and other belongings in one corner of his room. It was a thin booklet given to each student before they entered the academy, and it provided a simple explanation of how the academy functioned. We must take some mandatory courses, but the rest are optional. We can attend various lessons during our first month before choosing which ones to take. Einregard appeared strict in some matters and lax in others. It didn't care about what the students studied once they were admitted. Mages perform research in hopes of learning the truth of the universe. Your seniors and mentors can guide you along the way, but at the end of the day, you must seek your own path. Os Gonidalts, so that's the principal's name. Yihan stood up from his seat after having obtained an unnecessary piece of information and headed for the first year's resting lounge to chat with the others. I wish to learn alchemy, Yaner declared. She had already been there when Yihan arrived and had waved him over. Alchemy. Yes, I was interested in alchemy even before I entered the academy. My dream is to have my own workshop and supply products to the palace. Seems like it'll cost a fortune. Wanna do it together? I'll think about it. Business involving alchemy isn't that straightforward after all. Yihan didn't accept her offer straight away. Just as Yaner had developed an interest in alchemy while she was living in her family estate, Yihan had an interest in business and knew a bit about it. Alchemy sounded profitable initially, but the competition was fierce inside the empire. Guilds made by skilled alchemists fought tooth and nail for shares in the market, providing free samples to the Adventurers Guild, spreading false rumors about other competitors' products, monopolizing key ingredients to potions, and more. Hearing all these rumors made Yihan wary of jumping into the field without first knowing more. Having a stable job is still the best. His primary goal at the moment was to become a government official working for the palace. After all, there was no risk or downside to it. Then which field are you interested in? Me? Yihan panicked at the sudden question. As for why, I plan to take non-competitive courses with lenient professors. Whichever field it was, the grade he received there would be used to represent him even after he graduated. Hence, he was taking this seriously. I'll look around and decide after a month. Coming to a decision too quickly isn't advisable after all. Wow, Yaner seemed impressed by what he said. Did I say something that warrants such a reaction? Well, people usually come to this academy with a field of magic in mind that fits their taste, but it isn't always what's best for them. It was hard to understand which field of magic they had an aptitude for before trying it out. To become a successful mage, one would have to quit being stubborn and study a different field if the field they decided on previously didn't suit them. However, as humans were prideful, most people would cling to the path they chose, as abandoning said pride was easier said than done. Is this also one of your family's teachings? Why does she keep bringing up my family? Yihan was growing exasperated. He hadn't paid much attention to it while he was living with his family, but it seemed like his family name carried more weight than he thought. The way the students of the Black Tortoise looked at him was enough proof of this. People's impression of the Wardenaz family was much stronger than he had anticipated. Guys, help! Gaynando joined them while breathing heavily. What's wrong? Someone robbed me blind. There's nothing left in my room, a course that the academy required its first years to take. Perhaps it was mandatory only for the students of the Blue Dragon, as Yihan didn't see any of the students from the other towers. Why does everyone look so down? We haven't been able to eat or sleep properly, and the uniforms are so rough that they're uncomfortable to move around in, said Yaner. Gaynando nodded in agreement. When he woke up this morning, he had mistakenly thought that what had happened the previous day was all a dream. He expected freshly baked bread with butter to be waiting for him when he woke up, along with some nicely seasoned chicken soup. Unfortunately, his dreams were dashed, and what greeted him was a black loaf of bread, a hard rice ball, and a cup of cold water. Come on, it wasn't that bad. Yihan had lived comfortably after reincarnating into the Wardenaz family, but his previous life hadn't been so smooth sailing. Senior. If we're supposed to work from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., when do we get to eat? Here, take this energy bar. It's your meal for the day, so eat it slowly. You're shitting me, right? Now, don't complain to me about it. I'm stuck with eating an energy bar as well, but a feast awaits us after we're done. I'll hurl if you say it's cup ramen. Sorry. Hey, but look on the bright side. We get to have rice balls as well. Yeah, it's much better here. Other than Yihan, however, everyone else from the Blue Dragons looked disoriented after their first night at the academy. Creek. The lecture hall was located on the first floor of the academy's main building. The academy was considered toward the newcomers as they were likely to get lost on the higher floors. Wrong classroom. No, you're in the right place. Now, sit down. The students were hesitating in front of the door, which made Yihan curious. What's wrong with them? The answer to this question was soon revealed. There was a troll waiting for them inside the room. Come in, you hummum. The students slowly entered the room with fear and terror apparent in their eyes. Trolls. They were violent monsters that even the sheltered students of the Blue Dragons had heard about. And yet, one of them was waiting inside the classroom, behaving like a professor, making the students freak out. They wondered if they had stepped into a troll's buffet. Now, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Garcia Kim, a troll mixed blood. I understand why everyone's terrified, but there's no need to be scared. I don't eat people unless I'm really hungry. That was a joke, but I guess it didn't go through. The atmosphere in the classroom became even weirder than before. Anyway, as our principal often says, time is the greatest treasure. Shall we begin the lecture? Garcia waved his wand, and a mysterious force pushed the reluctant students to their seats. As you all know, iron is used to symbolize freshmen that are mages to be, and I'm sure some of you here were confident or silly enough to secretly try out magic on your own, Professor Troll said. However, most of you probably never used magic before. In this course, you'll learn what magic is and the field of magic that you have an aptitude for. Learning magic is a long and arduous journey, and you'll be required to take this journey alone. Nonetheless, I hope my lessons can serve as a compass during your travel. Professor Troll's warm words touched the hearts of many students, and their expressions softened. Hey, he behaves much more like Aperson than the Skelly principal. We'll start off with something basic. What is magic? Princess Adenart replied with a cold voice. Magic is the power to change the world around you with your will. Correct, to change the world as you wish. The problem is how. How do you change the world around you? Through the power of mana. Very good. Magic, Manathi's fundamental forces help us shape the world. The students gathered here can probably all feel and recognize the mana within them. The students nodded. As they were qualified enough to enter the academy, they had naturally all awoken their mana. But that's only the beginning. There's much more to actually casting magic. You must call upon your mana through your will and interact delicately with it. Many people think magic requires chanting, hand gestures, and reagents, but the truth is the secret lies within our minds. It's all about your will. Never forget that. Having said this, as you're just starting out, you'll be using chants and hand gestures to make things easier. But enough with the theories. Take out your wand and try gathering mana yourselves. Woo-woo. Mana began spreading inside the large classroom as the young mages tried to squeeze out what little mana they had inside them. Yihan also concentrated, and as he did so, the mana within him flowed to his wand. Maintain your control over the manhwa, must not lose your focus. Now, imagine a ball of light. It doesn't matter what kind of light you imagine it to be. It can be warm, bright, or blinding. Groans began to escape some students' mouths. Controlling mana was akin to grabbing the reins of a rampaging horse. The moment they lost focus, the mana would disperse. Once you've created a strong image of it in your mind, chant. Once again, the content doesn't matter. It could be, oh, light, brighten, or simply just light, light. Brilliant light. Come forth, O light as brilliant and radiant as my honor. You're trying to focus here. Don't make the chant too long or it'll produce the opposite effect. Gathering mana through focus, changing its form through one's will and materializing it through chanting. Yihan started to feel like he understood what magic was about. However, that didn't mean he could do it on his first try. Poof, boom, bang, ugow. Students all around were failing and letting out groans. Professor Troll watched this as he waved his wand and smiled. Failure to activate magic meant that the mana was no longer under the mage's control, and it might harm the students in the process. He was there to ensure no such thing happened. Don't be discouraged just because you failed once. Everyone fails on their first attempt. Calm down and try again. Try again until your mana is depleted. Second attempt. Just like before, the sounds of explosions were accompanied by the groans of the students. Professor Troll was grinning inside. Light was the simplest form of magic, but learning it required around a month's time. Magic was simply that difficult. However, the professor wasn't going to tell the students about this. They had to first experience it themselves. Again, third attempt. Some students were showing signs of exhaustion following depletion in their mana. Magic required quite a lot of mana to cast, and more than half the students sat down looking worn out. Again, fourth attempt. This time, most students crumbled to the ground, save for a few with excellent control. Again, fifth attempt. Again, sixth attempt. Again, seventh attempt. Professor, sorry to interrupt you, but must we continue? Professor Troll, who had been absent-mindedly saying again, realized something was wrong. Usually, everyone would have exhausted their mana by the fifth attempt, if not the fourth. However, someone still remained standing after their seventh attempt. Mana, referred to as magic power by some, or as kai by the Eastern tribes or pretentious scholars. It is also referred to as holy power by stubborn priests. It is what served as fuel for magic. It was the very force that could bend the laws of the natural world. Mages had to draw out the mana within them whenever they wished to cast a spell, and it was common for fledgling mages to experience mana deficiency. And yet someone remained standing after 7 attempts. Your name, Yihan. Garcia, the troll professor, smiled. Yihan had not mentioned his family name, which he looked upon favorably. Nobles, especially those that came from powerful families, often flaunted their last names whenever they introduced themselves, and those that didn't were exceedingly rare. Yihan's answer just now was perfectly in line with the Academy's vision of equality. Please come closer. Yihan started feeling nervous. Should I have pretended to be dizzy? He had indeed been confused seeing everyone around him fall to the ground after exhausting their mana. He even wondered for a second if he was doing something wrong. I see. Garcia held Yihan's wrist and nodded a few times. Seeing this, Gaynando, who was with Yanair, whispered to her, "What should we do? What if the professor suddenly swallows him whole? The professor can hear you, idiot." Garcia released Yihan's wrist before finally opening his mouth. "Student Yihan, please remain in the classroom after the class is over." Okay. They didn't do much magic training after that. Instead, Professor Garcia gave them a serious lecture about what it meant to be a mage. When you've depleted your mana, you must rest, especially if one is as inexperienced as everyone here. Don't become desperate just because others around you have more mana than you. With practice, your mana reserve will increase, and the more skilled you become, the less mana you'll use for the same spell. Every year, we have 1 or 2 overly passionate freshmen that secretly train magic and collapse. This could lead to serious injuries if one is unlucky. Also, I don't eat students. I am sorry. Gaynando apologized while shuddering in fear. Let's end our lesson here. The Academy has a lot of classes besides the mandatory ones, so go have a look before deciding which field you'd like to study. If you're unsure, you can visit me at my office as well. The students stared at each other in the eyes. You willing to have a one-on-one counseling session with Professor Troll? You crazy, was the kind of exchange they were having. Wardenaz, be careful. Yeah, and remember that trolls are weak against fire and acid, but there's neither fire nor acid to use here. I wish you luck, Wardenaz. After receiving encouragement from his classmates, Yihan approached the professor. I've known about you even before this class. Yihan was surprised to hear this. Why? The principal mentioned you in passing, you see. His face froze when the crazy-licked principal was brought up. Professor Garcia laughed seeing his reaction. There's no need to worry. The principal may seem like a crazy bastard, but he's a kind person at heart. Is that even possible? The professor pretended as if he didn't hear that. Every year, the principal takes a glance at the freshmen and briefs the professors about them. Though most students didn't know this, Principal Skelly was extremely observant. The students that entered the academy were young adults that hailed from all over the empire. To prevent any accidents from occurring, he had to have sharp eyes. We should be careful of that dwarf. He'll no doubt burn down his room at least thrice. That's a demon mixed blood. Professors that use holy magic should be aware. Be careful to avoid injuring him too much during your lessons. Isn't that the pickpocket from them? I believe none of our professors would let him get the better of them. If you do, I'll lock you up in the underground prison. Of course, only some of the professors heeded his warnings. True, Principal Skelly had sharp eyes, but he was equally as crazy. That Orkai have a hunch that he'll be great at wielding spears. His household is known for their swordsmanship. Silence, tell him to use a spear. And the principal had this to say about Yihan. He has the qualities of a great fool, someone extremely foolish. The professors obviously didn't take this evaluation at face value. There was a famous saying in the empire's eastern regions, there's but a thin line separating a great fool and a great genius. From outward appearance, there was a lot in common between someone that was foolish and someone that was a genius. The saying meant that one should not judge a book by its cover and instead find wisdom within. Hence, what the principal said could be interpreted as thus. It's hard to tell right now, but he might become a massive figure in the future. The professor's reactions were split into two. It was either there must be something special about the lad, or he must have received a drink from the Wardenaz family. Professor Garcia finally understood what the principal meant then, so this is what he meant. What did the principal say about me? Yihan was slightly tense. There were both benefits and harms when it came to being favored by the principal. If he was looked upon favorably, he would be able to receive good grades and a letter of recommendation. This was undoubtedly a big plus. However, if the goodwill went above a certain level, it would naturally lead to a conversation like the following. It would be a crime to let your talent go to waste. Right, come to graduate school, pardon. But I've never considered. Even if you look for a job right now, do you have any idea how intense the competition will be? If you attend graduate school, you'll have a higher degree, enabling you to get better jobs, not to mention you'll be able to dive deeper into your field of interest. What do you say? When you put it that way, I guess it makes sense. If the professor was kind, it wouldn't be that bad. But if the professor turned out to be a crazy lunatic, one would experience hell for years to come. When it came to Principal Skelly. Nope, don't want to become close with him. Ihan wanted nothing more than to lead a stable student life, which entailed getting good grades, forming good connections, and graduating from the academy. He didn't wish to go down the road of some strange magic after becoming buddies with Principal Skelly. Sorry, but it wouldn't be appropriate to tell you what the principal said verbatim instead. I'll tell you about your talent, which is pretty much what the principal was talking about. Ihan's eyes opened up wide when he heard what Professor Troll just said. Talent. Is my talent that amazing? When he was at his family's estate, his talent wasn't much of a topic of discussion. Though he was confirmed to have the qualities of a mage, his father, the patriarch, only had this to say about it. How's my talent? Your talent in magic isn't bad. That had been it. Yet the matter of his talent was suddenly being brought up like this, which came as a surprise to him. Could it be that my talent is actually terrible? Ihan started to seriously consider Yaner's previous offer about starting an alchemy workshop together. Your mana reserve is massive. Excuse me, is that all? Ihan didn't know how to react to this. Using spells might be difficult for you. You don't have an aptitude for light magic, and you'll probably never be able to use it properly. He had expected comments like these, and yet he was simply being told that he had more mana than usual. Well, I guess I should be happy that it's not something bad. But it didn't sound impressive enough to warrant being set aside and mentioned. Obviously, not everyone would have the same amount of mana. Aren't we supposed to overcome that with practice and experience? Am I missing something? No, that's not all. As expected. Your mana reserve is really, really huge. As in stupidly, absurdly, crazily huge. Understand what I'm saying? Oh, he finally started to understand why Professor Garcia had him stay behind. After hearing the explanation, Ihan naturally arrived at a certain conclusion. I suppose it's a good thing. To cast spells, mages required mana. If they didn't have enough mana, they had to either find a way to draw in the mana from their surrounding, use magic circles to gather mana, or channel the mana contained within magic stones. Having a lot of mana meant that he wouldn't have to go through such troubles. He was lucky that he had so much. It's really unfortunate. However, Professor Garcia's eyes contained a mix of pity and worry as he looked at Ihan. This was enough for him to notice that something was wrong. Isn't it a good thing to have a lot of mana? Usually it's good. But as I said, you have an absurd amount of mana within you. Pouring out water contained inside a bottle is easy, but trying to control the waves in an ocean, not so much. Ihan finally realized how serious this issue was. What this meant was, did learning magic just become insanely hard? Not a single student was able to cast light properly during today's lesson despite it being one of the simplest spells. This showed how difficult it was to learn magic, channeling mana, focusing it, and shaping it with one's will. All this required an immense amount of concentration. But now, the difficulty had spiked up even more as he had so much mana inside him that it was impossible to control it properly. Here. Take these bracelets. The heavy, bulky bracelets are made of metal. The professor fastened one on each of Ihan's wrists. These are bracelets that can absorb mana. They'll help you a bit. Ihan was moved. As expected of a magic academy, they had solutions to their students' problems, so I'll be alright as long as I wear these. No, even with these, it'll be extremely difficult. You simply have too much mana. There's nothing we can do about it. At least it's better than nothing, right? Kind as he was, Professor Garcia was still a mage, and mages never talked in a roundabout manner. Any advice for me? Things might become a little easier if you constantly use a lot of spells. Unlike other students, you can practice magic even when you're by yourself. After all, I highly doubt you'll ever run out of mana. In a sense, he was given a privilege, but he was hardly happy about it. Should I take classes that don't require me to cast spells? Though Einregard was a magic academy, not all its classes required students to cast magic. Alchemy was a great example of this. Ihan was visibly troubled after coming out of the professor's office. 1. I guess he was brought to the professor's office, though it wasn't mentioned. It's important that I decide on what to do in my freshman year, so that I get good grades and graduate properly. You're alive. When he arrived downstairs, he saw Gaynando and Yaner waiting for him. Gaynando examined him, genuinely concerned. What are you looking at? He's checking to see if the professor's taken a bite out of you, Yaner answered. Ihan found Gaynando's action ridiculous, But then again, with someone like that Lick as the principal, it's no wonder he thinks this way. What did you two discuss? Yaner asked curiously. Yihan shrugged. He told me to do a lot of magic practice. He dares. Gainando was furious as if he was the one that had been told to practice. Telling a descendant of a major household to practice. What an insult. If he's angry over something like this, I bet he'll request a duel with the professors if he doesn't do well in one of his tests. Leaving that aside, I'm thinking of which classes to attend before our next mandatory course. Have you guys already thought of them? I'm obviously going to take classes related to alchemy. Gainando ridiculed Yaner's answer. Dude, only servants or slaves take classes in alchemy. Yihan saw Yaner curling up her fingers. Yihan, having learned swordsmanship extensively under the family knight Arlong, was well versed in fighting. As such, he knew that Yaner was preparing to beat the living lights out of Gainando. Hold it right there. Knowing what was to come if he didn't intervene, he positioned himself between the two. Gainando, you shouldn't look down on alchemy. But it's lame. Just as always, Gainando was oblivious to the situation he was in. What's there to like about alchemy anyway? I can't feel a shred of intelligence from it. Magic was a field of endless study, and there were many branches of magic, including but not limited to illusion magic, summoning magic, transformation magic, and elemental magic. Even within elemental magic, there was fire magic, water magic, light magic, dark magic, etc. Studying even one such field in depth would take an entire lifetime. Such was the profoundness of magic, and in this world of magic, alchemy was often looked down upon. Especially to fledgling mages, alchemy seemed rather dull. While others waved their wands and summoned forth angels or split the earth, alchemists remained in their labs, adding herbs to potions. Well, you know, that's... Move aside, Wardenaz. I'll take it from here, Yaner said to Yihan. I promise I won't go overboard, if you say so. Yihan quickly moved away, allowing Yaner to stand before Gainando. Gainando cocked his head. What's wrong? Don't you dare ask for a healing potion after this. They're made through alchemy after all. Whack! Along with a thud, Gainando tumbled backward. It was truly an impressive blow. You sure that was all right? I'll just apologize to him after a day. It didn't seem like this was the first time Gainando had suffered under Yaner's beatings. Yihan was aware that cousins often fought, but he didn't expect Yaner to beat up Gainando to that extent. Shouldn't have bothered trying to intervene. Yihan decided to be a silent spectator from then on. Oh, and just in case you misunderstand, I'm not the type of person that goes around beating everyone I see, got it? Yaner explained so as to not be misconstrued as a brute. Nobles, especially the more powerful ones, valued etiquette and elegance, and it went without saying that throwing punches over minor arguments wasn't deemed as such. What's wrong with getting into a brawl when you're angry? For a second, Yaner wondered if she had heard wrongly. Is this how the Wardenaz family teach their children? If the Wardenaz family was a family of knights, she wouldn't have found what Yihan said weird. However, it blew her mind that a descendant of one of the Empire's most distinguished families was saying this to her. He's clearly different from the others, Yaner reasoned. There was an air of authority around Yihan which the other freshmen didn't possess. Though the other students from the Blue Dragons were also part of the nobility, they had just become adults, and Yihan stood out from the crowd. From the way he moved to the way he conducted himself, there was something different about him. As expected of a Wardenaz, Yaner decided to move on to a different topic. Since Yihan was willing to turn a blind eye to her actions, she had no reason to linger on it either. But are you really fine with taking alchemy classes with me? If you're doing it for me, you don't have to. I'm actually interested in alchemy myself. Then what about my proposal to work together in the future? I'm considering it. Yaner was surprised as she hadn't expected this. Yihan's attitude toward alchemy had done a 180 in such a short amount of time. Did something happen? Well, you see. Yihan wondered how he should phrase it. I'm not as magically talented as I thought I was, which is why I'm seriously considering alchemy as a potential career choice. Wasn't exactly what a dignified noble would say. Actually, you don't have to say it out loud. You must have realized alchemy's true potential and come to appreciate it. What? It's a really interesting field, isn't it? I guess. Yaner seemed ecstatic to have found a companion, so Yihan decided to go along with it for now. Many people think alchemists stay cooped up in their labs located deep underground, but there's so much more to it than that. Why, yeah. Though unexpected, Yihan didn't panic. During his time as a graduate student, he had already mastered the art of listening to topics he had absolutely no interest in. What do you think of mountain climbing? Well, exactly, mountain climbing is great. Did I tell you about how I climbed Mt. Sialek last year, the fogs of the early morning? I see. I didn't think you'd be so interested. I'm sure you'll enjoy it as well. Say, why don't we climb a mountain together when we have time? Compared to that, Yaner's story was relatively more interesting to listen to. Did you study alchemy beforehand while you were in your family estate? Yaner looked around her carefully before answering Yihan's question. Yeah, but you must keep this a secret. We weren't allowed to practice magic, but they weren't as strict when it came to studying alchemy. What's wrong with studying something beforehand? Yaner once again stared at Yihan as if she was looking at a foreign creature. He was okay with beating others up, and he was also okay with ignoring the rules regarding magic. To put it nicely, he was really unique. It's good that she studied ahead of time. He knew full well how helpful people like her could be. With her help, he would be able to get good grades in alchemy classes. If it's all right with you, can you teach me as well? Of course. Yaner smiled delightedly and smacked Yihan's shoulder as she agreed to his request. Now that he'd met Professor Trollin, Yihan was confident that he wouldn't be surprised by anything, and he was right. He's more normal than I thought. The professor was a dwarf and he was sitting on a chair. Dressed like a hunter and a ranger, he had a crossbow hanging on his waist. Everyone here, students from the Black Tortoise, Yaner muttered. Though she didn't despise commoners, it was true that she was uncomfortable with them. She might have been able to hit it off with the others if they were from the Blue Dragons, but many thoughts went through her mind as she stared at the students from the other tower. There were a lot more students from the Black Tortoise present than them. The stares are kinda annoying. When people of common birth met a member of the nobility, they displayed one of two reactions. They either feared them and didn't get involved, or they openly expressed hostility. Outside the academy, hardly anyone would show open hostility, but it was different in Einregard, which preached for equality. They had bottled up frustrations from their time outside the academy, and yet even after arriving at Einregard, they were scorned by students from the Blue Dragons. It was no wonder they were wary of the two. Dude, stop staring at them. That one over there's a young master of the Wardenaz family. So what if he is? He can't do anything inside the academy. It's not like we're going to study here forever. What if he takes his revenge after we graduate? I'll cross that bridge when the time comes. Yihan clicked his tongue. Being hated for something he didn't contribute to was unpleasant. Seems like trying to get close to them backfired. For a while he'd have to stick to his friends from the Blue Dragons. Quiet down everyone. The short dwarven professor opened his mouth to speak. Though his figure was small, his voice carried weight. I'm Ureger Gumdal. You may call me Professor Ureger. Now I'm sure many of you are wondering why we're gathered here at the field when we have such splendid classrooms in the back. Indeed, they weren't gathered in a classroom. Instead, they were on a mound. Adenart, the royal princess, raised her hand, to which Ureger shrugged. Wasn't looking for an answer, but have a go at it. It's so that we can feel the mana in nature. Alchemy required magic as well, and simply mixing in various herbs wasn't all there was to it. It was important for alchemists to feel the mana in their surroundings and understand what kind of forces existed in nature. Wrong. Professor Dwarf stared at Adenart as if he'd just heard something stupid, making her blush in embarrassment. Yihan, who didn't think much of it, asked Yaner, who was next to him, "Is it because it's easier for us to gather materials here? Don't you think that's too simple of a reason? Oh, we have a winner." Both Yihan and Yaner were at a loss for words. Ureger, on the other hand, seemed impressed by Yihan. It's rare for an ironhead to get it right. We're freshmen, not ironheads. Yeah, ironhead freshmen. Anyways, good job. You've got talent as an alchemist. Yaner looked at Yihan enviously upon hearing him get praised by the professor. Adenart also stared at him as if she was looking at a rival. Why the hell is she staring at me? Is she seriously getting jealous because I was praised over something like this? Yihan wondered. The reason why we're gathered here is because I wanted to teach you ironheads about the essential skills of alchemists. Many of you might be thinking that to become an alchemist, you just need exceptional intelligence and excellent mana control. Pause right there. We need to have excellent control over our mana. Yihan flinched, but the reality is different. The most important skill of alchemists is the ability to gather materials. The students were stunned to hear this, as they never expected such a skill to be so highly valued. Adenart raised her hand, unwilling to accept this. Professor, when it comes to materials, we can grow them or have adventurers get them for us. I hardly see why we need to be able to acquire them ourselves. Lass, what would a greenhorn ironhead like you know? Professor Dwarf retaliated in disdain. An even darker shade of red covered Adenart's face. Out of all the materials and reagents we require, do you know how much of them could be artificially grown? Not even 10. The rest we must buy with our money. And you think everything will be fine if we have the money. Why do you think we mages employ adventurers and follow along? Do you think we have so much spare time? It's because adventurers suck at harvesting herbs. Instead of treating them with care, they just pull them out. Ureger said all this angrily, as if to vent the frustration that had been building up. For these reasons, it's important that alchemists learn how to acquire the materials and reagents that they need. An alchemist that relies on others can never become first-rate. You think someone would baby you later on if you complain about not having enough materials. The students gathered at the mound nodded in understanding. One nodded while looking dejected. That's it for the explanation. Now go and find them. What's up with those confused faces? Go search for materials. Ureger waved his wand, and several pieces of paper appeared in the air before being distributed to the students. On the papers were lists of drawings of herbs. Surviving as a mage in a magic academy. Looks like some hybrid of risey mushroom and ginseng, thought Yihan as he stared at the herb that they were tasked to find. Was the name of the herb, and it was commonly used to concoct antidotes. Are you familiar with this herb? Yes, good. Yihan was relieved to hear this. Even though they had been given a drawing of the herb, it wouldn't be easy for an amateur to differentiate between the various types of plants that were present in the woods, hills, and fields. He was lucky to have someone experienced next to him. But with just the two of us, it wouldn't be safe to move about. It would be a bit dangerous, wouldn't it? Yeah. We should get at least one more person to join us. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have beaten Gaynando to pulp. He wouldn't have come with us anyway, even if you didn't beat him up. Yaner grinned when she heard this. Nothing we can do about it. Should the two of us just bear the risk and explore? No, I don't want my name on the list of casualties. Though the Academy was known to be the best magic institution, there were many vicious rumors surrounding Einregard. Magic was a dangerous field of study, and casualties were unavoidable. Yihan knew this well and had come to accept it. After all, accidents were bound to occur no matter how many safety nets were put in place by the professors. However, they completely lack safety awareness. Both the professors and the students here seem to have little concern for their lives. For someone like Yihan who used to live in modern times, everyone here was borderline crazy. List of casualties, you say with that face of yours, you shouldn't make such uncanny jokes. But I'm not joking, which is even worse. Well, if you say so, I guess we should try finding someone from the same tower as us. Yaner looked around in search of a potential teammate. She was thinking of recruiting someone from the Blue Dragons, but her search proved to be fruitless. Our Westgrood, how about the princess? You want to team up with her? She seems really cold and unfriendly. It's not like we're trying to invite her to a ball. What Yihan said made sense, prompting Yaner to nod her head. He was right, but it seems we're too late. There were several students around Adenar. She must have noticed early on that she couldn't travel alone and thus formed a party. Wait, some of them seem to be students from the Black Tortoise, Yihan said indignantly. If they feared and avoided him because of his ties to the Wardenaz family, shouldn't they avoid the princess as well? Yet several of the students around her were from the Black Tortoise. Well, she was quite famous even before she was admitted to Einregard. Someone that was popular before entering the academy would naturally be popular even after she became a student. Even within the royal family, Adnart was known to be one of the brightest and the most talented. It was no wonder nobles and commoners alike gathered around her. Really, do people from the Wardenaz family never read the news? I was only ever interested in reading. I couldn't care less about. Oh, I like that section as well. Have you read the article that talks about how you can earn money by returning the bottles that adventurers throw away after chugging down the content? Brilliant, isn't it? Yeah, it's not a bad idea. Wait, we're going off track. Saying so, Yaner went straight to the point. If you take a moment to read, you'll see that Adenart is famous for various things. It's no surprise that everyone wants to get close to her. Anything special mentioned about Gaynando? None, I see. So there's nothing special about him. Absolutely none. They were trash-talking Gaynando behind his back while he was drinking a potion to recover in the ward. Then let's give up on the princess and find someone else. It won't be easy, you know. The ones that are left are all from the Black Tortoise. Yihan frowned when he heard this. She was right. The students left were all from the Black Tortoise, and while some of them would no doubt accept their invitation if they went around asking people at random, since they would be moving in a group, they had to make sure their chemistry wasn't terrible to the point where they would affect each another's ability to finish their tasks. What's more, I'd like to have someone skilled. When it came to group activities, it was all about having skilled members. Yihan looked around before finally locking his eyes on a certain target. Nilia was a dark elf born in one of the Empire's northern regions, and she used to be a part of a group that consisted of skilled hunters and scouts that went around the northern mountains as if it was their backyard. Hence, she was confident when it came to exploring mountains and forests. Turns out it's nothing difficult. She had never seen a before, but as long as she knew what it looked like, finding one would only be a matter of time. She was in a different league compared to the other newbies who had never been in a real forest before. Until now, she had felt a sense of inferiority after entering Einregard. Forget people from the other towers. Even within the Black Tortoise, there were many students with a better background than her. Some were from families of rising nobles. Some were from merchant groups renowned throughout the Empire. Some had parents who were famous adventurers. Nilia, on the other hand, had lived her entire life in the forest. She had accepted the Academy's invitation, but she felt inferior to the others, and she struggled a lot when she was learning about magic for the first time. But now that she was partaking in an activity that suited her, she felt more motivated than ever. HMPH, just you wait and see. I'll find it much faster than anyone here. Nilia was thinking of acting alone and finding the herb by herself. Others might need to work together as this would be their first time in a forest, but Nilia was confident that she would have no problem even if she was alone. Nilia was surprised when a pretty-looking girl with bright red hair approached her. Who are you? I'm Yaner Macon, and he's Yihan, nice to meet you. From the flow of their conversation, Nilia assumed Yaner was a noble while Yihan wasn't. After all, nobles usually declared their family names when they introduced themselves. But isn't he from the Blue Dragons? Why isn't she saying anything? It's because you didn't tell her your family name. Yaner scowled at Yihan, not understanding why he would leave out his family name. Don't you think it's too much of a hassle to say your family name every time you introduce yourself? While you're at it, why don't you tell them the name of your patriarch and where your territory is as well? We do, when we're at parties, that is. Yihan felt genuinely repulsed to hear this. Nilia cautiously opened her mouth to speak while staring at the two. If you wish to bicker, you can talk it out somewhere else. What business do you two have with me? Want to travel together? Nilia was stunned by Yihan's invitation. She hadn't expected this at all. What are you scheming? Nilia asked as she glared at Yihan suspiciously. It was apparent that she didn't think highly of nobles or their descendants, and this stemmed from her time living in the northern regions. Once in a while, nobles would climb the mountains and visit them, and every time they did, they would frown and ask how someone could possibly live there. Even when the hunters provided them with the best delicacies and the most comfortable bed, they would say the food tasted horrible and the beds felt unbearable. They would complain on and on about the poor treatment, so much so that some scouts joked about how there would be none the wiser even if they pushed the nobles down a cliff. As such, Nilia, who lived with them, also had a bad impression of the students from the Blue Dragons. We have to explore such a large area, and being alone wouldn't do you any good. You'll need at least 3 people if a monster appears. HMPH, there's no need for that. Nilia harumphed and proudly refused. Yihan wasn't surprised by this response and pressed on. May I ask why? Why should I tell you? By knowing why you refused, we'll get a sense of what kind of a person you are. Want me to guess your reason? Yihan thought hard for a second before opening his mouth. Is it because you think we'll use you as bait, or that we'll toss you aside when things become dangerous? I hope that's not the case because that'll be an insult to our honor. It's not. No matter how much she disliked the nobles, she couldn't possibly say yes to the two in front of her after being confronted so directly. Then do you think you alone would suffice? That's exactly. I hope you aren't so foolish to think so. After all, even if you are familiar with the mountains, you never know what will happen inside, and even if you find the herb, you'll have to carefully dig it out. If someone thinks they can do all that by themselves, they'd have to be an idiot. You're not that stupid, right? I'm running out of ideas. Shut up, I'll team up with you. You satisfied now? Nilia turned around while huffing in anger. Yihan nodded, satisfied with the result. Yaner, on the other hand, stared at him in astonishment. What in the world do they teach at the Wardenaz family? Nilia's movements were light and swift. She was at the very front of the group, opening up a path for them, which showed how skilled and experienced she was at navigating the mountains. Yaner, who saw this, asked Yihan a question. She moves really well, but how did you know? She has toned legs and calluses on her hands. These all point to one truth. She's an experienced hunter and wields a bow. It wasn't just Yaner. Nilia, who was leading them, also felt a chill when she heard this. To think he'd figure out her origin just from that. She had been looking down on the two for being nobles, but she felt like the one named Yihan couldn't be underestimated. She felt a slight sense of danger from him, as if he could see through everything she was hiding. Just kidding, I saw the token hanging on her waist. If she's from there, she'd have to know the mountains like the back of her hands. Nilia turned around and glared at him. Yaner grinned when she saw this. So you were listening, was not? Hey, slow down and match our pace. Why would I be matching yours? Just speed up and match mine. Here, Yihan joined the conversation. Because Yaner's the only one in the group that can tell which herbs are what. If she couldn't keep up, we'll have to search with just the two of us. Nilia couldn't think of a counterargument, and her pride kept her from being unreasonable and continuing the argument. Right, I just gotta slow down. How mature of you. As expected of a shadow patrol. Are you mocking me? Is that it? I was complimenting you. Annoyed by Yihan's constant teasing, Nilia targeted him next. She knows a lot about herbs, and I'm here to act as the guide. What can you do? What role do you have here? If I say I'm here to leech off, she'll hurl right. Yihan barely stopped himself from being truthful. There was no point in fueling Nilia's anger even further. I'm here to chase after beasts or monsters that come near us. Nilia once again fell silent. Indeed, it was important to have someone chase away monsters while they were climbing a mountain. From looks alone, Yihan seemed like he came from a knight's family as he was tall and his body was well built. Wait, don't knights belong to the White Tigers? I forgot to ask early on, but what's your family name? Wardenaz. I'm from the Wardenaz family. Nilia took a step back as if she was disgusted, not knowing that she had opened up Yihan's wound once more. As a member of the Wardenaz family, there was no way for Yihan to learn about the rumors that surrounded them. Their estate was bigger than most castles, and their territory spanned an area that was as vast as a regular city. Naturally, the people that served them wouldn't carelessly say anything about the family, which resulted in him being oblivious to their reputation. Is there something wrong with my family? No, there's nothing wrong at all. Nilia once again took a step back as she said this. I don't know what people told you, but they're all false. Nilia didn't lower her guard despite him saying this. Hence, Yaner tried to console him. Ridiculous rumors about nobles float around all the time. Don't let them get to you. Is that so? But it's true that the rumors around the Wardenaz family are a bit on the extreme side. Yihan didn't feel comforted by her words at all. As the two conversed, Nilia opened her mouth after organizing her thoughts. Right, I don't have to be afraid of the Wardenaz family just because of the rumors. What rumors? Nilia thought long and hard, debating whether or not she should tell the truth. After all, they were a bit. The patriarch of the Wardenaz family is actually a dragon. Back when there was an undead infestation in the western part of the continent, he is said to have razed everything to the ground. The Wardenaz family has made a pact with an ancestral spirit. In exchange for being able to wield powerful magic, they've lost their ability to feel emotions. The Wardenaz family's mages are all cold-blooded and ruthless. An entire city was wiped out under their spells back when there was a rebel uprising. The list went on. The public image of the Wardenaz family was much worse than what Yihan had imagined. The Empire's citizens viewed them as monsters that would lie in wait most of the times, only to emerge during critical moments and sweep away all resistance. If an important event happens within the Empire, isn't it natural for the big guns to appear? Exactly. That's why I'm telling you that you don't have to pay much attention to the rumors. Yihan still felt wronged despite Yaner's attempt to cheer him up. I guess the rumor about them not having any emotions is false, Nilia thought as she watched this unfold. Halt, something's wrong, look over here. Nilia pointed at the ground as she said so. There was grass covering the hill that they were on, so it was barely discernible, but she had noticed a certain trace using her instinct as a dark elf and her experience as a member of the See this over here. This means something big passed through earlier, but isn't the trace too shallow for that? It took care not to leave any trace behind. Must be a clever one. It's skilled at controlling its strength and concealing its path. It probably made a slight mistake while trying to reach for the berries over there, which is why this trace formed. Yaner wasn't too interested in listening to this conversation. Since her field of interest was alchemy, she didn't feel the need to learn about a hunter's tracking skills. As such, she poked around to see if she could find the herb nearby. Tusk. Nilia noticed her behavior and felt slightly irritated. Things used to be much easier back when she was still a part of the. Everyone in the group was a hunter or a ranger, and the people in her village all had at least one such person in their family, which made it easy for her to converse with the others. I had a close shave today. I really wanted to catch the beast because it had beautiful fur. Alas. Ha ha ha, classic, back when I was young. They could talk for hours on end, just at the mention of prey they saw during their hunt. On the other hand, things were completely different at the academy. This is something that happened while I was living in the mountains. Mountains, yeah, I used to hunt there. Hunt, why would you do that? Well, I was part of this group. Can't you just buy meat from a butcher? You Derf seeker, come meet me outside. Nilia, who had experienced this sort of conversation several times by now, couldn't help but be irked by Yaner's lack of interest, but she decided to keep it to herself. Calm down. Not everyone here's a hunter, so I must try to adapt to this. Truly fascinating. Anything else you can tell from the clues that it left behind? However, Yihan's response came as a surprise to her. He was listening to what she was saying with a serious look of interest. This caught her off guard. Did you just say it's fascinating? Yeah, something wrong with that. And no, nothing's wrong, but this isn't supposed to be fascinating, and you know what's wrong is that nothing is wrong, and in a panic she started spewing nonsense, which in turn confused Yihan. Is she drunk or something? Nilia also noticed that she wasn't making any sense and hurriedly got hold of herself. Anyway. Since we found a trace left behind by something big, we should be careful. See how that blade of grass has been cut. It means we're dealing with a beast with sharp claws. I see. Yihan was a curious person by nature, and his curiosity extended beyond magic to subjects such as hunting as well. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have gone to graduate school in his previous life, no matter how many tricks his professors pulled. Do you know what we're facing? Unfortunately, there aren't enough clues, Nilia said with crossed arms. Experienced hunters would know what they're facing based solely on footprints that have been left behind, or so people would think. In reality, that was only possible for hunters that stayed in a particular region for a long time and knew the animals that lived there well. She, on the other hand, didn't know what kind of creatures roamed the mountains of the academy, so there was no way for her to tell. Apparently, all kinds of weird monsters appear near the academy. Oh, someone told me that as well, Yaner affirmed while nodding her head. Einregard was located where mana was abundant, which made it easier for monsters to appear, not to mention. Monsters created through experiments are also said to roam the nearby areas. Slimes with special mutations are also said to appear from time to time after absorbing potions and medicines that have been thrown out. Yihan found this absolutely inconceivable. Do the mages here not learn about lab safety? He was of the belief that everything from potions to creatures made through magic should be kept under close scrutiny. To think they'd toss them out like garbage. It was no wonder problems occurred. We should be more careful. Precisely. We'll keep moving with this trace in mind. It'll decrease the chance of us getting ambushed. Can you teach me how to track animals as well? Nilia blinked when she heard his request. Thinking he may have breached manners, Yihan rephrased what he just said. If it's not something you can teach outsiders, just ignore what I said. It won't be easy, you'll probably give up midway. Are you aware of how difficult it is to master this skill? If you're willing to teach me, I'll try my best not to give up. HMPH. Let's see about that. Yaner whispered to Yihan so that Nilia wouldn't be able to hear what she said. Why are you trying to learn this? Well, it sounds interesting. Found it grass of cleansing. With Nilia and Yihan on the lookout, Yaner was able to safely find the herbs which were hidden behind thick, dense bushes. We've somehow managed to find them, Yihan thought, but there's only 2 of them. Just have to find one more. Why are you guys so quiet? Yaner asked as she turned her head. It only took her a split second to realize what was going on. A massive boar was staring intensely in their direction. I can sense mana flowing out of it. It must have consumed something, Yihan analyzed level-headedly. It probably consumed some sort of reagent or portion. It was either that, or the boar used to be a test subject. That's not what's important right now. We must stay alert, Nilia whispered to them in a hurry. Boars were not weak. They had strong bodies and moved surprisingly well. Those with tusks were especially dangerous, and the one they were dealing with wasn't some livestock that escaped from a pen. It was a beast, and since it absorbed mana through unknown means, it was infinitely close to being a monster. It's a wild boar. Don't agitate it. Slowly take a step back, Nilia ordered. Yaner tried her best to put strength into her shivering legs, and Yihan supported her as they retreated. However, the boar grunted and slowly approached them. There was steam coming out of its mouth, and it seemed to be fuming with rage. Retreating any further might be dangerous. Yihan pulled out his staff as he said so and wielded it like a spear, which made him look quite the part. Right, he's a Wardenaz. Nilia finally recalled that Yihan was a member of the Wardenaz family, a family renowned for producing powerful mages. He might have learned a spell or 2 before being admitted to the academy. He did say that he's in charge of chasing away animals and monsters, didn't he? Nilia asked Yihan in a small voice. How confident are you? Not that confident, but I should be able to deal with it. If your plan fails, grab the redhead and bolt. I'll act as a decoy. She was the only one in their group who could weave through mountains effortlessly. It wasn't that she didn't trust Yihan's magic, but as a hunter, she was one to always think of a backup plan. If things went awry, she was prepared to distract the boar. Yihan was touched when he heard this, and so was Yaner. So you've grown attached to us. That's not the case here. It's because I'm the only one that's up for the task. Yihan stopped talking and focused as the boar gradually closed in on them. 3, 2, 1, Yihan counted down as he calmly measured the distance between them. Nilia, who was watching behind him, nervously gulped down. What kind of spell would he throw at the boar? Bang. A loud, clear sound came from the boar's head. Yihan's decision had been to whack it with his staff. Swords are the kings of all weapons, but simply learning swordsmanship isn't enough. One must prepare themselves for when one doesn't have a sword. They must be able to fight with spears, clubs, knives, and even their bare hands. I see. I know I was the one that said it, but is the young master all right with this? Why, is something wrong? And no, nothing. Arlong wasn't the type to go easy on someone just because he was teaching the young master. Instead, he was determined to be harsh on Yihan, just as his master had been to him, and Yihan absorbed his teachings well. Other nobles would have complained and screamed, why must I do something so tiring? But Yihan was the opposite. People usually have to pay for this. This is nothing. Back when he was a graduate student, he didn't have the time or money to exercise. Now that he had a personal trainer known as Arlong, he wasn't about to complain. Also, whenever he got tired, servants would run over with refreshments and potions. Young master, I'm sure you're curious by now as to why I'm not teaching you how to use aura like the other knights. But I'm not. Can a beginner like me really learn such an incredible skill? If the aim isn't to learn how to manipulate aura, why is the young master trying to learn swordsmanship? Arlong asked as he stared at Yihan incredulously. Mages weren't the only ones capable of handling mana. A swordsman that trained their entire life would be able to coat their sword with condensed mana, and this was referred to as aura. Since aura appeared cool and fancy, descendants of nobility would often dabble with swordsmanship in the hopes of acquiring it, including those that were from households that produced mages. Hence, Arlong misunderstood Yihan's intentions when he said he wished to learn how to swing a sword. Ah, the young master wishes to learn aura. Unfortunately, he's bound to be disappointed. Arlong was a strict knight, and rather than telling Yihan the truth from the beginning, he decided to let the young man give up on his own accord. Yet Yihan was diligent in his training, and as he was satisfied with the young man's effort, Arlong decided to tell him the truth only to find out that Yihan had no interest in learning aura. I just want to train my body so that I can defend myself when I need to. Arlong gazed at Yihan in awe as the young man showed a level of maturity that one wouldn't expect from a child. This was when he realized for the first time that Yihan was trying to learn swordsmanship in earnest. Young master, truth be told, you'll be able to learn aura one day as well. As I said, I'm not interested in learning aura. I'm planning on becoming. It's just that aura isn't something one can learn after swinging their sword for a year or two. Nevertheless, as long as the young master doesn't give up and trains using the method that I taught, you'll be able to master it one day. I just want to be strong enough to protect myself. I'm planning on working in an office. Anyhow, Yihan kept practicing the sword under Arlong's instructions, not because he wished to become a swordmaster, but because he thought there was no harm in training his body. And his effort was finally paying off. I think that did some damage. Yihan was surprised by what he had achieved. He had carefully observed the boar and swung his staff the moment it charged toward them. This itself wasn't particularly surprising. After all, he had learned to do this while being beaten up by Arlong, and as the academy's staff was extremely sturdy, it worked well as a club. However, as he swung, he felt something he had never experienced while swinging his sword. Is this because I've started learning magic? He even wondered if today was the one day that Arlong had previously mentioned as he experienced the feeling of mana being attracted to his weapon. In reality, it was still a far cry from the actual aura, as that required him to concentrate and condense mana even further. However, that was enough for now. As his attack contained some degree of mana, the blow was much more destructive than he had imagined. Krrrrk. The vicious-looking boar that had been growling at them faltered before falling sideways to the ground. Nilia, who had been watching everything unfold, stared at Yihan in shock. What just happened? Did he use some sort of a spell? The world of magic was vast, and there were obviously spells that allowed people to strengthen their muscles or move at extreme speeds. However, they weren't something a freshman that had just entered the academy could use. You defeated it. I think so. Yihan lowered his staff and checked to see if the mutant boar was still breathing. Fortunately, it wasn't. Yaner stood up while being supported by Yihan. Our class is meant to be like this, she asked, finding this situation absurd. I had my suspicion the moment we met our principal. Even if the secrets to alchemy involved venturing deep into nature, it was ridiculous that they were being sent to places with monsters despite not knowing a single spell. Though what they encountered was technically a boar, it had the strength to easily crush a grown tree. Should I drop alchemy? Yihan was seriously starting to weigh his options. Assuming every professor in the academy was clinically insane, the likelihood of death seemed lower for lectures conducted inside a classroom. He had decided to take this class because he thought it would be a breeze. However, based on their previous encounter, he suspected things would only get worse from now. In the future, he might even make us go deeper into the forest to gather salivas from trolls. Why, yeah. Yaner frowned when she heard what he said. Though she wished to start an alchemy workshop, she didn't want to die while doing so. Wait, you guys aren't planning on dropping out over something like this, right? Nilia asked in a panic. The friendship between them was flimsy at best, but they were still friends that she had made through much effort. If the two quit, she would once again be left alone and be forced to take alchemy by herself. I mean, come on. You two are from the Blue Dragons, right? Then you must have your pride as nobles. I don't. I also think we should pursue realistic goals rather than cling to our pride. Nilia became upset when she heard their responses. Fine, do whatever you want. Why are you so upset? Yeah, we didn't say we'd quit for sure. Really, just as Nilia turned her head to face them, they heard a familiar sound nearby. It's another one. Maybe we should quit after all. The trio rushed toward the direction of the sound and chanced upon another one of the mutant boars. Now that they knew the mountains contained more than one of these mutant boars, Yihan made up his mind. Yup, I'm quitting. Hey, I don't think we should be arguing over that matter right now, Yaner said as she pointed down. The boar wasn't alone and was facing some unlucky students of the academy. There are 6 of them. With one of them being Adenart, the royal princess, they seemed to be in a better situation than Yihan and his team when they had to face the mutant boar. I don't think they'll have any trouble handling the boar. Yaner looked at Yihan for a second before looking back down and then returned to staring at Yihan once more. You think so? We should just leave them alone, Nilia grumbled. She didn't seem too fond of Adenart and her lackeys. In her eyes, Adenart was an arrogant princess, and the flies around her were there just to flatter her. I'll be its opponent. One of the 6 in the group stepped forward. Yihan recognized the student as someone from their dorm. Who is he? However, he had no idea who it was as he wasn't familiar with the Empire's younger generation of nobility. The Sand Dargard. Ah, the Dargard family. How come you know about the family but not its descendants? Yaner asked in wonder. The Dargard family. While the Wardenaz family served as the advisor of the emperor throughout generations, the Dargard family was largely responsible for the empire's finances. Their family was well known for being quick and efficient with their work. If he's someone from the Dargard family, he should have some skills. Yeah, unlike Gaynando, he should be quite capable. Nilia tilted her head in confusion. Are they dissing the prince? Asan had a tall but slim figure. Nevertheless, from the way he wielded his staff, he seemed quite competent. In fact, as someone familiar with swordsmanship, Yihan was confident that Asan had learned swordsmanship as well. He knows how to wield a sword. I see, then I guess we don't have to worry about him, Yaner said in relief. She didn't want to see the 6 people below them getting injured. Asan aimed his staff at the boar. I've already seen through your movements, saying that he took a step forward. I can easily predict how a pig like you would behave, and then another step. Yihan was surprised as the distance between each of his steps was uniform. Is he a human calculator? Just as there were many types of magic, there were many styles of swordsmanship in the Empire. Some emphasized strength and destructive power, others valued speed, and still, others stressed having a variety of forms. Yihan knew which category Asan's swordsmanship belonged to, remembering what Arlong had told him in the past. A style of swordsmanship that is complex and calculative in nature, with each step placing the swordsman at the center of a geometric formation. Oh, that sounds interesting. Can I learn it? Pardon, did young master just call it interesting? It's absolute lunacy. He didn't get the chance to learn it as Arlong himself wasn't familiar with this style of swordsmanship, but now that he was seeing it firsthand, his evaluation was that it was thorough and methodical. Provoked by Asan's footwork, the boar grunted and charged at him, enraged. Asan sidestepped like a matador in a bullfight before swiftly stabbing the boar with his staff. Ha! Boom. And with that, Asan was blown away. The boar had come to an abrupt stop and had thrown its body in his direction. He hadn't been hit by a charge in the traditional sense, but the damage dealt to him was considerable as Asan tumbled and rolled on the ground several times. It saw through my calculations. So he's merely well-trained, Yihan mumbled. It was apparent that Asan wasn't experienced in fighting real battles. His posture was good because of constant practice, but his predictions had been off while fighting the boar. Let's help them out. Nilia was surprised to hear this from Yihan as she didn't think he'd step forward in this kind of situation. Is this what it means to be noble? Unlike those that was all talk and no bite, he had willingly placed himself in a dangerous situation for the sake of others, just like nobles that appeared in fairy tales. Nilia was ever so slightly moved by his actions. If I save them now, I can ask for their help in future classes, be it for tests or assignments, not to mention the connections the princess must have. Nilia's goodwill evaporated in an instant. What a fake! Adnart waved the others back. Her message was clear, and the remaining 4 students quickly hid behind her. Not that hiding behind me would make much of a difference. Though she had been the one to give the command, she still felt slightly sad and isolated. Nevertheless, she simply regarded this situation as another problem she had to solve. Just as she had perfectly cleared all the obstacles in her way until now, she was determined to deal with the boar in the perfect manner. Analyze its movements, and when it charges, bam. Along with this sound, the boar was abruptly blown to the side. Yihan, who had snuck up behind the boar, appeared while letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, luckily it didn't notice me. Have you now learned the importance of moving in the opposite direction of the wind? Yeah, the wisdom that comes with hunting is amazing. Maybe you'll learn more of such wisdom by continuing to take alchemy. Yihan's mind was already set. No to alchemy. Imaste cooped up inside a classroom. Adnart remained frozen in place for a second, but soon recovered and bowed her head. Wasn't much, Your Highness. Nilia, who had been listening to their exchange, whispered to him. Why are you using honorifics? Deno was swept away by her mannerism. They were all the same age, and as the Academy advocated equality, there was no need for him to be polite and use honorifics, but with the princess speaking so politely, he had subconsciously responded in kind. Right, may I request something of you in return for my help? Adnart nodded. Please recommend me some classes that give easy grades. He figured someone as popular as the princess would have a lot of information in hand. However, Adnart felt slightly lost when she heard his request. What is this young mage from the Wardenaz family saying? I doubt he's trying to take things easy, so then what is he asking for? I know a class that gives good grades. From behind them, they heard the cheery voice of a certain dwarf, and Yihan suddenly felt shivers run down his spine as he was reminded of a professor whom he had met in graduate school. Z-Dog. Uriger, the dwarf professor, had grabbed onto his sleeve just as he was about to make a run for it. It's the alchemy class, Wardenaz, he said with a grin. Is that so? Yihan didn't let his emotion show. After all, he was a hardened veteran when it came to dealing with crazy professors. Perhaps it is as you say, and I'll be able to get a good grade in alchemy as long as I'm passionate about it. But I'm not coming back to this class ever again after today. Right, the professor seemed smug when he heard this. Then you should just take this course. But there are other classes that I want to check out. There's no need for that. None of them will be better than mine. Still, I'd like to. No, you must take this course. Yihan was starting to feel uneasy as he noticed that the other students were staring at him with expressions of jealousy, as expected of a warden as. His talent must be impressive, this is pissing me off. Professor Uriger looked around their surrounding before making an announcement. Class ends here today. Unfortunately, none of the other groups appear to have clashed with the boars. Professor, were the boars you're doing? A student asked in disbelief. What they encountered were only boars in name, as they were essentially monsters. If they had been unlucky, they might have died after having their bones crushed and their innards gutted out. You thought I'd have you guys explore the forest just to collect some herbs. I wanted you to also experience the dangers that accompany it, Uriger said, as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. But that's. I see how it is, think about it. The professor must have prepared some safety measures in advance. I bet he was secretly following us. Oh. One student tried to make sense of what happened. When the others heard his theory, they began nodding. That would explain it, they thought. Why would I secretly follow you? Professor Dwarf stared at them, confused as to what they were talking about. I rushed over because one of you managed to take down the boar. What if something bad had happened? That would just mean you have no talent for alchemy. Yihan could almost hear the students cussing in their heads. This son of a, as alchemists, you must learn to handle unexpected situations, be it through capturing, hiding, fleeing, or dodging. Understood, Ironheads. Yes, sir, then we're the grass of cleansing unnecessary. Yaneer cautiously asked while raising her hand. Uriger seemed surprised. You found them? Yes, most unexpected. Didn't think you'd actually get your hands on them. You pass as well. Now come over here. You must also take this course. Yaneer, who was puzzled, also got dragged to his side. I didn't find them by myself. Nilia over there also helped. Is that so? You pass, come over here. Nilia fell victim next. She had no idea whether she was supposed to be happy or sad, and Wardenaz helped as well. Then you really must join our class. Yihan had half given up at this point. Running away was now impossible. I'm screwed. Even if he refused to take the class, nothing good would come of offending the professor. If he turned him down now, this dwarf might even show up in a different lecture to drag him back. I'll try my best to excel in this class. Learning alchemy has always been my dream after all. Lad, Uriger grinned, knowing what Yihan was up to. He seemed the most mature out of all the freshmen present at the scene. He was clearly uninterested in alchemy, yet the moment he realized he couldn't escape, he changed his tune. Children of nobility were usually terrible at hiding emotions because they never had to. Hence, it was interesting to see someone like Yihan who knew how to endure and be patient. Now, don't be too sad about it. There are perks to learning alchemy, Uriger said as if to console him. Getting a disciple was never easy. Much like how students evaluated their professors based on the quality of their lessons, the professors did the same with their students, and when a student they liked appeared, they would tightly hold on to them, just like what Uriger was doing. Nevertheless, if they were too forceful about it, the student might flee, which was why it was important to entice them with treats. Perks, you see, my hut is near the forest. Normally, I wouldn't let anyone near, but since you were able to take down the boar and find the herb, I'll bestow upon you the privilege to visit whenever you want. What sort of BS is this, the right to visit the professor's house? Is he talking about the right to clean, the right to throw away his trash, and the right to work as his slave? I should probably explain more in depth, Uriger hurriedly said, knowing what Yihan was thinking based on the glint in his eyes. Do you know what Ironheads desire most? A class that gives easy grades. You sure you're a Wardenaz? I mean, that would be nice too, but the answer is food. You guys look terrible enough now, but a week later, some of you will be ready to feast upon your fellow classmates. Uriger's words made some sense. 80 of the students here were used to leading comfortable lives without needing to worry about food. They would obviously have trouble adapting if they were suddenly thrown into an environment that only served hard bread and cold rice balls. But if you visit my hut, you'll have access to the meat and fish I catch, as well as the spices and vegetables I harvest from a secret location inside the forest. You catch my drift. It was then that Yihan understood what he meant. It was essentially a free buffet. Professor, lad, I'm starting to like you even more now. The professor-student duo firmly shook hands as they strengthened their bonds. The class soon ended, and the students left for their next lesson, some murmuring that they were never going to return. However, Yihan remained seated, making Yaneer and Nilia curious. Aren't you going to leave? I'll be dissecting the boar. Excellent attitude. Uriger was genuinely impressed. He had never seen a freshman adapt this quickly to the new environment. Professor, are you sure this is edible? It may look fierce, but the meat should be fine, I see. May I borrow some equipment so that I can dismantle and smoke it? Lad, you like alchemy that much? Yes, I really love alchemy. Yihan had decided to face reality and embrace alchemy. If what the professor said is true, I can't just sit back and wait. They had been given various hints up until now. From the moment they were admitted, the principal had told them to seek answers within the academy and that they would not be given anything, nor would they be allowed to leave the academy. In other words, the freshmen had to come up with their own way to gather food. To think an academy like this exists, you know what? I'm not even surprised anymore. This was an academy where people sometimes died without anyone knowing. Getting your own food wasn't too shocking compared to that. Yihan carried the boars one by one to a nearby river, as flowing water was preferable when draining blood and butchering meat. I'll help you. Yaner pulled up her sleeves as she said so. You sure? We'll have to deal with grosser materials in the future. This is nothing, but you'll give me some meat in exchange, right? Yihan thought he heard a growl from Yaner's stomach. Nilia, who was watching them from behind, was still reluctant. Are you really going to butcher them? Yeah, but why we're in the academy? Aren't you hungry? Fine, I'll help as well. Yihan had gone on hunts before with Arlong and had learned how to catch and butcher animals. Nilia, on the other hand, was a professional, and even Yaner wasn't an amateur as she had experience handling various materials. Here are the equipment. These should suffice. Uregger brought them the necessary equipment. He was staring at them with curious eyes, wondering what they'll do next. Yihan grabbed a knife and began to skin the boars. Suck. He's quite good. Nilia was honestly surprised. She didn't think a noble would be as proficient as her. The trio worked hard to skin the boars before moving on to butchering the meat and drying them on branches. Since the boars were huge, there was a lot of meat, and Yihan wasn't planning on throwing away the innards either. I'll turn them into sausages. Who knew how long this hellish freshman experience would continue? It was better to stock up on food when they could, planning on smoke drying the meat. Yeah, not bad, Uregger exclaimed. It wasn't a good idea to leave the meat unattended. Though it was chilly outside, they would rot after some time. By smoke drying the meat, they would last much longer, a piece of welcoming news to the freshmen. Professor, we'll be using this firewood. Hold on a second. Uregger panicked when he saw Yihan grab some of the firewood near the hut. Being what it was, the quality of the firewood was important when it came to smoke drying. Those are firewood made from precious apple trees. Yihan could tell if something was good from one look and had decided to use them. Though it felt like a waste, Uregger smacked his lips. Nilia, will this suffice? Yes, it's more than enough. Thick smoke began to rise up as the smell of meat permeated the air. There was sweat on the foreheads of the 3 students that had worked hard for the food. Growl. Yihan turned toward the source of the sound. It hadn't been from Yaner, neither had it been from Nilia. It had been from Professor Dwarf. Hungry, a little bit. Yihan stood up from his seat. If a professor was feeling peckish, it was a graduate student's duty to take care of his needs. Since there's so much meat, cooking some should be fine. Professor, can we have some bread and butter? Just don't take too much. Though he grumbled, there wasn't much he could say as he would be sharing the meal as well. Yihan took out a frying pan and a piece of meat. First, he seasoned the meat with salt and pepper before kneading it with his hands. What are you doing? Just some basic prep work. Uregger found Yihan's so-called prep work fascinating. What's wrong with just cooking it? Yihan didn't stop there. Using his knife, he made some cuts on the meat, wrapped oil around the surface of the frying pan, and finally placed the meat on top of it. The sound of meat being grilled was accompanied by a wonderful smell. Yihan also placed the vegetables he took from the hut on top of the meat. Why are you stopping? The meat hadn't fully been cooked yet. Seeing Yihan stop in his track for some reason, the professor panicked. Now I'm going to add some butter. You aren't doing this to show me that you have no talent in alchemy, right? The professor asked suspiciously. No matter what Yihan did, he had no intention of letting him go. Just wait and see. The meat was gradually cooked and the meal was soon prepared. It consisted of pork steak, grilled vegetables, as well as bread and butter taken from the hut. The bread wasn't fresh out of the oven, but it was much better than the black bread provided to the freshmen. Chomp chomp. Everyone suddenly became quiet as they gobbled down the meal, with Uregger eating the most ravenously. The dwarven professor took a slice of meat and placed it between some bread before taking a big bite. Afterward, he headed for his hut by himself and returned with a jar of jam. I'll share it with you, so don't stare at me like that. Eating sweet things was a great way to recover mentally and spiritually, and the jams that Uregger brought with him did just that. There were all sorts of jams, including strawberry jam, raspberry jam, and fig jam. The students that had a taste of them all fell into a state of bliss as if they were drunk. How pitiful. Professor Dwarf looked at the first years and felt sorry for them. As a professor working in the academy, he knew that the freshmen were having a tough time. Unlike their seniors, the freshmen weren't allowed to leave the campus. Eat to your heart's content. You never know when your next meal will be. Deliciously cooked meat, butter and jam to go along with the bread, a beautiful scenery consisting of a flowing river. The students were having a great time eating and drinking with their friends. While the first years were taking a break after having had their fill, Professor Uregger was starting to clean up. Wait, why am I missing a jar of jam? Sorry, Professor. He became speechless when he saw Yihan shamelessly take out the missing jar from underneath his cloak. The freshmen this time round are a different breed indeed. The mana-enhanced boars that they caught were much bigger than they initially thought. Even after smoke drying a large quantity of meat and stuffing themselves with as much food as possible, there was still a lot left over. Professor Uregger had even taken several chunks of meat to store inside his hut. What should we do with all these, Professor? Is there a way we can store this? Asked Yihan. Uregger nodded in response. Of course, freeze it using ice magic. The students glared at the professor. They had failed to cast during Professor Troll's class. How were they supposed to suddenly use freezing spells? Anything else? Well, there is another method, and that is, ask for an ice spirit's help. FYI, I can use both. The freshmen exchanged looks. Shouldn't have asked this professor in the first place. Right, noticing the looks in their eyes, Uregger let out a dry cough. Sorry, but at your level, there's no way to preserve the meat. What if we ask for your help? That wouldn't be fair now, would it? Then would you two mind if I share some of the meat with the others? Nilia asked. They had caught the boars together, which was why she asked for permission from Yaner and Yihan. You can do whatever you want with your share. Yeah. There was a slight blush on Nilia's face as she was moved by the two's generosity. She wasn't close yet with the other students in her tower. They were bound to be hungry by now, and gifting those students some meat would be a great way to become friends. There was a saying in the mountains that whoever shared food during troubled times would become great friends, which applied here as well. Feeling embarrassed, she suggested that the two do the same. Why don't you also share it with the students at your dorm, for money? That's a brilliant idea. Both Yihan and Yaner both liked the idea very much. However, Nilia quickly waved her hands. No, not for money, but for... She's right, students of the Blue Dragons should have deep pockets. There's nothing wrong with having them pay a little in exchange for some food. Yeah, we're essentially doing them a favor. Yaner fully agreed with what Yihan said. Other students of noble descent might label such behavior as disgraceful, but these two just happen to be the most materialistic people out of the bunch. Yihan's ideology was earn a shit ton and live a comfortable life, whereas Yaner's was every coin counts when building an alchemy workshop. Now that they had come to a consensus, they shook hands. Nilia, who was the only normal person in their group, was bewildered when she saw this. You really plan on selling food to your friends? Wanna join in? No, Nilia stomped her feet in frustration. That's not right. Nilia, think about it. Won't their pride be hurt if we just hand them food? Exactly, we're doing this for them. When they brought up the matter of a noble's pride, it sounded somewhat convincing, but Nilia wasn't one to be tricked that easily. Well, I'm going to hand them out for free. Do whatever you want, but know this, Nilia, you might regret it in the future. Yeah, friendships don't last forever, but money will never betray you. But would they really consider you two as friends? Who knows? All we're saying is that money. No, I don't want to hear this anymore. Uregger, who had been sipping on coffee while sitting comfortably on a chair that was in front of his hut, shook his head when he saw this interaction. These three are bound to cause trouble if they're together. Since the academy recruited freshmen from all over the empire, all sorts of students were gathered there. The three students in front of him were diamonds in the rough, with both talent and passion. However, he could clearly see the word troublemakers written on their faces. The Tower of the Prideful Blue Dragons. The dormitory was located quite a distance away from the academy's main building, and the moment students came out through the front gate, they would be greeted by a refreshing breeze from the lush forest around them, and the expressions on their malnourished faces would become soft, if only for a short while. However, things were a bit different that day. FZZZ, FZZZ. They were instead greeted by the sound and smell of meat sizzling. Hey there, have you eaten yet? It's a wonderful night, isn't it? The students that came out were confused to see a tall boy and a red-haired girl waving their hands at them. They were the descendants of Wardenaz and Macon, and they each held tongs in one of their hands. Tadak, tadak. A makeshift grill had been prepared by starting a fire and placing an iron plate on top of it. When Yihan added more firewood to the grill, the sizzling became even louder. The smell and sound coming from the grill were unbearable, and soon enough, someone's stomach growled. Gulp. Come grab a bite, these are for you guys. See, can we really? Someone shouted, their eyes almost popping out. Though they came from noble families, they were still children in the end, and the allure of a barbecue party was something these famished students could not endure. Yeah, but you have to pay us 1 silver coin each. As in 1 imperial silver coin. Outside the academy, they could eat as much meat as they wanted with 2 or 3 copper coins. However, things were different here. Even if the price was inflated to 3 times the norm, no one was there to compete with them. 1. That cheap, haha. You think we're trying to do business here. We're just collecting these fees so you won't feel uncomfortable while eating. Yup. Yaner and Yihan said this while smiling kindly to their peers, almost making the latter cry. Those that come from powerful families are different after all, to think they're so kind. While the others were busy trying to feed themselves, these two were actively trying to help their friends, even preparing a grill for them. Wardenaz, Macon, now, if you don't hurry, the meat's going to burn. Eat up. Wait, but I haven't brought any money with me. Neither have I. The students of the Blue Dragons felt troubled. They had entered the academy with nothing but their clothes, which meant they didn't have any money with them. Yihan took out a paper and quill, saying they didn't have to worry. Just write down your name and the amount you owe before signing. Instead of going through the trouble of paying every time, you can just pay it all at once in the future. That's brilliant. You're a genius, Wardenaz. I never thought of such a convenient method. SSSSK, SSSSK. The hungry students were not in the right state of mind, and they eagerly ran to the grill after signing their names. Gobble, gobble, chomp, chomp. Yihen smirked as he quietly rolled up the paper and put it in his breast pocket. Business is blooming. Some might think it's not worth going this far for chump change. However, it was best to earn while he could, not to mention a silver coin was anything but chump change. Money didn't grow from trees after all. If the ban on freshmen leaving the campus stayed for a long time, he would no doubt be able to earn a handsome sum. Parlik, why are you forcing yourself to eat those cold rice balls? You add some oil to the plate and stir-fry the rice along with the meat. Voila. Why, you're a prodigy, Wardenaz. It's a life hack, he said while tapping the student's shoulder. He was willing to provide such services as he had received a silver coin. The students gobbled up the meal voraciously as if they feared others would take it away from them. If they had to pick a student representative for the first years right now, they would no doubt nominate Yihan for the job. Wardenaz, 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 Macon. Macon, Macon, the nobles chanted while chewing their food. The chant was loud enough to attract the attention of Gaynando, who came out of the dormitory looking befuddled. What's going on here? Oh, Gaynando, wanna have some meat? Meat? For real? Gaynando lunged at the offer. The explanation could wait. Tack. However, he was stopped by Yihan, who grabbed his shoulder. Where are you stopping me? Pay up, it's a silver coin. We have to pay. I wouldn't want to hurt your pride. You're right, but I don't have any money right now. Worry not, just sign your name after writing down the amount here. Yihan, Gaynando was touched. Such generosity, true friendship had blossomed inside the academy. The unannounced barbecue party had somewhat brought color back to the cheeks of the students that belonged to the Blue Dragons. However, that didn't make certain classes any less boring. It was a mandatory course that made the students frown. Ethics, why would we need to learn that? They should just teach it to the commoners. Honorable nobles such as ourselves have no need for such teachings. Yeah, who do they think we are? They really have a way with words even when complaining, Yihan thought to himself. Fortunately, the classroom only had students from the Blue Dragons. If students from the other towers heard what they said, a brawl would have occurred by now. What's surprising was that there was no ill will behind what they said. In other words, what they said came from the bottom of their heart. Good morning, everyone. When they received the telepathy, everyone's expression became stiff, and it wasn't because of the magic itself. The voice that was transmitted directly to their brains sounded awfully familiar. You're joking. Hello, Ironheads. A giant skull appeared not from the door, but from the ceiling. It was Oz Gonidouts, the principal. Enjoying your time at the academy. I bet your hearts are pumping. After all, you've all lived sheltered lives, and this must be your first time trying to survive by yourself. Everyone remained silent. The Lick principal looked around for a second before voicing his surprise. Would you look at that? You've had something, haven't you? That was kind of quick. Thought it would take you guys at least a month. What does that mean? We were supposed to get our own food. Yeah, I told you to get whatever you need yourself. And this was what you meant by now. Why do we have to go through all this in the first place? Silence, umph, umph. The voice coming from the student who had his hand up immediately ceased. Satisfied, the Lick principal nodded, which caused an eerie rattling sound. I'm glad that you Ironheads figured it out quickly. No one was happy to be praised by Principal Skelly. Yihan could almost hear the mockery in his voice. Usually, the students from the Blue Dragons are the slowest on the uptake. However, this time around, the principal was being sincere in his praise. The academy welcomed new students every year, and those assigned to the Blue Dragons were always the slowest to adapt. The fastest were the students of the Black Tortoise. They were typically children of merchants, commoners, and beggars, so they adjusted really quickly to their new environment. Next up were the students of the White Tigers. Since their families were knights, they themselves were really well built and could endure the harsh conditions. In comparison, the students that belonged to the Blue Dragons were descendants of established nobles, which meant they had grown up sheltered. It was no wonder they were slowest to adapt. The principal honestly didn't expect them to find something to eat in just a few days. In fact, it was somewhat commendable. Was he behind it? Principal Skelly's blue eyes landed on Yihan. As a grand mage, his intuition was never wrong. Even if it was, he would forcefully make it right. Fortunately, he had been right about Yihan, and his first impression had been dead on. Mana alone doesn't determine whether someone is fit to become a mage. He looked upon Yihan favorably not only because of how much mana he had. Of course, that did play a role in it, but something else about him had caught the principal's eyes. He didn't think someone so open-minded could be born from the Wardenaz family, which valued traditions greatly. To be open-minded and free of prejudice. That will be the light that guides a mage down their path, and that was what he wished to teach the students. The hard bread and the cold rice balls were also means to that end, though he did sort of enjoy watching them suffer. For some reason, it feels a bit cold in here. Yihan suddenly felt uneasy. It was spring, yet it was strangely chilly inside the room. Sir, we understand that we must find a way to keep ourselves fed if we wish to grow as mages. But why do we need to learn about ethics? As expected of someone from the Blue Dragons, only someone of noble birth would have the balls to speak up before Principal Skelly. The principal nodded his skull and responded in a kind voice. An excellent question. Why do we have to learn ethics? Try answering the question yourself. We have no clue, sir. It's because when graduates of the academy cause trouble outside, that blasted emperor would seek me out for an explanation. The freshmen covered their ears as Principal Skelly shouted at the top of his lungs. If your seniors didn't cause trouble outside, we wouldn't have had to conduct this class. Understood, IRONHEADS. Why ethics class, you ask? If one of His Majesty's clothes AIDS comes seeking an explanation, we need to at least show that we're making an effort not to cause trouble. Otherwise, all of you will be sent to the gallows. Is that enough of an answer, IRONHEADS? Why, yes, sir. The student who had asked the question repeatedly nodded his head, overwhelmed by the pressure the principal was giving off. Mages are troublemakers in the first place, and we never know when they're gonna go ballistic. And don't you dare lie to me that you're different. That will only piss me off even more. Later on, when you guys are allowed to leave the campus, you'll see how much trouble you cause. Now open your books to page 1 and read it out loud. I will not wield magic against the common people. Again, I will not wield magic against the common people. Will this really be effective? Yihan thought in his head. Won't this only exacerbate the issue? The students expected the class to be boring, and boy were they wrong. Ethics class was even more boring than they could have ever imagined. You've got to be kidding me, is this a mandatory course? My throat hurts. Through today's lesson, I hope a seed of kindness has sprouted inside each of you. Yeah. I can feel the effects already. And moving on, I will need 2 assistants for this class. Any volunteers? The principal asked this in a soft voice, which made it sound even eerier than it should have been. The student's eyes skittered about, trying not to get caught. The lick smirked. Are you sure none of you wants to volunteer? You'll regret it, you know. I'd like to volunteer myself. The one who raised his hand was Yihan. Principal Skelly felt dismayed that he couldn't continue watching students squirm about in discomfort. Ah, the ironhead from the Wardenaz family. Like working, do you? If I could be of assistance to the professor I deeply respect, wouldn't that be a great honor? Wardenaz. What a kind fellow you are. Yihan's actions deeply moved the students of the Blue Dragons. Yesterday, he had thrown a barbecue party for the starving students, and now he was stepping forward to take the bullet for the others. The Wardenaz family acted as one of the pillars of the empire. Truer words had never been said. Those empty words mean nothing to me. If anything, I find it annoying. But very well. Opportunities only present themselves to those that seek them. The principal knew what Yihan was thinking. Through Uregger's class, Yihan learned one thing: there were many benefits to helping a professor. Especially right now, when they weren't allowed to leave the academy's premises, it was best to get on the professor's good side, even if that meant sucking up to the lunatic known as Principal Skelly. I'll work myself to the bone, and hopefully get good grades. Yihan, why you crazy? Gaynando frantically asked in a hushed voice. The other students that heard this answered in his stead. Who knows what that principal would do to us if nobody volunteers? Wardenaz is trying to take one for the team. In that case I too must. After much hesitation, Gaynando tried to stand up. However, it was as if his legs were stuck. Move, legs, move. As someone noble, he had to stand up in this situation. He believed that was also what Yihan wanted. I must help out my pal, so the other Ironhead will be the brat from Dargard. Well, I guess they do know a thing or two about organizing documents. While Gaynando was still making up his mind, someone else had volunteered. Asan Dargard, the boy who was blown away by the board during the alchemy lesson. Yihan stared at Asan in wonder. He didn't expect Asan to volunteer for this task. Is he aiming for the same thing as me? Asan fixed his glasses by pushing them up ever so slightly. Wardenaz, if it's you, I'm sure you know why I volunteered. But I don't. Yihan was startled. How was he supposed to know what others were thinking? You don't. I'm trying to pay you back for your help last time. Asan was visibly upset. What other reason could there be? His face seemed to ask. Oh, I see. You know, you really didn't have to. Nonsense. A Dargard always pays back his debt. I'm happy that you two are getting along, but there's work for you to do. Here's a list of safety precautions. We need them for the next class, so copy them down by hand and distribute it to your friends. Asan didn't take the principal's orders kindly. Principal, sir, what is it? From my understanding, it would be faster if you just used a spell. Having us copy them down seems inefficient. I know, that's the point. Asan seemed ready to murder someone. Yihan was sure of it. Sorry, as much as I'd like to help. Yaner, Gaynando, and the other students exited the classroom while sounding apologetic. They wished to help, but Principal Skelly stopped them from doing so. 2 people's enough. Now scram. As a result, Yihan and Asan were left alone in the classroom to copy the notes. Unforgivable that darn principal making us do something this inefficient. He might really snap one of these days. Asan was moving his hand while muttering furiously. Seeing this, Yihan grew worried. Truth be told, he knew why the principal was making them do this. He's telling us to learn magic if we don't want to do menial labor. The principal's orders sounded crazy at first glance, but he knew there was a good reason behind them. The problem was that the principal expected too much from them. They couldn't even cast properly. How on earth were they supposed to use auto-writing spells? Is there not even a hint? Hanging on to the belief that the lick still had some conscience, he decided to look around the empty classroom. Wardenaz, what are you doing? Asan asked curiously. Yihan was rummaging through the things in the classroom. I'm seeing if there's anything we can take. Are you sure we're allowed to do that? No one said we can't, but that's stealing. Whose classroom do you think we're in? I guess stealing is okay sometimes. Asan stood up from his seat to help Yihan. It takes but a moment for a person to stray off the right path. Everyone that entered this academy ended up with a loose screw somewhere regardless of their status. Found anything good? Well, I found some papers. Might need those someday, so let's take them for now. Wait, there's a key here. Though he wasn't sure what the key was for, he decided to keep it for now. You know what it's for. Asan asked, no, but I might in the future. Right, makes sense. Asan was impressed by how level-headed he was. Tack. When they opened the last drawer, some mana flowed out of it, followed by a voice. If you've managed to open this drawer, it means you've stopped wasting away your wrist like idiots and decided to use that brain of yours. Hope it didn't take too much time. It was a stupid assignment to begin with, and the longer it took you to figure it out, the more pitiful your intelligence is. Here's the first circle spell. Go ahead and learn it, and make it quick, or else you'd have to hand copy a ton of things for the entire semester. This was the principal's hidden motive. The students were so moved that tears began welling up in there. Wardenaz, I don't understand. Why is he trying to teach us magic this way? There are so many better ways to go about doing it. Asan was about to explode in anger. He had envisioned learning magic under a kind instructor, yet here he was, being forced to learn it as a means of survival. What incarnation was this? Asan continued, his voice filled with passion. Wardenaz, I'm sure you'll agree with me. Let us go complain to the principal. If we show him how serious we are, he's sure to change his mind. Wardenaz, sorry, what? Yihan turned to look at him. He had been so focused on preparing to learn the spell that he had missed what Asan had said. Wardenaz, I mean we're here to learn magic, right? Asan was staring at him as if he was a traitor, so he instinctively tried to defend his actions. You're right, and think about it. Do you think the principal would budge just because we lodge a complaint? True. Asan accepted this reasoning. Even from his perspective, the chances of them successfully changing the lick's mind seemed close to none. We probably have a 95 chance of failure. Where did the 5 chance of success come from? Now that Asan was convinced, Yihan turned his attention to the piece of paper that had the instructions on how to use. To activate a spell, the caster's will was the most important, followed by chants and gestures. The following chant may prove helpful in casting, move, control. Move, I guess that would work. Yihan decided on a chant that suited him best before moving on to the gestures. He lightly swung his staff in a clockwise direction a few times, but each time he did so, the flow of his mana changed a little. Magic really is a difficult field to study. Yihan once again came to realize how difficult it was to learn magic. Even the simplest of spells required him to concentrate fully and practice. First, he had to focus and wish for a spell to activate. Then he had to pour more mana into the spell through chanting. Lastly, he had to direct the mana with his staff, making sure not to deviate from the course. It was as if he was on a unicycle, spinning planes on both hands while trying to maintain his balance. But Wardenaz, didn't Professor Kim tell us to not practice magic outside his class? We're just following the principal's orders. He's higher up the food chain. Right. Asan was once again convinced by Yihan's logic. Still, that didn't mean his mana capacity would suddenly increase. After around 4 tries, he faltered and slumped to the ground. Ugh, sorry Wardenaz, I'm suddenly feeling dizzy. Don't mind me and just take a rest. Yihan was focused on casting. Move. Psst. He felt mana being shot out from the tip of his staff and going straight for the quill. The quill quivered for a second after being hit by it. There's still some problem with my movement. Yihan's biggest weapon was his overwhelming quantity of mana. Others would have to take a break after casting a few spells, but he could continue practicing without breaking a sweat. Tack. Yihan placed a mirror in front of him before trying again, hoping to see the changes in his movement with his own eyes. Should I put less strength into it? Let's try it out. I think it's gotten a bit better. Next. Wardenaz, you all right? Asan, who had been laying down, asked while grunting. Yihan nodded. So this is what it means to be a Wardenaz. Ugh, I for one am feeling so dizzy right now. Move for a split second, Yihan felt his mind resonate with the quill as if he had grown a third hand and grabbed the quill with him. The quill, which had only been quivering until now, slowly rose in the air. Now, he had to concentrate on controlling it. Slowly, there's no need to rush. Pong, it was as if a firecracker had gone off. The quill shot forward like a dart and went out of the classroom through an open window. What was that? The quill just flew off. Amazing Wardenaz, you just succeeded in casting the spell. No, it's too early to call it a success. It was a first circle telekinesis spell, and it entailed delicate control of a small or light object. Yihan wasn't the most knowledgeable when it came to magic, but he was certain that the quill wasn't supposed to shoot out like that. There are two major obstacles in activating this spell. It didn't end with just casting the spell. He had to then focus on moving the object the way he wanted. He had succeeded in the first step, but had failed in the next. But it's all right. I've succeeded in casting the spell. Controlling the quill shouldn't be a challenge. Pong, 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 pong. Asan Dargard stared at Yihan in terror. A quill had embedded itself on a wall next to him. Wardenaz. Sorry about that. His earlier confidence had vanished. He was having a lot of trouble controlling the quill. The moment he thought of moving it, it would shoot out like an arrow. It was as if he was subconsciously doing it on purpose. Is it because of my mana? He looked back to what Professor Kim had told him. He'd been told that he would have some trouble with magic because he had much more mana than most people. Let's try it one more time. Click. Let's see if you guys have been hard at work. Rejoice, for I'll be doing the rest with my magic. The door opened, and in came Principal Skelly. Pong, the quill went straight for the principal's forehead. Wardenaz. At that moment, Yihan became Asan Dargard's hero. To think a freshman would dare attack the principal. Kick-ass. Surprisingly, Principal Skelly didn't lash out at them. Found it already, eh? You two are ironheads all right, but bright ones. Does that mean we won't have to do this meaningless task from now on? No, unless you learn to use the spell, you'll have to keep wasting your time like this. Asan glared at the principal, which the latter took great pleasure in. That was when Yihan carefully buted in. Respected and honorable principal, sir. I hear sweet flattery coming from somewhere. What is it? Is there any trick to controlling the objects? From what happened earlier, it seems you've managed to cast it. Having trouble controlling it? Yes, beginners tend to be like that. Is that so? Yihan was relieved. He thought it had something to do with his mana. Apparently, it was something all beginners experienced. Psych, ha 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 ha. Casting is the hard part. You usually get used to controlling the object after a try or two, making it shoot out like an arrow. Not easy. Sucks to suck, eh? Figure it out yourself. He's the principal. He's the principal. He's the principal. Yihan tried his best to keep his emotions under control, which was frustrating to see for the lick. Asan was truly like a child, losing his composure at the slightest provocation, which was always a pleasure to watch. This Wardenaz, on the other hand, was like an adult in a child's skin, showing incredible patience. But fret not, for magic is something you get better at the more you practice. Now, off you go to lunch. They had been forced to stay throughout the morning, and by the time they were allowed to leave, the others had gone off to their respective classes. Asan's mana had yet to recover fully, so he left for the ward. I should grab lunch. Lunch for the freshmen meant hard bread and cold rice balls, but Yihan had the meat that he had smoked dried before. Let's see if there's any fruit and vegetables outside. He wasn't sure in the beginning, but he was starting to think this was all part of the principal's plan. Students that could take a hint would have started searching for food by now. Wardenaz. Yihan turned around to look after being called out. Princess Adenart, with her long silver hair and ice-cold expression, was standing in the hallway. What can I do for you? Adenart simply pointed at a piece of paper in her hand. Right, he realized what she was here for. During alchemy class, he had helped her out, and in exchange, he had asked her for information as she had a much larger intelligence network. If I recall correctly, I asked her for a list of useful classes. Other than the mandatory courses, students at Einregard were allowed to choose what they wished to learn. However, for freshmen, finding a class that fit their needs perfectly was like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Since they weren't allowed to communicate with the second years, they had to get by exchanging information. The princess silently handed him the piece of paper. Thank you. Yihan was happily reading through the list when he abruptly stopped. Popular classes. The fact that alchemy was there made it exceedingly suspicious. That wasn't what he had been thinking of when he had asked for a list of good classes. He had asked for classes that gave good grades, not popular classes. Your Highness, what does it mean here by popular classes? There was a slight change in Adenart's expression, as if she was feeling confused and troubled. Yihan thought it was necessary to explain a bit more. Your Highness. What I asked for was a list of classes that give good grades, not classes that are popular. In fact, classes that are the least popular tend to give the best grades. Yihan wasn't so naive as to be swept away by what people deemed popular. Popular classes equal classes with lots of talented students, equal hard to get good grades. Not so popular classes equal less competition equal easy to get good grades. Of course, the princess wasn't of the same mind as him. Adenart stared at him in disbelief. She couldn't come to terms with the fact that he was actually looking for easy classes. Why would a wardeness behave this way? She wondered. For some reason, she felt disappointed. The wardeness she saw during alchemy seemed to be the noblest of them all, and yet. She took out another piece of paper that contained the list of classes that she wished to avoid. Unpopular classes, whoa. Yihan was amazed by the list. He could already tell how unpopular these classes were. First and foremost, swordsmanship. Not many people would think of learning how to swing a sword after entering a magic academy. Just focusing on magic was hard enough. Who in their right mind would waste their time on swordsmanship? It was the same case with stamina training. Nobody would want to squander precious time which could be used to practice magic. Mages were called frail for a reason. Wouldn't be popular in Einregard either. They were trying to learn magic to pursue the truth of this universe. It wasn't to get better at fighting. If they wished to improve at combat, they would just join a knight's guild or a swordsman's guild. Every student's motivation for attending Einregard was different. However, becoming the strongest in combat was probably not on anyone's list of goals. Magic was about learning, not about fighting, but who cares? Yihan wasn't the type to be shackled down by others' beliefs. Swordsmanship and stamina training were both things he was confident in. After all, he had been training those under Arlong long before he entered the academy. As for repetitive training in magic combat, there was no harm in learning how to fight with magic. It would give him another means to survive in dangerous situations, and the cherry on top was the grades he would receive. Adenart nodded indifferently. There was a mix of disappointment and disdain on her face, but Yihan was too focused on the list of classes to notice. Then until next time I bid you adieu. Yihan turned around and left swiftly. The princess was about to say something, but decided not to in the end and left after letting out a small sigh. Surviving as a mage in a magic academy, what a pity, and it really was. None of his friends from the dormitory had agreed to his unique ideology regarding classes. Why you plan on taking unpopular courses on purpose, but why? Is that what's required of someone noble? Sorry, I already have a class in that time period. For real, I'm not lying. Wardenaz, why are you trying to throw away your precious time? If I've learned anything at the Dargards, it's that. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do to change their minds. As the saying went, the path to greatness was a lonely one. They would only recognize his great foresight once midterms and finals rolled around. There was no such thing as a kind professor in any school. Students had to take many classes throughout the year, but the professors would always demand that they focus on theirs. They were absolutely ruthless and selfish in this regard. Hence, in order to excel in classes that they truly liked, they had to take some easy classes as well. It was all about knowing one's priorities and making the right decisions. This was a fundamental truth practiced in all schools. Is it here? After entering the gates of the academy's main building, he found the stairs that led downstairs. Was a class taught on B1. Feels uncanny as heck, he muttered. Large stairways could be found as soon as students entered the main building through the gate. The stairways were Gothic in design, neither overly luxurious nor unpleasant in terms of their outward appearance. Nevertheless, Yihan felt chills in his back when he looked at the stairs, probably because of the stories surrounding them. They say we shouldn't carelessly roam about inside a mage's tower. Everyone in the Empire knew about this, regardless of whether they were a mage or an ordinary citizen. You must not wander around in a mage's tower. It may seem normal from the outside, but all sorts of magic could be lying in wait inside. If someone went up the stairs, curious about the second floor, they may never be heard from again, lost within the labyrinth of the tower. While he was living in the estate, Yihan had read several fairy tales about children barely escaping from the towers of evil mages. Yihan, who was still adapting to the world at the time, had innocently asked, "Aren't these stories overly exaggerated?" "You're right, young master, thought so. I mean getting lost just by going up one flight of stairs." "Yeah, unless you're an expert, there's no escaping a mage's tower. Those children would have died from old age in real life." Yihan had been shocked to hear that disappearances were frequent on the second floor. Mage towers were shrouded in countless mysteries, making them terrifying places to visit. Einregard's main building was a fusion of numerous mage towers, and the danger level was unfathomable. As such, only a few freshmen dared to explore the academy's premises despite their burning desire to do so. They had been warned against doing so, either through their families or through rumors. Otherwise, if they carelessly looked around the building, they might be discovered as lifeless bodies a while later. Still, it's just a set of stairs. Yihan suppressed his fear and regained his composure. In reality, mage towers were really not as terrible as many people thought. After all, the students had no trouble navigating their dorms and the first floor. That was when he heard the familiar sound of bones rattling. Rattle, rattle. Oh, what is this? Trying to go down to the basement, planning on being discovered as a corpse tomorrow. Principal Skelly, who was passing by, gave Yehan a word of encouragement, which made him speechless. Most respected principal, it's an honor to meet you here. Yehan bowed his head deeply. The life of a graduate student involved smiling in front of a professor, even if he hated his guts. His bow had been perfectly in line with the etiquette required of nobles. Principal Skelly nodded contentedly. You're quite right. I'm planning on heading downstairs, and I was wondering if the honorable principal has any advice for me. There's none. If you're found dead tomorrow, I'll make sure to offer a flower. This son of a, as it turned out, the basement wasn't that big of a deal. There were classrooms on each side of a large hallway, and there weren't any undead or monsters in sight. Though it was slightly dark and chilly, Yehan blamed it on the location where the academy was built. Thank goodness. SSSSK. Two students brushed past him. This came as a great surprise to Yehan. Were these two also here to learn? As I thought, there are other like-minded people. It wasn't that strange either. Geniuses from all over the empire were gathered here. There had to be one or two that were on the same page as him. Although the competition had grown, he didn't mind it too much. Having two others isn't so bad. It would be kind of awkward to take the class alone anyway. Crap, it's not here. Hugh, we almost stepped into the wrong classroom. What do they teach here? It seems. A class like that exists. Who would even want to take that? I heard even the students from the White Tigers left, swearing as they went. If even they left, is it really a class fit for students? They rushed to another classroom as they talked. Hearing their conversation, Yehan started feeling uneasy. Creak. Inside the classroom, he saw three students that were already in their seats. However, it was apparent that they weren't as determined to take this course as he was, as there was fear, confusion, worry, and anxiety in their eyes. Their expression clearly conveyed the message, did I enter the wrong class? Class is about to start. Please take a seat. Yehan was startled. The professor had been sitting in the corner of the classroom, yet he had failed to notice his presence. Granted, the professor was sitting in a dimly lit corner, but it was still quite shocking. A vampire, perhaps, pale skin, sharp fangs, and a pair of gloomy eyes. Since there was someone like Professor Troll, it wouldn't be too out of the world to have a vampire serving as a professor. What? Yehan stared at the other students in disbelief. Had they not realized that the professor was sitting there the whole time? I'm Baladi Bagrak, and I'm in charge of teaching the basic repetitive training in magic combat course. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, sir. The students said in unison, Yehan included. Without bothering to take out his staff, Professor Baladi pointed at several marbles the size of a palm that was on a desk. These stones are made of soul star ores. Soul star ores. It was something even Yehan had heard about before. Isn't it an ore that's sensitive to mana? When the stars aligned themselves roughly in a particular orientation, they would emit a sacred force, and soul star ores were ores that changed under the influence of said force. Since they were sensitive to mana, they were often used to make devices for detection or barriers to keep out intruders. Each of you will take a marble and insert your mana. Although the students were still unclear as to what they were doing, they each grabbed a marble regardless. Everyone present was a freshman, and they hadn't even been in the academy for a month yet. Though they were talented individuals, they weren't confident as to whether they could properly insert their mana into the marbles. Kaya, however, despite their initial fear, the marbles slowly vibrated before rising into the air. Right now, the marbles have formed a connection with your conscience, the professor said without batting an eye. So they're artifacts. Yehan realized that the marbles were artifacts handcrafted by the professor, not merely toys carved out of soul star ores. Apparently, a well-made artifact can be sold at a high price. Artifacts were hot commodities everywhere, and mages that could craft them well were filthy rich, enough to sit on a mountain of money. This had obviously caught Yehan's attention, but the same couldn't be said the other way around. One of the marbles shot up to the ceiling, and it looked as if it would shoot past it. Fortunately, however, it stopped just before making contact. Professor Baladi's expression still remained the same. They began to wonder if the muscles on his face had ceased to function. Since the marbles are connected to your minds, you can obviously control them, but I've made sure that they won't wreck the classroom. That's good. However, the student was struck by the marble in the stomach when he said so. Crash. Though I've made sure that they won't wreck the classroom, the same can't be said for you guys. Be careful not to break the marbles. Normally, a professor should be saying be careful not to get hurt, and yet he was telling them to handle the marbles with care. Yehan could feel that this vampire professor was crazy in his own way as well. The other students, however, still desperately held on to a shred of hope as they awaited the professor's next instruction. What should we do next? After making them float, have them move in a circle. The students focused and had the marbles float up. Yehan also followed suit. They all tried their best to make the marbles move in a circular trajectory, and though it wasn't perfect, one of them managed to do it quite decently. I did it, the student shouted happily. Professor Balidi, on the other hand, wasn't impressed by it at all. That's not a circle. Do it again. Right, yes, sir. The students resumed drawing circles with the marbles. They drew another circle, and then another, 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 and then. Eventually, one of them cautiously asked the question that they had all been harboring. When do we stop? For the first time, there seemed to be a change in Professor Balidi's emotions. He looked at them with eyes that said, "What do you mean? You continue until your circles are perfect." "Professor, may I have a short bathroom break?" "Go, there's no need to ask." One of the students left. Another student quietly left after observing the situation for a while. Aside from Yihan, only one other student remained, and after much thought, he suddenly fell over. Yihan was blown away by this. Was he trying to leave by pretending he had fainted? He's surprisingly good. Yihan went over to help. However, the student's face was genuinely pale, and it didn't seem like he was acting. "You all right there?" "Professor, he seems to have exhausted his mana," Yihan explained. As Professor Garcia had said, beginners were terrible at keeping their mana reserve in check and would often keel over after wasting and using them up. That was exactly what happened with this student. "I see. What should we do?" "After he's rested for a while, tell him to continue drawing circles with the marble." He wasn't sure about the others, but Yihan was certain that this student would never return after today. "I might end up taking this class alone," and it really turned out that way. Yihan, who was left alone, asked a question just to confirm. "Professor, how are we graded in this class?" "First place will be given to the student with the highest grade, followed by those below them, as I thought." Yihan nodded his head and grabbed one of the marbles again. "I just have to draw circles, correct?" "Yes." Yihan had the marbles start going around in circles. The students that had left all thought it was stupid to waste time doing such useless activities, but Yihan thought otherwise. Excellent. He was guaranteed a good grade just by sitting in the classroom for the rest of the semester. This was the kind of class he had been looking for. It's not easy. Controlling the marble with his will took a considerable amount of effort. If he didn't pay attention, the marble would fly off, just as it did with the previous student who got struck in the stomach. It was a foreign feeling, as if he'd grown a third arm. Fortunately for Yihan, he didn't have to worry about running out of mana, and he was fine even as he continued to revolve the marble in a circle. Professor Balidi simply stared at him as he did so. "Is it because I'm not running out of mana?" Yihan was curious as to why he was being stared at. Even from his point of view, his circles looked sloppy, so it likely wasn't because he was drawing them quickly or well. Instead, the professor was probably curious as to why he wasn't getting tired at all this time. "Oh, never mind. It's because I'm the only one in the classroom." He soon realized that the professor was staring at him blankly. If he found Yihan's mana capacity fascinating, he would have simply asked about it. Hence, the only explanation was that there was nothing else to look at inside the room. Yihan decided not to be bothered by the professor's stare and continued to focus on moving the marble. Having said that, he still couldn't understand the point of this exercise. "Whatever, I'll get my grades as long as I keep moving it around." A magical marble that would grant him his desired grade simply by rolling it around. When he thought of it that way, he felt the motivation to continue. Yihan was extremely used to following ridiculous instructions from professors. Interesting. Though he wasn't letting it show on his face, Professor Balidi found this entire situation fascinating, an emotion he hadn't felt for a long time. And it was all because of the student in front of him. Every year, students would come in droves only to leave like water during a low tide. Hence, he had 0 students to teach last year. However, Professor Balidi didn't care in the least. His contract with Principal Oz Ganedout stated that he had to teach every year. Nowhere did it state that he had to have a certain number of students. True to his words, Professor Balidi always sat at the front of the classroom with his marbles when it came time for his class, only standing up to leave when the class time was over. He did this even when the classroom was empty. Nobody understood why he even bothered, but he always abided by this rule. This had been the case for the longest time, but this routine had been broken by a freshman that joined the class today. He was a handsome young man with masculine features reminiscent of sculptures, and one look was all it took to know that he was a student from the Blue Dragons. From the way he spoke and carried himself, he was probably a descendant of some powerful family in the Empire. And yet he continued to move the marble in circles without uttering a word of complaint. Even the students of the Black Tortoise that had the lowest status would leave the class saying, "Who the fuck has time for this?" So it was a weird thing to see someone from the Blue Dragons behaving so well and focusing on his task. Furthermore, the student didn't seem tired at all as he continued to move the marble, which told the professor that he was born with a lot of mana. If Balidi had been at all close with the other professors, he would have known through a conversation with Professor Troll that Yihan was blessed with abundant mana. However, he didn't see the need to be friendly with his colleagues. After all, that wasn't part of his contract with the principal. Hence, he only knew that Yihan had more mana than his peers. As to exactly how much more, he was still in the dark. I hope he stays. For the first time, Professor Baladi wished for a student to continue taking his class. If he did, he could also move on to the next content, which would also be a first. I'm telling you it's a great class. Yihan couldn't be more serious as he said so. Normally, he'd never be so kind to others, but he was willing to make an exception for Yaner and Gaynando. Yaner could become his colleague later on, whereas Gaynando had a rich mother that might give him friendship fees in the future. It was never a bad idea to be close to someone from a rich family. I don't think anyone else is planning on joining. In other words, you're guaranteed to get an A+ just by sitting in the classroom. Yaner's face said it all. She was trying to think of the best way to reject the offer. Nobody else was taking the class, and for good reasons too, but she felt sorry for Yihan who was desperately recommending it to them. But hey, if you don't want to, that's your choice, Yihan said. He had no intention of forcing them to take the class with him. He was simply trying to be a good friend by telling them about a class that they could cheese through. Can you tell a bit more? Gaynando, on the other hand, seemed somewhat interested. What do they teach there? There's this marble which is an artifact that the professor created, and by injecting mana into it, it floats in the air. Oh ho, and then, we practice and make it go around in circles. I see, and then, that's it. Yaner and Gaynando stared at Yihan, tongue-tied. Why, you sure that it's being taught by a real professor? Who cares if he's real or not? What's important is that I get my grades. Yaner was impressed by his attitude. I doubt there's anyone as pragmatic and practical as I am in this group of students. This was what she truly believed when she first entered the academy. Since the members of the Blue Dragons hailed from rich and powerful families, they were often very opinionated and refused to take in new ideas. That was also the impression that she got from most of the students she interacted with. However, after talking with Yihan, she realized that she was a frog in the well. This man from the Wardenaz family took practicality to a whole new level, a level she couldn't even fathom. Well, since neither of you is interested, I won't say anything else. I'll be taking next, F for real, Wardenaz, that's a bit. They tried their best to stop Yihan, but he couldn't be convinced. Other than the mandatory courses, he was determined to take the classes he chose. After all, that was the rule of Einregard. Are we really supposed to leave him alone? Gaynando even considered running to the principal for counsel. There were a lot more students in as compared to. In fact, over a dozen students were waiting for the professor in a courtyard located south of the academy's main building. There are more students than I expected. Yihan quickly realized the reason why. The students gathered there were from the White Tigers. Though they came to the academy to learn magic, they were originally from a knight's family. Naturally, they were familiar with the methods of wielding a sword and were much more serious about it compared to the others. People of the other towers wouldn't continue dabbling in swordsmanship at the academy, but the same couldn't be said for the people of the White Tigers. I guess I was lucky with. Yihan felt slightly disappointed. However, not all classes were jackpots like where he could get first place in a class of 1, so this wasn't too bad either. Not to mention, he had trained in the way of the sword for a long time. Who's that? Isn't he someone from the Blue Dragons? The students of the White Tigers were likewise surprised by his presence and began whispering amongst themselves. They hadn't expected to see a student from the other towers here. I know who he is. He's the guy from the Wardenaz family. The Wardenaz family. Aren't they a famous family of mages? But why would someone from the Wardenaz family take this class? Maybe he learned a trick or two from being tutored at his estate and got confident with his skills. So he thinks lightly of swordsmanship. Most of the students present seemed hostile toward him. Though their skill levels differed, they all prided themselves on having seriously trained in the way of the sword. On the other hand, children of nobility often learned swordsmanship as a way of protecting themselves, meaning they only ever bothered to graze the surface. The White Tigers assumed Yihan wasn't taking the class seriously, hence their reaction. Yihan wasn't oblivious to their stares either. As if I care what they think. These teens were trying to pressure him into folding, but he wasn't silly enough to play along. Hey, eventually, one of the students was fed up with Yihan's silence and called him out. As expected of someone from a knight's family, the student that stepped forward was well built. He was also an orc, and his bulging muscles could easily be seen through the rags that had been given to them as uniforms. The orc approached Yihan and stared him in the eyes, a gesture Yihan gladly returned. As intimidating as the orc may seem, Yihan wasn't a greenhorn that was easily scared. Got something to say? Yes, you're Wardenaz from the Blue Dragons, correct. And what if I am? I think you've come to the wrong class. We're here to train in the swords. We're not here to flail about for appearance's sake. Seeing Yihan ignore his kind words, the orc frowned. It seems you still don't understand correctly. The swordsmanship we learn here is completely different from the random swinging that you nobles do at your estates. We'll be having spars here, and there's a real chance of being seriously injured. The students here don't go easy on their opponents. Yeah, I know, don't worry about it. I'll take care not to injure you too badly when the time comes. It took the orc a moment to realize what Yihan was implying, and when he did, his face became red in anger. It was then that someone gave a light cough. The professor had arrived. "Now, is everyone ready for class?" The professor's voice was soft, but his appearance betrayed their expectations. Elves were naturally gifted with beauty, but the students felt nothing but pressure seeing the professor's body that was filled with scars all the way from his face down. He had a prosthetic leg and arm, not to mention a scar over one of his eyes which led to the mismatched size of pupils. "I'm Professor Girdle, and I'll be responsible for teaching you students swordsmanship during this semester." The elven professor introduced himself while using his long sword as a cane. "Since you're willing to take swordsmanship class in Einregard, you've probably learned it before and wish to hone it further, or at the very least, make sure that you don't get rusty." Yihan felt slightly guilty upon hearing this. Of course, getting better with the sword would be great, but his main goal was to receive good grades. "As that's the case, I won't be teaching you from the beginning. Instead, you'll be focusing on honing the skills that you've learned." The young knights listened to the elven professor's speeches with twinkling eyes. Magic still felt foreign to them, and they were much more comfortable listening to a class about swordsmanship. Tap, tap. Yihan turned his head as he noticed someone tapping on his shoulders. It was an elf, just like Professor Girdle, but their image was the complete opposite. The student had short, blonde hair along with a beautiful androgynous face. "I bet he's popular with the ladies. What's up? You're the one from the Wardenaz family, right? I was wondering why someone from a family of magic would be interested in learning swordsmanship." The question was asked without any hint of ridicule or disdain. He seemed much more friendly and approachable than the rude orc from before. "With how few students there are in the class, I thought I'd be able to get a good grade. I'm from a family of mages, but my dream is to become a swordmaster." There wasn't any reason for Yihan to come up with a lie like that since they would get to know each other throughout the semester by trading blows anyway. This was also his way of telling the students of the White Tigers to relax. "I'll be dipping after getting my grade, so no need to worry, guys." However, the elven student seemed even more puzzled and confused than before, trying to determine whether Yihan was joking or not. I see. I'm from the Moradi family. You can refer to me by my family name." "Right. Nice to meet you, Moradi." They lightly shook hands. Though he was small, Moradi's hands were rough and calloused, indicating that he was indeed from a knight's family. The Moradi family, even he had heard of it several times before. It was a knight's family well known for being extremely strict, and the family was responsible for protecting the cold north, utilizing any means possible to achieve its goals. Or at least that was what he was told. "He doesn't fit that kind of image at all." Moradi looked curiously at Yihan. But then again, rumors surrounding families aren't always the most accurate. Compared to the orc from before who acted on impulse without any regard for the families that they represented, Moradi was much easier to talk to and work with. "I should try to get on good terms with him so that the others from the White Tigers lower their guard." The Blue Cliff style. That was the style of swordsmanship that Arlong had taught Yihan. As its name implied, the Blue Cliff style emphasized hardness and honesty. There are countless styles of swordsmanship in the world. There are fast ones, slow ones, sharp ones, dull ones, heavy ones, light ones, simple ones, and complicated ones. There's no need to learn them all, and I'm not skilled enough to teach them either. The style that I will be teaching is the one that I have trained in and the path that I've walked as a swordsman. If young Master Yihan continues to train in the sword diligently, I have no doubt that he will also discover his own path one day. Compared to Arlong, who had spent decades training in the sword, Yihan was only a beginner with a few years under his belt. Hence, he didn't truly understand what Arlong meant by his own path. Nevertheless, he had something that the other nobles lacked, and that was the tenacity to do what he was told. Even Arlong had been shocked by how diligently Yihan performed his tasks, and as a result, his foundation was exceedingly firm. Blue Cliff style, "It seems you have your basics down." Professor Girdle complimented him on his form. "Which family are you from? If I'm not wrong, the Blue Cliff styles is." "I'm from the Wardenaz family." It took a moment for the professor to react. Do the Wardenaz train in the Blue Cliff style? Recalling what the Wardenaz family was known for, the professor followed up with another question. "May I ask why you're interested in learning the sword? As a nobleman, swordsmanship is a basic part of our education." Girdle smiled bitterly. He wasn't wrong, but it wasn't an answer that the professor liked to hear. For a swordsman like himself, swinging a sword was a matter of life and death, yet nobles had the tendency to treat it lightly. Or at least that was what I thought in the beginning. However, the more I learned, the more I understood how profound it was, to the point where it felt comparable to magic. And that's what I wish to continue training in this class. Full points. Pardon? Nothing. Girdle waved his hand. He had accidentally voiced his thoughts, as the answer that Yihan had given was perfectly in line with his own beliefs. He couldn't believe that a member of the Wardenaz family would treat swordsmanship with so much sincerity. In fact, Yihan's attitude was much more commendable than some students of the White Tigers that were participating in the class just for the sake of appearance. Did it work? Yihan carefully observed the professor's expression. Despite how he looked, Professor Girdle was much nicer and easier to read than a certain crazy lick, and as someone that twalled under countless insane professors, it wasn't a difficult task for Yihan to grasp his pure heart. Yes, he was here for the grade, but even he wouldn't be bold enough to say that out loud in front of the professor. Excellent mindset. Since we have hardworking students like you, it's only fair that I put in some effort as well. I won't be going easy on you. Now ready your wooden sword. Yihan slightly regretted giving such a stellar answer. Professor Girdle then proceeded to beat the students to a pulp. The students had been caught off guard by his soft voice, but after getting hit a few times, they charged at him with clenched teeth. However, that only resulted in the professor beating the shit out of them once more. The hell, he's no joke. Yihan had much to improve, but he was skilled enough to tell how powerful his opponent was. Arlong was a strong swordsman, and the professor didn't fall short of him at all. While Arlong was as immovable as a boulder, Girdle was as swift as water in the river. What surprised Yihan the most was the fact that the professor could move like that in spite of his prosthetic arm and leg. The students tried their best to fight back with the sword that they had trained in for years, but it wasn't nearly enough to catch up to the professor's movements, and as a result, they were beaten black and blue. If you're training in the violent sword style, you should vary your movement. The point of dual wielding lies in its complexity and abstruseness. Just don't swing your swords thoughtlessly. The mountain moon style should be faster, sharper. Don't hesitate when you stab. Come at me with all you have. It was also impressive how he recognized each student's techniques. There were hundreds of styles of swordsmanship within the empire, simply counting the well-known ones, and the number would shoot up if one were to include those that were only passed down within families. Yet Professor Girdle knew the names of all of them. Let's take a break for a moment. Gov. Baz. The students fell to the ground panting and coughing. They didn't have the strength to even swear anymore. Yihan's muscles felt sore as well. Those that train in the blue cliff style should be like a boulder, never to be shaken by attacks. Professor, is that even possible when I'm facing someone like you? Now, let us continue. Try blocking this. And that, how about this? Girdle attacked through the gaps in his defense, some of which he had been oblivious to. It took everything he had to survive the onslaught. My answer had definitely been wrong. That was the conclusion he reached by the time they got to rest. Yihan could feel that the professor was more passionate and persistent when teaching him compared to the others. It might have been because of his swordsmanship, which emphasized defense, but his sixth sense said otherwise. He knew the consequences of getting caught up with the wrong professor through his time at, should I have remained quiet. I didn't think I'd get beaten up even more by getting on his good side. Warden as, yes, professor, let's have you spar for a moment. Yihan really regretted his answer now. He was about to become the professor's sandbag while the others rested. However, he soon realized that he hadn't been called out to face the professor. This over here is Daljiu from the Choi family. I want the two of you to have a spar. All the students, including Yihan, were surprised by this. Why them? Isn't this the guy that picked a fight with me earlier? Yihan stared at Daljiu with an unpleasant expression. The orc had picked a fight with him simply because he was from another dormitory, something that had gotten on Yihan's nerves. Not to mention, Daljiu clearly knew that he was from the Wardenaz family. Yihan could already tell that Daljiu would attack him with full power despite it being a spar. Understood, Professor. The orc glared at Yihan as if he was ready to kill. Yihan clicked his tongue. Would you look at this bastard? It was clear as day that he was planning on using this opportunity to thrash the student from the other dorm. Yihan wondered why the professor would choose Daljiu out of all the students present. The professor's not doing this on purpose, just because I'm the only one from another tower, right? I mean, he seemed to like my response earlier. Now that the situation was like this, Yihan prepared to engage Daljiu in combat. While the others at the estate fooled around and lived comfortably, he had trained under Arlong, getting beaten up along the way. It was all so that he could fight back in moments like this. Professor Girdle had called upon Yihan and Daljiu for a simple reason. It was because they were the strongest among everyone present. Swordsmanship wasn't something that could be learned through theories alone. Instead, it took countless practice and actual experience to learn its core techniques. At the hands of an amateur, a technique where a swordsman stabs their opponent's neck after pretending to go for the heart would be useless. Only idiots would fall for it. The same technique, however, would become deadly once the swordsman included feints and tricks leading up to the final blow. Mastering a technique meant knowing how to apply it in various ways, and once mastered, beating most mercenaries would become a walk in the park. After all, the majority of mercenaries swung their swords randomly, relying solely on their strength and instinct. Compared to them, Yihan and Daljiu had reached a level where they had an adequate amount of understanding of their techniques. Although very slight, they could even inject mana into their weapons. Considering their age, this was quite an accomplishment, even if one of them were from a knight's family. With their talent, they could become successful knights in the future. It must have been tough training to that extent while being in the wardenaz's estate. Leaving aside Dalju, who was from the Choi family, Ingerdal was impressed by Yihan's proficiency in the sword, especially considering that he was from a mage family. He claimed swordsmanship to be as deep and profound as magic. He must have truly felt that, hence his reason for joining this class. Ingerdal misunderstood that Yihan had dedicated his life to the sword. To train in it, he would have had to walk on eggshells in the wardenaz family. However, the reality was different. Nobody from the family tried to interfere with Yihan when he asked Arlong to teach him swordsmanship. The wardenaz family was a household where each member did their own thing without bothering others. Ingerdal, who didn't know this, thought Yihan was an unfortunate child that grew up in an oppressive family and admired his devotion to the way of the sword. Now that they had met, he had the responsibility to guide Yihan to the right path. The Choi family's Mountain Moon style is fast and sharp. On the other hand, Wardenaz has learned the Blue Cliff style, which is heavy and firm. They're the complete antithesis. By fighting it out, they'll be able to learn from each other. There's nothing as important to a swordsman as having a rival who can stand side by side with them. Ingerdal obviously knew that the students of the White Tigers had an unfavorable opinion of Yihan, who was an outsider to them. However, time would solve that issue. Once he beat them a couple of times, they'd forget all about it, and the animosity would be directed at him instead. Professor Ingerdal hoped that these two would have a positive influence on one another, and that the influence would spread to the other students as well. Chuaak. The fight began while he was having such thoughts, with Yihan kicking the ground and covering Daljiu's face in the dirt. He's good, Professor Ingerdal praised Yihan in his mind after seeing the latter kick up dust, covering Daljiu's face in the dirt. Achieve victory by hook or by crook. On the battlefield, there is only life or death. The same could not be said about nobles that cared about maintaining an image of elegance and grace, but for swordsmen risking their lives in battles, only results mattered. Hence, Yihan's action was praiseworthy and not disgraceful in the slightest. It was also worth noting that he had pulled it off in front of all his peers. They were still in their teenage years where passion often gave way to reason and pride was valued above all else. Not to mention nobles, even knights would hesitate to use such despicable means, and out of pride, they would hold back on using them. However, Yihan didn't hesitate for even a second before taking action despite his lineage being the noblest out of everyone present. It was a behavior that could only be seen by someone that understood the true nature of swordsmanship, and it reflected his will to sacrifice anything for his cause. Kuak, Dalju cried out loud at the ambush. He felt dizzy as dirt entered through his nose, eyes, and mouth. Damn it, what a dirty trick. He was angrier at himself for falling for the trick than at his opponent for using it. He had been told countless times before at his estate, while learning the sword, that he could be met with such attacks. Dalju had been under the impression that Yihan would fight fair and square as he was a noble from a distinguished family. I'll quickly put an end to this. Yihan stepped forward to attack Dalju while his balance was off. Although he had trained in the sword for quite a long time, the same could be said about Dalju. In fact, he might have put in even more effort than Yihan and undergone even harsher training. Just by looking at his form, Yihan could tell that Dalju wasn't an easy opponent, and if he had to fight him straight on, the result of the battle would be up in the air. Then what should he do in this situation? The answer was to create an opportunity that would secure his victory. Having said that, this strategy of kicking up dirt wasn't something that Arlong had come up with. Nevertheless, Professor Ingerdal, who was in the dark about all this, praised Arlong for his teachings. He must have learned that trick from his master. He must be one hell of a swordsman. Kukdemit. Dalju kicked the ground and performed a somersault in order to make space between himself and Yihan. However, his hurried movement lacked any semblance of elegance, and he ended up losing his balance, which resulted in him rolling on the ground. Yihan had not expected his opponent to go this far either. Why is he being so serious about this? I mean, I did cover him in dirt and all, but still. Since he was from a knight's family, Yihan had thought Dalju would find it beneath himself to roll on the ground like that. The others who were cheering for Dalju were shocked by this as well and fell silent. However, Professor Ingerdal alone clapped his hands. Excellent, young ones. Dalju removed the dirt on his face with his sleeves, but he was still a mess because of the earlier roll. His eyes, on the other hand, became sharper and fiercer than ever before. Yihan clicked his tongue, but I guess it wasn't for nothing. Blood should have rushed to Dalju's head by now. Not only did he get plastered by dirt in the face, but he had also been forced to roll on the ground. During a fight, the side that becomes angry would often make mistakes. When both sides were evenly matched, it all came down to psychological warfare. Kua, while letting out a shout, Dalju rushed toward him. What a brilliant fight. Professor Ingerdal was once again in awe. Previously, it had been because both students were willing to go to any lengths to win. Now it was because of their skills in wielding the sword. He knew that they were the most outstanding students among the freshmen, but he didn't expect them to be this skilled. First of all, when it came to Dalju from the Choi family, His mastery over the mountain moon style led to rhythmic attacks that were both quick and sharp. The jabs from his wooden sword shot forth toward Yihan, generating whistles as they cut through the air. Normally, there would be a bit of delay after stabbing and slashing, but Dalju managed to maintain his speed all the way through. This was only possible as he imbued mana into his sword. Blocking a jab was hard enough. Blocking a jab imbued with mana was an ordeal that most freshmen would be unable to endure. However, Yihan from the Wardenaz family wasn't an average Joe either. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Dalju became more and more agitated as his attacks continued. Each time he attacked, he had to throw his body forward and thrust his arm out to generate momentum, followed by a flurry of footsteps designed to prevent counterattacks. Though it was fast and powerful, it used up a lot of stamina, and Dalju was already feeling out of breath. On the other hand, his opponent was steady as a rock, using minimum movement to block and change the trajectory of the stabs. It was as if he could see through all the attacks. Damn it all, it felt like he was trying to stab a needle into a boulder. What demoralized him even more was the sight of his opponent dealing with the attacks effortlessly, something which should not have been possible even if his moves were being read. Are my attacks not strong enough? Why isn't he showing any signs of getting tired? Dalju felt tortured inside. However, unbeknownst to him, this sentiment was being shared by Yihan. He's gasping for air, but why isn't he stopping? The blue cliff style that he practiced was designed for heavy swords, with each swing carrying weight behind it. As Dalju was constantly moving about, it wasn't easy for Yihan to land a hit on him, and the only advantage he had over his opponent was his stamina. Not only had Dalju rolled on the ground, but he was also in an excited state, making his movements much more exaggerated, and more than anything. Yihan didn't get tired even as he constantly imbued mana into his sword. Ever since his first attempt at magic, he had been trying to grasp how much mana he had, and he was constantly surprised by it. I've been injecting mana into the sword for quite a while now. Why am I not getting tired? Nevertheless, he wasn't having an easy time either as Dalju's attacks were extremely ferocious. Each blow carried significant weight, and he could feel his back straining every time he blocked one. They were using wooden swords right now. If they were using real swords, his clothes would have been in tatters by now. At first glance, it would seem as if he was easily blocking the attacks, but in reality, he was paying a lot of attention to each of them. The first to crumble was Dalju. He had been holding his breath and enduring the screams coming from his muscles, but his will had been shaken by the sight of his unmoving opponent. This darned Wardenaz kept blocking his attacks without ever changing his expression, as if to say that it was the most natural thing in the world. The moment they exchanged glances, Dalju felt like he was dancing on the palm of his opponent, which was what broke the camel's back. Truly unfortunate, the professor thought. Dalju had been the first to give up, but Yihan had been nearing his limits as well, proving the power behind each of his blows. Had he known this, he might have managed to continue for another while, yet he ended up overestimating his opponent's abilities, leading to his downfall. It was a mistake that came with youth and inexperience. Furthermore, Yihan, being a descendant of the Wardenaz family, exuded a cold pressure unique to members of distinguished families. His handsome appearance, which was like a lifeless sculpture, was proving advantageous even in a duel. Thud. With Dalju's form crumbling, Yihan swung his sword, stopping just before his opponent's throat. Stop right there. Winner, Wardenaz. Professor Ingirtle's voice was soft but firm when he said this, indicating that he would not allow any further action. The students of the White Tigers let out a sigh of lament. Dalju, who was the strongest in their group, had been defeated. I refused to believe this. It must be because of that dirty trick in the beginning. But Dalju also rolled on the ground after that. So what? You blaming him? Is that it? And no, never mind. Professor Ingirtle ignored the murmurs of the students and opened his mouth to speak. These students showed us a brilliant fight today, but there's no guarantee that the winner today would remain the winner forever, and the same goes for the defeated. The winner must remember to remain modest, whereas the loser must strive to become stronger. Now, face each other and pay your respects. Yihan extended his hand while looking at his opponent, half expecting Dalju to glare at him, spit at him, or grab his hand extremely hard. Based on his behavior before the class, he had a nasty personality. Now that he had been defeated in what he took most pride in, who knew what he would do? If he tries to throw a punch, I'll first hit him with a low kick, followed by a counter. Yihan stared at his opponent with narrow eyes, readying himself. Granted, Professor Ingirtle was beside them keeping watch, but he had been taught in his previous schools as well as this one that professors weren't to be trusted. It was a good fight. I apologize for looking down on you earlier. You are more than qualified to take this class with us. Surprisingly, the orc gave him a sincere apology. At first, Yihan suspected that he was trying to lower his guard before striking, but there wasn't any sign of that. Well, in that case, I'm sure you were just looking out for me. Let's both forgive and forget. Dalju grasped his hand and nodded, giving Yihan a look of respect. Clap, clap, clap. The professor clapped at the beautiful scene painted before him. The other students, however, were still in a daze. Why aren't you all clapping? Sing. Professor Ingirdle put on a serious face and unsheathed his sword, prompting the students to clap furiously. Clap, 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 clap. We're going to let him go like this after such a humiliating defeat. We should go roughen him up, someone said coldly. The others from the White Tigers nodded. However, Daljiu shook his head. I lost because I lacked training. No, it's because he kicked up dirt. No, I would have still lost even without that. And if that had indeed caused me to lose, it just goes to show that I was lacking. The students were stirred after hearing his words. As the strongest in the dorm, his words carried authority. However, a student with blonde hair coldly refuted him. That's not our business. What's important is that you tarnish the reputation of our tower. Choi, you must bear responsibility. The voice belonged to Jijil of the Moradi family. Daljiu's expression hardened. The Moradi family commanded great authority among the families in the north, and even he couldn't ignore her words carelessly. And how am I supposed to do that? I lost because he was stronger. Easy. If you can't beat him alone, gang up on him. Before she even finished, 2 students stepped forward to stand beside Daljiu. Don't worry, Daljiu, we'll help you. 3 should do the trick. Don't you feel ashamed as a knight to gang up on one person? Daljiu raised his voice in an attempt to dissuade them. Jijil, however, laughed it off. Then you should have won. How can you say that after losing? The White Tigers were split into 2 factions, a faction that supported Moradi's idea and a faction that thought this was going too far, but the latter didn't speak up. I refuse, Daljiu said through clenched teeth. You're going to regret this. Jijil turned around, no longer bothering with him. The coward says he's out. You 3 go stomp on Wardenaz. Understood, Moradi. Leave it to us. Yihan was strong, but in a 3 against 1, the odds would be against him, especially since all 3 were also trained in swordsmanship. Daljiu made up his mind. For the sake of honor, he would stand on Yihan's side. Thud, how dare you, Wardenaz? You can come as well if you wish to die, Yihan said matter-of-factly. Seeing his figure, the remaining 2 students subconsciously took a step back. Daljiu, who had come to help, stared at the student on the ground in disbelief. What's going on here? The students of the White Tigers were pettier than expected. Yihan was about to return to his dorm after class ended, but he was unexpectedly blocked by 3 people from his class. Wardenaz, did you think we'd let you go in peace after winning in such a cowardly fashion? We'll make sure you crawl back and never return to this class. Yihan stared blankly at the orc and dwarf whom he had never met before. Still trying to understand what was happening, he tossed out a question. You do realize I'm from the Wardenaz family. Bringing up your background, how despicable. And you think fighting someone 3 to 1 isn't. Shut up. Though they were pretending to be tough, fear flashed past their eyes. They had apparently heard of the Wardenaz family's reputation as well. Knowing that, they still want to fight me 3 against 1 just for the sake of their dorm's pride. There's either something very wrong with their heads or there's someone behind them. In other words, they were either descendants of powerful families themselves, or someone from a powerful family was backing them. And it doesn't seem like the former, in which case these 3 are seriously dumb. It was very unlikely for the family backing them to offend the Wardenaz family over something so insignificant. Hence, these 3 would probably be cast aside once they were no longer useful. This was why it was never advised to interfere with matters between powerful households. But I doubt they'd listen even if I were to explain to them. Even if he tried to explain everything in a logical way, people like them that picked fights without thinking about the consequences would never listen. After all, their fists were right there, whereas their families were in distant locations. Who's behind you guys? Someone who's from a family more powerful than yours. The 3 students were so surprised that they almost fainted on the spot. How did Wardenaz know the power dynamic within the White Tigers? I told you to shut up, attack, surround him. Realizing that they would only be put in a worse position by continuing the conversation, the 3 students slowly began inching toward Yihan. I can't win if it's 3 against 1. Yihan was thinking rapidly in his head, remembering what Arlong told him. Fight if it's a 1-on-1. Fight if you must in a 2-on-1. Flee in a 3-on-1. If you're outnumbered 3 to 1, just bounce. Yihan was in agreement with this rule of thumb. All 3 of his opponents had been trained in the way of the sword by their families, so he would be at a disadvantage if they fought. The problem was they were blocking his path, and to escape, he had to get past them somehow. Right, an idea flashed in his mind, since they knew he was from the Wardenaz family that specialized in magic. Move, his opponents jolted when they heard him chant. Magic, they were still struggling with, the simplest of magic, and yet, I'll scare them with. Yihan's wasn't perfect as he couldn't properly move the objects as he intended to, but that didn't matter as long as his opponents didn't know this. Since they were still complete beginners in magic, his display of the spell was enough to intimidate the 3 students. Bang. Yihan's eyes were about to pop out. He only intended to levitate some pebbles nearby, using them to keep his enemies at bay. However, he had overestimated his command over the magic. Having them stop midair was more difficult than he expected, and the pebbles shot forward the moment he cast the spell, striking a student belonging to the satyr race in the forehead. Wardenaz, how dare you? The two students were astonished by the battle magic that they had never seen before. A spell that shoots forth rocks like arrows. To think Wardenaz would be capable of such spells already. You can come as well if you wish to die, Yihan said coldly. Now that things had turned out this way, he decided to pretend as if the attack had been intentional. You better move away. You may have your swords, but I have my magic. The two remaining students were having an internal struggle, deciding between their pride and fear. That was when Yihan decided to cast another spell. Move, dodge. The dwarven student jumped sideways, but a pebble tracked him like an arrow and struck him right in his stomach. Bang, bullshit. The dwarf fell forward, unable to breathe. Only the orc remained standing, and he was terrified by what just happened. The dwarf was hit even though he dodged, meaning Wardenaz had great control over his spells. Did I learn the wrong magic? Yihan was just as perplexed and shocked seeing the scene before him. He couldn't even have it levitate properly, and yet he could strike his enemies without even trying. How absurd was that? Stop. No more. I surrender. I'll move, so don't shoot. I don't want to die. I'm not going to kill you, idiot. Despite thinking so in his head, he maintained his calm expression. Remember that this is what it means to go against a Wardenaz. GRR. The orc clenched his teeth in frustration, but he wasn't brave enough to glare at Yihan. Dalju, who arrived a moment later, stared at Yihan in bewilderment. Are you here to fight as well? And no, he couldn't help but stutter after witnessing the result of the fight. You mean Gazel of the Moradi family incited this? No, it's Jijil. Right, Jijil, what a difficult name to pronounce. Anyway, that Jijil guy from the Moradi family's behind this. Dalju had told him everything, and he was honestly surprised by it. The atmosphere in the White Tigers was vastly different from that of the Blue Dragons. The members of the Blue Dragons were all from powerful families or members of the royal family, so there wasn't anyone taking command of them. Rather, they moved in small groups based on their connections. Princess Adenart, the most popular among the Blue Dragons, had several students following her, but she wasn't really in command of them either. On the other hand, Jijil Moradi was at the top of the food chain among the White Tigers. How does he look like this? Dalju picked up a branch that had fallen and drew an accurate portrait of Jijil's appearance. Yihan was shocked when he saw the drawing. It was the elf that had spoken to him in a friendly manner before the class started. I knew something was up. He was being so kind to me with that pretty face of his. Turns out he was hiding his wicked nature. Wardenaz, I agree that Moradi has a wicked heart, but I don't think that's got anything to do with appearance. And what do you mean pretty? Wait, you thought Jijil was a Whatever it was Dalju said next, Yihan didn't hear. He wasn't interested in whatever excuse Dalju had to defend that androgynous elf. But it's ironic. He had been planning on becoming close with the others through Jijil, who acted friendly with him. However, he ended up becoming friends with Dalju, who he initially had a conflict with. On the other hand, it was revealed that Jijil had plotted against him. Was he trying to feel me out? Yihan looked back to their conversation earlier. He didn't recall saying anything of importance that could be used against him. I'm here to chillax and get good grades. Though he had said something along that line, it was hardly a reason to target him using other students. In fact, hearing something like that should have lowered Jijil's guard. I don't understand. Why did Jijil target me? There are several reasons I can think of. The biggest reason is that you're a Wardenaz. Is there bad blood between the two families? Yihan was befuddled. Was there some unresolvable hatred between Wardenaz, a mage family, and Moradi, a knight's family? No, at least none that I know of. But by humiliating you, a renowned Wardenaz, his prestige and authority among the first years would rocket. Yihan immediately understood what he meant and became grave. In other words, he was being treated as an expensive trophy with a tag that said he was from the Wardenaz family. It's quite an unpleasant feeling. It could be considered childish in a way, but it didn't stop him from being pissed. Not all the freshmen followed Jijil's command. By proving that she's a charismatic leader, Jijil planned to make more students follow her. Does ordering his classmates to beat up someone from another tower prove his charisma? What are the night students thinking? Dalju looked down, feeling ashamed. He too felt complicit in this. Hey, I'm not talking about you. What are you feeling down for? If Yihan continued to excel the students of the White Tigers would become jealous of him, and Jijil would manipulate their emotions to make them follow her. Dalju then made a careful suggestion. You don't have to take this class. You can hone your sword during breaks. Dalju. You see, I'm planning on taking as well. Is that class also crawling with people from your tower? Wardenaz. I'm not trying to be rude. Beautisant, the Wardenaz family known for its mages. Just what are you? Dalju couldn't help but ask the question that had been plaguing him. Yihan split up with Dalju after that and fell into deep thought. What Dalju had suggested was the easiest solution to the problem. Avoid the classes that only the White Tigers partake in. As long as he kept avoiding them, Jijil won't be able to pick a fight with him. In his other classes, he would be moving with his friends from the Blue Dragons, so Jijil won't be able to target him. She also wouldn't have a reason to come after him if they weren't in the same class. However, he didn't plan on heeding this suggestion. First of all, though Daljiu didn't know this yet, he had selected these classes to get easy grades. Furthermore, how dare he use me for politics? He had his pride as well. He wasn't one to take this sort of provocation lying low, especially given the reason behind it. This was doubly true considering what he stood to lose. Bam! Yihan returned to his dorm and opened the door leading to the first-year students' resting lounge. There were some students already there, and they waved their hands at him when he entered. Guys, today I was targeted by the students from the White Tigers, simply because I'm from the Blue Dragons. There was a moment of silence. What he said was so absurd that it took them a moment to digest what they just heard. But the silence was broken by someone who flipped the table before him. Those lumps of metal did what? So they think we're that easy, huh? Students of the Blue Dragons reacted much more strongly than he thought they would. Assemble everyone. Tell them that the bastards of the White Tigers laid their hands on Wardenaz. If it was Gaynando, we would have stayed silent. But Wardenaz, now they've crossed a line. Are there any weapons? Find some. Let's go beat the shit out of them. Things began heating up, and Yihan tried to calm them down a bit. Wait, guys, I'm thankful that everyone thinks of me so fondly, but you're overreacting. There's no need. Don't stop us, Wardenaz. We have a debt that we have to repay. Yeah, there's no one here that didn't eat the meat you procured. Yihan felt slightly sorry seeing how thankful they were despite being completely scammed. And there's also the matter of our pride. Defeat the White Tigers. Crush the White Tigers. Maybe I've been underestimating these guys. Although the students of the Blue Dragons did look upon Yihan favorably and owed him a favor, they wouldn't become hot-headed like this over what happened to him. The reason they reacted so strongly was because of the animosity that originally existed between students of the Blue Dragons and the students of the White Tigers. Unlike members of the Blue Dragons, those at the White Tigers were all descendants of knights and had big, bulky frames. Normally, they reigned themselves despite their disdain for the knight students, but they couldn't hold themselves back after being provoked so openly. Even the students that had never interacted with Yihan previously were out for blood. Bring whatever you can use as a weapon. We're heading to the Tower of the White Tigers. Hold on a second. Asan of the Dargard family stopped the agitated students from leaving and climbed on top of one of the resting lounge's tables. Calm down, everyone. Hugh, finally someone with common sense. Yihan was glad that Asan had spoken up. It seemed not everyone had lost their reason. What is it, Dargard? Could it be that you're scared? They've spat on our honor. The other students became even more riled up than before. However, Asan calmly explained his reason for stopping them. Think about it. Those guys at the White Tigers have been trained to become knights. If we act rashly, there's a 95% chance of us tasting defeat. So what, we're going to let them walk all over us? Of course not. That's why we should form groups and lie in ambush, striking them in groups when they least expect it. Oh. Yihan let out a deep sigh. It was stupid of me to expect anything of you. Hold up, hold up. Yihan's shout overshadowed that of Asan's, and as the person who started all this, and people's attention turned to him when they heard his voice. Let me first make this clear. I'm not here to ask you to take revenge for me. This concerns my honor, and I'm not so weak that I would need others' help in taking my revenge. The students began whispering among themselves. Honor was something that students of nobility took very seriously, as they all represented their family and their family's honor. Now that Yihan had brought up his honor, they had nothing they could say against it. But Wardenaz, the bastards over at the White Tigers, are sly, crafty, dirty, and shameless. If you play fair with them, it won't be easy to get your revenge. One of the students started cursing the other party without rest, which was alarming to Yihan. Nevertheless, he collected himself and responded to the concern. Still, we're dignified individuals born in magnificent households. We shouldn't stoop to their level and dirty ourselves. That would be unbecoming of us. Yihan's speech was rather convincing. His daily actions, along with his unwavering confidence, gave strength to his arguments, and the students who had been upset until now began to sit down while nodding to themselves. Maybe Wardenaz is right. Those vile creatures, I bet they don't even know how honor is spelt. Now that they were showing signs of calming down, Yihan got to his main point, which was also the reason why he brought this up in the first place. Instead, I suggest we help each other whenever we see someone from this dorm getting targeted. After all, those cowards from the White Tigers might come at us in groups. Right, naturally. We'll stand by you, Wardenaz. Perfect. Inside, Yihan let out a sigh of relief. Now, if the students from the Whiter Tigers tried to pick a fight with him, he would be able to rally the students from his own tower. This would do for now. By the way, we're in the same class as them right? Yeah, let's humiliate those ignorant and barbaric brutes there. As if people like them that always roll in the mud and swing hunks of metal can ever learn magic properly. I've mastered that, will show them. You as well, me too. Let's cast the spell in front of them. Hee hee, I wonder how they'll react. I bet none of them have mastered it yet. Yeah, as nobles, we must use elegant methods to defeat them. Wait, Yihan's heart suddenly became heavy after listening to the conversations of the students who were sitting down. Am I the only one here that hasn't mastered the spell? The next day, Yaner entered the first year's resting lounge while stretching her arms, but was surprised to see Yihan in his seat, with bags under his eyes. Did something happen to you? At first, she thought it was because he hadn't eaten properly. Though the academy gave them meals, it only served to further fuel the students' hunger. That was why they looked half dead the day after they moved into their dorms. However, she remembered how Yihan had been the only one to adapt perfectly to his new environment. Not to mention, while the others were starving, he had smoke-dried some meat and taken some of Ureger's vegetables to give to his fellow classmates, though they came with a price. He didn't have trouble with food back then, and he certainly wouldn't have trouble with food now. Gaynando, on the other hand. I was practicing magic, but you're not allowed to. Professor Kim gave you permission back then, huh? Yeah, I heard the others already succeeded in casting, so I had to pull an all-nighter. Yaner cocked her head. This was her first time hearing about this. What do you mean, you am? That was when Gaynando walked in, yawning all the way. He took out a sausage that he had bought from Yihan the previous day from the shabby clothes he was wearing, which came with pockets. He treated the sausage like treasure and looked around to make sure no one would steal from him. Then he made a skewer out of it and placed it inside the fireplace. The sausage was slowly getting cooked, accompanied by a melodious sound. The meat from the boar was of high quality, and the smell that permeated the air stimulated his empty stomach. Hey. He didn't realize that Yihan and Yaner were watching him like some pitiful creature. He took out a potato from his other pocket. This too had been something he purchased from Yihan. Carefully, he placed it beneath the fireplace. Hey. Gaynando, nobody's going to steal from you, so just eat like a normal person, will you? Gaynando jumped up, realizing for the first time that Yihan and Yaner were there. When did you guys come in? We were watching as you cautiously skewered the sausage. D did not. Hey, the sausage is going to burn at this rate. You should take it out, my precious. Gaynando quickly took it out in a panic before staring at them with vigilant eyes. Gaynando, you really think Yaner and I are going to steal your sausage? See, course not. However, he didn't lower his guard. Giving up, Yihan turned to Yaner instead. It's quite serious. Everyone's getting hungry again. Gaynando hadn't turned crazy or anything. Everyone was having trouble getting food. The only saving grace was that Yihan brought back some food every once in a while from Ureger's hut. Otherwise, they would have been in an even worse position. The meat's going to run out by the end of the week. We might need to hunt again on the weekend. Will we be okay? We'll have Nilia accompany us. Yaner nodded at his words. Nilia, the dark elf, was a veteran huntress. She was indeed a reliable companion to have, though the person in question might scream, "Why me?" later on when she was notified of this decision. Professor Ureger's quite petty, Yihan complained. The professor was a rather stingy dwarf. He had told Yihan that he could have free access to the hut, but he acted miserly whenever Yihan tried to bring food back. He was okay with Yihan cooking and eating right there and there, but he would nag him about bringing anything back. Stop right there. That's the bread I baked to have in the evening. And when did you even hide a jar of jam in your pocket? You don't need it. Sir, I've tended your farm for you. It's just a jar of jam. You've had your fill. Why do you need more? You ransack the place every time you visit. Now that he has his guard up, smuggling food out won't be easy. I wonder if there'll be an opportunity to. Yaner gasped when she realized what she had been about to say. The academy was starting to influence her in a bad way. Garcia, also known as Professor Troll, gave a wry smile seeing the students enter the classroom. As someone that cared a lot about the students, he was quick to notice even the most minute changes. First, the first week at the academy was nearing its end, and the students were all in a hungry state. He didn't fully agree with the principal's ideology, but it was true that nothing was as effective at getting students to move as hunger. The hungry students would do everything in their power to acquire food. Good luck, everyone. Second, tension was already beginning to form between students of different towers. Since they all came from different backgrounds, it was natural that they would see each other as competitors, in particular, and have historically always been at odds against each other. The reason couldn't be more obvious. On one side, there were students that grew up in powerful families that valued tradition. On the other, there were students that were raised as knights near the empire's borders. According to the principal, it was apparently to have the students on their toes. Only competition would lead to growth. Now, settle down, everyone. Though they weren't as shocked as when they first met the professor, the pressure that came from Garcia was still as powerful as ever due to the troll blood running in his veins. Students of both towers sat down quietly. Last time, we learned the spell known as. Though none of you were able to successfully cast it, there's no need to feel down. Magic isn't something you can learn quickly, and while you might have some trouble in the beginning, you'll improve rapidly once you get the hang of it. Having said that, was anyone able to cast successfully? Yihan raised his hand while yawning. It took all night. He had felt pressured after seeing everyone from the Blue Dragons say they mastered the spell. As a true Blue Korean, he refused to be pushed out of the competition without putting up a struggle, and as a result, he spent the entire night practicing. Though it didn't take a massive amount of mana for each attempt, anyone else would have fainted in the middle. Yihan, on the other hand, was completely fine, only slightly tired. Yihan quickly felt something was weird. No one around him had their hands raised. The hell's going on? He's a warden all right, as expected. The students of the Blue Dragons clapped lightly, feeling both envious and proud. Take that, white tigers, we have warden was what passed through their minds. Hey you, Yihan, still confused about what was going on, asked the student who sat beside him. He was the guy that claimed he had mastered. I thought you mastered the spell. Oh, you heard that. Well, I actually wasn't able to pull it off in the end, but I was close, so I thought it'd be fine if I said I mastered it. He had been trekked, these freaking show-off nobles. He had stayed in the Wardenaz estate for such a long time that he had forgotten how much of a show-off the Empire's nobles were. They valued their pride and honor above their lives, and they would prepare a lavish feast even if they were on the brink of bankruptcy. All that effort, and it turned out to be for nothing. Splendid. We have two people who have mastered it from the Blue Dragons. Yihan looked to his side and saw the princess with her hand raised as well. Not only that, she was staring coldly in his direction, her blue eyes holding blatant animosity. What's up with her? Yihan wondered. With the princess being one of the most talented students among the Blue Dragons, it wouldn't do to be on her bad side, and as far as he was concerned, he hadn't done anything to garner such hatred from her. In fact, all their interactions had been friendly until now. During their initial meeting, he had helped her defeat the boars. Then they exchanged information about which classes were great for students. I was planning on asking her for help in assignments and exams in the future. Why is she suddenly acting like that? Is it because I'm always with Gaynando? Poke. Hey, Wardenaz, Asan whispered. It seems the princess believes the strange rumor that's been going around about you. A strange rumor. Apparently, you're here to laze around, not to explore the profound world of magic. It's complete bogus, I say. Asan looked pissed as if the rumor was about him. In his mind, there was no way that a member of the Wardenaz family would display such behavior. On the other hand, Yihan, the subject of the rumor, was surprised. Truly, it couldn't be more accurate. How did they know, though? It was so spot on that he got goosebumps hearing it. Yihan, however, didn't think it was slanderous in any way. After all, it was completely true. Asan, who wasn't aware of this, seemed extremely furious that such a lie was being spread around. I'm really disappointed by the princess. Of course, this is all because of the person that started the rumor, but she shouldn't have believed in it without first confirming the facts. Well, I wouldn't really blame her for that. Asan was at a loss for words. Just how kind and magnanimous could a person be? Though the students of the Blue Dragons were all of noble birth to him, none seemed to fit the image of an ideal noble better than Wardenaz. Asan finally realized why his family sent him to this academy. It was to meet friends like him. Wardenaz, you're a great guy. Yihan was confused by this sudden praise. Did he take the wrong medicine this morning? Light, come forth. Both Yihan and the princess managed to cast successfully. Balls of light appeared at the end of their staves, making them look like lanterns. There was a bit of chilliness to the ball of light that the princess produced, whereas Yihan's was as fierce and bright as the sun. Professor clapped his hand in joy. Excellent. Very few students have ever managed to cast on their first week at the academy. I'm happy to have such talented students. But of course, there's no need to feel discouraged even if you fail to master it. It's the simplest spell out of all the first circle magic. It's a spell that teaches beginners what magic is, and learning it a bit faster or slower doesn't determine how far you can go as a mage. Doesn't sound all that convincing, Yihan thought. As the professor said, alone couldn't be used to determine a student's ability or talent. Just because someone learned addition faster than others, it wouldn't translate to being good at solving complicated problems using calculus later on in their lives. Having said that, the students here were all very competitive, and the professor's words fell on blind ears. They were burning with the desire to master the spell before the students of the other towers could. Professor Garcia continued with a big smile on his face. You might be curious as to why I taught first Dan. That's because we'll be focusing on learning elemental magic this semester. While trying to master, everyone here has subconsciously been learning how to use elemental magic. This aroused a great deal of interest from the students, and they straightened their backs to listen to the professor. Elemental magic. Within elemental magic, there were simple elements such as fire, water, wind, and earth, and there were also complicated ones such as plants and darkness. They often served as the foundation for learning more difficult and complex spells. Want to summon a spirit? To summon a fire spirit, the mage would have to know fire elemental magic to some extent, or else they wouldn't be able to control it. Want to create an artifact? Handle ores of the fire element or to cast fire enchantments, the mage would obviously need to know fire magic. Want to travel? have a job in a secluded corner of the empire. Just by knowing basic elemental magic, the mage would be welcomed anywhere. They could start a campfire or prepare drinkable water wherever they were, so they were considered valuable human resources. As these examples demonstrate, elemental magic could be applied in various fields, and the entry level for it was low. Hence, it was considered basic education for fledgling mages. It was similar to learning addition and subtraction for higher-level math. Throughout this class, we'll continue training in casting. At the same time, we'll test to see if you have an affinity for the basic elements. Each of you will probably have an affinity for different elements, and it's important to figure out what they are. The students began to whisper amongst themselves, intrigued by the topic. Mages didn't have to know all the spells in the world. They simply had to study those that they were interested in. Hence, rather than trying to learn all the elements, it was better to train in the ones they were most suited for. This was also one of the reasons why the professor wasn't so insistent on the students mastering in a short amount of time. Now then. Professor Garcia tapped the classroom floors with his large staff. A candle appeared in front of each student, and they were soon lit. The trick for this is the same as when you tried to use. However, unlike with what you're trying to do here is to create fire, so I suggest that you be a little more careful. After all, fire burns. Some of the students became nervous when they heard this. Think of a chant that suits you best and set ablaze. A ball of fire appeared before the professor. It was a fascinating sight, seeing fire appear without the need for firewood. Now try it out yourselves. Don't worry, I'll be there to help you when you need it. Come fire. Ignite. Burn. Crackle, crackle. The students did their best to focus and came up with an image of fire in their minds. Those that caught on a bit faster realized why the professor summoned the candles for them. These students either stared at the candles intently or brought their hands close to them. With the fire physically closer to them, they could visualize it in their minds better, which helped with their focus. After creating an image of fire in their minds, they had to channel mana, chanting as they did so, wishing strongly for the fire to manifest. Yihan also tried to focus on the fire spell. Learning through his experience with, he planned on going at his own pace without being tricked by his peers. Hold it right there. However, the professor stopped him. Yihan, you're not allowed to practice ignition magic. Yihan stared incredulously at the professor. Unlike the others, there wasn't any candle in front of him. Instead, there was a bowl made of copper, with water contained inside it. Why? Because it's too dangerous. Yihan finally caught on. While he was practicing, he often failed to control it, resulting in an explosion. Since it was just a ball of light, the explosion didn't cause any real damage, only making it difficult for him to open his eyes for a while. But what if it was a ball of fire, and we might have casualties? He eventually nodded in understanding. There wasn't much he could argue about. Wait until you're better at controlling your mana and more familiar with other elemental magic. Understood. Until then, try having a go at. Even if you fail, it won't be dangerous. One is also supposed to be, but I thought it was a mouthful, so I just wrote it down as. To not confuse readers, I'll keep it as but use for the others. Water. Just like fire, it was one of the basic elements. Coming up with a clear image of various metals or lightning might be difficult, but few would have trouble imagining what water looks like. In other words, it was an element that they were all familiar with, and unlike fire, it wasn't dangerous. However, I'm not too sure about this. There was one downside to water spells. It didn't look cool at all. No, well there's that, but the bigger issue is that it doesn't seem as useful. It was in an awkward position in terms of its usefulness. For offense, fire and lightning were stronger. For defense, earth and metal were sturdier. The only benefit to learning water magic was that he wouldn't have to worry about running out of drinking water during travel. Even that is a bit. He was planning on becoming an imperial mage so that he could laze around without putting in any effort, so he had no real use for spells that were for survival. But there wasn't anything he could do about it at the moment. He might burn the whole place down if he practiced fire magic. Gush forth. Wardenaz, I'm so jealous of you. The professor gave you special teaching. Asan, who was also practicing beside him, spoke to him in an envious tone. Yihan, however, begged to differ. Does this look like special teaching to you? He wished to be like his fellow students and practice fire magic. Where would he find the need to use water magic? Gush forth. Gush forth. Chuaak, it only took him 3 attempts before a ball of water appeared out of thin air, and it wasn't just a few droplets. The ball of water was roughly the size of a fist. Yihan and Professor Garcia were both surprised by this. Granted, he kind of got the hang of elemental magic while practicing, but 3 tries. Now that was a rare sight, especially since so much water was produced at once. It would only be possible if he had a high affinity for water magic. Amazing. Look over here, everyone. Yihan has succeeded in casting water magic. Whoa, way to go, Wardenaz. As expected of Wardenaz, those of the blue dragons were happy as they watched his magic. Meanwhile, the members of the White Tigers were staring at it with jealousy. Clap, clap, clap. The professor applauded him. Excellent work, Yihan. Everyone should learn from his examples. That said, no need to grow impatient. We all have different affinities to magic, and once you discover yours, you'll become good at it in no time. Students that grew up near volcanoes or smithies are often better at fire magic. Students that grew up near rivers and oceans are often better at water magic. And students that grew up in locations with strong wind are often better at wind magic. The more familiar you are with the element, the easier it is for you to control it. The explanation made Yihan even more baffled. I didn't grow up near a river or an ocean, though. The only real connection he had to water was getting screwed over by his professors in his previous life. 2. Kommuenus is water in Korean, and there's this phrase, kommumuktaenus, which means to get screwed over. Did his personality just resemble that of flowing water? It wasn't necessarily a bad thing, but I would have been much happier if I had an affinity for one of those rare elements like ice and thunder. It was good that he had an affinity for water, but he had mixed feelings about it. For a split second, he felt someone's gaze, so he turned sideways. As it turned out, the princess had been staring at him, and noticing his gaze, she quickly looked away. Having lost focus, the ball of water couldn't maintain its shape and splashed to the ground. Professor Garcia nodded. Yihan, your next assignment will be to maintain its shape and hold it in place. Understood, Professor. Now that he knew how to bring forth water, maintaining its shape by remaining focused didn't sound too difficult, and he replied without putting much thought into it. However, a certain question popped up in his mind. Professor, for how long do I have to maintain its shape and keep it in place? Well, your mana will probably run out before long, so Normally, a student would run out of mana rather than lose focus, but the boy before him was the polar opposite. He had so much mana that it couldn't possibly dry out. The professor nodded to himself before readily replying to the question. Let's say until the end of class. Yihan questioned what he just heard. Isn't this a punishment? When there are only crazy people around a certain individual, one should question if that individual is crazy as well. This saying rang true in Einregard. With most of the professors here being clearly nuts, Yihan began to worry about the mental well-being of the normal-looking professors. Now, let's analyze this calmly. If my memory serves me right, Garcia is close with that crazy principal. As I thought, I shouldn't trust any of the professors here. The professor would have pounded his chest in frustration had he heard what Yihan was thinking. True, maintaining the spell until the end of the lesson was a mentally draining task. In a sense, it was like balancing a spinning top on a fingernail. However, there was a reason why Professor Garcia gave him this task. Since Yihan had been able to succeed in producing water after only 3 tries, it meant he was extremely talented in this field, even considering his affinity. But that talent was nothing before his enormous mana reserve, and the professor believed that he would shine even brighter if polished further. The professor had given Yihan the instructions, firmly believing he would succeed. Unfortunately, Professor Garcia's sincerity wasn't transmitted to his student. From now on, I'm going to assume all the professors here have a screw loose somewhere. Such were the thoughts going through Yihan's mind as he maintained the ball of water in the air. The remaining class time quickly slipped by, with some students from the Blue Dragons succeeding in casting and the princess succeeding in casting. Yanair was happy to learn that she had an affinity for wind magic, whereas Gaynando almost ended up burning his staff. And during all that time, Yihan had remained focused, maintaining the water in the air without uttering a word. Sir, don't you think you went too far? Uregger wasn't sure what Yihan meant by that. The dwarf didn't think there was anything wrong with the story. Perhaps Professor Kim has taken a liking to you. Wouldn't that explain why he made you do those exercises? Just like how I'm tending to your farm right now. And there he goes grumbling again. Yihan had managed to hit the nail on the head. With nothing to say in return, Professor Uregger silently complained in his mind. Friday afternoon was a much-awaited time for everyone that was looking forward to the weekend, yet Yihan was tending to the farm near Uregger's hut. If there were other students around, they would have whispered about how the professor was being mean to Wardenaz and giving him chores to do. However, Uregger had the perfect excuse. After all, this was something Yihan had volunteered to do. Professor, I'd like to help around near the hut. Oh, is that true? In exchange, I'd like to eat here from time to time. Do as you please. And while I'm at it, may I take some food and bring them back? Don't even dream about it, brat. It's my fault for even asking. Uregger shook his head and raised his arms in defeat. How was your first week? He had asked this question without thinking much of it, and now he was paying the price. However, other than his manner of speech and frequent grumbling, Yihan was without a doubt one of the most promising students among the freshmen. That was probably why Garcia Kim gave him special treatment. Uregger also had to admit that Yihan was exceptional, and that wasn't in regard to his magic. Look at him persevere through all the chores. The lad's got a promising future. Instead, he was talking about Yihan's ability to perform chores. Yihan would have been pissed if he heard that, but the professor was being dead serious. In his opinion, what alchemists needed most was the ability to tirelessly complete chores, sensitivity to mana and being able to tell reagents apart, affinity to spirits and being close to them. Having perfect control over mana and being able to perform meticulous tasks, none of that was truly important. Superhuman patience was required of talented alchemists as they had to diligently clean a mountain of flasks every day without running away, and Yihan had that within him. Other nobles would have never agreed to take care of the farm and manage the hut, no matter how much food was offered to them. Yet Yihan always visited the hut to perform his duties in exchange for his reward. That alone was indicative of his promising talent in alchemy. Why am I suddenly feeling the chills? Yihan had been digging out potatoes until now. It wasn't that cold in particular, but he suddenly felt a shiver run up his spine. Are you tired? Not really. Yihan answered the professor without putting much thought into it. He was honestly fine. Not only did he have a lot of stamina, but he was also already used to being ordered around by a professor. Furthermore, harvesting fresh vegetables from a field and taking out fish from fish traps could hardly be considered difficult. Hoo-hoo, Uregger suddenly laughed, seeming satisfied, which left Yihan dumbfounded. What's up with him? Does he enjoy watching others work? I swear, all these professors are the same. Wardenaz, you're truly gifted in this field. That's so. Brat, you think I'm spouting empty words? No, sir. Uregger clicked his tongue. As of now, whatever he said would go in one ear and out the other. How did someone like this appear from that granite like Wardenaz family? 1. As in very stoic and hard, like a statue made of granite. While sitting down on his armchair, Uregger took out a dwarven cigar pipe and lit it. He then proceeded to enjoy smoking for a while before opening his mouth once more. Did anything else happen? Does he have nothing better to do? Yihan, who was dusting off some carrots, wondered. But from another perspective, what Uregger was doing truly befitted his status as a professor. After all, professors love to have their students do all the work while they waited, looking bored out of their minds. Any conflict with students from the other dorms? How'd you know? You're not the first freshman to be welcomed into this academy, and neither will you be the last. It's all very obvious. Uregger looked pleased with himself as he smoked. Let me guess. It was with someone from the White Tigers. That's exactly right. Yihan inferred from the professor's words that the two towers had a history of conflict. Not surprised, really. On one side, you have the Empire's established nobles, and on the other, you have the knights. Not to mention, you guys are young as well. Conflicts were bound to happen, sir. Don't you think it's foolish? They're wasting their time fighting over something stupid, time which could be invested in studying magic. Uregger nodded in agreement. He was absolutely right, there was nothing more foolish than this. However, what was youth without a sprinkle of foolishness? Wardenaz, I'm glad that you at least have a level head. Yes, there's no need to squabble over these silly things. Instead of wasting their time fighting, it's more logical to use them to study magic. I think so too. But I already fought them. Baffled, Uregger lowered his pipe from his mouth and stared at Yihan. What happened to finding such fights foolish and stupid? What else was I supposed to do? They picked a fight with me, Yihan defended. For the time being, Uregger nodded. True, there were times when fights were inevitable, especially ones that the other party initiated. It seems the lads over at the White Tigers are all quite rough this time. Normally, they wouldn't pick a fight with someone on their first week. How did it happen? I was taking swordsmanship lesson, and they just kept provoking me. T-Tuck, Uregger lowered his pipe once more, taken aback. They're really out of line. Clearly, you're the weird one here. The professor was at a loss for words. There were so many classes out there, and yet he had chosen to take swordsmanship. No wonder the White Tigers looked for trouble. You've done well to escape unscathed. Though they're slow to learn magic, most of them tend to be great fighters. Yeah, it took a lot of effort to bring down 3 opponents. Uregger decided to put his pipe away. It seemed it wasn't the day for him to smoke. You took them down. Yes, but it wasn't easy. I was lucky. You can stop working for today. I'll prepare something for you to eat. Really? Yes, really. Uregger made up his mind to treat Yihan better from now on. He worried that Yihan would later return as the Empire's greatest swordsman to assassinate him. The vegetables in Uregger's hut were all fresh and large, having been grown in an environment rich in nature. The professor washed the potatoes, carrots, and onions in flowing water before peeling them and chopping them up into big pieces. He then prepared a pot and threw in a stick of butter, stir-frying it along with some onions and garlic. Bring some of the meat that's being hung outside, but those belong to me and Yaner. Am I cooking for myself? Understood. Yihan decided to apologize to Yaner later on and brought the smoked dried meat that was outside. Uregger tossed the meat inside the pot, stir-frying it alongside the other ingredients. Then he poured enough wine inside to add flavor to the dish. Following that, he added potatoes, carrots, onions, and some others. I'm making a stew that's passed down within the family. You won't need any side dishes. A warm loaf of bread is all you need with this. He said this with confidence while adding in a bit of salt. And the stew was indeed delicious. Yihan had not been able to drink any warm soup for the past few days, so the dwarven stew really warmed him up. For a while there was only the sound of him eating the stew with his spoon, making sure there was nothing left in his wooden bowl. Ah, this is bliss. Good, eh? It's amazing. As a hardened graduate student, his reply was almost immediate. Though he didn't say it out loud, Uriger looked extremely happy and proud. Professor, before I entered the academy, did you have to take care of everything in the hut? Of course. What about the students before us? HMPH. They were all lazy and tactless. They all fled before long. For a split second, Yihan wondered if he'd been had, but the milk had already been spilt. It must have been tough. Tough. This is nothing if you wish to become an alchemist. In reality, cleaning the hut, clearing the stove, checking the ingredients, tending the farm, laying fish traps in the river, and installing traps on certain paths weren't exactly nothing. Now that I think about it, it's strange. Why don't I find it tiring? Yihan sighed at his lack of awareness regarding the amount of labor he was doing. He had worked under professors for such a long time that he was now numb to it. There's a lot of space left on the farm. May I grow some crops as well? Uriger was genuinely impressed. Unbeknownst to Yihan, the professor was praising him inside. He's really born to be an alchemist. Not only did he not shy away from all the chores, but he was also actively seeking even more work. He was truly talented in that sense. Of course you may. What do you plan on growing? Oh, just some cabbages and green onions. Not a bad selection. Uriger stopped himself just as he was about to nod. You're not planning on doing business with them, are you? How'd you know? Did the students before me try it already? You're definitely the first of its kind, brat. Uriger let out a dry chuckle before nodding his head. It wasn't his position to judge what Yihan did with the vegetables he grew. As far as I know, you're the first to come up with such an ingenious idea. Creative indeed. I wasn't praising you. Ever heard of sarcasm? Though he was grumbling, knowing how to manage one's wealth was important for an alchemist. The ingredients and reagents that they required were all bloody expensive, and alchemists had to earn enough money to purchase them. Seeing as how he's so thrifty, he'll probably never have trouble in regards to his finances. Cabbages and green onions, they'll go well in a jiggy. The professor's words caught Yihan's attention. With how vast the empire was, its cuisine wasn't limited to Western food, and each region had its own delicacies. The Wardenaz family was located in the western part of the empire, and the people there usually ate bread and cheese that Westerners on Earth enjoyed. Personally, Yihan was more familiar with Eastern cuisine, which consisted of foods such as rice, noodles, miso, and red chili paste. Professor, do you like jiggies? I do, but I avoid eating them, because it's food from the East and I don't like Eastern dwarves. Uriger said this with a frown, as if he remembered something unpleasant, had a bad experience with them. See, some of my older relatives live in the East, and they keep nagging me whenever I visit them sometimes. They tell me to sell region potions because they're expensive. At other times they ask why I'm so poor, or why I don't visit them often. They even called me impertinent once for using a long pipe at such a young age. His complaints were much more detailed than Yihan had expected, leaving him speechless. He'd been told that people in the East value rules and tradition even more than people in the West, but he didn't think it'd be this bad. I see, but enough about me. There's nothing wrong with the food, and it's not like I dislike them. I'll eat with you when you make jiggy next time. Yihan had never invited him to eat with him, but he knew better than to say that out loud while the professor was in a grouchy mood. It'd be my honor to serve you, sir. Hearing this, Uriger nodded. Wait, the Wardenaz family's located in the West. Does he know how to properly cook Eastern food? He felt slightly uneasy. Though Yihan was great at housework, nobles that knew how to cook were few and far between. From the way he cooked steak last time, it was clear he had the basics down, but Eastern dishes were rather tricky to make. I take back what I said. It wouldn't be right of me to eat something that a student grew. But professor, the pork you used to make the stew was something my friends and I. If you put it that way, I was the one who released the boars in the mountain. Uriger finally exploded. After finishing their meal and cleaning up, Yihan got ready to return. Right, what are your plans for the weekend? Do I have to come here and work? I'm not that evil. Do I look like the kind of person that would call students here on weekends? Uriger asked, feeling wronged. Yihan was surprised to hear this. You mean they don't usually call students out on weekends? But why? Isn't that a passive skill that all professors have? You've worked hard this week, so you don't have to come over again. I won't stop you, though, if you wish to start your farm immediately. Having said that, you'll probably be busy, the professor said while giving him a meaningful look. Yihan became worried when he saw this. What's this about? Is there some event coming up? Event my ass. Just think for a moment. The students have been starving this whole week. What do you think they'll do on weekends? Set fire to the academy? You're being too extreme. They'll look for ways to appease their appetite. The students who were at their wits' end would try to fetch food themselves, or at least that was what the Lick principal envisioned. Usually the freshmen would start to think to themselves during weekends as they would have time left over. Why's the academy being so cruel to us? Is it because the principal's an undead? I don't want to keep starving. I should find something to eat. Comrades, let us join hands to achieve our goals. I do vaguely recall hearing about the students of the Black Tortoise looking for fruits and nuts in the forest behind the academy's main building. As expected, Uregger didn't seem surprised to hear this. How students behaved typically had to do with which tower they belonged to. For example, students of the Black Tortoise were originally commoners, merchants, or slaves, so they didn't care about how others viewed them and would act quickly whenever a problem arose. Hence, there was nothing strange with them scavenging for food in the forests and mountains. Since you've set a precedent, I'm sure others would also try to hunt for prey as well. Normally, not many people think of hunting on their first week. Uregger was about to grin after hearing Yehan's flattering words, but he felt something was amiss. Is he holding a grudge against me for releasing the boars? How do the students of the Blue Dragons normally fare? They're usually the slowest to act. It's as if their butt is glued to their chairs. Yehan couldn't help but agree with that statement. He could already see that very few people from his tower would venture out into the woods for food this weekend, but there are always several bright minds that come up with brilliant ideas after weeks of starvation. Uregger stared at Yehan as he said this. For some reason, he felt like the Blue Dragons this year wouldn't be the same as before. To start off, this Wardenaz family's offspring had a unique mindset about the things around him. What an interesting chap. Most venerable professor, may I ask about the other towers as well? I suppose there's no harm in telling you. If we're to speak about the immortal Phoenixes you already know, they're a different breed. They aren't the type of people that falter because of hunger. The Tower of the Immortal Phoenix was composed of priests and priestesses sent by the Empire's various religions. They were used to living frugal lives back in their temples, so they usually adapted well to the academy. While students of other towers searched for food, those of the Immortal Phoenix sometimes opted to endure and pray. Such was the power of faith. Amazing. How can they bear eating that kind of food every day? But Yehan soon realized something. He had also led a similar life during his time as a graduate student. People are surprisingly more durable than I thought, by the way. Wardenaz, do you plan on hunting during the weekend? Yes, there wasn't any reason for him to lie. Then be wary of the white tigers. They're used to going out on hunts as well. They normally refrain from doing so on their first week, but I'm sure they've heard of someone's achievement in this field. I'm glad you know. Anyway, we always get a lot of troublemakers from the white tigers. Being descendants of knights, many of them are hot-blooded. Understood. I'll make sure to plan well and gang up on them if a conflict arises. That's not what I'm trying to say. Uregger was about to say that out loud, but decided otherwise in the last second, believing that Wardenaz would handle whatever was thrown his way in an appropriate manner. Who knows, you might not meet them at all. The forest is huge after all. Not to mention, the brats over at the White Tigers might choose not to hunt. Instead, what am I saying? You guys are still on your first week. What might they do instead? Uregger wished he hadn't let his tongue slip. He could already see Yehan trying it out himself. Escape. There were tall walls surrounding the academy's premises, and there were protective spells cast on them. However, there were always a few people that tried to escape. Taking into account the towns near the academy and the things they could acquire from there, escaping didn't sound like a terrible idea. A new coat, a new shirt, a new belt, a new pants, a new set of boots, bread and butter, cheese and jam, an assortment of dried food, needles and strings, paper and quill, soap and perfume, damn it. There are so many things I can get that I can't wrap my head around them. The gears in Yehan's head began to turn the moment he heard the word escape. He would be able to live like a king inside the dorm if he succeeded. This is exactly why I didn't want to tell you about it. Uregger knew what he was thinking the moment he saw Yehan's face. What do you mean, sir? Don't pretend like you don't know. You're making a list of all the things you'd purchase if you managed to slip out. Did you cast a spell on me? As if, don't even think about it. The white tigers are always the first to attempt it because they're as dumb as a brick. Did anyone succeed? Anyone? Some have succeeded, but oh, you're going to regret it. Uregger was about to lecture him but stopped midway. Quite frankly, he wasn't obligated to stop Yehan, and as previously mentioned, what was youth without a sprinkle of foolishness? You know what, do whatever you want. What do you mean, Professor? I wasn't planning on doing anything. Yeah, and I bet pigs can fly. 3 people were interrogating an orc with menacing expressions on their faces inside a dimly lit room where the only source of light was a single candle. Choi, do you understand the situation you're in? You better cooperate with us if you wish to leave here alive. Yehan, I plan on answering your questions regardless, but what's up with this prince? Dalju stared at Gaynando, confused. Though the prince was threatening him, he didn't feel scared at all. Instead, he found the situation laughable, as it would only take him a single punch to knock the prince down. He had followed the 3 to the room after being jumped on, only to see this farce. I guess the effects aren't that great. Yehan opened the curtains, allowing sunlight to enter the room, and Yaner blew out the candle. Gaynando looked back and forth between Yehan and Dalju, trying to understand what was going on. You guys know each other. I thought we're supposed to interrogate him. Yeah, we're acquainted, then what was the point of that? If we didn't drag him here like this, the folks over at the White Tigers might have suspected our relationship. Dalju was taken aback when he heard this. Yihan was right, it might have caused a needless misunderstanding. Oh, don't mention it, you're our spy after all. Wait, what do you mean I'm your spy? Dalju protested his new title as it sounded rather dishonorable. Yihan, on the other hand, found this amusing. You promised to inform me ahead of time if Moradi tried to lure me into a trap. That I did. Wouldn't that make you a spy? There should be a better way to phrase it. Dalju was from a knight's family, and he was doing this out of pride and honor, yet he was being labeled as a spy. I think spy fits perfectly in this situation. Gainando, who had been listening to their conversation, chipped in. However, he quickly backed out when Dalju glared at him. Or not. Yihan decided to take a step back for Dalju. Since you're doing this out of your sense of honor and justice, calling you a spy might not be the most appropriate. How about inside man? Huh, it was a phrase that Dalju had never heard of before, but it sounded more pleasing to the ear than spy, and it sounded more classy as well, which was to his liking. Let's go with that then. Great, then from now on, you'll be our inside man, and I want you to inform us of any schemes that the White Tigers cook up against us. Right. Yaner, who had her hands cupped around her face, watched on with interest. She wondered how Yihan managed to convince an orc from the White Tigers to cooperate with him. Dalju, you might be wondering why I brought you here on a Saturday morning. It's to brainstorm ideas to escape the academy. What? Dalju seemed shocked when he heard this. Yihan wasn't surprised by his reaction, but what Dalju said next blew his mind. You guys are planning on escaping as well. The students of the White Tigers were famished, just like the others. People often had a misconception that knights were used to hunger, but this wasn't true. They were also considered nobles within the empire, so they rarely starved. In fact, they ate as much as they moved, so they had an even more difficult time adjusting to the academy's lifestyle than others. We should go out and hunt. If Wardenaz can catch boars in the forest, there's nothing stopping us from doing the same. We'll form groups and head out to hunt during the weekend. Everyone here should have experienced hunting, so we have the advantage. Yes, so what if the others know how to use a spell or two? Let's show them what we're made of. Now, quiet down everyone. Going on a hunt, not a bad idea, but think about it. Is hunting that easy? I mean, Wardenaz did it. That's because the professor in charge of alchemy prepared the boars. How deep into the forest would we have to go to find them? Are you familiar with the terrain? Jijil's arguments were very convincing. As she said, hunting wasn't so simple, especially in a foreign environment. They could explore the outer perimeters of the forests and mountains near the academy, but they would have to think twice before traveling deeper as no one knew what kind of monsters resided there. Then Moradi, you have a plan. Yes, care you explain. We should escape from the academy and head to a nearby town. As long as we succeed, not catching prey would be the least of our concerns. We'll be able to purchase everything we need this semester. Is that true? It sounds too good to be true. I've already planned everything out in my head. You can tag along if you wish. I don't plan on hogging everything for myself, but if you decide to come with me, you'll have to listen to my commands. I don't need anyone that will spoil the team's mood or ruin the operation with their needless resistance. Of course, Moradi, we'll all follow you. Wait, does that mean I can also join her if I listen to her orders? 1. Yihan still thinks Moradi is male. Yihan, guess not, figures. Dalju was dumbfounded by Yihan's question. He had no idea whether or not Jijil would accept, but what happened to his pride as a member of the Wardenaz family? How could he have the face to join her? Dalju got angry just remembering what Jijil tried to do against Yihan. Think back to her actions. Yeah, he definitely won't let me join him. No, that's not the problem here. Dalju cried out, exasperated. Yihan, on the other hand, got lost in his thought. Things had become complicated because of Jijil. He originally planned on slowly coming up with a method of escape with Dalju, Nilia, and his other friends. Succeeding on their first try, that didn't even cross his mind. From his conversation with Professor Ureger, it was clear that escaping wouldn't be easy, yet Jijil had promised the White Tigers that everything had been accounted for. Is he bluffing? No, he doesn't seem to be the type to bluff. This isn't Gainando we're dealing with. He had barely interacted with Jijil Moradi, but he had a rough idea of her personality. She was a cold, domineering person, and someone like that would not give empty promises, meaning she probably had a solid plan, since she won't let me join. Were you actually being serious there? I guess there's no choice. Yeah, I'm glad you understand. We'll have to tail them. Dalju didn't know where to start. For real, I mean, is there a better plan? Isn't that a bit dishonorable? Dalju wasn't too keen on the idea. After all, knights lived and died for honor. Since he came from the Wardenaz family, one of the Empire's most distinguished households, he should also consider his honor to be of utmost importance. Think about it, Dalju. It's a strategy. Is it know thyself and thy enemy? A strategy, I guess, a strategy. Yihan looked straight into Dalju's eyes and repeated the phrase with a steady voice. The more BS it is, the more confidently you must argue. In life, people with the biggest voice often won arguments. Even if they're spouting nonsense, they would sound oddly convincing because they seem so genuine in what they say. Dalju started questioning his reasoning after seeing Wardenaz repeat himself while maintaining his cold, sculpture-like expression. I guess it could be considered a strategy. You might be right. Yes, it's all part of our strategy. How are we supposed to come up with countermeasures if we don't know what the enemy is plotting? Not that Jijil's escape plan had anything to do with Yihan, but that was beside the point. He spun his argument in a way that made it sound like they had to investigate Jijil's plan in order to stop her evil plot. Dalju, your role in this is important. You must learn about Moradi's escape plan and report it back to me. Got it. I'll try my best. Great. You're our trusty inside man. Others might not know what an honorable man you are, but I assure you that I do. Don't mention it. Yihan patted Dalagu on the shoulder as a form of encouragement before sending him away. We were supposed to think of ideas for escape together, but the situation has changed. Why are you guys looking at me like that? Yaner and Gaynando were staring at Yihan with a strange glint in their eyes. Before you entered the academy, did someone teach you a brainwashing spell? Gaynando asked in a serious tone. Saturday night, as the sun was about to set. This was the time that Jijil Moradi of the White Tigers chose to set out with the others in an attempt to escape the academy. Yihan, having obtained this information from Dalju, also made his move. It would be ideal if we can figure out their escape route today. Jijil would definitely try to keep the information to herself, and if they succeed in escaping, they would make sure that no one is tailing them the second time around. He knew this as he would have done the same if he was in Jijil's shoes. They had the greatest chance of figuring out the route without getting caught precisely because it was the White Tigers' first attempt at escaping, meaning they would be too nervous to properly check their backs. Dalju, Gaynando, Yaner, Nilia. Yihan called out the names of everyone gathered there. They were the friends he had enlisted to help track down the White Tigers. I thank everyone for coming to this meeting where we will discuss how we should escape from the academy. Nilia, the dark elf, was so shocked by this that her ears perked up. This was her first time hearing about this. She had followed them here because she thought she was being invited to hunt with them. What? Escaping the academy? Yeah, are you insane? Gaynando felt relieved after hearing her cry of disbelief. He was glad to know that there was at least one other person beside him that was in their right mind in this group of 5. Exactly, they're all insane. Naturally, he wished to visit a town as well. However, he knew it wouldn't be easy to accomplish. The only reason Gaynando came along was that Yihan seemed so sure about it, but he still felt very anxious inside. No, Nilia. We've thought everything through. We have a plan. Yihan's earnest words shook Nilia to the core. A plan after only 1 week of being in the academy. Based on his expression, it didn't seem like he was lying. The Wardenaz family, what a force to be reckoned with. Nilia was in awe. She had heard about the rumors surrounding the Wardenaz family, and having observed Yihan for a while, she kind of understood how they came to be. The air surrounding him was fundamentally different from the others. In anticipation of a brilliant idea, she nudged him to continue. Tell us your plan. There's a student among the White Tigers that knows how to escape. We're going to shadow them and learn their trick. This was certainly not what she had been expecting. In fact, she had missed the target by a long shot. Stealing another student's idea was a far cry from the ideal school life that she had imagined, even if that student belonged to a rival dorm. She took a short moment to contemplate before letting out a deep sigh. In the end, she agreed to go along with the plan. Yihan, Nilia doesn't seem on board with the idea. Yaner, we need her help. She's the most proficient in tracking out of everyone here. But we can't force her, right? I guess so. If she's really against it, there's nothing we can do. Fine, since I'm your only option, I'll help you guys out. Nilia, after hearing Yihan and Yaner's conversation, she couldn't find it within herself to turn them down. As a former member of this, she wasn't going to abandon her friends out of fear of getting caught, and more importantly. Deep down, she was happy that her ability as a huntress was being valued so highly. Ironically, it wasn't the people of her tower that sought her skills. Instead, it was Wardenaz, who belonged to another tower that appreciated her talent. Dalju, however, was confused by her decision. I thought she was going to refuse. Why did that dark elf suddenly change her mind? He muttered. I know the answer to that, Gaynando responded confidently. Dalju took a moment to process what he just heard before coming to a realization. Ah, I see. There were certain things that no one liked to do, and though reasons often varied, fear, anxiety, and greed were the most common. To overcome such emotions, people would bring out their inner virtues, be that their sense of honor or their ties with friends. There was only one plausible explanation as to why the dark elf suddenly decided to participate. It had to be because of her bonds with her friends. How touching, Dalju secretly smiled. He himself was participating out of a sense of honor, and witnessing the friendship that transcended their backgrounds moved him greatly. So you figured it out as well. Yes, it just goes to show how desperately she wishes to visit a town. I would know since I share that sentiment. If we manage to get there, I'm going to lie down on a comfortable bed and take a nap. No, scratch that. I'll first fill my stomach. I'll eat anything and everything that is sweet. Candies, chocolate, pancakes, syrup. Daljiu ran his eyes over Gainando. Why is someone like this in our group? While Daljiu was lowering his evaluation of Gainando, Nilia was listing out the things that they would need for their late-night excursion. Since we don't know for how long we'd have to travel, we should prepare as best as we can. A nice pair of boots and some high-quality socks would be ideal, but unfortunately, we don't have those. The atmosphere became heavy with Yihan's interjection. The principal had purposefully given them rags to wear, so they naturally didn't have such things lying around. Thankfully, Nilia had come prepared knowing that was the case. I've made these boots out of the hides of the beasts we caught last time, and these foot traps were made from the curtains in the resting lounge. Here, give me your foot. Nilia realized she'd done it again after noticing that Yihan and Yaner had fallen silent. Did I say something inappropriate again? After bringing back the meat, she had become close with some of the students of the Black Tortoise. However, she couldn't help but feel that there was still some distance between her and the others. As a former member of the Shadow Patrol located in the cold northern mountains, she obviously had trouble speaking to, say, an heir of a massive merchants association active in the central regions. Wow, see that red flower over there? Yeah, they're sweet and taste good. Aren't they pretty? They're both pretty and tasty. Doesn't that make them twice as good? She wasn't stupid, so she quickly registered that her view of the world was different from the others. From then on, she tried to keep her mouth shut to avoid making things awkward, but she had slipped up. I made these myself because I couldn't think of any other way, and you're incredible, yeah, you're amazing. Yihan and Yaner's reaction caught her completely off guard. You think so? Of course, you said you made them yourself, right? It's not something anyone can do. Did you stitch these? The corners of her mouth and eyes trembled in delight at their praise. It's nothing worth mentioning. What do you mean? These are wonderful. Yeah, I doubt anyone in the academy can do the same. Nilia, you ought to start a business. I concur. You should sell these to the others in your tower. Noticing that the conversation was being steered in the wrong direction, Nilia waved her hands. I don't want to start a business. But why? Yeah, Nilia, do you dislike money? She was left gobsmacked as Yihan and Yaner seemed like they genuinely couldn't understand her reason. Isn't it normal for me to not want to sell things to my friends? Her prideful behavior made her seem like she was someone from the Blue Dragons. What's there to sell anyway? I'm not gonna do it. Yihan and Yaner became serious hearing this. Nonsense. Whether you can sell them or not isn't up to you. It's up to the market. Well said. Do you understand now, Nilia? Can I just carry on with my explanation, please? Right, sorry. Do continue, please. Nilia cleared her throat, having barely wriggled herself out of the conversation. Despite everything, her expression was brighter than before, and her long ears were pointing upward, indicating that she was in a good mood. Oh, she was pretending to be calm. She was feeling jovial after being praised by the duo. But what's so great about these? Gainando asked, not understanding why they were raising a fuss. T-tac. Yaner slapped him in the back, whereas Yihan kicked him in the shin. Nilia, you don't have to give any to him. Let him figure out himself how big of a difference the foot traps and boots make. Yeah, he'll learn to appreciate them once he suffers a bit. Aren't you guys being too mean? I'm still a prince, you know. He's a prince? Nilia freaked out when she heard this. Yihan and Yaner came from powerful families, so they didn't think much of the 100+ members of the royal family. However, the same couldn't be said for Nilia, who felt immense pressure from learning the truth. A direct descendant of the emperor. Just by having that title alone, Gainando seemed much more majestic, or not. He seemed much more like a patient now than a prince after being slapped by Yaner and kicked by Yihan. We're going to have to walk for who knows how long. Do you have any idea how valuable those boots and foot traps are? If it's you, I bet your feet would be a mess after just 1 hour. Should we just leave him here? And no, I get it, so don't abandon me. Eventually, the situation was resolved and Yihan apologized to Nilia in his stead. Sorry about that, Nilia. You must have worked hard to prepare those, yet Gainando was rude to you. No, it's fine. I don't mind what he said. Seems like you do. How about I hit him one more time? I'm really fine, Nilia shouted in a panic. She didn't feel offended in the slightest. She could tell from first glance that Gainando had never experienced walking long distances, and considering his identity as a prince, it wasn't strange that he didn't know about this sort of thing. Oh, and here are some coats I made. It's spring, but it can be chilly at night. The wind is strong around here as well. Nilia. You're really... Can you two please stop reacting to everything I say? Though she was happy with the praise, it was starting to get annoying. Leather bags, we'll need them once we're in town. Leather water bags, they're also handmade. She's really amazing. Yihan found it honestly remarkable. She had made all these out of leather, needles, and strings. Why does she refuse to start a business when she's so skilled? If it was him, he would have made a killing out of them. Yaner, who was watching beside him, seemed to think it was a pity as well. Since we're traveling in the dark for a long time, the foot traps will help, and the coats will shield us from the cold. The thing that worries me is that we lack food and water. Nilia became hesitant. She was worried about the lack of food. If it was just for a day, she would have no problem climbing the mountains on an empty stomach. But what about the others? No need to worry. I've brought some food with me. Sausages, bread, goat cheese, and dwarven honey candies. Will these do? Nilia was pleasantly surprised. Yihan had brought enough food for emergencies. Where'd you get these? Let's just say some things might be found missing from Professor Ureger's hut. Is he really a student of the Blue Dragons? Respected friends, you've all gathered here today, having sworn that you would follow my orders. A group of students with well-built physiques nodded after hearing Jijil's words. These were the students of the White Tigers that had decided to trust her and join her in her escape plan. The fact that so many had gathered without even knowing the details of the plan spoke volumes about her influence. There were many students here with better physiques than her, and some of them seemed fiercer as well. Considering she was an elf with a fair and feminine appearance, it wouldn't be weird for her to feel intimidated, but she stood before them with a straight back, speaking arrogantly and with a sharp tone. There's no need to pay attention to the cowards and the traitors that didn't join us, for they will soon regret their decisions. Yeah, we trust you, Moradi. We'll move out in 10 minutes. There was a reason for her confidence. As long as I follow the map, it wouldn't take us more than 4 hours. Surprisingly, she had a map that detailed the escape route, a map she had found in the Moradi estate before she entered the academy. Introduction to Magic for Beginners. What is magic? Legends of Einregard are these all. Apologies, Lady Moradi. Bring me everything we have. I don't plan on getting looked down upon by other mages. Students of knights' families all shared a common concern before entering Einregard. Would they be able to keep up? Unlike the others, they had spent their entire lives swinging their swords, so their worries were not unfounded. Jijil, being the prideful person that she was, refused to be looked down upon. Hence, she browsed through countless books in preparation for the academy, and she had found the map in one of them. Einregard Escape Map. What's this for? Map contained details of how students could escape the academy. When she first saw the map, she thought the person who made it was out of their mind. Einregard was a prestigious academy that only a select few were allowed to enter. It was the best magic institute inside the empire, one which admitted students with talent. Only someone hopeless would throw such an opportunity away and think of escape. However, it only took her a day in the academy to realize why the map had been made. Ah, so this is why. How to escape Einregard. I shall convey the truth to you, for the path indicated on this map is your only hope of escape. Using the path, my friends, and I discovered through much trial and error, I hope those that follow after us would be able to slip out without getting caught. The map had been created by their seniors to aid them, and it had been meticulously crafted. With the map in hand, she was confident that she would succeed. They're entering the mountains, as expected. While lying down on the grass, Yihan and his group of friends watched as several torches began to move. The White Tigers had commenced their operation, so it's through the mountains after all. Yihan had surmised that there were only 2 ways out of the academy. First was through the academy's tall walls and gates. They had entered the academy that way, and they could reach a town simply by following the road that was outside. The only problem was that it wouldn't be easy to pass through the gates once more. The other method involved traversing the vast forest and mountain range behind the academy. The walls surrounding the academy should be cut off deep within the mountains, so they would just have to take a turn after they reached the end of the wall. Yihan had predicted that Jijil's method would be closer to the latter. Very few people dared to enter the vast mountain range behind the academy, as it was covered with thick vegetation. However, it wouldn't be a problem for someone capable to navigate it with a map, and his prediction had been spot on. Let's go, we're chasing after them. Why are we entering the mountains? Gaynando followed the group, not understanding what was happening. He had assumed they were leaving through the gates. We're breaking through the mountains. What? But why? Because the escape path is there. Daljiu, look after Gaynando for us. Got it. Daljiu nodded readily. Nilia had a lot of experience traversing the mountains. Meanwhile, Yihan and Daljiu had been trained as knights. Yaner was used to going around in search of alchemy materials from a young age, so she had no problem walking long distances either. Gaynando, however, was going to be a big problem. Me, why do I need looking after? I'll be behind you. Prince, breathe through your nose and keep your feet moving. Let's go, wait a sec. Gaynando was about to ask some more questions, but soon wasn't in the condition to do so. Ha. Don't stop, what is this Continue, no more. The moon was out, but it was still dark at night, and going up an unfamiliar mountain used up a lot of stamina. Nilia was in the lead checking the road and clearing the obstacles, but everyone in the group was sweating. Even so, Yihan tried his best to note the path they were taking. Having trained under countless crazy professors, he was able to draw a map without even looking at the paper. Yaner, who was walking next to him, stared at him in disbelief. Is he using? Seemed like an impossible stunt that could only be achieved with the help of a spell that he might have learned during his time at the Wardenaz estate. Oh, look over here. What is it? It's a somniferous plant. Its powder can be mixed in with water, and drinking it would cause you to fall asleep. Let's collect it. You never know when it will come in handy. Will we ever need it, though? While tilting her head, she collected the plant. We must have walked for at least an hour. Nilia, how long has it been? An hour. An hour and 10 minutes, Nilia replied as she stared at Yihan. He's not a seasoned hunter, yet he hasn't lost his sense of time in the mountains. Just then Yihan felt a shiver run down his spine. Is it a monster? No, Nilia would have told us about it. Did she miss it? Ha 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 ha. It was the familiar laughter of a certain lick. No way, you've got to be kidding. Yihan shut his eyes, but the reality was cruel. You've taken the bait, and on the first week too. Ha 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 ha. What's going on? Nilia's voice was trembling, and she was still trying to make sense of the situation. It seems we've fallen under the principal's trap, replied Yihan in a calm manner. How Jijil discovered the escape path still eluded him, but it was clear she had been dancing on the palms of the principal. The problem here was that Yihan and his party had followed after her, and they were at risk of being exposed as well. Since you guys are here on your first week, someone must have found one of the fake maps I've scattered around the empire. Let this be a lesson. Do not trust a map that's from an unknown source. You might think it's a treasure map, but it could be a trap laid down by a sinister lick. Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with him? Yihan wondered. Principal Skelly had just admitted to making fake maps and hiding them in various places, and he had done this without the knowledge of when or whether they would be discovered by freshmen entering the academy. He's clearly doing this for entertainment. The principal might be saying it's all part of students' education, but Yihan knew about professors like this, and they love to do things just for fun. Students of the White Tigers, listen well. Your escape ends here. It's now time for you to return. The rules are simple. I won't chase you myself. Instead, I'll be sending my minions to pursue you. Return to your dorm without getting caught. Guilty if caught, innocent if not. Use whatever is at your disposal. You may take down my minions as well. With that, a giant skull emitting a green light appeared in the dark sky, and undeads began pouring out of its mouth. Hounds and pursuers made of bones fell one by one onto the mountain they were on. Flash. Lights flashed at various locations as the skeletons brought out torches to begin the pursuit. Run, Nilia whispered in a panic, her eyes shaking in terror. Calm down, Nilia. How am I supposed to calm down in this situation? We're dead if we're caught. No, we're not. Yihan had already talked to the principal several times, and he was used to dealing with crazy professors. However, Nilia, who didn't have such experience, found Principal Skelly terrifying. From Yihan's perspective, the principal seemed to be toying with the students, but Nilia thought otherwise. She believed he was enraged at the freshmen for committing such a horrendous offense. Really? Even if we're caught, we'll at most be sent to the punishment room, punishment room, and will be tortured for all eternitine to see the light of day again. I never said that. Nilia's pessimistic imagination was running wild, so much so that Yihan had to cover her mouth before looking around at their surrounding. Are they skeletons? He heard the sound of bones rattling as their pursuers moved forth while rummaging through the bushes. Bark, bark. He could also hear the bone hounds growling. Run. If any of them catch up to you, take them down. For honor, don't forget your code of chivalry. The students of the White Tigers shouted as they pulled out their wooden swords, deciding to fight them out if they had to. How does this have anything to do with honor or your code of chivalry? They had been caught while trying to sneak out of the academy. It didn't seem remotely connected to honor or anything of that sort. There's only one thing we can do in this situation, Daljiu said in a low voice. This wasn't the time to be arguing over which tower they belonged to. They had to work together in order to take down their enemies. You're right, Daljiu. Okay, then I'll head out first and... We should flee while they're drawing the attention. Daljiu stared at Yihan with his mouth agape. However, Nilia, Yaner, and Gaynando immediately agreed to the plan. Agreed. Daljiu was about to open his mouth, but decided not to at the last second. After all, Yihan was the leader of their group. We should attempt to break through by targeting the place where the encirclement is the thinnest. Yihan kept on observing. He wanted to make a run for it immediately, but he endured the urge to do so. It was always best to wait and watch rather than lash out in a panic. He looked around for the weakest link in the encirclement. Fortunately, the students of the White Tigers were attracting all the attention by running around and screaming, giving him plenty of time to do so. He wasn't about to let this chance go. But isn't this going too far? He had been silently watching in the bushes, but he was soon dismayed to find out that the undeads were pouring out endlessly from the skull floating in the night sky. They were coming in droves, determined to overwhelm the offenders through their strength in numbers. It seems I've underestimated the craziness of the principal. Yihan inwardly groaned. The principal was more deranged than he had expected. Since he claimed that those that escape would be deemed innocent, Yihan thought the principal would at least give them a chance. As it turned out, he had created a total blockade. No, maybe he thinks he's going easy already. The brains of professors are wired differently after all. Maybe the principal thought the students would only grow if they can break through an encirclement of this caliber. The issue here was that Yihan had to break through this encirclement as well. Heaven, with the White Tigers drawing most of the attention, I don't think this is possible. Should we just surrender? All the paths leading downward were being guarded by skeletons with torches, lighting up the night, and more of them were coming down, and even more of them. With their number steadily climbing, the foot of the mountain became so bright it was like morning. Wait a second. Yihan noticed something strange. The skeletons and bonehounds weren't paying attention to their group at all. Isn't that weird? Granted, they were hiding in the bushes, and most of the attention was being drawn to the students of the white tigers screaming as they ran down the mountain. However, if Yihan and his friends had been discovered, there should have been a hound or two sniffing around them, trying to pinpoint their exact location. Yet their bony pursuers were only chasing after the members of the white tigers, ignoring them completely as they headed down. Is the principal unaware that we're here? He had naturally assumed the principal would know where they were hiding. After all, he was a mage completely beyond their realm of understanding. But what if the principal wasn't here in person? I won't chase you myself. Instead, I'll be sending my minions to pursue you. Return to your dorm without getting caught. Now that he thought calmly about it, there was no guarantee that the giant skull here was the real principal. He could have just sent a clone or an image of himself from afar, which means we just have to avoid the eyes of our pursuers. Rather than fleeing while being chased, it was much easier to flee while hiding. Let's head up. If we head down, there's no way we won't be spotted. Just look at how many of them there are. The moment we're found, they'll come at us in waves. Nilia's eyelashes trembled upon hearing his reasoning. On the other hand, there aren't any pursuers above us. We have a much better chance of not getting caught if we wait it out at the top or take a detour. Okay, let's go with that. He had been the one to suggest it, but he found it strange how quickly Nilia accepted his suggestion. I was the one who brought it up, but are you sure you're fine with that decision? We don't know what's waiting above us. Anything's better than being caught and tortured in the punishment room. As I said, I think you're misunderstanding something. They carefully climbed up for around 30 minutes. There's a cave up ahead. Let's go in there, Nilia said in a whisper. Are there any monsters inside? None. It's a small cave, and I don't feel any presence inside. I've thrown in a rock just now to confirm. Nilia pointed at her ears while saying so. We've been moving for quite a while now. I can continue, but the others are going to need some rest. I guess you're right. Nilia, Yihan, and Daljiu were fine, but Janer seemed rather tired, whereas Gaynando was on a brink of death. They had been walking in the darkness, and they had to flee in the middle while avoiding their pursuers, so they were both mentally and physically spent. Light Yihan used magic after entering the cave, illuminating it with a ball of light that shone brilliantly like the sun. Yaner used her coat and covered the cave's entrance, making sure that the light won't escape. You think they'll chase us all the way up here? Don't worry. I've been paying attention while coming up, and I haven't heard any rattling coming from the pursuers. They must all be gathered at the bottom of the mountain. Yaner felt reassured after hearing what Nilia said. Fortunately, Yihan had been right on the mark. The principal's summons had not noticed their group, so they didn't follow them up the mountain either. So the question becomes how long his summons will remain. Maybe we should have brute forced our way through after all. Yihan, however, disagreed with Daljiu's words. No, it would have been impossible to do so. How do you know? Considering his personality, the principal wouldn't have left such an obvious loophole. Though the others wondered how he'd know that, they decided to remain quiet and respect his words. Regardless of whether we end up waiting until they disappear or taking a detour, we should rest for the time being. Let's fill our stomachs first. Agreed. Yihan distributed the sausages, bread, and cheese that he brought with him. Gaynando popped a dwarven honey candy into his mouth and savored its taste. He hadn't had anything sweet for the past few days, so his body reacted violently to the candy. Oh no, we're out of waters. Nilia took out an empty water flask as she said so. They had walked for a long time and had drunk all its content. It's okay, we have magic. Gush forth, Yihan waved his staff with a shout, producing a puddle of water midair. Nilia hurriedly filled her leather flask with water. Way to go, Yihan, Daljiu exclaimed. As he was from a knight's family, he was slower than the students of other towers when it came to learning magic, so Yihan's magic almost seemed like a miracle to him. Gaynando and Yaner also clapped their hands in glee. I was starting to feel thirsty. After filling up her flask, Nilia closed its cap. I want to learn water magic as well, she said enviously. I'm sure you'll be able to do it soon once you become more familiar with magic, Yihan replied in comfort. It wasn't that difficult a spell to begin with, and it was something anyone could do once they got the hang of it. I sure hope so. After saying that, Nilia waved her staff and began to chant. Set ablaze, a small fire appeared and landed on the kindling wood that she had prepared. The sound of wood burning was soon accompanied by the warmth that came from the fire. Everyone's hands and feet were freezing after wandering around in the cold night, so they collectively let out a sigh of relief upon feeling the warmth. Phew, I'm glad it worked the first time. I learned it last time, but it wasn't the most perfect, so I was nervous. She seemed to have quite a high affinity with fire as she was able to succeed in one attempt. I'm jealous of you. I wanted to learn water spells rather than fire ones, she said as she looked over at Yihan. What's wrong? Yihan was staring intently at her, making her feel uneasy. Did she say something offensive? Most of the students at the academy considered magic to be a means to an end. They didn't think to themselves, I'll learn fire magic to start campfires and water magic to quench my thirst. Instead, they had the ambition of polishing their foundation and diving deep into a field of magic, eventually becoming a pioneer in that field and obtaining enlightenment. For that reason, Nilia didn't think highly of her fire magic. Even without her wand and her magic, she could easily start a fire just with some stones and twigs. On the other hand, she had been interested in water magic for a long time, so she would have been much happier if her affinity with water had been high instead. I guess you're right. Nilia nodded without thinking, overwhelmed by the serious air around Yihan. Is he praising my magic? As a member of the Wardenaz family famed for its magic, he might have found her attitude towards her own magic unacceptable. She looked away in embarrassment. Yihan, however, was thinking about something completely different. If I could reign in my mana, fire magic would have been the first thing I learned. How envious. With their hands and feet warmed up, their thirst quenched, and their hunger satiated with bread and cheese, their fatigue slowly went away. It's about time we check if the undeads are still there. Yihan decided to check up on the principal's spawns. Based on that crazy personality of his, there was a good chance they were still around. Nilia, right, let's go take a look. Taking the hint, Nilia stood up from where she was sitting. Darkness enveloped the two as they stepped out of the cave, and the result of their investigation was apparent after just a few minutes. Damn it, the foot of the mountain was still brightly lit, as if a belt of fire was surrounding the mountain. The undead's encirclement was as strong as ever. I swear, that bastard is completely insane. I agree with what you say, but are you sure it's okay to say it out loud? Nilia seemed afraid of possible retribution by the principal for speaking badly of him. It's fine. No one's listening, so all's well. Is that how it works? Nilia, to learn magic, you must learn to think freely. I bet the principal would gladly accept the curses thrown his way if it means we can free up our thought. Yihan was truly talented in coming up with absolute gibberish on the spot. Coupled with his sculpture-like expression, his serious manner of speech managed to convince Nilia, who only had a rudimentary understanding of magic. It kind of makes sense, that darn principal. He's like a grizzly bear. I hope the wolves take him all. Pause a sec. Yueyang, please forgive me, I was wrong. Nilia clinged onto Yihan with tears in her eyes the moment she heard the rustling of leaves from ahead. Yihan carefully peeled her off from his chest as one would a leech, staring intently at the direction where the sound came from. Careful, Nilia, someone's here. The other party seemed to have also noticed their presence. Who's there? That's our question. We're members of the White Tigers. Tusk, so not all of them were caught. Yihan clicked his tongue. He was wondering why the undeads had not left yet. Turned out some students of the White Tigers managed to flee amidst the chaos. After a few more rustling of leaves and tree branches, the White Tigers appeared before Yihan and Nilia, looking like an absolute mess. In fact, they looked no different from beggars on the street. Be beggars. As I said, we're from the White Tigers. Punishment to the students that went against the esteemed principal. Punishment to the students that went against the esteemed principal. Unlike Yihan and his friends, the students of the White Tigers initially planned to break through the encirclement. However, what greeted them was an innumerable number of skeletons. They had to fight their pursuers while listening to the rattling of bones and the chill-inducing chants. The skeletons used bones as clubs, and though getting hit wasn't fatal, the first hit would slow them down, the second would stop them in their tracks, and the third would knock them down. Act to attack us in numbers. How cowardly of them all. Though they did their best to take down the skeletons and the bonehounds that came after them using the swordsmanship they were proud of, the members of the White Tigers eventually began to fall one after another. Suppression complete. Suppression complete. Flee upward. Upward, I say. Jidal was the quickest to analyze the situation and gave orders to her fellow dormmates. This encirclement wasn't designed to be broken through. Unlike Yihan, who didn't trust the principal one bit, she mistakenly believed that they had a chance of escaping because of what he said earlier. If they stubbornly tried to flee downward, what awaited them was capture. Knowing this, she brought the remaining students up the mountain. Fortunately, their pursuers did not follow them. Ha ha ha. Moradi, are you sure Hooray going up is the right choice? There aren't any paths. Summons can't last a long time. They'll soon disappear. If Yihan was beside them, he would have pointed out the flaw in her argument, saying something along the lines of that's only the case for lousy mages. You think the principal's in the same league as them. Unfortunately, the White Tiger's understanding of magic wasn't that deep. They simply nodded after hearing what Jijal said. What should we do in the meantime? We wait and recover our stamina. We need to start a fire. No, I guess finding shelter comes first. Somewhere that can block the cold wind. Hearing her instructions, the students of the White Tigers started looking around. Though they weren't as adept as Nilia in navigating the mountains, they were confident in their stamina. Their muscles were screaming in pain, and their throats were like the Sahara Desert, but they kept searching. Passasac. I heard a sound just now. Is it a beast? Let's kill it if it's a beast. We're starving here. However, what they heard wasn't the roaring of a beast, but rather the sound of someone talking. The white tigers were shocked when they realized this. Who could be out and about at this hour? Who's there? That's our question. We're members of the white tigers, Tusk, so not all of them were caught. Surprisingly, they were met with students from the blue dragons. This way, the white tigers awkwardly entered the cave. They felt extremely uncomfortable being treated so nicely by someone they had picked a fight with earlier. Take a seat and grab something to eat, Yihan said without changing his expression. Gaynando quietly protested beside him. We don't have enough rations ourselves. Why should we? Shush, Dalju hit Gaynando on his side. The remaining students of the White Tigers had suddenly appeared looking like beggars, which went to show what a tough experience they had this night. Yihan had every right to chase them away. No one would have blamed him considering how the White Tigers treated him. However, Yihan had invited them into the cave after seeing the predicament they were in, providing them with food and drink. It was honestly moving. Yihan is the true embodiment of honor. Showing kindness to allies was a given. What was really difficult was showing kindness to enemies. Dalju hoped the White Tigers would reflect on their actions and reconcile with Yihan through this opportunity. For a while there was only the sound of munching inside the cave. Jijil carefully observed her surroundings to make sense of what was going on. How did the blue dragons make their way here? She never thought for a moment that Yihan had followed them to the mountain. After all, they were the blue dragons, not the lowly black tortoise. Resorting to such lowly means felt unimaginable. Hence, she came to a different conclusion. They must have found a map as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a place at night. They must have come earlier and hid in the cave after hearing the commotion that they made. Jijil contemplated their next course of action while eating some food. Yihan of the Wardenaz family had shown them kindness, but she had no intention of reciprocating the favor. That was how she was brought up in the Moradi family. Jijil. As you know, the Moradi family does not forget its hatred, but there's something more to that saying, and it's that they repay favors only if they remember one. The Moradi family disdained those that had their hearts swayed by others' kindness. A Moradi would coldly reject a request even if someone that saved their lives in the past came begging for help. What should I do to make the most out of this situation? Yes, I should first have them see us in a good light. While she was thinking, one of the white tigers hesitantly opened his mouth and asked a question to Dalju, who he was the most familiar with inside Yihan's group. Choi how? Thump, the student fell over before he could finish his sentence. Dalju was shocked to see this. What's happening? At first, he thought the student passed out because of exhaustion, but soon it was apparent that that wasn't the case. Thump, thump, the others also slumped to the ground as if they'd taken some medication. Shit, Jijil shouted in a sharp voice. Realizing what had happened, she spat out the water that was inside her mouth. Unfortunately, she had already drunk some and was starting to feel dizzy. Was it spiked? You were too late in figuring it out, Yihan said coldly. As she was about to pass out, Jijil glared at Yihan with open hostility. Her cold and ruthless expression was the antithesis of the kind and soft one she showed on their first meeting. It was something not even the white tigers had seen. This won't be the end, Wardenaz. The last thing she saw was the figure of Wardenaz staring down at her with his usual deadpan face. Leaving behind those words, she fell asleep. Did I make an enemy out of them for no reason? Contrary to Jijil's belief, Yihan was slightly regretting his decision. Now that things had progressed this far, the hatred between him and the white tigers was irrevocable. However, there was nothing he could do about it. The white tigers had targeted him without a reason. Since they didn't have a reason, he decided to give them one. What's this about, Yihan? Is the water poisonous? But I drank it as well. Dalju was so surprised that he kept stuttering. Gaynando wasn't much better either. Yihan had purposely not told these two about the plan as they were terrible at keeping a poker face. Their plan might have failed otherwise. Worry not, Gaynando. It's not poison, and the water you drank was safe. We're simply going to take them to where the skeletons are and leave them there. He hadn't spiked the white tiger's drinks out of petty hatred. Instead, it was because they were most likely the skeleton's target, so they had to offer them up if they wished to be saved. But, using such a despicable method. Dalju, think about it. If we fought head-on, we would have caused a commotion, drawing the skeleton's attention. Also, even if we won, do you think Moradi would have given up? He would have dragged us down with him. Dalju was no match against Yihan when it came to a battle of words, and he was easily convinced. Still in the first place, where did you get the medicine? Yaner raised her hand sheepishly. We found a somniferous plant on our way up. She could tell most plants apart and was able to discover a somniferous plant with white stem along the way. Oh, look over here. What is it? It's a somniferous plant. Its powder can be mixed in with water, and drinking it would cause you to fall asleep. Let's collect it. You never know when it will come in handy. Will we ever need it, though? She had collected the plant while tilting her head, wondering if they would ever need to use it. Surprisingly, they did. Though she didn't think it would be used in this way. Yaner and Yihan had informed her ahead of time, and she was furious at the white tigers for what happened between them. They targeted Wardenaz for absolutely no reason. Well, it wasn't actually for no reason. I joined a swordsmanship class that they were all attending. Huh, why would you? But that's beside the point. Confused, Nilia stared at him with her eyes wide open, but Yihen ignored her and continued. Anyway, Dalju, I get that you're surprised, but I'd like you to understand that what we did was by no means underhanded or cowardly. It was part of our strategy. Why, yeah, it's their fault for falling for it, Nilia said in agreement. As a huntress, something of this level wasn't worthy of being called revenge. Still, it doesn't seem all that honorable. And that's where you're wrong, Dalju. If you wish to be honorable, you can't be so narrow-minded. Let us take a look at the result. If we had fought, we would have all been caught because of the noise. Would that have been honorable? No, we would have been smearing our names in the dirt. By spiking their drinks and having them fall asleep, we were able to resolve the situation without causing a commotion and embarrassing ourselves. Not only did we escape capture, but we're also now able to send these friends back to the academy without hurting them. If this isn't honorable, what is? I suppose so. It's honorable, I say. Honorable, Nilia echoed Yihan's sentiment. Yanaren Gaynando also played along. Yup, no other word could describe our action. Seriously, what we did is worthy of being awarded badges of honor by the palace. Our right. As people say, live with wolves, and you learn to howl. Without realizing it, Dalju was gradually being affected by Yihan. Rattle, 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 rattle. Yihan nodded after hearing the sound of the undead approaching from afar. Suppression complete. Suppression complete. Their pursuers did not question the fact that their targets were all asleep. Their intelligence simply wasn't high enough to do so. Now we just waited out. He was certain that the principal's summons would soon disappear. Now that they had secured all the students from the White Tigers, they had no reason to stay. Where are you going? Let's check our surroundings while we wait. Yihan carefully walked toward the direction of the academy's walls. Their plan of escaping the academy had gone down the drain due to an unforeseen event, but he refused to return empty-handed. There's something I want to check. Massive walls surrounded the academy, and he wished to see how far they extended into the mountain range. He was also curious about whether there was an actual escape route. The rest of his group cautiously followed him. Though they no longer had to worry about their pursuers, it was still dark in the mountain, and the higher up they climbed, the steeper it got. They were also met with more trees and shrubbery along the way. It's getting a little too dark. This might be dangerous. We might trip if we're not careful. It was darker than ever before, and they could no longer rely on the light coming from the torches of the White Tigers. Wardenaz, we need a light source. Wouldn't that be dangerous? There are enough obstacles around us. It should be fine, if you say so. Light, a blinding light, enveloped their immediate surroundings after Yihan cast the spell. It was as if the sun had come out. Nilia became uneasy when she noticed this. Theoretically, with so much vegetation around them, the light shouldn't extend far below the mountain, but Yihan's spell seemed a tad too powerful. I hope no one sees us. Please turn off the light, young students. It's so bright I can't sleep. It didn't sound like the voice belonged to a human. It was a deep voice imbued with mana, and it was coming from the depths of the forest. Unsurprisingly, the students were stunned, having had a run-in with the crazy principal just now. Is it another trap? They wondered. May I ask who we're speaking to? Yihan was the quickest to recover from the shock. We'll go for a preemptive strike if it's another summon by the principal. Since you students entered my territory, I'll be the one asking questions first. If you get it right, I'll welcome you as guests. Otherwise, I'll consider you trespassers. Now no need to be tense, it's but a simple riddle. One night, a dwarf lit 5 candles inside a room. However, a strong gust of wind from the window extinguished one of them. Not long after, a guest that was drinking beer in the next room entered, swinging the door wide open, resulting in another candle being extinguished. To prevent any more candles from being extinguished, the dwarf closed the door and the window. How many candles remain lit the next morning? It's a trick question. Yihan quickly noticed the trick in the riddle. At first glance, the answer would seem like 3, as 2 candles were extinguished out of the 5 that were lit. However, candles could only last for a short period of time. Hence, there would be none remaining in the morning. 3. Gaynando, however, didn't consider this and shouted out the first answer that came to his mind, leaving Yihan flabbergasted. Correct. Wait. The candles should have run out by morning. Yihan couldn't help but blurt out an objection, to which the mysterious voice responded, sounding rather amused. Since it's a riddle, it goes without saying that we're talking about magic candles that don't run out. Yihan flipped out and sighed. This frickin' world of magic. As promised, the riddle was extremely simple. Since you got it right, I'll welcome you as guests. But it's been so long since I last had visitors. It would be a bummer to end things so quickly. How about this? I'll give you another riddle. I'll still treat you as guests if you get it wrong, but if you get it right, you'll earn a reward. Ready whenever you are, Yihan said without hesitation. He wasn't stupid enough to turn down such an opportunity. I am tall in the morning but shrink at noon. I grow in the afternoon but fade away at night. What am I? There was a pause as the students racked their brains over this unexpected question. What could it be? I have no clue. Gainando, on the other hand, was confident as he had gotten the first question right, and so he shouted out his answer. A monster that's big in the morning and in the afternoon, but small at noon. Incorrect. Huh. Oh, I forgot to mention the part where it disappears at night. As I said, it's incorrect. Could it be a shadow? Correct. Everyone stared at Ihan in surprise. How did you know? It was a famous riddle, a variation of the Sphinx's. Ihan, who didn't wish to go through the trouble of explaining how he had knowledge from his past life, gave a simple response. The answer popped up in my head when I concentrated my mind and allowed wisdom to flow into me. What he said was quite ambiguous, but such responses were often interpreted in a good way, and the mysterious voice seemed extremely impressed. The voice sounded more excited than before. Excellent. I welcome you, clever young students. The densely packed trees all moved aside, and the surrounding terrain began to change as if it were being covered by fog. An open space revealed itself before them, one that was rich in natural mana and seemed inhabited by the forest spirits. What greeted Ihan and his friends was an oak tree. Deep within the mountains, there were all sorts of monsters, spirits, and fantastical creatures, and the oak tree was one of them. Everyone seems tired. Here, drink this. The oak tree moved its branches and offered them wooden cups with cold, green drinks in them. Doesn't smell that good. It seemed and smelled like vegetable juice. However, he could feel that the drink was rich in mana, so he carefully took a sip. The fatigue in his muscles faded away. It felt refreshing, as if he had a cold drink after running on a hot summer's day. He could feel his body cooling down as the drink traveled down his throat. It was incredibly bitter, but the effects were immediate. It's made from the saps of the trees in the forest. How does it taste? It's incredible. May I have some more? As you wish. Ian whisked out his leather flask and collected the sap. To survive in the academy's harsh environment, he had to collect things like this when he could. While he was collecting the drink, the others asked the oak tree various questions, curious about this mysterious space that was usually only open to the spirits. What's this space for? Are there any other trees? This is too bitter. Is there something else we can drink? I'd like something sweet like fruit juice. Ihan soon joined them in asking questions, not willing to forego such a rare opportunity. May I ask some questions as well? You may. But before that, introduce yourself. My name is Ihan. The oak tree was amused after noticing how he didn't mention his family name, which was unusual for nobles. And which family are you from? The Wardenaz family. Thud. The oak tree took a step back, dealing emotional damage to Ihan. Sorry, it's not your fault, but the rumors surrounding your family, well, let's just say the Wardenaz family has produced a lot of powerful mages. Is that so? Yes, with many of them being maniacs. But you've stated your given name before your surname. Very good. I'm sure you'll become a good mage. Now, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? Ihan spun a lie without blinking an eye. We were enjoying a night's walk. Yaner bit her lips to stop herself from laughing. The oak tree didn't fall for such an obvious lie either. Ah, you must have been trying to escape the academy, but based on the shape of the moon tonight, it should still be your first week here. Were you trying to escape on your first week? See, the situation isn't that simple. Ihan tried to explain, but the oak tree had already seen through everything. My running away on the first week, the freshmen this time around are quite different. Forget it. Ihan gave up on giving excuses. Mr. Talking Oak Tree, if you've seen others like us before, can you advise us on how to escape? I've lived in this forest for hundreds of years and have seen many like you. Escape is possible. However, it's not feasible for freshmen at your level. The oak tree didn't seem to have any intention of revealing any other secrets. Ihan wasn't disappointed, though, and threw out another question. If we continue in the direction we were going, would we be able to leave the academy through the mountains? No, there are walls there. The walls extend that far? Yes, and the walls have magic cast on them. You wouldn't want to carelessly scale them. Ihan was left utterly speechless. They had traversed the mountains and climbed steep slopes for hours, and yet they were being told that the walls extended there as well. It was even amazing in a sense, so it's practically impossible to escape by finding where the walls have been cut off. They couldn't go around them, nor could they scale them. The oak tree lightly admonished them. As freshmen, you shouldn't attempt to recklessly escape the academy. It's extremely dangerous to do so. The mountains are quiet right now, but the monsters that are asleep will wake up soon after a few weeks. The oak tree looked Ihan in the eyes. Its words had failed to reach the young mage. Rather than looking scared, he seemed more determined than ever, and the oak tree very much appreciated his spirit. I shall give you a riddle. Orcs of the Black Axe tribe, Red Feathers tribe, White Eagles tribe, and Green Frogs tribe gathered for a feast. The naughty goblins were also able to join them in their festivities. How did the goblins manage to do this? All the students present at the scene were confused by the oak tree's riddle. Gainando shot his mouth off once more. They were popular. The oak tree ignored him. Right, I almost forgot about your prize. The oak tree faced Ihan as it spoke. The soil before him wriggled and tree branches shot out from the ground, intertwining as they grew upward. Eventually, the branches took the form of a staff. Artifacts and magic tools were like arms and legs for mages, and out of all the artifacts, staves were the most important. They could make spells more powerful, reduce casting time, and allow mages to cast spells that they normally couldn't cast. It wasn't an exaggeration to call them a mage's best companion. The staves that had been given to the first-year students were like long canes, and though they weren't special in any way, they were extremely hard and sturdy. Their length easily exceeded a student's height, which was why Yihan often used his staff like a stick. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have been able to catch the boars that Uregger had released. Oh, have you perhaps gotten attached to your staff and have no intention of changing it? No. Yihan grabbed his new staff without even a moment of hesitation. Tools were just tools. It didn't make sense to grow attached to them. Would anyone hesitate to replace old lab equipment with new ones? Dalju stared silently at Yihan, rendered speechless by his attitude. T-tac. He pulled the staff out from the ground. As he did so, he felt a certain life force coming from it, which was ironic since he had just uprooted the staff. How do you feel? I feel animated. The talking oak tree was shocked, to say the least. Yihan had gotten used to the staff way quicker than he had expected. To think he'd sense it the moment he held the staff. Theoretically, it should have taken him much longer. What he had just felt was the aura of a tree spirit dwelling inside the staff. To learn how to summon spirits, fledgling mages had to go through countless trials and errors. Similarly, establishing a connection with the tree spirit should have required a lot of time and effort. Even with an affinity to spirits, one would normally require months of swinging the staff. His ability to detect mana is out of this world. He's a genius even if you take into account his family background. Impressive. I didn't think you'd feel anything. Is that so? Yihan was confused by the oak tree's praise. He failed to understand what was so impressive about what he said. After all, he had no clue about the tree spirit. You'll soon learn of the staff's hidden power. Can't you just explain it to me now? Patience. With your talent, it shouldn't take that long for you to uncover it. Yihan was a rather unique student, and the oak tree was starting to understand that. Occasionally, it would come across some students that were wrong in the head, talented loonies that lacked any semblance of fear. Around a century ago, it had met a member of the Wardenaz family who fit that description perfectly, and seeing Yihan reminded the oak tree of him, though the latter was much more polite and collected. Now it's time for me to go back to sleep. Don't use any more spells near the forest. You're going to wake up all the trees in the area with that powerful magic of yours. Is it chasing us away because it's sleepy? Yihan had a sneaking suspicion that that was the case. It was strange how the oak tree refused to elaborate on what was so impressive. It also glossed over the details of the staff's hidden power. Is it making things up because it wants to sleep? I don't want you guys coming back into the forest, so here's a staff. Now go away was the kind of vibe he was getting. The open space they were in slowly began to close. The trees moved and their surroundings blurred as they gradually got further and further away from where they previously stood. As they were leaving, the oak tree whispered in Yihan's ears, "Remember my riddle. You'll be able to escape the academy once you solve it." Fortunately, the undead had disappeared by the time they were out, and the group carefully descended the mountain as the light of dawn chased away the darkness. Once they returned, they jumped into their beds and slept, too tired to do anything else. Plop. Yihan entered his room, located inside the Tower of the Blue Dragons, and threw his body on the bed. He would think about the riddle and the method of escape after a good sleep. Wardenaz, he managed to sleep for a couple of hours before being woken up by someone knocking on his door. "Who is it?" he asked while yawning. When he opened the door, he was greeted by a Sandargard who was wearing his glasses. That Sonover, the principal's holding an event outside. That's one hell of a wake-up call. Yihan became wide awake when he heard the news. An event by the principal. Is he trying to expose the students that tried to flee the academy? He had a guilty conscience. He and his friends hadn't been caught, but considering the principal's eccentric personality, he wouldn't be surprised by anything the Lick cooked up. But that's all the more reason to participate in the event. The bigger the trouble, the more naturally he had to behave. He knew that by heart. He'd only be outing himself by behaving differently than usual. Got it. I'll wake up Gaynando and Yanair before heading out with them. Aren't you guys sleeping in too much? By the time he woke the two up and exited the tower, the sun was way up above their head. The trio yawned as they followed behind the other students. From afar, they could see a giant skull floating in front of the academy's main building. Come, this is a rare chance for you all. Hurry up, young Ironer talents. I welcome you all. From the look of things, it didn't seem like he was trying to sniff out the ringleader of the escapees. It was more like a friendly gathering or a special event. Several tents had been set up in the front yard, and people wearing religious clothes were handing out food and drinks to the students with kind smiles on their faces. While he was bewildered, Yihan received a cookie from one of the priests. It was warm and smelled delicious, most likely fresh out of the oven. He took a bite. Not only was it crispy, but the cookie also contained jam inside, making it extremely sweet. What's all this about? Is the academy going under? The principal opened his mouth as if he had sensed Yihan's confusion. On this fine weekend, we've invited priests from various temples all over the empire. Aren't you all glad? Now please welcome them. Clap, 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 clap. Although the students continued to murmur, they clapped along for the time being, and the priests bowed to express their gratitude. Haha, the honor is mine. Please remember to put in a good word for me when you meet His Majesty. A lot of funds are required to uncover and research new ancient magic. We can't give any promises, but we'll try our best. Principal Skelly didn't bother mincing his words, troubling the priests greatly. For some reason, Yihan felt nostalgic when he witnessed this scene. Regardless of which world I'm in, I guess professors are at the mercy of their research funds. Even the most arrogant professor would behave meekly before their sponsors, and Principal Skelly, who probably feared no one, was no different. His research funds were determined by the emperor, which was why he was showing such a weak attitude. The priests then addressed the students. Students of the academy, it is our honor to meet such talented individuals. In the future, everyone present here will undoubtedly become splendid mages. We are servants of gods representing various religious groups, and we've gathered you all here today to introduce ourselves. What a tremendous amount of mana. Yihan was surprised by how much mana the priests had. They were quite literally emanating mana from their bodies. Clearly, they were at another level compared to the freshmen. Also, their mana felt special. There was something sacred and divine about it. Fascinating, isn't it? Yihan had the shivers. Before he knew it, Principal Skelly had secretly crept up beside him. It's natural you feel that way. There's something unique about a priest's mana, which is why they call it holy power. So I hear, but this is my first time seeing it in person. So you do sense their mana. Damn it. Yihan realized his mistake. The principal had been testing him. Why hide it? You should be proud of your gift. Out of all the talents here, how many of them do you think are capable of detecting mana as accurately as you? The principal couldn't understand Yihan's reasoning. In his mind, a mage shouldn't shy away from flaunting their abilities. This was so that they could be sponsored by rich nobles and extract their wealth. After all, studying powerful magic required a ton of resources. Will he flip out if I say it's because I don't want anything to do with him? Yihan decided it was best to keep his thoughts to himself. His goal was to build connections and graduate with good grades. He had no intention whatsoever of delving deeper into the field of magic with the principal. In the end, he had to come up with an excuse. There are others more talented than me in the academy. It's important to be humble, and I'm telling you that you're wrong. From now on, you should go around bragging about your talent. What's this madman saying? If he did as the principal said, his social circle would be left in shambles, and he'd only have Gaynando left as his friend. Fortunately, Principal Skelly wasn't too invested in ruining his relationships, and he soon changed the topic. I bet you aren't all that familiar with priests. After all, the Wardenaz family doesn't involve itself with religion. No, I'm not. A lot of religious groups existed inside the empire, but magic and faith did not mix well together. I'm not much of a believer myself. I'm too smart to believe in gods. Thought you'd say that. In fact, most mages were atheists, though not many were as extreme as the principal in their stance. The patriarch of the Wardenaz family, Yihan's father, had once brought up the topic of religion during dinner time, and he had this to say about it. Holy power is simply another form of mana that underwent a qualitative change as a result of the beliefs of a group of monkeys. What they call holy magic isn't some miracle, it's just another branch of magic. Why else would it have the word magic in it? In that case, what does the patriarch think of studies involving holy magic? There's nothing wrong with it, if you wish to waste your time, that is. Real magic is backed by theories and calculations. Holy magic, on the other hand, was achieved through gibberish which those mindless idiots call the power of faith. I should never reveal to the priests that I'm from the Wardenaz family. That was the conclusion he reached after recalling his memories. Even if the priests were saints, they would be pissed off if they heard what the patriarch said. I'm sure Wardenaz would agree with me on this. Those priests are fools, I tell you. What's the point of having useless followers that converted after getting some treats? This entire event is a farce. The principal droned on and on beside Yihan, letting out all his complaints. Yihan, who had been listening, suddenly opened his mouth to speak. Esteemed principal, yes, are there any groups that you recommend? Principal Skelly stared at Yihan in disbelief. That one question had rendered their entire conversation meaningless. Wait, groups. As in groups with an S. Groups, not a group, but groups, Principal Skelly asked in confirmation, puzzled by the weird request. It wasn't a bad idea to compare different groups to one another before deciding on which one to join. However, for some reason, it felt as if this boy from the Wardenaz family was trying to convey a different message. I want to join multiple groups, so please recommend some to me. Principal Skelly shook his head. I must be overthinking. There's nothing wrong with believing in multiple gods, is there? He's actually crazy. It had been a while since he was last awestruck by a new student. Granted, some citizens of the empire truly believed in multiple gods, For example, someone might believe in the god of love and the god of wisdom. However, that clearly did not apply to this boy from the Wardenaz family. He just wanted to reap as much benefit as he could from these religious organizations, and he was being so blatant about it too. His intentions were so clear it almost felt refreshing to hear, though of course, the groups that he joined might not share the same sentiment. You're right, and you've asked an excellent question. There's nothing wrong with believing in multiple gods, but you must be careful as some groups are very petty. Exactly, Yihan said, quickly voicing his agreement. The principal had hit the nail right on the head. Yihan's plan was simple and straightforward. Let's sweep through all the groups and join as many of them as I can. By applying, he would receive all sorts of items. He'd be an idiot to turn down such an offer. Thus, he planned on joining every group that allowed multiple memberships to maximize his benefits. First, I recommend the Order of Prasinga, the goddess that they believe in keeping the world afloat through self-sacrifice. Members of the Order of Prasinga are kind, and they'll no doubt give you a warm welcome. Order of Prasinga. Yihan took note of it. Next would be the Order of Kalaso. Their god is mischievous and loves creating chaos and confusion. They'll treat you well even if you have multiple faiths. Order of Kalaso. Last but not least, the Order of Capulio. They worship the god of swords and swordsmanship. Even an oddball like you would be accepted. Order of Capulio. That was when Yihan stopped for a second. Did the principal know that he was taking the swordsmanship course? For real, that's kind of scary. It wasn't that big of a deal, but he didn't like how much attention he was being paid. Nothing good would come of gaining a professor's interest, especially one as mad as the principal. I won't stop you from learning swordsmanship, but never forget that magic comes first. After all, it's the one and only academic discipline that towers over all others. I will always bear that in mind. Confronted by the principal's teaching, Yihan politely nodded. However, whatever the lick said went in one ear and out the other. For him, magic was but a means to an end. Good, very good. Satisfied by the response, the principal nodded. At first, he was surprised that someone from the Wardenaz family wanted to enter a religious order, but now, he was looking forward to how it would go. He's an oddball, all right. The matter of having an enormous amount of mana and exceptional sensitivity to it was of secondary importance. The tenacity to do whatever it takes to achieve one's goal. The principal was interested in Yihan because he had such tenacity despite being from a prestigious household known as the Wardenaz family. I'm looking forward to the future. Good luck, Wardenaz. As for me, I'll be checking on the students in the punishment room. Thank Yoha, he just heard something strange. Come again, however, Principal Skelly left before he could ask anything. Though he was curious how many students of the White Tigers had been locked up in the punishment room, he decided to visit the religious orders first. Which order are you interested in? Yaner asked curiously. She had returned from somewhere with a basket in hand. The Order of Prasinga. Oh, the Order of Prasinga. Were you interested in and the Order of Kalaso, as well as the Order of Capulio? That's about it for now. I'm not sure if I have time to visit all of them today. I shouldn't make it too obvious that I'm registering for several orders, so let's visit one order every time an event is held. Rather than questioning his decisions, she decided to just accept them. I see, so Yihan believes in 3 gods. Right, take this. Yaner took out a sandwich from her basket. The sandwich was made of bread, ham, tomato, cabbage, eggs, and various other ingredients. The hungry students would have fought tooth and nail for it if the sandwich had been placed in front of them. I'm just giving it to you for free. Huh, really, but why? What are you scheming? It's not my place to say this, but you really are. Hearing her explanation, Yihan accepted the sandwich while nodding. He was feeling a bit peckish, so it was great. While he was munching on the sandwich, Yaner poured a cold glass of apple juice and offered it to him. Gulp. By the way, where'd you get these? Shouldn't you have asked that first? I got these from the Order of Flame. My family has been close with them for generations. Flame, the god of alchemy. Followers of the Order of Flame were all skilled alchemists, and the Macon family had supported them financially for ages. As a result, the priests from the Order of Flame identified her immediately and gave her a basket full of food. What has the Wardenaz family been doing this whole time? Why didn't we donate anything? Yihan was impressed by the Macon family's foresight. By offering generous donations, their daughter was rewarded during her stay in the academy. Do you think it's weird as well? Yaner asked while fidgeting. What is? Was she talking about eating a sandwich together with apple juice? Why, you know about how the Macons are backing the Order of Flame. You see, I'm also a follower of Flame. Previously, Gaynando was beaten up for asking whether alchemy could be considered magic. However, his belief was shared by a lot of prideful mages. From time to time, she'd hear people criticize her family for sponsoring the Order of Flame. Why would a powerful family like yours back an order like that? They'd ask. Yihan, however, couldn't care less about such nonsense. What's wrong with backing the Order of Flame? Right, Yaner became visibly brighter. She poured him more apple juice with a wide grin on her face. Have some more. But I didn't finish drinking. Is this the Order of Prasinga? I'm interested in knowing more about the order. The priests looked up with beaming expressions when they sensed Yihan approaching them. Greetings, brother. So you wish to know more about Lord Prasinga? Then you're more than welcome here. Yes, I've heard many stories about Lord Prasinga in the past. I've always wondered if such a great individual could really exist. Yihan started talking off the top of his head without truly meaning anything he said. As a former graduate student, he had mastered the technique of putting on a humble and reverent appearance regardless of what he truly thought in his head. In fact, he was unmatched when it came to controlling his expression. Unsurprisingly, the priests were instantly smitten by his attitude. He was obviously from a distinguished family, yet he had sought them out. Please come in, Tigeling. Would you mind lending us a hand? I'll be right there. Yihan was surprised when he saw the appearance of the student that the priest had just called. There was dark reddish energy surrounding her skin, as well as a pair of horns protruding out of her forehead. Though the timid student immediately averted her eyes, there were flames flickering inside them. A devil mixed blood. Devil mixed bloods were the rarest among all mixed bloods. Yihan had heard about them before, but it was his first time seeing one. When the ancestor of a family makes a deal with the devil, their descendants in the future generations would have a chance of exhibiting the devil's traits. As a matter of course, most people stayed away from such individuals. That was probably why the girl in front of him was behaving timidly, checking the reactions of those around her before making any moves. Tigeling over here is also a new student of the academy. She belongs to the Tower of the Immortal Phoenix. The priest seemed proud of her. Students of the Immortal Phoenix rarely interacted with people from the other towers, but they had stepped forward to help when they heard the priests were coming. This must be fate. To think I get to meet a friend who also believes in Lord Prasinga. This must be the Lord's guidance. Brother, the priests reacted very positively to his random gesture of devotion. Having said that, after entering the tent, he took a look at his surroundings. There were 2 points he had to check before registering for an order, what he could get out of it and what would be demanded of him. If he didn't check those, he might end up joining a cult that forced its members to whip themselves during each meeting. It looks very plain. I guess it's to be expected of a religious order. The inside of the tent was simple and austere. There were several rows of chairs inside, and at the very front was an altar with a symbol that probably represented Prasinga. It was as ordinary as it could be, but there was something that managed to catch his eyes. Why are there so many artifacts? He could sense mana from many of the items inside the tent. Artifacts, items enchanted with magic, were rather expensive and rare even if they didn't serve a grand purpose, yet the tent was filled with them. But it didn't seem as if the priests were interested in leading extravagant lives. I thought Prasinga was a goddess that keeps the world afloat through self-sacrifice. Is she also related to artifacts? Stomp, stomp, stomp. A short and skinny priest approached Yihan to explain further about their order. Every time he took a step forward, deep footprints were left behind on the ground. Yihan's eyes popped open when he saw this. Oh, did I surprise you, brother? Sensing his shock, the priest opened his mouth to explain with a smile on his face. It's nothing crazy. The footprints are being made because of a cursed artifact that I'm wearing. Makes the wearer several times heavier, but it also increases the amount of holy power they can wield. Ah, did you accidentally equip it during a dungeon exploration? Nothing of that sort. I wore it in honor of Lord Prasinga. As you probably know, Lord Prasinga sacrificed herself to uphold the world. As her followers, how can we stand by and do nothing ourselves? Brother, every time we equip a cursed artifact, we are alleviating this world of another curse, the Order of Prasinga. The goddess they honored was burdened with a curse that made her hold up the world. In turn, her followers voluntarily wore artifacts with curses on them. The holy power that they used was unlike that of other priests. While others used their holy power to lift the curse, the Order of Prasinga used theirs to strengthen them. Realizing what was happening, Yihan grew pale, and he started to regret his decision. I must have been out of my mind to believe in the principal's words. Their conversation had been so heartfelt that he had subconsciously followed the principal's suggestions, but the air of madness surrounding the Order of Prasinga was no joke. They were literally going around wearing cursed artifacts on purpose, so it seems that brother isn't too keen on the idea either. The priest was extremely perceptive. Despite Yihan's best attempts to control his expression, the priest had seen through his act. That's not the case. I was simply too happy. No need to force yourself, brother. The path that we walk as followers of Lord Prasinga isn't an easy one. If you've had a change of heart, you may walk away. We won't blame you, said the priest with a bitter smile. Though he felt sorry, Yihan glanced at the entryway of the tent. He had to run away while he had the chance. After all, they might change their mind at any moment. This cursed belt is meant to be a welcoming gift to the brothers and sisters that join us, but they all walk away when they hear what it does. I guess it makes sense. Who would willingly put on a belt that sucks away the wearer's mana? Wait, can you explain its effects? He blurted out the question without thinking. From a certain perspective, curses could be considered a type of buff. For example, someone that wished to slim down would be delighted to have a cursed item that reduces its wearer's weight. In other words, depending on how they were used, cursed items could become a blessing in disguise. Normally, mages would steer clear of items that suck away their wearer's mana. Hell, they would chuck them out. However, things were a bit different for Yihan. He had way too much mana to spare. Seriously though, that belt might be worth equipping. He was already wearing a metal bracelet with similar properties. Wearing an extra belt or two would hardly make a difference. Its effect, its original effect. Action-reaction pairs also existed in the world of magic, and cursed artifacts typically had stronger positive traits than regular items. Otherwise, no one in their right mind would equip them. Ah, so that's what brother is curious about. Let me think. You remember its curse, but not its original effect. You should really get your priorities straight. Yihan became speechless when he saw the priest having trouble remembering the item's original effect. It was a classic example of putting the cart before the horse. Right, it's a belt that grants invisibility, but that's not what's important. What's important is that it's a cursed item, as I said, brother. You can be honest with us. We won't blame you if you wish to turn back now. What do you mean? I was born ready to bear the burden. Yihan's eyes were filled with determination, shocking the priest greatly. Who would have thought? The priest had expected Yihan to give up and leave right away, but it seemed he had been under the wrong impression. How ashamed I am to run my mouth and question the faith of such a devoted brother. The priest no longer treated Yihan as a naive boy that grew up sheltered in a powerful family. The person before him was a fellow brethren who was willing to walk this thorny path together. Brother, my name is manhwaedit. May I ask what is yours? Yihan Wardenaz. This came as an even bigger surprise to manhwaedit. Even within the empire, the Wardenaz family was famous for being non-believers. It was no wonder that the boy seemed so dignified and majestic. The order would be delighted to have you within our ranks. Now, please take this belt in honor of Lord Prasinga. It was quite an exaggerated title for a cursed belt, but Yihan received it with a serious expression on his face. T-tac. He equipped it immediately. Manhwaedit stared at him with a worried look. Whenever a new brother or sister joined their cause, they would have trouble adjusting to the burden of Prasinga. After all, enduring the effects of a curse was anything but easy, especially for beginners. Having all of one's mana sucked away was a cruel ordeal, one which a new student might not be able to. So how do I become invisible? Well, saying I hide myself in the night will make you invisible. Saying I reveal myself in the morning would deactivate it. I hide myself in the night. His body became transparent when he recited the chant. Wow, Yihan was in awe. Not all invisibility spells were of the same level. Lower circle invisibility spells only allowed light to somewhat pass through an area. Upon closer inspection, people would still be able to tell that something was wrong, but the invisibility spell on the belt was near perfect. It was worth equipping this cursed item. Brother, do you feel all right? Why, of course. I reveal myself in the morning. Yihan cancelled the spell. Prior to equipping the belt, he had half expected it to absorb enough mana so that he could control the rest. However, it didn't seem to have had any effect on him at all. Based on how worried he looks, the curse on this belt should be rather powerful. How come I don't feel anything? He had a sneaking suspicion that his mana recovery speed was faster than the speed at which his mana was sucked away by the bracelet and belt. Craving for more, Yihan opened his mouth. I wish to bear more of Lord Prasinga's burden. My word. Manhwaedit was deeply moved by this praiseworthy brethren of his. Unfortunately, he couldn't accept Yihan's request. His body should be under immense pressure from that belt alone. You can't, brother. The burden that Lord Prasinga carries isn't something we can handle all at once. I understand where you're coming from, but please be patient. No, but I'm willing to take on more. I understand, brother, but you must wait. In the end, he wasn't able to get another artifact. Nevertheless, he had gained a lot. The belt alone was a huge haul considering it came with an invisibility function. With that, he was going to think of more ways to escape. Their previous attempt had made him realize that he had been too complacent. The academy was a crazier place than he first thought, and its principal was outright nuts. He might be met with more traps in his future attempts, and having the invisibility belt would surely come in handy. And that's how the first meeting in honor of Lord Prasinga was held, which marked the beginning of our order. Let's wrap things up around here, brother. Priest Manhwaedit had been teaching Yihan about the rules and history of the order. Truth be told, Yihan wasn't all that interested in learning about the order's history, but he was a pro when it came to listening in on boring stories. Have I told you about that time when I was playing golf? What happened, Professor? Please do tell. It wasn't nearly as boring this time around. Though the order's history didn't pique his interest, its rules and the nature of its holy power fascinated him. As Principal Skelly had said, the Order of Prasinga was very lax with its rules and was fine with its followers joining other orders. Nothing was explicitly forbidden, and they were allowed to live as they wished. The only limitation was that they had to wear cursed artifacts. There's only one downside to this order. Unfortunately, it's a big one. Even he couldn't find it within himself to promote the order of Prasinga to others. The con was far too great to ignore. Also, the holy magic that their priests used was of extreme nature. Afraid that Ihan would have a change of heart after learning more about the order, Priest Merid gave him a generous gift. Here, brother, take this. From what I heard, the new students of Einregard are often starved, though I suspect the stories are a bit exaggerated. Trust me, they aren't. Ihan accepted a basket from the priest. Much like the one that Yaner had received from the Order of Flame, his basket was also full of goodies. He could tell that it was their desperate attempt at not letting go of a new follower. There were several bottles of jam, including raspberry jam, marmalade jam, and peanut jam, as well as round flatbreads that the Order had baked. The basket also contained magically sealed cans of beef and pork that was popular within the Empire. It even had products such as salt, sugar, coffee powder, and tea leaves. Priest Merid spoke with a kind voice. Please drink them when you feel parched during your studies. Rather than studies, we would need them more for survival. Harden Yan happily bowed his head to express his gratitude. Priest Merid probably prepared these so that students like Yihan could eat while they rest after a study session. However, considering the situation inside the academy, it would be better to save them for cases of emergencies. For the students to live like humans, we need these orders to visit us frequently. When is the next event going to be? Who knows? We'd like to visit often, but we would need the principal's approval, Tusk. It was clear that the priests would not be visiting them again for a while. Taking into account the principal's nasty personality, there was no way he would allow it. Please take this as well. Tigling, the devil-mixed blood priestess from the Tower of the Immortal Phoenix, handed her basket to Yihan, surprising the latter greatly. What's this? Is she giving this away for free? Do I need to sign a contract with the devil if I take this? Why are you giving me your basket? I've offered my body to the service of Lord Prasinga. Such luxuries are wasted on me. Tigling, there's no need to do this. This basket was prepared for you, after all. Priest Merid seemed to want Tigling to accept the gift, but she was firm in her refusal. Geez, I guess the Tower of the Immortal Phoenix really is different. He belonged to the Blue Dragons, and the people there had already laid down their pride as nobles. Hey, got anything to eat? Nothing, really, like really. They'd ask this sort of question to each other with bloodshot eyes. While the rest of the students were out scavenging for food, those at the Immortal Phoenix endured and tempered themselves. Impressive. However, though he was impressed, he had no intention of living like them. Then I'll gladly. Brother, Priest Merid brought Yihan to one corner of the tent. Brother, can you look after Tigling for me? With your impressive background, you'll no doubt be a great help to her. As you can see, she is very strict with herself, but we don't even belong in the same dorm. Please, Priest Merid offered him another basket as he said this. This priest knows his stuff. Here, I'll give you one more. As for the food in Tigling's basket, please have them together with her. You can leave it to me. In the end, Yihan could only yield before the temptation of the 3 baskets. After all he had to do was eat together. Can I call you Priestess Tigling? Yes, please call me whatever you want. How's it like at the Tower of the Immortal Phoenix? Yihan was curious. Unlike the white tigers and the black tortoise, the situation over at the Immortal Phoenix remained a mystery to him. The devil-mixed blood girl, however, didn't understand what he was asking. Can you be a bit more specific? You know, what do you do when you have free time and stuff? We remain in our rooms and pray, Tigling said proudly. Yihan, however, was horrified to hear this. It sounds much more depressing than I thought. If he had been assigned there, he would have felt suffocated. Do you pray at night as well? Yes, some of us go outside as we have to pray in the mountains or forests. Others pray indoors. I see. Wait, you're allowed to go outside at night? Indeed, we've received permission to do so. This came as a great shock to Yihan, so priests and priestesses are allowed to roam around at night. They were forbidden from leaving their dorms at night on weekdays. That was why he and his friends tried to escape on a weekend. However, students of the Immortal Phoenix were an exception to this rule. When he thought about it, it made sense. If he was in the principal's shoes, he would have given them permission as well. After all, they wouldn't cause trouble even if he left them. Then would I be able to roam around at night as well if I was wearing a priest's uniform? There was a strange glint in his eyes. I just need their uniform. Can you get me a set of priest's uniforms? Tigling stared at Yihan with narrowed eyes. Surviving as a mage in a magic academy, could she have caught on to my bad intentions? Yihan was worried for a second, but fortunately, that wasn't the case. Just so you know, wearing a priest's uniform won't weaken the curse or make your faith stronger. Tigling seemed to have misunderstood and thought Yihan was under the wrong impression about their uniform. Yeah, I know that. I just want it so that I can reflect on my past self for always wearing such comfortable clothes, consequently allowing myself to become lazy. In that case, won't your current uniform suffice? Tigling pointed at the clothes he was wearing. The uniforms that Principal Skelly had given them were rough and crudely made, so much so that it was questionable whether they could be regarded as uniforms in the first place. They definitely weren't soft or comfortable like the clothes they used to wear. However, Yihan pushed on, but I insist. I wish to temper myself so that I can come to understand Lord Prasinga's teachings a bit better, in that case. After much consideration, Tigeling assented. As a devout follower, she was willing to accept the request. I'll give it to you the next time we meet. Great. Oh, and also Priest Merid asked that I convince you to eat the food that we received. It's fine. Though her voice was soft, it was firm. I'm satisfied by the meal that the Academy provides us. Unfortunately, she was facing a former graduate student, and they never retreated after being turned down once. If it was the professor's orders, they would strive to make the impossible possible. Even though Priest Merid wasn't a professor, that wasn't going to stop Yihan from trying his best. But that would worry Priest Merid, and if you keep refusing, he's going to have trouble sleeping at night. How about this? Let's have our meals together. I won't force you to eat food that you don't wish to have. We'll simply eat together so that we could lighten his worries. His words made sense, and Tigeling thought for a while before finally nodding. She didn't wish to worry Priest Merid any more than she already had. That's a good idea. Right, Yihan grinned. Once we start having our meals together, it won't be long until you start eating the food that I recommend. A young girl that had grown up dedicating her life to the order was no match for someone like him. Something felt amiss, but Tigeling failed to realize the meaning behind his grin. The weekend passed and a new week began. The students that had survived the brutal first week seemed to have somewhat matured. Fufu, still having trouble adapting to the academy. Personally, I feel right at home. Looking back, it wasn't all that bad of a week. I don't think I'll have any trouble keeping up with classes either. Having rested during the weekend, the students were once again overflowing with confidence which was unfounded. Einregard quickly put them back in their place by revealing their true colors. A young mage is standing on a vertex of a cube. He wishes to connect a magic circle with one that is on the vertex furthest away from him. Calculate the shortest distance between the 2 points. Professor, this isn't related to magic at all. What a stupid question to be asking. To become a proper mage, simply swinging your staff around won't be enough. If you wish to cast higher circle magic, you need to know complex theories and perform complicated calculations. Geometry is central to learning magic. Without knowing geometry, you won't be able to draw magic circles well. Arithmetic is just as important. How are you going to draw magic circles when you don't even know where to distribute your mana? But this. Young mages are most susceptible to being tricked into a contract by someone with greater intelligence. Hence, you must learn of the dangers of contracts. Not only that, you must be able to read between the lines and decipher hidden messages. Try solving this. There was once a foolish mage that liked to drink, and whenever he was drunk, he would do foolish things. One day, while he was in a drunken stupor, he summoned the devil and signed an unfair contract. The question is, will he be able to annul the contract once he becomes sober? You over there, the one that's sleeping. Are you not afraid of losing your soul to the devil? Wake up. What? I wasn't sleeping, sir. The mandatory classes that they didn't have to deal with in their first week were absolutely ruthless and left the students in a daze. Who am I? Why am I here? I don't think I'm fit to learn magic. Here I was, thinking I had learned magic. After swinging my staff a few times, turns out I'm worth less than the trash on the streets. By the end of class, the students were left muttering to themselves, their confidence crushed. Nevertheless, a few students managed to excel even in such a situation. In governing and managing the empire's affairs, geometry and arithmetic are rudimentary knowledge that we must know, said Asan Dargard. His family members had served the empire as its ministers and treasurers for generations. There was also Princess Adenart, who was famously talented and had distinguished herself among the hundreds of children of the royal family. You want to know how I solved it? Dude, you think that's what's important? We need to think of ways to escape. Last but not least, Yihan Wardenaz. His performance was blinding even within the Blue Dragons, where all of the Empire's greatest elites were gathered. While everyone else was suffering, these 3 geniuses breezed through the mandatory courses without so much as batting an eye. Never thought I'd get to use the knowledge I learned in graduate school, Yihan thought to himself. 1. Hope he's not talking about that geometry question earlier. The people around him used to ask what was the point of studying so much. Surprisingly, his effort had borne fruit, though it wasn't quite as he expected it to. Kukuku, Yihan, look at those beggars from the White Tigers. They're a mess. You aren't doing any better. Gainando had been struggling in his classes, but he regained his spirit watching the White Tigers suffer, leaving Yihan speechless. What a consistent character. Can you teach me later on? Yanair asked carefully. Though she belonged to the brighter end of the spectrum, she had failed to keep up with today's classes. She would have to review what they learned later on, and it would be of great help to have someone smart like Yihan accompanying her. She had honestly been stunned by his performance in the classes. San belonged to the Dargard family, so it wasn't surprising that he excelled in these fields. As for Princess Adenart, she had proven herself countless times before. The fact that Yihan could keep up with those two was totally unexpected. Sure, I also have some questions about alchemy that I'd like to ask you. Yaner's face became bright when she heard this reply. Since we're knowledgeable in different fields, helping each other out is a win-win situation. Connections were quite important when it came to studying. A peerless genius might not need the help of others to study, but Yihan wasn't a genius. By building on each other's strengths, they could establish a relationship that was beneficial for both sides. With that in mind, he didn't think it was a waste of time to teach Yaner math and logic. In fact, he believed the pros outweighed the cons since he would be able to learn alchemy from her. Hey, let me in as well. There was a moment of hesitation. Helping Gaynando definitely felt like a loss. Sure, what was that pause just now? What pause? Anyway, we were wise not to join too many optional classes. Who would have thought the mandatory courses would be this hard? Everyone nodded in agreement with Yihan's words. After their first week of class, they had thought this isn't too bad, but such feelings were long gone. In fact, they wished to withdraw from some of their optional classes. This was when Yihan carefully brought up an offer. So anyone interested in joining swordsmanship, basic stamina training, or basic repetitive training in magic combat, sorry, I'll pass. I still think that's a terrible idea. The students around him, who had been listening to the conversation, refused to budge an inch regarding this matter. As students occasionally gathered to discuss, so did the professors. Uriger, the dwarven professor, was sipping on a warm cup of tea. As I thought, tea tastes great when you have someone laboring under you. There was a dwarven saying which went like this: all things taste delicious when you have a skilled worker beneath you. In that sense, Wardenaz was definitely a skilled worker. The tea tasted much better than when Uriger used to maintain the hut by himself. This wasn't something anyone could achieve, all the more so since Yihan came from a prestigious family within the empire. He was so talented in this regard, it was as if performing chores was in his nature. If I may, Principal, have you found a professor to take over? The one who brought this up was Darsha Kim, the troll mixed blood. Hearing this question, Uriger became confused. Isn't that Professor Bentazal's class? Oh, you haven't heard. Professor Bentazal went missing after he left in search of a unicorn. Since he hasn't returned yet, someone would have to take over his class. Worry not, for I've already found a substitute. Oho is expected of the principal. We're in good hands indeed. Principal Skelly seemed reliable in the eyes of the professors, and they nodded in approval. Though he was at times obnoxious, he was one of the biggest reasons why this huge bundle of chaos known as Einregard could continue functioning. If not for him, there would be no one to take the helm and manage the academy. So who is it? Uriger asked in wonder. It was a mandatory course. It would be embarrassing if the students couldn't mount a horse by the time they graduated from the academy. Also, the class gave students an opportunity to familiarize themselves with all sorts of creatures. For these reasons, the professor in charge of the class had to be a skilled jockey and have a great understanding of various mountable creatures. Bungiger Choidal. If it's her, we can rest assured. An excellent choice, sir. All the professors other than Uriger were in agreement with this arrangement. Bungiger was a renowned dwarven adventurer, and she had explored various locations, both inside and outside the empire. Uriger, however, was very, very unhappy about this. As it turned out, Bungiger was his aunt from his mother's side. Uriger's Korean name is called Udhutum Anus, which translates to thunder step, and this relative of his is called Punkehutum Anus, which translates to lightning step. However, it would be weird to have names like that, so I decided to just translate them as they sound in Korean. The more precise translation would be Bungigorum, but I did away with the at the end for Uriger because it sounded more natural than Urigorum, so for consistency, I'll be omitting the at the end here as well. Why her of all people? If you wish to complain, do so to Bentazal, who chased after a unicorn and disappeared. I didn't think he'd go missing either. You should be glad we found someone suitable on such short notice. Irk. There was nothing Uriger could say to that. If was as the principal had said, finding a suitable professor wasn't an easy task, but still. I don't want to cross paths with her. Bungiger was part of the reason why he disliked Eastern dwarves. She was from that region, and every time they met, she would nag him to the point where his soul threatened to leave his body. Do you still stay cooped up in that tiny chamber of yours, fiddling away with flasks and potions? You should respect your elders more. You remember our neighbor Mushidari. He's already married and has kids. Garcia tried to comfort him. Don't be too stressed about it. You're not going to bump into each other that often. Let's hope you're right. The students had been beaten black and blue by the math and language courses all day long, but their expressions were rather bright, and that was because of the class they were having next. Horsemanship was a discipline all nobles learned, a skill that all knights trained in, and a luxury that even commoners could enjoy without much burden. The blue dragons had gone around their territories on horseback ever since they were young. The white tigers had run through mountains and fields on the back of their war horses. The black tortoise had traveled far distances in the empire with but a single horse as their companion. All in all, the students were brimming with confidence. Naturally, Yihan also knew how to ride horses, so he wasn't too worried about the class. After the stick comes the carrot, is it? K-U-R-A-R-A-R-A-R-A-R-A. They heard the roar of what could only be described as a monster, and soon, something massive appeared in the sky above. Before anyone could react, it swooped down and caught Gainando with its beak before flying away. UWAAAA. It took Gainando, Kaya. As a matter of course, the students fell into a panic. In broad daylight, a monster had appeared and kidnapped one of their friends. It was natural to be alarmed. However, for some reason, Yihan remained cool-headed. It seems like I'm getting used to life in the academy. He had experienced so many crazy things the past week. Hence, something at the level of Gainando being taken away by a monster no longer fazed him. Crouch, he screamed. The students of the blue dragons that were beside him hurriedly lowered their postures. K-U-R-A-R-A, it's back. No, one of the students that didn't follow Yihan's order was taken away. This time, the student was a member of the White Tigers. Seeing this, a certain hypothesis formed in his mind. Could it be, with so many students present at the scene, there had to be a reason why certain students were being picked off? Gainando had bright gold hair, and the student that was taken just now had silver hair. Cover your head with your cape. It targets things that shine. It targets bald people. I'm talking about hair color, dimwit. Those of the blue dragons were rattled for a moment after hearing this, but they didn't question Yihan's words and took action faster than the students from the other towers. Lo and behold, when they lay down on the ground with their capes over their heads, the monster immediately lost interest in them. It worked. Yihan knew he had made the right call. He was already aware of the fact that birds liked things that shined. However, he didn't think it would apply to monsters as well. He offered a word of prayer to Gainando. Without his valiant sacrifice, Yihan wouldn't have been able to figure it out. Poke, poke. While remaining crouched, he felt someone poking at him. It turned out to be an unfamiliar elf, and based on her uniform, he concluded she was someone from the White Tigers. The elf had long black hair and lengthy ears. Her body seemed well-trained, which was typical of someone from a knight's family. Everything about her screamed that she was an elf from the east. Before Yihan could say anything, people next to him reacted violently to the elf's gesture. Someone's trying to touch Wardenaz. Rise up, my friends. A bumpkin from the White Tigers is provoking Wardenaz. It was like a domino. One by one, the students of the Blue Dragons all responded in a similar fashion. This left the female elf from the White Tigers greatly flustered. I have nothing to do with the faction under the Moradi family. Your Highness, please explain it to them. Princess Adenart appeared between them, which startled Yihan. Is she an acquaintance of yours? While remaining expressionless, Adenart nodded, giving the elf enough time to introduce herself. I'm Rowena, a knight that serves Her Highness. You serve the princess, but you're not allowed to bring servants or guards into the IC. Yihan understood what was going on without needing an explanation. He was quick on the update, which came as a surprise to Rowena. Bringing servants and guards into the academy was prohibited. However, all rules had loopholes. The academy couldn't prevent students from voluntarily serving someone after being admitted. The princess had been famous within the empire ever since she was young. As such, there were several freshmen that wished to serve her even before they entered the academy. She also had followers in the alchemy class. The students from the other towers feared him, yet they showed no resistance gathering around the princess. The only way to explain this was if they were acquainted prior to entering. I suddenly feel sorry for Gainando. Yihan pitied Gainando, who was probably up in the air somewhere. Simply by standing there, people from all over the place would flock to the princess and pledge their allegiance. Gainando, on the other hand. They were both from the royal family, yet their treatment was vastly different. Okay, so you're a knight that serves the princess. But what business do you have with me? We've turned its attention away from us for the time being, but there's no telling when the monster will return. I'd like to request Mr. Wardenaz to take command of the situation and stop the monster. Yihan questioned what he just heard. Take command? Of whom? Were there some undead troops under him that he had no knowledge of? Surprisingly, he wasn't that far off the mark. The members of the Blue Dragons took a step forward while rubbing their noses. Hess, Wardenaz, we're yours to command. We trust you, Wardenaz. I'm sure you'll make a brilliant commander. Yihan became dumbfounded. Before he knew it, he had become the de facto class president of the Blue Dragons. Based on past experience, it's never a good thing to assume a leadership position. As taken aback as he was, this wasn't the time to be mulling. In the end, he nodded and gave out instructions as they appeared in his mind. Rowena observed Yihan's movement, curiosity apparent in her eyes. She wasn't the only one in this batch of newcomers that served Adenart. Students from other towers served her as well. It wasn't simply because she was a member of the royal family, neither was it because of the wealth and authority behind her mother's household. Some of them were from different races and belonged to different social circles. However, they all came together around Adenart because of her talent. Rowena had naturally assumed that Adenart would emerge as the leader within the Blue Dragons. However, against all odds, Adnart had been pushed aside from that position, and it was all because of this boy from the Wardenaz family. How is this possible? How did this happen? Granted, Adnart wasn't the most sociable person out there. She was quiet, not to mention she always wore a cold expression. Just by being around her, they could feel something pressing down on them. However, her followers didn't think it would be that big of a problem. After all, before her overwhelming talent, everything else would be meaningless. She was a genius in every field, and they thought even the prideful students of the Blue Dragons would have to acknowledge her. Not to mention, the Wardenaz family wasn't a friendly bunch either. While they were one of the most prominent families of mages, there were many scary rumors surrounding them. Adnart's followers had a hard time believing that a boy from such a family could lead the Blue Dragons. Just how did he do it? We might be able to learn of his secrets. While protecting Adnart, Rowena closely observed Yihan's every move. She had requested Yihan's assistance as she had no other choice. If Rowena or Adnart tried to lead them, the prideful Blue Dragons would refuse to follow their orders. Honestly, it was infuriating. She was certain that Adnart could lead the Blue Dragons just as well as Yihan if she could figure out the secrets to his charisma. I'll take this chance to unveil his secrets and advise Her Highness. Rowena would have never imagined that Yihan had won over the Blue Dragons by feeding them. Sure, I took command, but there's nothing much we can do in the first place. They were facing an aerial monster. Without bows or catapults, they could do little against it. In that case, since it's just a beast, we'll scare it away. Fortunately, he was able to think of some ideas. Stand in one line and form a wall. The students immediately followed his orders and formed a temporary wall. Yihan crouched down behind them and hid himself to maximize the effect of their ambush. It's coming. The moment the monster tried to swoop down again, Yihan cast his spell. Light, although was the simplest first circle spell, its effect depended greatly on how it was used. A ball of light that shone brilliantly like the sun rose up into the air. Stunned, the monster screeched before turning in its direction. Yihan had been hiding behind the wall, and his magic had been so sudden that the monster was taken by surprise. Easy does it. Turn, what the? Just as he thought the situation would be wrapped up with the monster fleeing, he suddenly heard someone's voice from atop the monster. Yihan had a sneaking suspicion as to who it was. Is it a professor? No, it has to be. After all, there isn't a single normal professor in this academy. He had no evidence to speak of, but he knew that the monster was being led around by a professor. This damn academy. Under the influence of the professor, the monster that had been scared regained its calm and turned around. The monster seemed embarrassed by the fact that it had almost been scared away by a harmless ball of light. It clapped its beak to express its anger. This time around, it came straight up Yihan, knowing who was commanding the students at the scene. Not good. Wardenaz, watch out. Rowena, who had been monitoring the situation, screamed in terror. Yihan's strategy had been effective. He had almost managed to drive the monster away by frightening it. However, as things stood, they had to flee. What is she saying? Does she know who she's speaking to? Students of the White Tigers stared at Rowena in disbelief. Rowena, who hadn't attended the swordsmanship lesson, had no idea that the boy from the Wardenaz family had more than enough ability to protect himself. However, Yihan didn't dodge the attack. Instead, with that sculpture-like face of his, he raised his staff. Move. When he finished his chant, stones rose up in the air. It was just a first circle magic, but to the students watching, Yihan seemed like a grand magus. Please don't friendly fire. Please don't friendly fire. He didn't know that many spells to begin with. Since had failed, he had resorted to using. The problem was, after levitating the stones, he couldn't maintain them for long and they would shoot out like arrows. Aiming, there was none of that. He just had to hope Lady Luck was on his side. If he could aim properly, he would have used this spell from the beginning. WRDNAZ, 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 WRDNAZ. The Blue Dragons, who didn't know what he was going through, chanted his name like crazy. Even some students from the other towers were chanting along. Ping, the stones shot forth. And they missed the monster's beaks by a hair's breadth. Fuck. Inside, Yihan heaved a deep sigh. KURARA, however, his attack was unexpectedly effective. Shaken by the stones that had just narrowly missed its beaks, the monster stopped in its tracks and made a turn. WRDNAZ, WRDNAZ. A group of students from the White Tigers stared at Yihan with a mix of fear and anger in their eyes. They had no choice but to admit that Wardenaz was in a different league. They were struggling to cast, yet he was using a spell that could control rocks in combat. Learning a spell was one thing, using it in battle was another. The latter was much harder to achieve. In a chaotic battlefield where blood splattered and weapons clashed, one could lose focus and fail on a spell that they had practiced countless times before. And yet Wardenaz had managed to pull it off. He's a monster. It worked, though the others were in awe. Yihan was bewildered. The projectiles had missed. Did the monster get scared by that? I guess I was lucky. Easy, easy, that's it. Good boy. Once again, they heard the professor's voice from atop the monster. Soon, they landed while kicking up dust. Dump. Before getting off, the professor threw out the students that had previously been taken away one by one. Gaynando had fainted while foaming at the mouth. T-tac. The professor gracefully landed on the ground. She was wearing a leather jacket and pants, and she had pilot's goggles that emitted mana, which meant it was probably an artifact. One look was enough to tell that the dwarf was an adventurer. However, that wasn't what was on Yihan's mind. For some reason, the dwarf looked familiar. Could she be a relative of Uriger? No, just because all dwarves look the same in my eyes, I shouldn't assume they're all related by blood. It isn't good to have prejudice. T-tac. The dwarf walked near Yihan and grabbed his collar. With a bright voice, she said, "You've got talent. Is that you, Uriger?" "Ma'am, are you acquainted with Professor Uriger?" "Oh, how'd you know? I'm Bungiger, his aunt." "Wait, for real, she's actually his relative." Yihan had dismissed the idea that all dwarves that looked the same were related by blood, but it turned out his initial guess had been correct. "What's your relationship with Uriger?" the dwarf asked while pulling up her goggles. Yihan knew by instinct that something bad was about to happen. It wasn't good to have one's name and face remembered by a professor, be it on Earth or in this world. After all, he might be forced to enter graduate school just like in his previous life. "I'm not that familiar with." Wardenaz is Professor Uriger's disciple. Yeah, he's received the professor's approval. He's even allowed to visit the professor's hut. Yihan looked to his back and saw his friends from the Blue Dragons winking at him, proud of a job well done. Those of the Blue Dragons were more than happy to praise Yihan, who was their acting leader. "Stop it, you immature brats. You aren't helping anybody." Yihan lashed out at them in his mind. However, the Blue Dragons were oblivious to his feelings and seemed pleased with themselves. "That's so. If you're his disciple, you might as well be mine as well. See, I wouldn't consider myself his disciple. He even allowed you to enter his hut, eh? You must have really gained his approval." "Yeah, that's right." Yihan threw up the white flag, deciding it was better to leave a good impression on the professor. After dismounting, Professor Bungiger approached the students and shouted in a loud, resounding voice, "Attention, professor, some students are still passed out. Leave them be, they'll wake up very soon." Though she said this with a clear voice that left no room for arguments from a medical standpoint, what she said was complete bullshit. "My name is Bungiger Choidal, and I'll be teaching you students this semester." It was originally supposed to be Professor Bentazal teaching you guys, but he went missing trying to find a unicorn. That's why I'm standing in for him. Why is no one surprised that a professor went missing while searching for unicorns? Rather than the missing Professor Bentazal, the students were more focused on the name of the professor before them. Bungiger, that exalted adventurer. The Bungiger that subdued a behemoth and turned it into her mount. The one who explored Spirit's crater that no one was able to step their foot into. I should have also paid some attention to newspaper columns that aren't about the Empire's economy. Yihan couldn't join in on their conversation, leaving him feeling excluded. Apparently, she was a famous adventurer. Several students stared at Bungiger with reverence in their eyes. Now, can anyone guess why I made my appearance on a Thunderbird? Thunderbirds were monsters that even Yihan had heard about. Not only were they massive, but they also displayed fast, violent movements. Furthermore, they had the ability to unleash thunderbolts and whirlwinds on their opponents. To people flying in the skies or climbing tall mountains, they were a nightmare to face. The students shivered knowing what kind of monster they had been up against. The Empire should really investigate the academy at least once. While Yihan was grumbling in his mind, a student raised his hand to answer the question. "Is our goal for this semester to ride a Thunderbird to help us get familiarized with them?" "Incorrect, you ha. What a load of baloney. If you wish to ride a Thunderbird, you'll need more than a decade's worth of practice." Bungiger let out a huge bellow of laughter, finding the answer ridiculous. The student that had spoken up just now awkwardly took a step back. "Right, most of the people here haven't taken the alchemy class. Unlike the class they were in right now, which was mandatory, alchemy was an optional course." In other words, the vast majority of the students present had no idea how the dwarves of the Igor family taught their lessons. Was it because you had to travel long distances in a short amount of time? Wrong. If that was the case, I would have come riding a Sleipnir. Wardenaz, what do you think? The last thing he wanted was attention, but the dwarven professor seemed adamant about picking on him. Without a choice, he gave his answer while maintaining his expression. "You wish to observe how we would react when suddenly confronted by dangerous monsters like the Thunderbird." Some of the students around him burst out in laughter at his answer. It was supposed to be about going around the campus on beautiful horses. This wasn't in course. Why in the world would the professor? "Attaboy, Uriger's got good eyes." "Well, fuck this." Yihan didn't think he'd hit the target. Giving up, he shook his head. Since he had ties with Professor Uriger, he was bound to encounter Professor Bungiger as well. With how things stood, he decided it was better to get on her good side. It was never a good idea to get in the eyes of a professor, but it was much worse to offend one. Better be loved than hated, Professor. Aren't we riding horses in this class? Why do we have to learn how to avoid thunderbirds? Some of the slower ones had yet to understand the situation. What happened to the horses? Why did they have to know how to escape from thunderbirds? Of course you have to. What are you going to do if they come after you while you're on horseback? Bungiger responded fiercely as if they were being stupid, which made the students that asked the questions a bit more despondent. But thunderbirds are rare monsters that only appear high up in the mountains or in the skies. Yihan, however, was wise enough to not say this out loud. A student had to watch their mouth in front of their professors. Worry not, for you'll have plenty of opportunities to ride the horses that you love so much. Wardenaz, come to the front of the class. You'll be my assistant. Yihan did as he was told under the jealous and admiring eyes of the other students. He cared not about the students that admired him, but he had the strong urge to beat the hell out of those that looked at him with jealousy. What's there to even be jealous of? Horses are the most basic type of mount inside the empire. If you can't ride one, you have no right to travel. To ride something more difficult, you must at least know how to ride a horse well. Most people seemed bored listening to Professor Bungiger's speech, as there were more students present that knew how to ride a horse than those that didn't. Though the reasons varied, they had already covered far distances on horseback. What more is there to learn? They wondered. Professor Bungiger, however, wasn't angered by their attitude. Instead, she revealed a kind smile. Shiver, there was something ominous about her smile. There's more to this class than meets the eye, that much was clear. This darn academy wasn't giving them any breathing space, even their mounting class wasn't normal. To the stables we go. The stable, which was located near the academy's main building, was a wide and neatly kept facility. It stood at around 3 stories tall, and from the outside, its appearance resembled a storage room. Its doors creaked open when the professor approached, almost as if the facility was alive. A spell has been cast on it. Yihan could feel the fluctuation coming from the stable. It made sense that there was magic protecting it. After all, the horses inside were probably unlike the ones found outside. Wow, the students all exclaimed in surprise. The horses on either side of the stable were more than enough to arouse the interest of the young students. White, black, brown, gold. There were horses of various colors, and all it took was a glance to know that they belonged to a good breed of horses. Suffice to say, the students' eyes brightened knowing they could ride such fine horses. Yihan, however, wasn't so naive. Be careful, he whispered to Yaner, who was beside him. Of what? Think back to the alchemy class. Professor Bungiger and Professor Ureger are related by blood. Do you think she'd be so kind? This has got to be a trap. A look of realization dawned on her face, and Yaner hurriedly nodded. Professor Bungiger stroked her beard as she smiled. Soon, she turned to Yihan and spoke. Since you'll be helping me out from now on, I'll give you the chance to select your horse first. Several people clicked their tongues in jealousy. They could endure the professor playing favorites, but letting Yihan pick his horse first, that was something different. The horse he picked would be his partner for the entire semester. This was no different from gifting him the best horse. Or so they'd think. Idiots everywhere. Yihan clearly remembered Professor Bungiger's smile. Wardenaz, such generosity. Those from the same dorm as him were deeply moved. They had all been eyeing the chance to go first, and yet Wardenaz had taken a step back for them. Only a true noble could show such grace to others. Then how should we do this? Students in each tower will draw lots to decide who gets to go first. They'll then send people out one at a time, and if 2 people from different towers wish for the same horse, they'll draw lots once more. Let's go with that then. The students split up and formed a line representing each tower. When the blue dragons proceeded to draw lots, Gaynando eventually came out on top. Woo yeah baby. Gaynando was delighted by the result. It felt as if he was being rewarded for being taken away by the thunder bird earlier. The rest of the blue dragons, on the other hand, didn't bother to hide their disappointment. Why him? We should have just had Wardenaz go first. HMPH, bark all you want. Gaynando ignored their comments. Does Gaynando know how to differentiate good horses from bad ones? Yihan asked Yaner in a whisper. I'm not so certain, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't. Gaynando stepped forward with a confident stride and chose a white horse which was the biggest and seemed to have the nastiest personality. The students from the other towers gawked at him, taking a few moments to process his decision. When it came to choosing horses, size wasn't everything. Furthermore, since they had to get close to them in order to tame them, it was silly to choose a horse with a nasty personality. Problems were bound to arise while he was on its back. How wabam, tui, yua. The students watching were all shocked. Not only had Gaynando been headbutted into oblivion, but the others that went first had also been kicked or spat on as well. These horses, why were they so fierce? Pululululung, pululung, puhung, puhuhuhuung. The horses that had remained behaved until now started neighing in unison, glaring at the students as if they were their greatest enemies. Their savage nature had finally been unveiled. Ahahahaha. What did I tell you? You must learn how to ride horses well. Your first assignment isn't getting on the horse's back, it's to get close to them. Did you seriously think I'd let greenhorns like you choose a horse? What in the world? This is going too far. Those that hadn't experienced Professor Ureger's class were immensely disappointed, with some even starting to sob. However, Bungiger didn't stop laughing. Who knows? If you look after them day and night, one of the kind-hearted ones might open up to you. That's your goal for the moment. One is enough, get close to one of them. I bet these aren't your run-of-the-mill horses. Yihan was certain about this. The horses here weren't normal. He refused to believe that horses with such shitty personalities existed in the wild. Z-Dog. Just as he was wondering which horse he should target, Professor Bungiger patted him on the shoulder with her large paws. Oh, and by the way, Wardenaz, I'll be selecting the horse for you, must you? Can't be having Ureger's disciple riding a regular horse now, can we? I'm honored. Yihan had to make a conscious effort to maintain his expression. Though he didn't want to receive special treatment, he couldn't let the professor know of his dissatisfaction. At times, an angry professor would show you hell which even a demon couldn't. Bungiger took a few steps before stopping before one of the horses. It was a beautiful white horse that was neither too big nor too small, with a great physique and lean muscles. The horse stared intently at Yihan before blinking its eyes. There wasn't any trace of violence like the other horses. If Yihan had been a few years younger, he might have mistakenly believed that the professor had gifted him a nice horse. However, he was someone that had gone to hell and back. He wasn't so naive as to get tricked that easily. Could it be a devil in disguise? There had to be something more to this white horse. This horse is a steal, I tell you. Although it's hard to please and has the roughest personality out of all the horses in this stable, as long as you manage to tame it, you'll be able to handle other monsters with ease, said Bungiger in a good mood. Granted, it might be a bit too difficult for a first-year student, in that case. But since you were able to deal with the Thunderbird in such a stellar fashion, I'm sure you'll be just fine. I trust you, Wardenaz. Well, damn, the difficulty had gone up because of his excellent performance. This is unreasonable. While Yihan and Bungiger were exchanging dialogue, the other students approached the horses and struck up a conversation, not willing to give up. Who's a good boy? Who's it's biting me. Stop spitting, will ya? Stop spitting. Why's it head-butting me? But things weren't going smoothly for them. Witnessing the mayhem, Nilia carefully suggested a different method. How about getting to know them first? That's what we're trying to do. We shouldn't try to touch them from the get-go. Instead, we can brush them in the morning, clean their stables, and feed them. Nilia believed there was nothing wrong with what she said. When she was part of such things were commonplace, especially when they had to tame wild animals. Without showing diligence and sincerity, it was impossible to have the other party open up to them. What? But that's such a drag. You mean we have to wake up early and visit the stables every morning? However, the other students weren't too keen on the idea. Not to mention the other towers, even within the Black Tortoise, most of the students came from wealthy households. Looking after horses was a job for the slaves and servants. Why would they do it themselves? Is there something wrong with their heads? We're in the academy right now. Nilia barely managed to stop herself from shouting that out loud. Even if she was right, she'd be treated as an odd one out. It was better to just remain silent and suffer alone. I'm doing it even if the others don't. Once they see how close I've got to one of the horses, they'll surely reconsider. Her ears were drooping down and she felt like sulking. Just then, Yihan and Yaner approached her. Nilia, have you selected a horse that you like? We're planning on visiting them every morning. Wanna join us? Yeah. With tears in the corners of her eyes, she hugged the two. Though they belonged to a different tower, they were her true friends. Unsurprisingly, Yihan and Yaner were baffled by the sudden hug. What's wrong with her? Who knows? After the class ended, Yihan visited Ureger's hut with Bungiger. More precisely, he was dragged along as he couldn't refuse the professor's order. Oh, you're here, wait. Professor Ureger became pale upon seeing his elder, his eyes becoming wide open and shaking uncontrollably. Yihan caught the transformation in 4,000. Do I need a reason to visit my nephew? Move aside. Goodness gracious. Look at you, you're rotting away in this tiny hut of yours, and it's not even clean. All this dust, it's not that bad, Ureger protested weakly. You call this not that bad? You haven't cleaned this place at all. Also, it's fine to immerse yourself in alchemy, but isn't it about time you marry and start a family? You're still a bachelor at this age. Your elders are becoming worried. Ureger looked over at Yihan, pleading for help. Seeing how desperate he was, Yihan lent him a helping hand. Professor, should I prepare a meal? Oh, right. We can't have our disciples starve to death. Make yourself at home. Ureger, since you're terrible at cooking, I'll be borrowing your kitchen. I'll prepare a delicious meal, Eastern style, but I'm not fond of Eastern cuisine. You said something? No. Ureger quickly shut his mouth and stopped grumbling. He turned toward Yihan, speaking to him with anguish in his eyes. How were you these past few days? He was clearly trying to change the topic of their conversation. Yihan took a second to consider what he should say. Should I tell them about how I joined the Order of Prasinga? Hold on that staff. Ureger finally noticed Yihan's new staff. Where'd you get that from? Oh, this. Yihan fell silent for a brief moment before answering with yet another question, promised to keep it a secret. This was an unexpected turn of events for Uriger. He brought up the staff just to change the subject of their conversation, but from Yihan's behavior, he deduced there was something more to the staff than he initially thought. Of course, boy, our family has a tight lip. Bungiger had been cutting ingredients and cooking, but she soon joined them after washing her hands. Whatever secret you share on a dinner table, it'll remain a secret. By the way, aren't there any other ingredients besides bread and meat? And I don't need you telling me what to eat. That's why you're not as healthy as before. For us dwarves, the Eastern diet is the best. Instead of wheat, you should be having rice. Just you wait, I'll make a delicious jiggy. Sadness returned to Uriger. The dwarven professor once again changed the topic by speaking to Yihan. So, the staff, where'd you get it? I can feel a certain life force coming from it. Yihan briefly summarized the events of that night, trimming a few details here and there. I was having a late-night walk in the mountains when I stumbled across a talking oak tree. You were having a late-night walk deep in the mountains. Yup, nothing beats a walk in a dark and silent mountain. Uriger and Bungiger stared at Yihan in disbelief. However, Yihan didn't budge one bit, so he tried to escape. Another escapee. There was no other reason for a first-year student to enter the mountains in the dead of the night during the weekend. Wait, did you just mention a talking oak tree? Did you perhaps solve its riddle? I did, how'd you know? It's famous around here, so that staff must be from the oak tree. Uriger nodded as he looked at the staff in interest. The talking oak trees were a bothersome bunch, having rather strict personalities, but their vision and wisdom weren't something to be looked down upon. The staff in Yihan's hands was overflowing with life force, presumably from the tree spirit. It was certainly not an ordinary staff. What effects does it have? Yihan asked expectantly. He was human too, and he couldn't help but grow curious. After all, the talking oak tree had spoken like the staff was a big deal. It's great for farming, said Bungiger. She brought the steaming hot pork kimchi jjiggy and placed it on the wooden table. The jjiggy contained several seasonings, a generous quantity of pork, and ripe kimchi that had been stir-fried. The familiar aroma that came from the jjiggy made Yihan's heart race. As a former Korean, Eastern dishes which bore a close resemblance to Korean food were right down his alley. In comparison, Uriger's expression was grim. The jjiggy was flaming red and contained green onions and red peppers. One glance was all he needed to know that it would be spicy. What is she thinking, cooking something so spicy for my disciple? Yihan scooped up a large serving of rice and put it in his bowl of jjiggy, eating it heartily afterwards. This came as a great shock to Uriger. He's got no problem with it. Isn't it spicy? Does he enjoy spicy food? Bravo, as expected of Uriger's disciple. You even know how to eat jjiggy properly. Bungiger was satisfied by the sight of Yihan howling down the food. With the empire being so huge, there were quite a lot of people that didn't know how to eat dishes that came from other regions. Compared to them, Yihan was much more pleasant to the eyes. Any elderly dwarf would applaud seeing how he chowed down the meal. Why can't you be like him, huh? Now eat. Why, yes, ma'am. Uriger, on the other hand, was a slow eater. While the human dwarf do ate their meals, Bungiger continued with what she was saying previously. Since there's a tree spirit dwelling inside that staff, it's very useful for growing crops. One might even say the staff is alive. It's an extremely rare item and precious too. Are there any other effects? No idea. What I just said is only the most common effect that such staffs have. Of course, there was nothing bad about growing crops, but it was far from what he had been expecting. So it's for agricultural use. He didn't expect to become invincible or learn magic in his sleep, but something that helped him control his mana would have been nice. Hey, nice timing. You plan on starting your own vegetable garden, right? Yeah, a vegetable garden. Bungiger grew curious about Uriger and Yihan's conversation. I thought you were from the Wardenaz family. He's a bit special, I can see. So what do you plan on doing with it? This and that. Anything edible, really. He's interested in Eastern cuisine, so he's planning on growing cabbages and green onions. Is that so? Bungiger was happy to hear this. She began looking forward to how it would work out. I can help you if you wish. Really? Yeah, I've some experience with gardening. Yihan and Bungiger walked out of the hut together. Behind the hut, a separate space had been prepared for Yihan to start his garden. He had plowed the soil regularly, so it was in good condition and he could plant the seeds whenever he wanted. You should start with crops that take some time to grow. Potatoes and sweet potatoes would be nice. Bungiger was aware of the predicaments new students had to face when they first entered the academy. Potatoes and sweet potatoes were great ways to satiate their hunger. They'll take at least 2 months to grow, but you won't regret it. You're right, Professor. Yihan agreed with Bungiger's opinion and started planting the seeds starting from one corner of his garden. Is he really a Wardenaz? Bungiger was slightly taken aback seeing him get to work. Anyone with some experience working in the field would be equally amazed. After all, Yihan went about in the fields like a seasoned farmer, working tirelessly. Is he really from the Wardenaz family? Like really? Uriger, who stepped out of his hut sometime later, noticed something peculiar. Did you plant these during the weekend? No, I planted them just now. Yeah, Uriger cocked his head in confusion. Just now, then how come they've already sprouted? By the way, what kind of riddles did the talking oak tree give you? Bungiger asked curiously. Uthi were kind of weird. Leaving aside the second riddle, which was about shadows, the one involving the dwarf and his candles was pure BS. Well, they do give some pretty wacky riddles. Bungiger nodded in understanding. The talking oak trees were famous for giving strange riddles that made mages second guess themselves. Since the oak trees looked profound, inexperienced mages would often make the mistake of trying to uncover the mysteries behind their riddles. However, what they didn't know was that these talking trees were just corny spirits that liked giving corny riddles. Is that so? Yes. At the end of the day, most things in life turn out to be nothing special once the truth is brought to light. Yehan was dumbfounded by Bungiger's explanation. Then was the question about the goblins joining the orcs' party just another one of their corny riddles. Dang it, should have known that something was fishy after hearing the first riddle. The riddles were. One by one, Yehan revealed the riddles that the oak tree presented to them. Orcs from several different tribes gathered for a feast. The naughty goblins were able to join them in their festivities. How did they manage to do this? Simple. The goblins disguised themselves as orcs. Pardon, you shouldn't think too deeply about their riddles. The first thing that comes to your mind is most likely the answer. Goblins could easily trick the orcs and disguise themselves. Though he was at a loss for words, Yehan turned his attention back to the answer. The riddle was as ridiculous as it could get, but it contained some truth. The oak tree had said that it would be the hint to escaping the academy, which meant there had to be a hidden message somewhere. So it was trying to tell me to disguise myself. One would wonder if it was really that simple. However, that seemed to be the most obvious answer that got to the crux of the matter. The Magic Academy wasn't a completely isolated space. After all, priests from various religious orders had been allowed to enter, not to mention the supplies. Ingredients, reagents, and materials that they needed had to be brought in from outside, and the workers that brought them in were probably regular people that didn't know any magic. That meant there had to be a way for the students to leave the academy without using any spells. Yehan clenched his fists. In the midst of darkness prepared by the principal, a single ray of hope had shone through. Bungiger stared at Yehan's face with great interest. It seemed the boy had been enlightened just now. What kind of epiphany could he have possibly gained from the oak tree's corny riddle? Previously, she'd been surprised by how well he performed on the field, but apparently this boy from the Wardenaz family was a gift that kept on giving. She could observe him all day long without ever getting bored. When Yehan was done tending to his garden, Professor Bungiger brought with her several chickens and eggs, giving them to him as a gift. Uriger had a look of dismay on his face as he knew whose pen those chickens and eggs came from. Treat them well, Wardenaz. If you do, you'll no doubt be rewarded in the future. For the first-year students who were in the midst of their growth spurt, eggs were a delicacy that would drive them crazy. In other words, if he brought the eggs back to the dormitory, he could reign as king. Take this as well. Oh, and a bit of these. Eager to pamper this new disciple of hers, Bungiger began filling a basket full of goods. Starting with some freshly harvested eggs, she put in cabbages, tomatoes, onions, potatoes, butter, cheese, and a nice chunk of venison. The more the basket was filled, the deeper Uriger's frown became. However, Yehan pretended like he couldn't see his professor's look of sadness. Well then, Wardenaz, until next time. I'm loaded all of a sudden. The meal with the dwarves had been hectic, but he had gained a lot. The secret to his staff and a hint to escaping the academy. As a cherry on top, he had received a ton of food, which was great since his supply was slowly running out. How did the first years before us survive? Yehan was working under a professor and receiving food in exchange for work, but their seniors probably didn't have such an opportunity. Did they endure while starving? Wardenaz is here. The students of the Blue Dragons were in the first year's resting lounge, clearly hungry and tired. They had been playing chess and cards to ward off the hunger, but upon seeing Yehan, they became excited. Their excitement was doubled when they saw the basket he was carrying. Wardenaz, my good friend. Wardenaz, the most honorable family in the Empire. It's not my place to say this, but wears their dignity as nobles of prestigious households. However, he understood why they behaved this way. All were equal before hunger. There was no difference between royalties and beggars in this regard. The story of Yehan's return quickly spread, and the remaining students of the Blue Dragons scurried out of their rooms to gather before him. They were like baby birds waiting to be fed by their mother. It seems everyone is hungry. Hold on a moment. With the vegetables and meat that he received from Bungiger, he should be able to prepare some nice soup, enough to feed all the students that had gathered here. Yehan placed a huge pot over the fire in the fireplace, adding venison and onions before stir-frying them. Next came the vegetables. He skillfully added water, tomatoes, and potatoes into the pot and seasoned it with salt and pepper. Though salt and pepper were condiments that could be easily acquired outside, they were worth their weight in gold to the first years. The tomatoes gradually gave the soup its color, and as the soup boiled, the students started giving Yihan puppy eyes. It's done boiling, right? We can have them right, however Yihan firmly stopped them. Up next, cabbages. He added cabbages and some butter. Then he saw to it that it was well seasoned. He cooked in a solemn manner, looking like an experienced alchemist at work. Before anyone knew it, the blue dragons had begun tidying their appearance, politely waiting for their soup. It's done now. Bring me the bowls, sir. Yes, sir. What's with the honorifics? Though he was confused, Yihan began handing out generous servings of soup. Yaner, who had heard the rumors, ran over with a quill in hand, ready to fill up the account book. The Kalnans, 8 silver pieces. Gainando, 11 silver pieces. Wardenaz, isn't 1 silver coin too little? Yeah, you should really ask us for more. You're being paid too little for your effort. The students had no sense of money as they all came from wealthy and powerful families. Hearing what they said, Yaner and Yihan heaved a sigh of lament. How are they going to survive once they become independent? Wardenaz, can you share some with Her Highness? A few students carefully asked. They looked to be followers of Adenart. Yihan's expression became slightly cloudy. If you don't want to, we can't force you, but... I know you're close to His Highness Gainando, but it's not like they're in a conflict. We just want Her Highness to have something nice to eat as well, huh? They seem to be misunderstanding something. He wasn't hesitating about sharing food with the princess because of Gainando. It was simply because he didn't want to give out food for free. You guys are mistaken. I won't withhold food from the princess just because of Gainando. I'm not so petty. Wardenaz, he lives up to his name. The students were overjoyed to hear this. Now that they were in a good mood, he decided it was time to strike. But who's going to pay? The princess. We'll pay for her. We'll each pay double. Wait, are you sure that's all right? Have too much money to use, is that it? This is nothing compared to the kindness that you're showing, Wardenaz. He was surprised that they were willing to pay for the princess, that they were willing to pay double the price, and that they thought so highly of Gainando. In reality, Gainando's got virtually no political influence as a royal to form a faction of his own. There was a lot of misunderstanding between the two parties, but Yihan decided it would be in his best interest to remain silent. Members of the royal family should take care of each other. That's what's best for the empire, after all. Wardenaz, what a great guy. Yihan brought a bowl of soup to Adenart's room and knocked. After a few seconds, she appeared at the door. Adenart raised her eyebrow, asking why he was there. In response, Yihan gave her the bowl of soup. I made it in the resting lounge. Please have some. Adenart seemed hesitant to receive the soup, questioning his motive. Having heard of the misunderstanding surrounding Gainando, Yihan decided to clear things up. Your Highness can rest assured. The others downstairs have had a serving as well. More specifically, the others had paid for a serving, but Yihan decided against saying it out loud. After much hesitation, Adenart finally accepted the bowl with both hands, her hunger having won over her reason. As a sign of gratitude, she gave a small bow before eating the soup with a spoon. The interval between each spoon gradually lessened over time. Fortunately, the soup seemed to fit her taste. You can have them inside your room. Adenart's hand stopped when she heard this. Then with another bow, she closed the door and returned to her room. Was that unnecessary? When he returned, the students that had been waiting downstairs once again expressed their gratitude. Wardenaz, did Her Highness? Yeah, she seemed to like it. Man, you're really an amazing alchemist. Anything would taste great to someone that's starving. From now on, can you keep bringing her food? Of course, we'll pay for them. It is a noble's honor to serve the royal family. The words flowed out of his mouth. Yihan himself was surprised by how smoothly they came out. Royals are really something. People followed them simply because of the blood flowing in their veins. This was a prime example of being born with authority, though Gainando seemed to be an exception, a course held on the B1 floor of the academy's main building. The vampire Professor Baladi Bagrak was deep in thought, though his expression remained as tranquil as ever. He only had one student left in his class now. What did he have to do in order to make sure he kept attending his classes? This is truly difficult. Normally, he wouldn't put much effort into having students listen to his class. His contract stated that he had to teach, not that he had to recruit students to his class. However, things were a bit different this time around. The boy from the Wardenaz family had quite a lot of mana stored inside his body. Would there be another student like him? If he stopped coming, Baladi would have to wait several more years again before he could move on to the next stage in his curriculum. There was also no guarantee that the next student would be as talented as the boy in front of him. After a lot of consideration, Professor Baladi opened his mouth. Do you have any questions? Sorry. Yihan, who had been focused on making the marble go around in circles, raised his head in surprise. What was this? Did the professor realize his sleazy plot to laze around? Now, let's not get ahead of ourselves. The professor shouldn't know of my plan yet. Yihan pulled himself together and calmed his heart. Even if it was Professor Baladi, the vampire professor, he shouldn't be capable of reading others' minds. Grades, achieve it by taking an unpopular class. If anything, I'd be embarrassed if he figures out my intention. I asked if you have any questions. Professor Baladi slowly repeated himself, his eyes glued to Yihan. Am I allowed to ask any and all questions? Of course not. It has to be related to the class. Well, duh, it's not like I'm going to ask how to escape the academy. Fortunately, Professor Balidi's personality was straightforward and easy to understand. He was a man of principle who was as strict with himself as he was with others. Ihan had a lot of experience meeting such types of people, so he didn't feel troubled by it. It's lunatics like the principal that give me headaches. Professors like Baladi didn't trouble the students as long as they did what they were told. Is there anything you're curious about? Ihan contemplated what he should ask. Feel free to ask any questions was a phrase often used by professors. However, they never truly meant what they said. If the students casually asked something, they would often be met with a "why don't you know something so basic? Let's test the waters first. What's the purpose of this activity? Why do we have to repeatedly draw circles with the soul star marble?" Not only was this question related to the class, but it was also something he was genuinely curious about. What could he possibly learn from drawing circles with a marble? Professor Baladi, however, appeared positively puzzled by this. He failed to understand the point of his question. Do you know what this course is called? Ihan wasn't at all surprised by this type of response. It was typical of professors to behave this way. 1 + 1 = 2. Got it. Now solve this high-order differential equation. What? You can't solve it. But why? I do. It's called. What I'd like to know is, how is this marble rotation exercise supposed to train us in basic magic combat? Professor Baladi fell silent after hearing this question. He was as still as a statue, so much so that it was as if someone had turned off his power supply. Some time passed, and Ihan was starting to feel uneasy. Sir, a moment. Without batting an eye, the professor told Ihan to wait. What else could he do but oblige? And so he waited. Time continued to pass, and just as Ihan was regretting his decision, Professor Baladi opened his mouth. Right, that will do. Pardon, the answer to your question seemed so obvious I was having trouble formulating a response. Ihan was freaking out inside. You were thinking about it for that long. Wait, I shouldn't be so surprised. We're dealing with a professor after all. Listen carefully. See this quill over here? It's all I need to kill you. Professor Baladi suddenly dropped a bombshell, prompting Ihan to immediately reach out to his staff. Noticing how quickly Ihan had reacted by taking on a defensive stance, the professor corrected his statement. I take that back. It might be difficult with a quill. It wasn't all that comforting to hear. The professor continued as Ihan contemplated between fleeing and calling for help. What I'm trying to say is, when it comes to magic combat, it's not about who can cast a higher level spell. It's about choosing the right spell to effectively kill your opponent. A look of regret appeared on the professor's face as he said this, as if he felt remorse for explaining in such great detail. Do you understand now? Not really. Please explain it a bit further. The professor seemed shocked to hear this, but soon returned to being as still as a statue. Ihan realized he had done it again. However, there was no point in crying over spilt milk. Now that I've come this far, I must get an answer. After some time. The exercise that you're doing with the soul star marble is to train you in controlling your projectile magic. As you may know already, a spell like could become deadly depending on the mage casting it. I had absolutely no idea that was the case. More likely than not, a mage that isn't familiar with combat won't be able to wield a single spell properly if they're placed on a battlefield because of all the explosions, heat, and killing intent. However, through repeated training, they can learn to cast and control spells using only their instinct. The professor then demonstrated how someone could cast a spell without chanting or waving their staff. Magic missile. Though it sounded impressive, it was just a first circle magic. The principle behind the spell was simple enough. All they had to do was gather mana, make it into a sphere, and release it. When done properly, a chunk of mana the size of a fist would go hurling toward the enemy. Nevertheless, as it was a spell that belonged to the first circle, it wasn't all that powerful. In fact, mercenaries often joked about which was stronger, a magic missile or a stone thrown at high speed. However, Professor Baladi's magic missile completely overturned that notion. It was as if the Milky Way galaxy had appeared inside the classroom. Hundreds of magic missiles filled up the space, and when the professor waved his hand, they all flew in a certain direction. Some of them shot forward in a straight line, others traveled in a curved path. Some of them moved in a predictable pattern, others were completely random. Some of them were as quick as arrows, others not so much. Regardless, they were all gunning for the same target, the enemy's throat. Bang! The missiles collided, and they all vanished after a loud explosion. Professor Baladi's magic was so exquisite and elaborate that Ihan could almost envision the imaginary enemy falling to the ground after getting hit right in the throat. This once again taught Ihan that anything could look beautiful when polished to the extreme. This is the purpose of your training. It's so that you can control your projectile magic freely. Got it. Professor Baladi nodded, relieved that Ihan had finally understood. If Ihan had asked for further clarification, he would have been troubled. I see, so he's not being paid to laze around. He had felt slightly apologetic for misjudging the professor's character. He previously thought the professor was teaching a course simply to receive his salary. After hearing the explanation, however, the marble exercise seemed to make sense. Knowing how to cast a spell did not imply having mastery over it. It was similar to how swinging a sword did not equate to being a swordmaster. In fact, mastering even a single spell required a tremendous amount of effort. It meant shaving off as much time as possible in casting the spell, and being able to precisely control it even in a chaotic setting. Professor Baladi was someone that took such things seriously. Fortunately, this training coincided with Yihan's interest. After all, he had an issue regarding his control over projectile magic. Sir, may I ask one more question? You may. I recently learned a spell called, and the professor didn't ask him where he learned it from. Quite frankly, it was none of his business. The thing is, I know how to cast it, but the object which I'm controlling refuses to remain put. Professor Baladi raised his eyebrows. He wasn't having issues controlling the object, but having it stay in its place. This was very peculiar. When fledgling mages first learned, they had issues making the objects move. They never had trouble making them stay where they were, unless the mage in question had an overwhelming amount of mana. Hold on, it seems you have more mana than usual. Oh yeah, apparently I do. Yihan was surprised that the professor managed to figure it out so quickly. Since that was the case, he hoped the professor could offer a solution to his problem. What kind of method would he use? Mana drain. Without a word, the professor grabbed his arm and activated a high circle magic. It was a cruel but powerful spell that sucked away the opponent's mana. Wait. Yihan could feel his mana being rapidly drained. You have some explaining to do, you crazy lunatic. However, it was too late to stop him. The professor's magic was draining his mana at an alarming speed. However, he soon realized that something was off, and he stared at the professor's face. As a vampire, Professor Baladi had always been pale, but it seemed worse now. Sir, Professor, are you all right? Thud. The professor slowly took off his hand before suddenly collapsing, scaring Yihan out of his wits. He didn't expect the professor to pass out. He had imagined professors collapsing numerous times, but he didn't think he'd be the one to cause it. Fortunately, Professor Baladi quickly came back to his senses. After waking up, the vampire professor summarized what just happened. You have more mana than I thought. Is that so? Yihan, who had his mana taken, was in a much better condition than the professor, even though he was the one whose mana was plundered. Despite having so much mana sucked away, Yihan didn't feel tired or sleepy at all. Indeed, Professor Baladi nodded. Had it been any other professor, they would have explained how absurd this was. If it was an inexperienced mage, it was possible for them to faint after taking in more mana than their body could handle. However, it was a different story with a mage as skilled as Baladi. Yihan's mana reserve had to be truly ridiculous to have someone like him lose control and collapse. Having said that, Professor Baladi didn't bother explaining this to Yihan, as he didn't deem it important. What mattered right now was something else. I was trying to make it easier for you to control your magic by draining your mana through mana drain, but it failed. That's unfortunate. Yihan understood what the professor wanted to do. If having too much mana was what impeded him from having delicate control over his projectile magic, drastically reducing the mana in his body seemed to be the optimal solution. But it failed. There's another method. And what would that be? When you used, have the projectiles ever shot toward you? Yihan took a moment to answer. No, there you have it. That was your instinct at work. Though it may have seemed like you lost control, the moment you successfully cast the spell, a connection was formed between you and the object, meaning you still had influence over it. As it made sense, Yihan nodded in understanding. If his spell had been undone, the stones should have fallen to the ground. The fact that they didn't indicated that the connection was still present. Wait, then was it also my instinct that made the stones strike the enemies on their forehead? He could no longer determine whether it was a coincidence or not, but there wasn't a point in figuring it out. Some things were better left untouched. Instincts are powerful. You might become better at controlling your projectile magic by training your instinct. I see. Ready? Here I come. I'll be aiming for your chin, so protect yourself with all you have. Yihan wondered what this was about. The soul star marbles that rose to the air gave him the answer that he needed. The marbles quivered as they began shooting toward Yihan's chin. At that moment, Yihan clearly felt his instinct sharply cry out, and his body moved before he could think. Move. There was good news. Yihan got pretty good at casting and maintaining. However, the bad news was that Professor Baladi turned out to be more insane than he initially thought. It's my fault for trusting anyone in this academy. Never again shall I trust anyone. You were able to pull it off. Though Yihan cursed the professor deep within, as a hardened graduate student, he didn't let his dissatisfaction show. Instead, he maintained his expression and gave a deep bow. No need to thank me. It was all your effort. Even though he had been praised, he didn't feel like celebrating at all. Just a while ago, Professor Baladi had mercilessly shot the marble at him. If he hadn't been able to block it, some of his bones would have definitely cracked. Thankfully, he avoided the disaster by stopping it in midair using. These professors are really something. Now, let's go again. This time around, Professor Baladi didn't use the soul star marble. Rather, he took out an iron orb the size of a human fist and tossed it toward Yihan. Before it could hit the ground, Yihan cast on it. Move. The iron orb paused mid-flight. In a corner of his mind, Yihan wished for the iron orb to coincidentally shoot toward the professor's chin, but now that he had gotten a hang of the spell, such accidents were unlikely to occur. Professor Baladi pointed up with his fingers. Up. Yihan willed the iron orb to move up. Though it was slightly unsteady, the orb quickly rose up. Down. Following the professor's instruction, the orb returned to its previous position. Left, right, draw a circle clockwise, draw 2 circles anti-clockwise. After a series of orders, Professor Baladi nodded. It feels stiff, but it's much better now. From now on, you'll be training with this iron orb instead. But sir, I've yet to draw a perfect circle with the soul star marble. Try it again. Yihan put down the iron orb and inserted mana into the soul star marble. Then he attempted to draw a circle with it. Surprisingly, the circle he drew was much better than the one he drew before his near-death experience. Mages can grow through intense experiences. Soul star marbles are merely tools to help fledgling mages. You no longer need them. Understood. Now begin drawing circles with the iron orb. Once you've reached a certain level, we'll repeat what we did just now. Excuse me. Professor Baladi believed there were 2 kinds of people in this world, those that froze up in the face of danger and those that reacted to it. Needless to say, combat mages belonged to the latter, and the boy from the Wardenaz family showed potential in this field. It only made sense to take advantage of it. However, Yihan, who had just been given what was equivalent to a notice of murder, felt complicated. Curse this academy. Though Yihan had almost died, time continued to flow inside the academy. When class was about to end, Professor Baladi handed Yihan the iron orb. Draw circles with it whenever you have free time. Understood. And never let your guard down. What is that supposed to never mind? Yihan felt that there was something fishy going on as he left the room. Was Professor Baladi going to follow him around and ambush him? Though it sounded absurd, the academy had made him paranoid. Sorry, did you have to wait long? No, Yihan waved at a devil mixed blood who was wearing a priest uniform. It was Tidgeling, the follower of the Order of Prasinga. Can you look after Tidgeling for me? Knowing that the students of the Immortal Phoenix lived frugally, Priest Merid had asked this of Yihan, worried that Tidgeling, who was still in her growth period, would collapse. Since he was given 3 baskets of food in return, Yihan was going to keep his promise. I'll have her well fed so that I can receive another basket the next time we meet. Determined, Yihan sat down together with Tidgeling. Nighttime was fast approaching, and the sky was dyed red as if the mountains surrounding the academy were on fire. If only we weren't locked up in this academy. Wait, why am I thinking like some prisoner? Yihan returned to his senses. He wasn't a prisoner. Although the institution did restrict students in several ways, strictly speaking, they were still in a place of teaching. Here's the uniform that you requested. Yihan received the priest uniform from Tidgeling. In return, he gave her a loaf of round bread with marmalade jam. It was soft and sweet, incomparable with the bread provided by the academy. Is there a reason why you refuse? Even now, Lord Prasinga is suffering in our stead. Knowing that, I can't bring myself to enjoy the food. Yihan held himself back just as he was about to say, what kind of bullshit is that? He was also now a member of the Order of Prasinga. Phew, I almost contributed another tale to the infamous rumors surrounding the Wardenaz family. He calmed down and nodded to himself. It wasn't an easy task to force someone as devoted as her to eat something. He had to test her boundaries bit by bit. Man, this bread is disgusting. It must have been out in the sun for a long time. You wouldn't have to feel sorry about eating this. Shake, shake, what is this canned beef? It's absolutely repulsive. Surely eating this would be all right. Shake, shake. The person who baked this bread must have given their blood, sweat, and tears in the hopes that you would eat it. Same for the one who made this jam. Ah, what a pity. If you won't eat it, I guess it would have to go in the trash. Did it work? Yihan saw the hesitation in her eyes as she was washed over by a sense of guilt. For a moment he thought his tactic had worked. But wait, these bread weren't made for me. I saw them on display in bakeries before. Tusk. Yihan clicked his tongue. Apparently, Tidgeling had a rather keen eye for detail, and I was almost there as well. Tidgeling felt apologetic seeing how hard Yihan was trying. I'm really fine. I'll tell Priest Merid that I ate, so please share the food with someone else. To be honest, it was a tempting idea. He'd have an easier time as well. However, the fact that he had to lie made him hesitate. Priest Merid had specifically asked him to take care of Tidgeling, going so far as to gift him an extra basket of food. Lying to someone like that didn't seem fair. If it had been a promise with Principal Skelly, he wouldn't have hesitated to break it, but Priest Merid was a kind man. While Yihan was experiencing an inner conflict, Tidgeling took out a wooden cup that was crudely made. Then she put in a tea leaf and poured hot water into it, causing steam to rise. Wait, mind if I pour you a cup of tea? After a moment she nodded. She had been feeling guilty about refusing the meal. A cup of tea wouldn't hurt anyone, right? Promise you'll drink it. Yes, why do you ask? Nah, don't worry about it. Even the Order of Prasinga enjoyed coffee and tea, though, of course, they didn't add any sweetening agents. Their drinks were made purely out of coffee powder or tea leaves. It wasn't only the Order of Prasinga that was like this. Other religious groups didn't add anything to their drinks either. Since coffee and tea were cognitive enhancers, they allowed priests and priestesses to pray for longer periods of time. Hence, Tidgeling naturally assumed that the tea Yihan would brew for her would have a deep and bitter flavor, which would help her remain alert. However, she was gravely mistaken. "I'll make it nutritious as heck." Yihan borrowed Tidgeling's kettle and began boiling water after adding some black tea leaves. To improve the aroma, he grated the ginger and cinnamon which he had taken from Uregger's hut and put them in the kettle. He didn't stop there. While the black tea was boiling, he dunked in a generous amount of sugar, a sight which horrified Tidgeling. "What are you doing? Do you have an issue with the tea that I'm brewing?" "A tea brewed following the recipe from my family." Yihan feigned a hurt expression, which put Tidgeling in an awkward position. "And no, it's not that I have an issue with it, but it feels a bit waste." "Surely you aren't implying that my family recipe is wasteful." "Never mind." Tidgeling shut her mouth, afraid that she would say something that might hurt Yihan's feelings. Seeing this, Yihan nodded, feeling smug. Tidgeling, however, caught sight of this, and she became slightly suspicious. Is he pretending to be hurt? No, such blasphemous thoughts I'm having. Yihan was a brother of the same faith, not to mention a member of the Wardenaz family. He wouldn't try to trick her by bringing forth his family's name. Unlike her, who was a devil mixed blood, Yihan was a descendant of the Wardenaz family, one of the most prestigious households in the empire. While she was justifying Yihan's behavior, the man in question finished making the tea by pouring in milk as a finishing touch. "Please have a taste of the milk tea." Tidgeling carefully brought the cup near her lips and took a sip. Immediately, she was overcome by a sweet flavor, one which she had never experienced before. "Seems like it's a hit." Tidgeling's expression softened, indicating that she liked the tea. All this time, she had only drank tea that was bitter, so it went without saying that she took delight in the sweetness of milk tea. She very quickly finished drinking. Yihan poured her another cup. Without questioning it, Tidgeling began drinking again, only to pause midway through. "Does the tea not suit your taste? The tea that I brewed following my family recipe." "I get it, so please stop doing that." The milk tea had worked better than he'd expected, so Yihan started preparing the next drink. He first added sugar, cinnamon, cocoa powder, and milk into boiling water. Then he mixed it with corn flour. The end product was something more akin to a soup than a drink. What an evil scheme, if I do say so myself. He was blown away by his own ingenuity. He was going to start by serving drinks, gradually transitioning into soups and gaslighting Tidgeling into thinking it was normal. After finishing the chocolate soup, he put some biscuits on top of it. By the time Tidgeling noticed, she had already licked her bowl clean. "Since you've had your fill today, you're obligated to eat next time as well. From now on, you shall come here regularly at a specified time." Do we really need to take this that seriously? Nighttime, most of the freshmen had either gone back to their rooms feeling sad and hungry, or were playing chess in the resting lounge over a piece of bread. Yihan, on the other hand, was walking out of the dormitory's door. "I'm a priest of the Order of Prasinga. I'm a priest of the Order of Prasinga." He was wearing the priest uniform, and he looked no different from a student of the immortal phoenix that had come out for his prayers. He had a simple goal in mind, to find the path that outside workers used to enter the academy. As long as he could find it, he would be able to disguise himself as one of the workers and leave the academy. "Unless I have to, I should refrain from using invisibility magic. There might be all sorts of traps lying ahead." This was why he acquired the priest uniform despite having his belt of invisibility. The academy was probably littered with traps, and if he entered a zone that nullified invisibility magic, he would be put in a precarious situation. In order to survive in this institution, he had to make backup plans for everything. "I'm starting to wonder if this is really a school." Arriving at this thought, Yihan became slightly depressed. How did it come to this? The first floor of the academy's main building, which was usually bustling with students, was empty by now. Next to the large central stairways leading to the second floor in the basement, there were hallways connected to classrooms. Though the building's interior appeared grand and awe-inspiring in the morning, now that it was dark, there was something eerie about it all. If it's a location where outside workers often visit, it's probably on the first floor. Yihan's gaze landed on the area behind the central stairways, which was where the banquet hall was located. Since none of the classes were held there, the freshmen had never set foot in it after the entrance ceremony. It was then Yihan was shocked to notice another student silently creeping in the dark toward the area behind the stairways. "Isn't he someone from the Black Tortoise?" Yihan carefully observed what the student was doing. The boy was a demi-human from the rat race. Though he was short and had a slightly hunched back, his footsteps were completely silent. Yihan wondered if the boy had received some sort of special training. Arlong, the elderly knight, had previously told him that the way people walk could give insight into their identities. Knights, mages, hunters, and thieves all walked differently, and the boys' movement was like that of thieves. If I'm not wrong, rat demihumans aren't really welcomed within the Empire. All races were said to be equal in the Empire, but the reality was different. Some races were naturally more popular than others. Unfortunately, the rat race wasn't well liked, as many of its members were known to be thieves, vagabonds, pickpockets, and scavengers. Hence, people often had misgivings about the rat race whenever something happened. I shouldn't jump to conclusions. It's not like all of them are thieves. Yihan didn't let prejudice cloud his judgment. Just because he was from the rat race, it didn't necessarily mean he had been trained as a thief. Tick, tick. However, that was when the student took out a crudely made key, fiddling with it and trying his best to open the locked door. It didn't require a genius to know his intentions. Oh well, who am I to criticize him? Yihan was also breaking multiple rules right now, trying to secure an escape route, so he wasn't in a position to criticize anyone. In fact, it might be a good idea to cooperate with him. Since the student had even prepared a key, it was clearly not his first time coming here. It went without saying that Yihan's group wasn't the only one trying to escape. For the time being, Yihan slowly crept toward the student. He'd be in hot water if the student noticed him and let out a scream, alerting the authorities. He quietly stepped behind the rat demihuman who was still busy picking the lock. Then he equipped his staff, pointed it at the student's neck, and whispered, "Don't shout, you're dead if you do." Ratford had been a professional thief and a member of the prior to his admission into the academy. He had been completely floored when he first received an invitation to Einregard. He didn't think the academy would accept thieves, even if they showed a lot of potential. Fortunately, he didn't face any discrimination once he was in the Black Tortoise. Nevertheless, he felt like there was some distance between him and the others. While he was a thief that was active in the streets at night, the others were mostly children of wealthy merchants. As such, he felt the need to prove himself to others. Just like the huntress Nilia, he wanted his friends from the same tower to acknowledge his abilities. He, of course, had no idea that there was someone else like him. Since the academy is so large, there's bound to be a kitchen or a storage room somewhere. I'll rob them blind and get all the food and daily necessities we'll ever need. While the others went about their daily lives traveling between classrooms, he had cautiously investigated the keyhole that would give him access to the region behind the central stairways. Using the tip of his fingers, he had probed the inside of the keyhole and made a makeshift key. This was an impressive feat that an average thief could only hope to achieve, but after pouring in numerous hours of work, he succeeded. Gloria awaited him at the end of the tunnel, but someone ambushed him just as he was about to cross the finish line. The answer was obvious. It had to be the academy's security guard. As a professional thief, he was prepared for such scenarios. He slowly raised both arms and spoke while cowering in fear. Please don't hurt me. I surrender." The number of beatings a thief received was different depending on whether he violently resisted capture or quietly surrendered. Since he'd been caught, it was better to remain obedient. "Hush, I'm here for the same reason as you." It was only then that Ratford turned around to look. A robust-looking boy in a priest's uniform was keeping an eye out, and the staff in his hand was no longer pointed at Ratford's neck. A freshman, Ratford was stunned. Because the threat had been so ruthless, he had assumed that the one behind him was a security guard. He would have never imagined that such a bloodthirsty threat came from a fellow freshman. "Lower your volume." "Who are you?" Even as he asked, Ratford had a rough idea of who he was facing. The boy before him was tall and well-built, and he had just now wielded his staff like a weapon. All clues pointed at him being a student from the White Tigers. Don't know where he got the priest uniform from, but I guess he's pretty clever. By wearing a priest uniform, he could avoid suspicion while going around at night. Ratford was surprised that a musclehead knight could think so deeply. Yihan Wardarnaz. Blue Dragon's Ratford's jaw dropped. Soon enough, Ratford recovered. However, he hadn't exactly come to terms with the reality. Someone from the Wardarnaz family out at night in that priest uniform. Nevertheless, as they were in an urgent situation, he stopped thinking about it. He was even more shocked by what Wardarnaz said next. "You're suggesting that we move together. Two's always better than one. Having an accomplice would make things easier for you as well, right? Do you have any idea who I am?" Ratford asked in exasperation. Ian paused for a moment. "Are you the principal's son?" He obviously wasn't, but the answer rendered him speechless. Anyone with eyes could see that Ratford was a rat demihuman, and he was fiddling with a fake key in the middle of the night in front of a door. Common sense would lead to the conclusion that he was a thief. "I'm a frickin' thief. Why would a young master like you who's from the Wardarnaz family want to join someone like me? Dude, why do you think I'm here?" Ratford wasn't able to come up with an answer. Indeed, why was he here? "You sure about this?" "Yeah, I mean you were trying to figure out where they store the food, right? I was trying as well." After receiving yet another shocking blow, Ratford finally uttered the question that he had dying to ask. "Are you really from the Wardarnaz family?" Ratford was beginning to suspect whether Yihan was telling the truth, no matter how he looked at it. "You gonna join me, or should I continue by myself after knocking you out?" "Calm down. There's no need for violence. All right, let's move together. As you said, two's better than one." Ratford agreed in a heartbeat when Yihan menacingly pointed his staff at him. One thing was for certain, he had no chance of beating Yihan. Good, now you have a key, right? Yes, does it work? No, it doesn't. It seems the lock is protected by magic. Ratford anxiously shoved the key into the keyhole again. Realistically speaking, if it was being protected by magic, there was nothing he could do about it. It might have been a different story if he had his tools, but as things stood. Click, a key floated out of Yihan's pocket and inserted itself into the keyhole. Then it turned on its own, opening the door. Where'd you get that key? I stole it from the principal's office. Why, you're joking, right? No, for real. Previously, he had obtained this key when he had to stay behind after class with Asan and learn. He had always wondered what the key was for. Apparently, it was for this. I should be careful. Since the key was found in the principal's office, he couldn't let his guard down. He braced himself to be on the lookout for unexpected happenings. After going through the empty banquet hall, the Great Hall, and several closed doors. Wait, Ratford suddenly lied down on the ground. I hear something. I think there are people beneath us. Yihan finally knew where the workers entered from. It's underground. A passage that was above ground would definitely attract the students' attention, and they would try to take advantage of this knowledge. However, if the passage was underground, it would be much more difficult for the students to learn about its existence. No wonder they never came across any workers. Why go to such lengths? They must be in an underground storage room. There has to be a way for us to head down. Our right. Ratford sprung into action hearing what Yihan said, and not long after, they were able to find a stairway leading down. Creak. They had only gone down one flight of stairs, yet the air around them felt different. In the room upstairs, there was some light coming in through the windows. Here, however, everything was dark and chilly. Yihan thought of producing a ball of light, but his instinct stopped him from doing so. He was more careful than usual as the key that they used had come from the principal's office. Based on his past actions, I wouldn't be surprised if the principal laid some traps here. When he heard a rustle coming from beside him, he warned Ratford with a hushed voice, "Don't light anything. There might be someone waiting ahead of us." Ratford was startled by the warning given by Wardenaz. Indeed, they were currently in an unknown location. Out of nervousness, he had almost lit a fire without thinking. Without Yihan stopping him, he would have made a massive blunder. Actually, though, who in the world is he? He had heard rumors about this boy from the Wardenaz family while he was at the Black Tortoise. He's absolutely ruthless. Everyone in the Blue Dragons is already following his orders. Apparently, even the prince and princess have to step on eggshells around Wardenaz. I was in the same class as him before, and he was able to succeed in a spell that everyone else was failing in, and it only took him one try. Can you believe it? He used his magic to suppress a thunder bird during the mounting class. Ratford initially thought the rumors had been exaggerated. After all, they were all freshmen at the end of the day. However, now that they had met, he no longer thought the same. The air around him was no joke. Whoosh, a light flashed far ahead and their surroundings became bright. Yihan and Ratford immediately held their breaths and lowered their bodies. They hadn't been able to see anything due to the dark, but now that there was light, they realized they were in a huge warehouse. It was packed with countless shelves and tables, with all kinds of things on top of them. The warehouse keeper had a lamplight with him as he slowly walked about. The warehouse was as silent as a grave, and they could hear the muttering of the warehouse keeper. 8 portions of cheese confirmed. 5 bottles of maple syrup confirmed. 22 white flash papers confirmed. 3 silver soul needles confirmed. He has everything memorized. The alarm magic is starting to lose its effect. I should cast it again. Yihan felt waves coming from the warehouse keeper's direction as the latter cast magic on the items. A shiver ran down his spine. Every single item in the warehouse had alarm magic cast on them. If they had touched the items without knowing this, they would have been dragged away to the punishment room. Who's there? Their hearts sank. The warehouse keeper had spoken to them while facing their direction. We shouldn't be visible from that angle. Even though his head was a mess, Yihan forced himself to remain calm. How did he notice? Is he probing us? Should I turn on invisibility? The warehouse keeper slowly approached them. When Yihan saw his face, he was shell-shocked. There were layers of bandage over the warehouse keeper's eyes. He was blind. When people lose one of their senses, their other senses would be heightened so as to compensate for the loss. Even so, it was still impressive that the warehouse keeper was able to find Yihan and Ratford without relying on his sight. Did he hear us? No, we didn't create any noise. Then was it smell? With so many things in this warehouse, that's unlikely as well is he perhaps capable of detecting mana. The warehouse keeper opened his mouth again while Yihan was debating between escape and fighting it out. So it was the principal. I apologize for being rude. He then turned around and left. Ratford was terrified to the point where he almost fainted. On the other hand, Yihan focused and tried to understand what just happened. What was that? Why did he mistake me for that crazy lick? If it had been any other student, they would have done something rash or made a mistake due to the stress and pressure of their situation. However, Yihan remained collected as he sought an explanation. It must be because of my mana pool, the ability to detect mana. The warehouse keeper had been able to discover them because of that ability. All his professors had told him time and time again that he had a massive mana reserve. Since the warehouse keeper was blind, he might have mistaken Yihan as the principal because they had similar amounts of mana. But is that even possible? He's still the principal and all. He wasn't fully convinced by this explanation, but he decided to leave it at that for now. They had to get going. Hey, come back to your senses. What just happened? How? That's not what's important. There wasn't any time to explain, and it wasn't like he knew the answer either. However, Ratford interpreted this differently. Wardenaz must have known that this would happen and prepared a method to trick the underground warehouse keeper. He's the real deal. He's one hell of a person. The rumors had vastly underestimated him. No other freshmen were capable of deceiving the warehouse keeper like this. It's as you say, sir. Yihan was confused as to why Ratford would suddenly be so polite, but he was in too much of a hurry to question it. Let's continue moving. Don't touch anything in this room. Yes, sir, our cover might be blown if we do, and the guy just now seems to have everything memorized. Yeah, they're even being protected by alarm magic. Leaving behind all the goodies in the warehouse pained Yihan greatly. However, this was likely another one of the principal's evil plans. This warehouse was a trap to lure in naive freshmen. In another week or two, some students would probably find their way into this warehouse, only to get caught and dragged away. Don't fall to the temptation. I must keep rolling and find a way out. Instead of obsessing over what was in the warehouse, his mind was occupied by the thought of finding a passage out of the academy. As long as he could find one. Over here, sir. Ratford's ears were glued to the floor as he led Yihan to the sound of footsteps. Though they were in a warehouse, it was so massive that it felt like they were in a maze. The fact that Ratford was able to accurately capture the sound spoke volumes to his skills. Very good. Your words are wasted on me. By the way, why are you speaking politely to me? This way, sir. Ratford quickly moved along. He didn't wish to remain in this warehouse for even a second longer. Who knows what might come out next? While Yihan was fearless, the same couldn't be said about Ratford. He was terrified by everything around him. Why isn't it here? Ratford stopped in his track, panic visible in his eyes. He had followed the source of the sound, but he was met with a wall instead of a passageway. Are you sure it was in this direction? Yes, or at least I was. So that's what's going on. Unlike Ratford, who was only familiar with lock-picking, Yihan was from Earth, and his mind was much more flexible when it came to situations like this. Look, there are hand stains on some parts of the wall. I bet it would open if we touched them. Ratford was taken aback, both by the fact that such a mechanism was being used to hide the door, and by the fact that this boy from the Wardenaz family had been able to see through it. How did he? Clunk, clunk, clunk. When they touched the parts of the wall with the hand stains, the bricks began to move away, revealing a path that seemed to go on forever. The path was wide enough to fit 2 carriages, and the walls and ceiling were brightly lit. They had finally found what they were here for. At long last, there were several rules that workers that transported goods to magic academies had to adhere to. First, they weren't to reveal how to enter the academy. Second, they weren't to tell a third party what they saw in the academy. Third, they were to remain silent unless spoken to. There were also other rules such as being careful when transporting glass containers and putting the right scrolls in the right place, but these 3 were the most important. The workers were earnest in their work and strictly abided by the rules. They didn't wish to be turned into a frog after being locked inside a mage's lab for breaking a rule, and it wasn't a joke either. There was a good chance of them being locked inside the academy forever if they made a mistake. That was the scary part about a magic academy. It wasn't without reason that the people living in nearby towns both respected and feared the academy. Hence, none of the workers uttered a word when they saw a priest and a beggar appear from the other end of the passageway. Oh, people, was the extent of their reaction. This caught Yihan and Ratford by surprise. After walking down the long passageway, they found themselves in front of some carriages, with workers carrying goods around. However, they were blatantly ignored by the workers. What's this? Is there a rule that prohibits them from talking? Yihan quickly realized the situation after seeing the workers purposefully avoid them. Security measures in magic academies were top-notch, and the workers that they employed were the kind that minded their own business. Calm down. The workers won't suspect anything as long as we remain calm. Very few freshmen had ever succeeded in escaping the academy. Hence, it was unlikely for the workers to think Yihan and Ratford were freshmen trying to escape. They should be fine as long as they didn't commit a massive mistake. We must appear confident in this type of situation. Yihan slowly opened his mouth to speak while maintaining his expression. Can we set off right now? Apologies, priest. Please wait for half an hour as we still have some things that we need to load onto the carriages. Understood. May we tag along in one of the carriages when the time comes? But of course, they could have just gotten onto the carriages without seeking permission. By politely asking, Yihan had made himself look kind and upright, as befitting a priest. The worker would have never imagined that Yihan was a freshman that recently joined the academy. He behaved too naturally to look like one, and there was a certain air of elegance around him, which made the worker trust him completely. Ratford's eyes became even more respectful than before. If Yihan had negotiated through force or magic, it wouldn't have been as impactful. It was impressive precisely because he had obtained what he wanted by acting naturally. A top-tier thief didn't require flowery rhetoric or extravagant bribes. They could trick others simply through the way in which they conducted themselves. I still have much to learn. At times, a single experience was worth more than 10 years of practice, as was the case here. Rattle, rattle. After everything was loaded, the carriages began to move. There were 6 carriages in total, and the 2 students were riding the one at the end. Even after they were done with their tasks, the workers didn't exchange any useless banters, which showed how strict and terrifying the academy was. If they can control unaffiliated workers this well, though Einregard was an institution that trained talents, it wasn't all rainbows and sunshine. Yihan knew better than to think so as well. It was an academy that represented the empire and the mages within it. Naturally, there were people that didn't think well of them, and they viewed the academy as an obstacle. Even if they weren't enemies, there were also some groups that desperately wanted the treasures kept inside the academy. Taking these into consideration, the security measures no longer seemed as absurd. Still, that's no reason to keep the freshmen locked up inside. It was most definitely for the principal's entertainment. That was when the carriages in front came to an abrupt halt. Curious as to what happened, Ian poked his head out of the window. He was surprised to see a familiar face climbing onto the carriage at the very front. It was Garcia Kim, also known as Professor Troll. Where we found out, for a brief moment, Yihan froze up in his place. However, upon further thinking, he dismissed the thought. If they had been discovered, they would have been surrounded by now and forced to crawl out of the carriage with their arms up in the air. That left only one explanation, damn it. Things have suddenly become much more complicated. Yihan had a rough idea of what was happening. Professors also went on outings from time to time, and their escape just happened to coincide with Garcia Kim's outing. Is that? Hush, Yihan signaled to Ratford, telling him to remain calm. We haven't been discovered yet, just pretend as if nothing happened. The towns are big and it's dark outside. She won't find us if we're careful. Ratford nodded in agreement. However, he felt slightly awkward. Who's the thief here? Wasn't he supposed to be the one giving advice? The carriages resumed moving. Yihan, on the other hand, was trying his best to memorize everything he'd seen until now. Even if something happened and he ultimately failed in his escape, I'll never give up, thought Yihan with a pumped fist. However, he felt sheepish the very next moment. What was there to be so determined about? He was simply breaking curfew and fleeing the school. Professor Garcia tightly held on to the package that the principal had given her with both hands. A eunuch sent by the emperor would be awaiting you outside. Hand him the finished artifact. She wasn't visiting the town to relax. Though the academy appeared peaceful on the outside, it was in fact like a blazing furnace. With the empire's best mages concentrated in one place, it was no wonder there was so much activity. Creating artifacts that the emperor requested and handing them to him was one of the responsibilities that they had, and Professor Garcia had been tasked with quietly delivering the finished product this time. Some people might ask why they would have to be quiet when they're handing artifacts to the emperor. However, that was a foolish question. Nothing good would come of creating a buzz and offering things to the emperor in public. It would only attract unwanted trouble. Being a mage meant thinking practically. Thump. Huck, the workers beside her were scared witless even at the slightest contact. Her identity as Einregard's professor was enough to cause terror, and her being a troll made things twice as worse. Garcia grinned. This happened every time she left, but the workers always managed to amuse her. Ready your weapons. However, the shout from one of the workers jolted her awake. I get that they're scared, but aren't they overreacting? Madam Professor, there are suspicious individuals ahead. Please hide in the carriage. This was when she finally noticed that there was something strange going on up ahead. Who dares? Their opponents were in outfits that made them look like regular travelers, but their true identities were clearly something else. Travelers wouldn't be out and about so late at night, not to mention they were in the middle of an empty road, blocking the entourage from passing. Their cloaks hid most of their faces, but their ferocious eyes could still be seen. One of the workers raised his voice and shouted in a rough manner, "This is your final warning. Identify yourselves." Met with nothing but silence, the workers pulled the trigger to their crossbows. As a result, several crossbow bolts ripped through the air. T-tuck. The bolts, however, failed to penetrate the enemies and were instead blocked by something hard. Nevertheless, the workers were not discouraged and swiftly recharged their crossbows. Though they were grunts and carriers, workers employed by magic academies were not your average Joe. Not only did they have their backgrounds checked, they had to know how to fight so that they could protect the goods when conflicts arose. As such, these workers were either adventurers, mercenaries, or soldiers of the empire. Hence, they didn't falter or panic. With skillful movement, they jumped off from their carriages and aimed their crossbows at the enemies. Fire, Fools, do you have any idea who you are siding with? One of the cloaked individuals began speaking. His voice was thick and rough, and due to the dark, it sounded even more somber than it should have been. You are siding with the wicked mages that are corrupting the empire. Extricate yourselves before you fall for their evil magic. Bloody beard of ancestors. They're anti-magic extremists. A dwarven worker hollered at the top of his lung. Anti-magic extremists referred to a certain group of criminals infamous even within the vast empire, and unsurprisingly, they despised anything that had to do with magic. Magic breeds chaos, destroys nature, and corrupts man. They didn't express their hatred of magic with words alone. From time to time, they would ambush mages and lay siege to magic academies. It went without saying that these violent brutes were waiting here today with a clear goal in mind. In the name of. And with that, they charged. Their weapons shone under the moonlight, making the workers unconsciously gulp. Veil of order, there was a strong fluctuation in the air, and in the next moment, a huge barrier made of mana was formed around the carriages. The enemies that ran into the barrier were bounced off while throwing up blood. Professor Garcia had made a move. Oh, as expected of a professor, the workers were all in awe of the majestic scene. However, Garcia's expression was dark. Due to her appearance, people often assumed she was skilled in combat, but in reality, she wasn't proficient at fighting. Being a highly ranked mage had nothing to do with being good a master at combat. At the end of the day, magic and combat were totally different fields. Mages that researched magic and remained seated in front of their desks all day long would have a difficult time adjusting to the chaotic atmosphere of a battlefield. Very few would be able to cast spells properly, and if they lost focus or made a mistake, it could bring about a catastrophe. In a sense, magic was a double-edged sword, and mages that specialized in combat were aptly awarded the title of combat mage. Let's focus on buying time. Professor Garcia waved her staff, forming several balls of light that took the shape of birds and shot up into the air. These birds would inform the other professors in the academy of her current predicament. Decay bones, shrivel muscles. The assailants near the barrier wailed in pain. Garcia had transformed her mana into a curse that weakened their bodies. Activate it. However, her opponents didn't take this lying down. Mages weren't an easy bunch to fight against. Nevertheless, the anti-magic extremists had ambushed them time and time again. By now, they had several tricks up their sleeves. Woong. A low-pitched vibration shook everyone's eardrums, and the mana in the air began to shake violently. Then the mana began gathering at a single spot. Like snow in summer, Professor Garcia's began to fade, something which came as a great shock to her. An ancient relic, there were several ways to counter magic. For example, some ores found within the empire could absorb mana or push them away, and there were spells that could get rid of others' magic. However, it was worth noting that none of these methods could be used to suck away all the mana in a wide area. Such miracles could only be performed by ancient relics. Found within dungeons and ruins, they were treasures from a time long forgot, with knowledge and power that transcended common sense. The extremists had somehow managed to get their hands on one of them. Professor, please get behind us. Now that the barrier was gone, the workers had the professor retreat behind them to prevent the assailants from getting close to her. Garcia waved her staff once more, but before she could activate her spell, her mana was sucked away by the relic. O wicked mage, receive heavenly punishment. One assailant confidently strode forth while brandishing his sword, ready to cut down Garcia. WBAM. The very next moment, however, his head got turned to an impossible angle. The professor and the workers that witnessed this were astonished. What just happened? Doesn't seem like the principal's trap. Yihan brought himself back to reality after hearing the name Twilight Dawn being mentioned. If this was also a trap laid by the principal, he would give up and raise the white flag. He'd stop dreaming of escape and surrender himself to the fate of studying under the skeleton as a graduate student. Twilight Dawn. Even amongst the Empire's anti-magic extremists, their organization boasted the greatest size, and its members were absolutely ruthless. As someone born in the Empire, Yihan had also heard of them several times in the past, though he never expected to encounter them here. What should we do, Ratford? Make sure you remain hidden, sir, you can't be thinking of. Yihan finished chanting before Ratford could say anything. I hide myself in the night, and with that Yihan turned invisible. Though Ratford was surprised by the artifact's ability, he was more concerned about Yihan's safety. Sir, it's too dangerous. They're not your everyday thugs, I know. I plan on being careful. Instead of hiding and regretting his decision later on, he preferred planning ahead. Yihan was the type of person that assumed the worst when preparing for something. Veil of order, can the professor manage by herself? When he witnessed the assailants crumbling before the professor's barrier and curse, he rejoiced. But his joy was short-lived as the assailants brought out a weird-looking relic and blew away all the spells. To blow away Garcia's spell such power. Though Yihan was stunned, there was one saving grace in this situation. His belt had held on. All other spells were cancelled as their mana got sucked away, but his invisibility spell remained active. Was this the blessing of Lord Prasinga? Nah, it's just my mana. Yihan could see the flow of mana around him. Mana in the surrounding area was being sucked into the relic, and his mana was being drained as well. The difference was that his body kept supplying the belt with mana no matter how much of it was sucked away, which was why the belt's spell wasn't broken. It was like having a huge battery attached to it. Here they come. Yihan wasn't given any more time to think as the assailants began approaching the professor. WBAM, Arlong the elderly knight and Ingerdle the elven professor had both approved of his talent in swordsmanship. Now that he was invisible to boot, he was naturally able to succeed in his ambush. "Professor, it's me, Yihan." He immediately informed Garcia of his presence. If he didn't announce his arrival, he might suffer an attack from one of his allies, and he'd have no one to blame but himself. "Yihan, why are you?" "It's a long story, Professor. Please tell me what I should do." Yihan said this as he picked up the sword of his fallen enemy. Professor Garcia returned to her senses after hearing his shout. "I've already informed the Academy of this situation, so reinforcements should arrive soon. Try your best to hold on until then. Pishu, Pishu." The workers continued to shower the enemies with crossbow bolts. At first glance, it seemed as if they had the upper hand, but Yihan quickly realized how fierce and precise the enemies were. They're all expert swordsmen. Although crossbows were powerful, it took a while for them to reload after firing once. The assailants were taking advantage of that time frame and gradually drawing near them. The workers can't hold on for much longer. "Professor, please use one of your spells. The mana around us is weak." Professor Garcia was puzzled to see Yihan invisible. How did he? Oh right, it didn't take long for her to figure out the secret behind his invisibility magic. It was being backed by a seemingly endless amount of mana. "Yihan, I'll be borrowing your mana for a bit." Yihan grabbed the hand that the professor had extended. Immediately, he could sense his mana being drawn away. As he had already experienced this with Professor Balidi, he wasn't as shocked this time around. Petra's adamantite spear. Without hesitation, Professor Garcia launched a spell at the relic. Her initial plan had been to defend and draw out the fight, but it was a different story now that the enemies had taken out a relic with an absurd power. She had to destroy the relic at all costs. A spear made of adamantite materialized in the air, amazing Yihan. It had literally appeared from thin air. Dodge, avoid it. The assailants sensed danger and quickly moved out of its way. The relic kept whittling away their mana and decreased the power behind their spell, but the adamantite spear refused to disappear and continued on its path. Crack! With a roar, the adamantite spear collided with the relic, and the mana in the surroundings soon returned to normal. "Come forth, flesh-biting lightning wolf." The air crackled, and a wolf made of lightning appeared, spreading in all directions and ripping to shreds all the enemies in the immediate vicinity. Yihan shuddered as he witnessed the wolf killing the assailants and burning them to a crisp. It was a bloody sight to behold, and one that made him respect Professor Garcia more than ever before. Woong! An ominous sound jerked him awake from his reverie. The familiar sound had come from the relic that had been half destroyed. Kill that mage at all cost. Dozens had died, but the few remaining assailants braced themselves and rushed toward the professor. Yihan engaged them with the sword that he had stolen earlier on. PSHKK, invisibility spell. There's someone using an invisibility spell. Bastard. The anti-magic extremist that had been stabbed with the sword coughed up blood and splashed it in Yihan's general direction. Yihan's skin crawled when he saw this. Their battle sense is no joke. They were facing an enemy that they couldn't see, yet they didn't panic and quickly thought of a solution. It felt like he was fighting Arlong. The assailant's leader that had been giving orders was also getting close to him. Just his posture was enough to tell Yihan that he was an expert. His chance of winning while protecting the professor seemed slim. "I reveal myself in the morning." In the end, Yihan canceled the spell and revealed himself. The assailants were surprised when they saw him. They didn't expect their opponent to be such a young boy. "I don't know what you're playing at, but this is the end of the road for you and that mage. Whatever. Imago, destroy the relic." After saying that, he began sprinting toward the relic, which was wide open without anyone guarding it. The assailants were terrified, to say the least. "No, stop HIM." Rare items like relics were priceless treasures that one couldn't come by easily. After it received a strike from the adamantite spear, it had been left half broken. It was obvious to everyone present that it would fall apart completely if it were to be attacked once more. "Stop him. Protect the relic." "I hide myself in the night." Yihan disappeared into the night after completing the chant, leaving the assailants furious and frustrated. This annoying priest was rather competent and had protected the mage from their attacks just now. This one knows how to fight. He must be a battle priest assigned to protect the mage. I'll take him on. The assailant's leader darted towards the relic, seemingly under some weird misunderstanding. He didn't want any more mishaps happening under his watch. While sprinting, Yihan threw out the iron orb that he had received from Professor Balidi and cast on it. It was actually a taboo for fledgling mages to cast spells that they had just learned in an emergency. Unless they received former training, even experienced mages would fail at times under immense stress and pressure, to speak no less of beginners. It would be lucky if they simply failed. If the flow of their mana somehow got reversed, they ran the risk of injuring themselves. However, Professor Baladi hadn't told Yihan about this. It's like a rite of passage for battle mages. He's going to have to overcome it anyway. What's there to warn him about? As a result, Yihan was casting spells without realizing that he was gambling with his life on the line. Fortunately for him, the gamble paid out. Just as Professor Baladi had predicted, Yihan was the type that displayed their talent in the face of danger. Pot, under the influence of the iron orb, floated in the air. Normally would only make the orb move very slowly, but backed by Yihan's tremendous amount of mana, the orb began moving with unbelievable momentum. The orb shot forth like an arrow, influenced by Yihan's will. It was dark outside, and the iron orb had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, dealing with it wasn't an easy task. One of the assailants that came after him was hit and fell to the ground. Careful, he has hidden weapons. Proceed with caution. The enemy is used to combat. The assailants drew their swords and became more alert. Meanwhile, Yihan, who retrieved the iron orb, felt a searing pain in his head. He was still running, but his mind was preoccupied with controlling the iron orb, placing an enormous amount of strain on his body. Focus, must focus. Though Professor Baladi was crazy, there was some truth in what he said. Nothing helped more in growth than real-life experience, and Yihan was feeling this firsthand. The rate at which he grew was much faster in battle as compared to when he trained inside the classroom. His control over the iron orb got better and better the more he shot and retrieved it. The taste of blood suddenly entered his mouth. Upon licking his lips, he realized his nose was bleeding. In terms of mana, he was fine. However, he was putting too much pressure on his mind. Shigging. With a flash from a sword, the iron orb got split in half. The enemy leader had swung his sword with impeccable timing. Pay attention to his footprint. You can tell where he is based on his footprints, Tusk, and I was almost there as well. He was just a few meters away from the relic. It was almost within reach, but there were 3 assailants blocking him from destroying the relic. I smell blood. Follow the smell of blood. This made Yihan realize that he shouldn't drag things out any longer. Although he had practiced a lot with his sword compared to his opponents, he was definitely lacking in experience. The only way out of this was to attack first while he held the advantage. He swung his sword, drawing blood. The assailants were caught unaware, and one of them immediately collapsed. Over there, Chua. The assailants took out some shiny powder from their sleeves and scattered it in Yihan's direction. Although it wasn't clear what the powder was, he knew it was something that would probably mess up his invisibility spell. And so, without hesitation, he rolled on the ground and avoided it. Bastard. Seeing that the luminescent powder had failed to reveal the enemy's location, the assailants cussed out loud. They were dealing with a pesky one. Calm yourselves. He won't be able to deal with us so easily if we remain on guard, the enemy leader said in a wary voice. Even with an invisibility spell activated, there were bound to be some sounds when the priest attacked. As long as they stayed alert with their ears perked, they should have no problem catching the sounds. Where is he? However, there was only silence in the surrounding. Even the smell of blood from before had vanished. Stab. This son of a. An assailant that approached the body of their fallen comrade collapsed after being stabbed. Finally dawned upon their leader that Yihan had tricked their sense of smell by hiding next to the wounded assailant after pretending that he had fled somewhere. Despite the situation they were in, the leader was honestly impressed. Forget the magic, the priest knew how to fight and he had a real knack for it as well. Without the right aptitude, it was impossible to reach such heights, regardless of how much one trained. Move. Hearing Yihan chant from above, an assailant quickly ducked. He's faking it, idiot. The leader shouted sharply. Unfortunately, he was a step too late. His last subordinate crumbled to the ground. However, instead of becoming angry, he raised his sword with an ambiguous smile on his face. I haven't fought someone like you in a long time. I'm Garax. Yihan didn't reply. Expecting as much, the leader nodded. If Yihan had been the type to slip up and reply, he wouldn't have been able to fight against them for so long in the first place. You must think you're invisible to us because of that spell of yours. Clang, but I'm starting to see you now. The leader didn't seem to be bluffing. Yihan was surprised by the relatively accurate slash that was thrown at him. You might be able to trick our sense of smell, but you can't stop breathing now, can you? Was he being tracked based on the sound of his breathing? It was an absurd notion. Granted, exceptional swordsmen were said to be capable of things beyond the limits of regular humans. But even then, Garax slashed again and again, putting pressure on Yihan. His swordsmanship resembled the scatter style. Every slash was immediately followed by another, limiting the space that Yihan could maneuver to. Yihan tried to go against it using the blue cliff style, but Garax was a better swordsman than him. Things got worse the more he exchanged blows with Garax. If not for the invisibility spell, he would have been forced into a corner by now. More than anything, Yihan was hit by quite a bit of force every time they clashed. Is this the technique of swordsmen that Arlong often brought up? Experienced swordsmen didn't rely on their strength alone to swing their swords. They would pour mana into them as well. By doing so, each of their strikes would be imbued with unbelievable power. That was precisely what was happening, and with each clash, a portion of the force behind Garax's strike would travel up Yihan's sword, numbing him. Even if it's a bit forced, I must retaliate in kind. Having made up his mind, Yihan gathered his mana. After learning about magic, he had got much better at gathering his mana and moving it around. He channeled the mana that he gathered into his sword, much like when he was casting a spell. Quang! Garax immediately sensed that something was different about his opponent's strike, which came as a great surprise to him. What the? In all honesty, Yihan was a decent swordsman. As someone that had defeated countless swordsmen in the past, Garax wouldn't give such a high evaluation to an average Joe. It wasn't just about Yihan's skill with the sword. He also thought highly of the way in which the young boy conducted himself. Oftentimes, he'd come across rash individuals that took pride in their swordsmanship, charging at enemies without knowing the opponent's strength and facing immediate defeat. Yihan was different. He quickly noticed that Garax was strong and went on the defensive. This wasn't an easy thing to do. In a battlefield where lives were being exchanged, it was difficult to hold back one's impulse and fight defensively knowing that one might lose their life without accomplishing anything. Yet Yihan didn't hesitate to do so, something which impressed Garax. Having said that, Yihan was lacking in strength. Although his proficiency with the sword wasn't half bad, he couldn't hold a candle against swordsmen like Garax, who could freely manipulate and inject mana into their swords. The Blue Cliff style that Yihan trained in was originally meant for heavy swordsmen, so he should have been able to overpower Garax, who practiced the scatter style. The fact that he couldn't meant that he had no chance of winning at all. However, out of nowhere, his blows suddenly became heavier, and he was even overwhelming Garax in terms of power. What's happening? Was he hiding his strength? But why would he do that? What purpose would it serve? Garax, who had been fighting leisurely until now, panicked for the first time. He couldn't think of a valid reason for a swordsman to pretend like they couldn't wield mana. Garax had been assured of his victory, but it no longer seemed as certain. Is this how it's supposed to be done? Yihan, who was pouring crazy amounts of mana into his sword, wasn't feeling all that confident. Swordsmanship wasn't just about swinging a sword. It was also about being prepared against counterattacks. After all, the enemies wouldn't be standing still, waiting to be cut down. However, Yihan had thrown everything else out the window, concentrating only on offensive. He couldn't do anything else complicated while his attention was focused on pouring mana into his sword. Is this really how it's done? His question was reasonable. What he was doing right now couldn't be considered normal. Sword imbuement wasn't a one-way process where the swordsman poured in a crap load of mana. It was a technique where swordsmen had mana circulate between themselves and their swords. In other words, mana would travel from their bodies to their swords, and then from their swords to their bodies, completing the loop. Even that required a lot of stamina and placed a great burden on the swordsmen's bodies. Pouring in mana without circulating it, that was suicidal. It wouldn't be weird if the swordsman collapsed while coughing blood. If Yihan had been visible, Garax would have immediately noticed that something was off and realized the absurdity of the situation. However, there was an invisibility spell cast on him, so Garax was left utterly confused as to what was happening. No matter how much he racked his brain, he just couldn't figure it out. If Garax had kept his cool, he would have still had a chance of winning, but he got pushed back by the flurry of attacks that came while his thoughts were in a muddle. Crack! Just as Yihan gained the upper hand, he heard an ominous sound. For a second he thought he had heard wrong, but he was soon hit by reality. Shit, the sword in his hand couldn't withstand his mana and was beginning to break. What kind of lousy sword is this? In reality, the swords used by the assailants were all regarded as high-end products within the Empire. Yihan, who had no way of knowing this, shamelessly complained about the sword's quality without taking into account the absurd amount of mana that he had poured into it. I must end this before it breaks. He was barely holding on as is. If he channeled less mana into the sword, he would fall back into a disadvantage. Rather than that, it was better to risk it all and finish the fight. Having made up his mind, Yihan began pouring crazy amounts of mana into his sword. In response, Garax pulled out a different sword with clenched teeth. It was an amethyst sword and had the property of mana absorption. He was ashamed to pull it out in a sword fight, but it was still better than losing. I'll suppress you here and now. That was when he heard the sound of something shattering. His opponent's sword, which had remained invisible until now, finally came into view. It was a sword made of mana that burned wildly like fire, scattering sparks nearby. It wasn't aura, and it wasn't magic either. Either way, the strange attack came hurling toward him. Kwang. The amethyst sword's mana absorption property was rendered completely useless as the attack struck Garax like an endless wave. The mana that went rogue resulted in an explosion that dealt critical damage to Garax. However, Yihan wasn't spared either, and he was sent flying backward after being hit by a force that shook his entire body. A clean hit from Arlong's sword didn't hurt nearly as much as this. Yihan began regretting his decision. Did I pour in too much mana? Dead set on putting an end to the fight, he had poured in as much mana as he could, which resulted in something unexpected. The shockwave had rendered him immobile. Fortunately, all the enemies near him were down. What surprised him was that Professor Garcia was running over to him from afar. What happened to the other assailants that were attacking her? It didn't take long for him to get his answer. There were several people sprawled around her, with injuries that appeared to have come from getting hit by a massive hammer. There was blood on the professor's fist, and it didn't seem to be hers. Reich is a troll mixed blood. Was really starting to regret his decisions now. Even if he hadn't stepped out, Professor Garcia might have been able to deal with the assailants by herself with those fists of hers. After all, with or without magic, her troll lineage granted her an impressive physique. Who dares? A blob of green light and a massive skeleton flew over from the direction of the academy. Under normal circumstances, would have freaked out seeing the principal, but he felt relieved to see him for once. Time to rest. Closed his eyes and lied down where he was. His body throbbed all over the place, and he wanted to get some well-deserved rest. Principal Skelly had rushed over with Professor Baladi in tow. The anti-magic extremists were like poisonous mushrooms and mold that secretly grew in the dark, and this time around, one of the academy's professors had been attacked. I'm sorry, Professor Kim. Because of my carelessness, you were placed in a dangerous situation. After taking a look at the battlefield, the principal lowered his head and apologized. Please raise your head, Lord Gonidalts. It's impossible for anyone to predict the attacks of anti-magic extremists ahead of time, especially ones that involve the Twilight Dawn. A sincere apology from the principal was a rare sight to behold, and Professor Garcia, who was at the receiving end of it, became flustered. Professor Baladi, who was watching from the sidelines, opened his mouth. That's where you're incorrect. A principal of Einregard should be able to prevent it. Professor Garcia became utterly speechless hearing this. No one asked for your opinion, you social misfit of a professor. Principal Skelly wished to smack the vampire's head, but he held back. After all, he was indeed at fault here. I should have checked the surroundings first. I'm deeply ashamed. Waitie's that an ancient relic? Yes, it's a powerful relic that can suck all the mana in the nearby area. They came fully prepared. Principal Skelly clicked his tongue. The ancient relic that they brought was a testament to the fact that none were as skilled as the anti-magic extremists when it came to dealing with mages. This man's Garax. Professor Baladi was able to identify the dying swordsman. Garax was a famous figure within the Twilight Dawn. As an expert at anti-mage combat, he had the nickname of the Mage Killer. He's still alive. I'll imprison him in the dungeon, dig through his memories, and obtain information about the Twilight Dawn, by the way. Principal Skelly gave the battlefield another glance. It was clear that most of the assailants had been scorched by Professor Garcia's lightning magic. As someone whose expertise wasn't in magic combat, she had done well to restrain herself and not destroy the nearby region. However, what caught his eye was something else. Some of the assailants had been stabbed in the stomach or knocked unconscious using telekinesis. It didn't take much brainpower to know who was behind this. It was clearly the handiwork of the boy from the Wardenaz family, who had fallen asleep on the road. Why is someone from the Wardenaz family such a great swordsman? Luck could only go so far. To defeat Garax, being proficient with the sword was a must. Though Principal Skelly was curious, he didn't bother waking Yahan up. Just because they were mages, it didn't mean they studied magic 24/7. They each had their own hobbies, with some people being interested in horsemanship, others in knitting, and so on. It just so happened that Yahan's hobby was swordsmanship. Noticing the principal's gaze, Professor Garcia opened her mouth. I see, he's a talented one. To cast magic successfully without panicking during an attack, he might have a knack for magic combat. Professor Baladi, was it you that taught him? I'm pleasantly surprised. There's nothing to be surprised about. This boy from the Wardenaz family is the type of person that remains sharp in the face of danger. He's also got an enormous mana reserve. It's obvious that he would shine in battle. I shouldn't have brought him here. Fearing for the worst, Principal Skelly had brought Professor Baladi along since he was a skilled combat mage. However, every time the professor opened his mouth, it only served to rub salt on the principal's wound. Although the vampire professor didn't think much of Yahan's accomplishments, Principal Skelly begged to differ. He wasn't the type to hand out praises either, but Yahan's performance tonight was beyond impressive. As a newly recruited student, he had put up a fight against the infamous anti-magic extremists. The principal became even more impressed once Professor Garcia explained how the fight progressed. He wouldn't have reacted so strongly if Yahan had subdued the assailants through magic or force. What left a deep impression on him was the fact that the boy had overcome all odds and emerged victorious despite being weaker than the enemies. Yahan had what it took to become a great mage. Oh, how he wished to snatch him up. Principal Skelly's non-existent hands began to itch. If he could have it his way, he would have gone the traditional way of locking Yahan in his office and taking him in as his disciple. In the past, mages used to select one disciple and had them inherit their legacy. However, that was no longer allowed in this day and age. If the principal tried to take Yihan for himself, there would be protests from the professors, the Wardenaz family, and even the emperor himself. Sir, learning magic isn't the end-all be-all. He must be allowed to mingle with others. You know better than anyone here what kind of horrible deeds mages that have walked down the wrong path are capable of. Os Ganedouts, you worthless bag of bones. Is this how you teach students at your academy? Is this all you got? I would have taught him myself had I known that was the case. Being taught one-on-one by a grand mage often resulted in the disciple becoming twisted in one way or another. What an annoying era we live in, the principal thought to himself as he sighed. It was a pity, but there was nothing he could do about it. After all, this was a rule that he had created himself. The good thing was that as long as Yihan attended Einregard, they would have to cross paths eventually. Principal Skelly sincerely wished that Yihan would come under his wings several years down the line. He would teach the boy all sorts of forbidden wonders and knowledge obtained from years of research. Clean this place up and compensate the workers. They've earned it. Oh, and don't forget to retrieve the relic. Principal Skelly laid down his orders to his summoned creatures. To not spread fear and unease to nearby towns, they had to clean up the place. Professor Baladi, what are you doing? The principal had asked out of curiosity, noticing that Professor Baladi was carefully observing some of the assailants. They appear to have suffered some kind of special attack. I was trying to figure out what it was. You're right, how did Wardenaz defeat them? Both the principal and the professor were left puzzled. They could immediately tell that some of them were stabbed and slashed by a sword, while others were struck down using an iron orb. However, a small group of assailants was found with injuries that seemed to have come from being hit by a massive hammer. What could have caused this? Did he use telekinesis on a boulder? With what? Even with that much mana, that shouldn't be possible. How did he do it? I took them down using my fist. Professor Garcia fessed up, raising her hand bashfully. Waking up on a soft bed, the first thing that greeted Yihan was the principal's skull. Is this a nightmare? Professor Garcia was beside him. I simply did what I had to do in that situation. Even so, that doesn't negate your accomplishment. You've done well, though of course you'll still be punished for trying to escape the academy. Fuck me. Yihan's hatred toward the anti-magic extremists shot up in that instant. He would have been in a town by now if not for them. Professor Garrica looked at him apologetically. I'm sorry, Yihan, you've done so much. What's there to feel sorry about? Rules are rules. Rewards are rewards. Punishments, punishments. By the way, how were you able to go past the warehouse? That's not somewhere you can go past in your second week. This was something that truly stumped the principal. Each year, a handful of freshmen would attempt to enter the warehouse that was located behind the central stairways of the academy's main building. Not all of them were trying to escape. In fact, most students were simply hungry, so much so that they would sell their souls to the devil if it meant getting access to the storage room where the food was being kept. The principal, who knew this, would purposely scatter keys to the back of the central stairways in the hopes of luring in students. However, he didn't think someone would actually manage to get past the warehouse. First of all, it required indomitable will to ignore all the goods inside the large storage room. Second of all, there was the warehouse keeper. How did Yihan manage to shake him off? I have no idea what you're saying, sir. Yihan kept his mouth shut and dodged the question. He had already been caught. He had no intention of letting his secret out as well. Principal Skelly, however, knew what he was thinking and grinned. You're not simple, I'll give you that. Unfortunately, I'll make it so it's impossible for you to access the underground warehouse again. Shit, the principal then became serious. Yihan of the Wardenaz family, for standing up against the anti-magic extremists and for protecting the workers and a professor of the academy, I would like to represent Einregard in extending our sincere gratitude. As a sign of our gratitude, you will be bestowed the sword Star of Dawn. I gratefully wait a minute. Isn't this the sword that the enemy used? Yihan was so flustered he forgot to ask whether it was all right to give a real sword to a teenage student. Should we break it instead then? You have a point, I'll gratefully accept. It took all but 1 second for Yihan to be convinced. I could sell it in the future. Professor Garcia, who had been watching, was dumbstruck by how quickly Yihan changed his mind. She had planned on convincing him, thinking he would refuse to the bitter end. The sword has done no wrong. It was simply in the hands of the wrong person. Yihan, please use this sword for good, was what she had planned on saying. Take this as well. It's an exit permit. Yihan appreciated this reward much more than the sword. Principal Skelly was baffled to see this boy, who always remained expressionless, become visibly happy. The sword's worth much more, though. Right. The madness in his eyes overwhelmed even the principal. Well, Yihan tightly held the exit permit in his hand before carefully putting it away, as if he was afraid of someone stealing it. No one's going to take it away from you. Both Professor Garcia and Principal Skelly were baffled by his behavior. Are you feeling all right? Yes, good. Since you've received your reward, it's time to dish out the punishment. Yihan stared at the principal in disbelief. In turn, the principal spoke as if his heart ached as well. Don't look at me like that. I don't want to do this either, but rules are rules. What a load of baloney. The principal definitely seemed to be enjoying this. Oh, and just in case you misunderstand, you're not being punished for trying to escape without permission. Then, it's for being caught while trying. Then was he supposed to watch on as Professor Garcia got cut down? Yehan was barely able to contain himself. Years of experience had taught him that nothing good would come of talking back to professors. Patience, inner peace. The sun's about to come up. Until tomorrow morning, you are to remain in the punishment room and think about what you should do differently so that you don't get caught the next time. Principal Skelly tossed him a book while saying so. It was a black leather-bound book, and there was something uncanny about it. What's this? Have a read. It'll help you pass the time in the punishment room. For a split second, an expression that screamed, "You think I'm going to believe you," appeared on Yehan's face. Principal Skelly was happy to see the look of skepticism. Bring the student to the punishment room. The principal's summons helped Yehan to his feet. From this morning to tomorrow's morning, Yehan was to spend time in the academy's punishment room. Yehan walked down a flight of stairs, crossed a corridor, went down another floor, and entered a different corridor. He repeated this a couple dozen times while being blindfolded. Even if he had his vision, he wouldn't have been able to memorize the route. T-tang. Soon the door closed on him and he was left alone. Yehan took a look around the room. It wasn't all that different from his room in the dormitory. Instead of sunlight coming in from the windows, there was artificial light, which made the room a bit dimmer. But other than that, it was pretty similar. This is the punishment room. It's not as terrible as I imagined. In fact, he'd have no problem staying here for a couple of weeks. When he was a graduate student, there were times when he had to stay in a room that was far smaller than this, and he wouldn't be alone either. In comparison, this room was much more spacious. He would tell Nilia the next time they met that the punishment room wasn't that bad, though of course she might have a different opinion about this. Yehan warned as. From outside his cell, an undead spoke to him in a stiff voice. Take this. A sizable basket was pushed into his room through an opening at the bottom of the door. It contained a freshly baked loaf of bread, a small bowl of salt and pepper, seasoned mutton, fried eggs, a sweet cooked apple, and warm biscuits containing bits of chocolate and almond. The heck, the food was a bit too extravagant considering where he was, which perplexed Yehan. What was all this? A gift from Professor Garcia. There's more. Take these as well. Wait a sec. More and more baskets were pushed in, which made Yehan lose his composure. Was he supposed to eat all these in one day? Fortunately, the other baskets mostly contained preserved food. Chocolate and candies wrapped in tinfoil, salted peanuts, boxes of cookies and tea leaves, bottles of apple and orange juice. Did she just get a random assortment of everything since she doesn't know what I like? Yehan thanked the professor in his head as he laid the baskets beside him. At the very least, he wouldn't feel peckish during his stay in the punishment room. Sip. Yehan prepared some black tea and added milk and sugar. Sipping on it, he fell into deep thought. His fight with the Empire's anti-magic extremists had been a fierce one. So fierce, in fact, that he was surprised by how well he performed. As for how he was able to maintain his calm in battle. Had Arlong been there, he would have definitely disagreed with that sentiment. Magic combat and its practical use. When did I ever teach the young master about those? Unfortunately, he wasn't there and couldn't defend himself. Yehan had yet to realize this, but he was certainly gifted in combat. This was something all the professors agreed on. Yehan cast, move. A quill was gently lifted up into the air, and before long, it began moving smoothly. Such movements would have been unimaginable the first time he learned the spell. Yehan put down the quill and cast the spell on the iron orb. The circle he drew was near perfect. It's slightly upsetting to know that Professor Balidi had been right on the dot. At times, students would get angry at their professors not because they were wrong, but because they were right. Professor Balidi's claim that practical experience would help you grow had thus been proven correct. He had grown by leaps and bounds through his fight with the anti-magic extremists. Who knows, I might be able to become a grand mage after a few more fights, or I might die in the process. Yehan lowered the iron orb. Though it wasn't exactly what he had in mind, he didn't feel too terrible about his growth. As for that sword technique, Yehan recalled his duel with the enemy leader. Arlong had taught him that reviewing battles, regardless of victory or defeat, was important for growth. That technique wasn't normal, was it? At the time, Yehan had fought frantically without much thinking. His opponent had been just that powerful. However, thinking back, the technique that he used definitely wasn't normal. After all, it required the user to pour in an insane amount of mana. Yehan had been able to pull it off because of his ridiculous mana pool. If it had been anyone else, who knows what would have happened. In the end, the sword that he held shattered under the pressure. According to Arlong, veteran swordsmen were capable of using aura, which was mana condensed and stored into their swords. What he used, on the other hand. I don't know what to call it, but I should be careful in the future. He didn't want to do anything foolish and end up in the newspaper's column. After he finished his black tea, his eyes landed on one final object, the book given to him by the principal. Should I open this? Yihan took a moment to weigh his options. Was this a gift or was this a trap? Scenario 1. It's a gift equal the principal's not a demon. He should know that Yihan had risked his life to save Professor Garcia. Though he locked Yihan in the punishment room because of the rules, he felt sorry and gave the book as a gift. Scenario 2. It's a trap equal strictly speaking. The principal isn't a human. He's an undead. His heart is that of a demon's. Not to mention, he seemed to be enjoying himself as he sent Yihan on his way. In that case, it's more likely to be a trap. No matter how much he pondered, he couldn't help but think that it was a trap. For the time being, he pushed the book away. It was then, flip, flip, flip. The black leather-bound book opened by itself the moment Yihan touched it. Then the words within the pages jumped out of the book as if they were alive, wrapping themselves around Yihan's hands and entering through his skin. He felt a shock in his brain, as if someone was forcefully shoving in knowledge. The fuck? It was painful and his mind was reeling, but he knew what the book was trying to do. It was trying to transmit knowledge about a spell. Yihan opened his mouth subconsciously and uttered the name of the magic. Imblef footsteps, peepat. Once the transmission was over, the book closed itself shut. Confused, Yihan tried to open the book again, but it was nailed shut. What kind of book is this? He had a headache because of what just happened, so he held his head as he took a gander at the spell that he had learned. Knowledge about was ingrained in his head, as if he had read and memorized the book by heart. Everything from chanting to the movements involved was clear to him. Of course, this didn't mean he could use the spell immediately. It was his responsibility to digest the knowledge and apply it, so it's a book that forces its reader to learn the spell recorded inside it. From the name of the spell, he could tell it was personally made by the principal. Why then did he not call Yihan over and teach him face to face? Why did he use such a weird method? He's a psychopath, I tell you. Professors are bound to go insane after years of teaching. Yihan came to his own conclusion. The real reason was that several groups of people, including the professors, would have demanded an explanation for trying to ruin a talented student if the principal had tried to teach him one-on-one. Unfortunately, Yihan had no way of knowing this. My footsteps reign over the earth. My footsteps reign over the earth. My footsteps. There was nothing better to do, so Yihan was hard at work chanting the newly acquired spell. Though he claimed to have little interest in magic, objectively speaking, he was obsessed with it. Other students would have found something to entertain themselves if they were bored. They wouldn't be studying like Yihan. Tea-tum, tea-tum, tea-tum. Yihan stopped chanting for a second. Did someone just knock on the walls? If so, who could it be? My footsteps reign over. Tea-tum, tea-tum, tea-tum. This time he had heard it clearly. Yihan carefully approached one of the walls in his cell and put his ear over it. Tea-tum, tea-tum, tea-tum. It was louder this time. Yihan also proceeded to knock on the wall, which made the other party stop. Then a low and husky voice was heard from the other side. Is someone there? Yes. Which grade are you in? I'm a freshman, so an iron must be tough. And you are? Gold. Gold represented fourth-year students. Yihan was surprised to learn that a senior was locked up in a room beside him. How did a fourth-year student land himself in Nevermind? Not like I'm any better. Yihan was quick to reflect on himself. Indeed, he wasn't in a position to say anything after being caught while trying to escape. Why are you here in the punishment room? Did a fight occur between dormitories? No. Then did you try to steal something from one of your dormmates? No, I tried to escape, but got caught in the end. The senior in the next room chuckled. The freshmen this year are fast. To think they'd tried to escape after a week. You went through the mountains, right? They all do, not knowing the walls extend all the way to the back, and most of them get captured. It wasn't through the mountains. The person on the other side seemed surprised to hear that. Underground then? Yes. Well, aren't you a bright one? Unfortunately, that's also a trap. Alarms would ring if you touch anything in the underground warehouse, and the warehouse keeper is a monster that specializes in detection. Which one did you get done in with? Neither. Neither. Yup. I managed to leave the academy through the underground passageway. I was caught while I was outside. The fourth-year student on the other side of the wall was horrified upon hearing this. He was able to discover the underground passageway, go past the alarm trap, fool the warehouse keeper, and escape all in 1 week. Is this bastard really a freshman? Wait, then how were you caught? I was on one of the carriages, but the anti-magic extremists attacked, and I was discovered by the principal after confronting them. For a while, silence prevailed in the other room. Yihan carefully opened his mouth, thinking he'd said something strange. Did I say something to offend you? And no, I was just a little surprised. You seem very skilled for a freshman. I got caught, though. If you can avoid being captured in that situation, you should demand to be the principal, or so the senior thought. Anything involving the anti-magic extremists was not a joke. Numerous skilled professors would have to rush to the scene to repel them. Wishing to remain hidden while fighting them was outright absurd. Senior, sir, what did you do to get locked up? No need for the sir, and drop the honorifics. It's uncomfortable. Besides, we'll all be fellow mages once we graduate. Cool, so how'd you end up here? The person on the other side of the wall suddenly had the urge to see what Yihan looked like. Where did a weirdo like this appear from? I was brought here because I failed in an experiment. Wait, you were brought to the punishment room simply because you failed in an experiment. Yihan was horrified to hear this. Weren't the professors being way too strict? However, the senior on the other side seemed used to this. It's nothing to write home about. You'll see what I mean in the future. The fourth-year senior talked about what happened. He had failed to gather the necessary ingredients for an experiment in the time allotted. Hence, he robbed one of the principal's secret storage rooms. Unfortunately, he failed to see through all the traps that the principal had laid down and was dragged to the punishment room. Yihan paused for a moment. That has nothing to do with failing an experiment, though. He was simply caught in the act while trying to steal. However, Yihan didn't point this out. Common sense usually crumbled after a few years in graduate school. It wasn't the senior's fault that his common sense was warped. It was the magic academies. Considering how skilled you are, many professors would try to scout you. Be careful and don't fail in your experiments. I'll take your advice to heart. Having said that, I don't intend to remain in the academy for long. You're quite humble. No, I'm serious. Sure you are. You appear to be an honor student. Are you from the Blue Dragons? No, that can't be it. It didn't seem like the senior would listen to anything he said, so Yihan didn't bother convincing him. However, for reasons that couldn't be explained, he felt a sense of unease. Senior, can I ask you a question? Speak. It's going to be a little difficult to escape through the underground passage again. Is there another way out? The senior snickered hearing his question. Of course there is. But Junior, why should I give you such precious information? What's in it for me? Instead of replying, Yihan turned his head and screamed in the direction of the door. Mr. Warden, the senior in the next room straightened his back in horror. What was this brat up to? A double suicide. What is it? Can you please deliver these to my neighbor? All right. He wasn't too sure whether this would work, so he was pleasantly surprised when the undead warden accepted his request. Since the warden had been kind enough to bring him the gifts from the professor, he thought this might work, and it fortunately did. A basket containing cookies, a warm cup of black tea, and sugar was delivered to the next room. Crash, and nothing, how'd you bring these here? I got them as a gift. The senior really wanted to know Yihan's identity now. He had figured out the location of the underground passageway a week after entering the academy, almost succeeded in his escape if it wasn't for the unexpected disaster, and had his doormates in the palms of his hands, to the point where they would send him offerings even while he was in the punishment room. Not to mention his resourcefulness. Is this bastard from a criminal guild? From time to time, students with criminal histories would weasel their way into the Black Tortoise, and the senior suspected Yihan to be one of them. And he was probably a big shot too. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain his achievements. Anyway, would these be enough? Yes, I'll tell you the information you want in exchange. The senior lightly coughed. He had received some unexpected gifts, and if Yihan was truly from a criminal guild, it was better to not offend him. Otherwise, he might come for revenge later on. But a disclaimer before I start explaining. Not even the fourth-year students know all the ways to escape the academy. In fact, many of us have never succeeded. After a year, students would be allowed to go on outings now and again, so the vast majority of seniors had never escaped. Secretly escaping the academy was just too difficult, and yet a freshman had managed to pull it off. The method that I know of is something that my seniors taught me. I've never tried it myself, so I have no idea whether it works in the first place. According to the senior next door, there was a special stable in one of the spires located on the upper floors of the academy's main building. It was a stable for winged beasts, a place where mounts of professors and eagles of officials that delivered imperial edicts rested. These beasts had a special blessing that allowed them to fly over the academy's walls unhindered. However, there's bound to be something that prevents random people from riding those beasts. The senior was right. The stable probably had someone watching over it, just like the underground warehouse, but it's something at least. Yihan had high hopes after learning about the new method of escape. Since the method was being passed down, one of their seniors must have succeeded in the past. In that case, there was hope for Yihan as well. Did have figure out a way already. How? The senior's misunderstanding only grew. You're free to go, Yihan warden as. After a day, the undead warden opened the door to his cell. Before walking down the corridor and leaving, Yihan gave the person in the next room a few pieces of chocolate. Though they hadn't met face to face, the senior had told him about various things while he was there. For some reason, however, the senior became gradually quieter as time passed. Yihan assumed it was because he was being bothersome. Anyone would find it annoying if a stranger kept talking to them. I should thank him properly if I meet him later on. Yihan returned to the surface world by backtracking through the complicated path he took to go down. Outside the academy's main building, the sun was about to go up. It looks just like a kitchen. Yihan observed his room after returning to the Blue Dragon's dormitory and noticed it resembled a well-organized kitchen. Various food items had been neatly stored, giving off the vibe of a grocery store. On the shelves, there were seasonings and spices such as salt, sugar, and tea leaves. Cans of apricots, peaches, and pineapples were also present, along with beans, salmon, and salted beef. Yihan could probably feast for several weeks if he kept them all to himself. I should consider starting a real business. Putting that thought aside for now, he opened the door and left the room. He had woken up early in the morning, so he was thinking of visiting the stables and trying out Professor Bungiger's assignment. Yihan, just as he was about to leave the resting lounge, a girl with bright red hair came down from her room while yawning. She seemed shocked to meet him there. Where were you yesterday? The punishment room. Didn't the professors tell you? No. Professor Garcia told us you were resting after getting injured while performing a great deed. Yihan understood why the professor had lied for him. For members of prestigious households, honor was something extremely important. As a scion of the Wardenaz family, it would be embarrassing if the story spread that he was sent to the punishment room after violating a rule. It would also be unfair since he was caught while trying to save Professor Garcia. Nah, I got sent there because I got caught while attempting to leave the academy. Yihan, however, didn't care much about his honor, and the same went for Yaner. Why'd you go alone? I wasn't sure if it would work, so I went to scout things out. Bring me along next time. 2 brains are better than 1, right? Shall we invite Nilia as well then? Sure, that's a great idea. Let's have her come with us. That was how Nilia, who wasn't even present, was forcefully added to the team. Yihan and Yaner thought nothing of it. So what exactly happened? Yaner asked with her head cocked. Yihan explained the events that transpired as they walked toward the stables. He began with the discovery of an underground passageway and its method of entry. Then he brought up the story of the warehouse and its guardian. Yaner quietly listened, her eyes slowly becoming bigger and bigger. When I was finally out, there were some people lying in wait. Was it the principal? No, it was the anti-magic extremists. Yaner was left speechless after hearing this. Professor Garcia had told them the truth. Still, she found it hard to believe that there were anti-magic extremists hiding near the academy. So you did perform a great deed. Yeah, and I got sent to the punishment room for it. But why? Yaner failed to understand the principal's decision. Why on earth? There were several students already present at the stables, all of them from the Black Tortoise. When they saw Yihan and Yaner approaching, they shuddered and slowly retreated from where they stood. Yaner didn't seem to mind this, but Yihan felt slightly hurt. You shouldn't judge a person by their appearance or family background. What Yihan didn't know was that the Black Tortoise feared him because of the rumors surrounding him. His family's reputation was just a cherry on top. However, he soon brightened up when someone from the Black Tortoise approached him. Is it Nilia? It wasn't. It was actually Ratford, the rat demihuman. Good morning, Mr. Wardenaz. Ratford performed a 90-degree bow as one would to their superior. This made Yihan panic. Others would think I'm threatening you. Hey, just speak to me casually. It's quite all right, sir. I'm used to speaking this way. Ratford grew up in a thief guild where hierarchies were important. He couldn't bring himself to speak comfortably with someone of higher status. A clear master-subordinate relationship. That was what he desired and what put him most at ease. Yihan shook his head, noting that there was even greater fear in the other student's eyes than before. Guess this is it. Well, if you say so. Giving up, Yihan turned toward Ratford. He had blacked out immediately after the fight, so he was curious as to what happened next. What happened after the battle? I remained hidden during the course of the fight, just as Mr. Wardenaz had ordered. By the time everything was over, the principal had arrived with the other professors. Good job. You might have gotten hurt if you had come out. Since all the workers were distracted, I thought it was a great opportunity to rummage around. I picked some locks and took out things that seemed useful from the chests. I had to hide everything on my body, so I was only able to bring back some small items, but I'd like to offer them to you, sir. Ratford took out a small box and gave it to him. The box contained flasks that had liquid in them. Amazed, Yihan was rendered speechless. A professional thief is different after all. Professional thief's determination to steal was on a whole new level as compared to others. Under the watchful eyes of the principal and the professors, Ratford had picked the locks and stolen the items within the chests. An assortment of different colored liquids were contained within the flasks, and Yihan could feel various types of mana emanating from them. By the way, what are these? I'm afraid I don't know, sir. I see. Ratford was a professional thief, not a master alchemist. He had taken whatever seemed valuable without stopping to consider what they were. I have no idea what they are, either. Though Yihan had flipped through several books to study various topics while he was at the Wardenaz estate, he wasn't knowledgeable enough in alchemy to identify what these liquids were. Yaner, do you know what this is? This. Yaner took one of the flasks and studied it with a serious expression. Isn't this alcohol? You're kidding. I think it's wine. Yaner unscrewed the cork and carefully took a whiff. Then she nodded to herself. Yup, it's wine, but I think the rest are potions. As for their exact usage, I'd have to dig through the books in the library. Hugh, at least there's that. Ratford wasn't particularly surprised to witness a member of the Macon family and a member of the Wardenaz family discuss stolen goods. He knew not to interfere in matters that concerned the higher-ups. He isn't averse to the idea of using stolen potions. What an open-minded individual. The honor is mine. Please don't hesitate to call me if my service is required. Again, there's no need to be so polito. Want to tend the horses together." Since Ratford was here early in the morning, it was a good chance for him to get closer to the horses. Ratford bowed his head upon hearing this suggestion. "It would be my honor to accompany you. Stop with the honor nonsense. The glory." Stop, understood. Flop, they heard something being dropped from behind. When they looked back, they saw Nilia frozen in her spot, shock apparent on her face. "Why you have a new friend?" She took several steps back, appearing distraught at the betrayal. Yihan and Yanair quickly ran over to her. "Oh, is that what happened? You should have told me earlier. Were you afraid I'd misunderstand or something?" Yihan and Yanair exchanged meaningful glances. She was about to jump to conclusions just now, wasn't she? Definitely. They had fortunately dispelled Nilia's misunderstanding. She had thought they were replacing her with Ratford, who was also a student of the Black Tortoise. Ratford put on a serious face and said, "I'm not their friend. Rather, I'm their Sarup. Shoot, my hand slipped." Yihan used the brush for horse grooming to block Ratford's mouth. "Now, let's all take care of the horses together." There were a couple of other students present at the stables, hoping to get close to the horses. Though Professor Bungiger had told the students to become friends with them, not many were diligent enough to wake up in the morning just to tend to some animals, and it wasn't like the horses were kind to the diligent ones. "Og, stop spitting on me. Listen, will you? What's your problem? What is it that you want?" The horses spat at them, head-butted them, and tried to chomp on their hands. Yihan was indifferent to all this. Lab animals are never the most cooperative. Sure, the horses were aggressive, but they were far from being the worst to work with. At the very least, they didn't run away or throw dung at their caretakers. "Here, let me brush your hair." Puhum, the white horse that Professor Bungiger had entrusted Yihan with, glared at the boy in front of it. It was painfully clear to everyone watching that it would strike the moment Yihan approached it. However, Yihan didn't seem to mind this at all. Whoosh, the white horse immediately charged at him. Yihan had predicted this and jumped back to avoid the attack. The horse was stunned. It didn't think Yihan would dodge its charge. This time it spat, but Yihan ducked, having seen this coming from a mile away. Good boy, chomp." The horse tried to take a bite out of Yihan, but the human sidestepped and quickly shortened the distance between them. Even so, the horse wasn't about to give up. Its legs were tied up so it couldn't kick, but it tried to mess with the boy in a variety of ways. Yihan stood his ground, weaving through the attacks and blocking those he couldn't. Nilia, who was watching this from behind, was beyond impressed. How's he holding himself back? If it were her, she would have cussed the horse to oblivion or brought out the whip by now. Yihan, on the other hand, didn't express any anger and continued to soothe the horse, calling it a good boy. Is this the dignity of nobles? Piololo. The white horse eventually got tired and lowered its head after causing a ruckus for a while. It was only then that Yihan began grooming it. Even as it was getting brushed, the white horse glared at Yihan, revealing its intention to strike once more after recovering its strength. "And you're telling me it doesn't have any monster blood running in its veins?" Yihan wasn't convinced, seeing how tenacious the horse was. The rest of the horses didn't appear as nasty as this one. Rattle F. Finally, Yanair appeared covered in dirt after a lengthy period of struggling with her horse. Despite how she looked, there was a bright smile on her face. Nilia and Ratford had also undergone a similar trial. "It started to listen to me now. I've also gotten a bit closer to my horse." Yihan turned toward the white horse and stared at it intently. Unfortunately, the creature didn't budge and simply faced a different direction. If it were any other student, they would have either been driven mad by its rebellious attitude or given up on taming it. However, Yihan's heart was as tranquil as a pond. It's gonna have to give in one of these days. No matter what the horse did, it was still better than the nonsense that his professors cooked up. Yihan had let go of his emotions and was doing what he had to do. After he was finished grooming the white horse, he gave it some food. While maintaining eye contact, the horse gobbled down the feed, its eyes delivering a clear message of "Don't think this is over." "I'm thinking of bringing my horse on a walk," said Yanair, dusting herself off. Walks were a must when it came to taking care of horses. Not only did they keep the horses healthy, they helped form bonds with the students. Even a sensitive beast would warm up to someone that was constantly around it. Yihan had doubts about whether the white horse would follow him out on a walk without making a fuss. It was already targeting him in that narrow space. Once it was out of the stables, wouldn't it have more space to attack? Yihan first took a look at the bracelet and the belt that he was wearing, and then at the white horse. For some reason, the horse felt a sense of dread when its eyes met with Yihan's. "I'm here." Yuregar opened the door, keeping his facial expression in check. From outside, Bungiger stepped into the hut holding a tin cup. "Brew some tea for me. You don't even like the tea that I brew." "It's fine, I'll bear with it." Sorrow evident on his face, Yuregar boiled the water. What a tragedy that Yihan wasn't present today. "The freshmen seem to be working hard at the stables," said Bungiger, chugging down the hot tea that had been served to her. Diligence was a trait that was important for both alchemists and trainers. There was a reason why she gathered horses with nasty personalities and told the students to get familiar with them. It was to train their diligence. A lot went into becoming friends with an unfamiliar animal, with diligence being the most crucial. Without being diligent, it was impossible to become close to animals. I've purposely made the horses extremely sensitive, but they'll open up if you cherish them and approach them with sincerity. On the other hand, it would be a painful experience for those that try to whip the horses into submission. When given this assignment, students generally showed one of two responses. Some students would wake up early in the morning to familiarize themselves with the horses. Others would conduct themselves as arrogantly as before, spurring on the horses and whipping them until they behaved. What they didn't know was that the horses prepared by Bungiger weren't the type to submit to violence. Hence, those that weren't diligent would be in for a bitter experience. Q-ha-ha-ha. Uregger shook his head, seeing his aunt howl in laughter while putting down her cup. She enjoys torturing students way too much. Uregger and Bungiger were two peas in a pod, at least in Yehan's mind, but Uregger wasn't aware of this. I'm different from her, was his official stance. Is Wardenaz doing well? Ah, him. He's a diligent one, so he should be fine. Granted, griffins are a bit more difficult to handle, but with a mix of diligence, cleverness, and luck, he should have no problem getting close to one. Uregger raised his head just as he was about to pour in more tea. Something wasn't right. Did you say griffins just now? Huh, a moment ago you mentioned griffins. You must be hallucinating. I said horses. Uregger stared at his aunt, a mix of shock and terror in his eyes. Did she really transform a griffin into a horse? You didn't write. What do you mean? No, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Griffin could be the name of that horse. Uregger returned to his senses. Griffins. They were aerial monsters with the head and wings of an eagle and the paws and claws of a lion. Not only were they extremely picky and prideful, they had violent personality and were very particular about who could be their master. Their character and habits varied depending on where they came from, but one thing was for certain, they weren't creatures that a freshman could handle. What's the name of that horse? Gry Fongri, have you finally gone mad? Uregger finally exploded. His disciple had to take a rest just the other day to recover from an injury, and yet his aunt was forcing him to do something crazy. What's your problem? You want to have a go? Is that it? You frickin' transformed a griffin into a horse. Where's your evidence, huh? You got proof. And let's say I did, it's now a horse, so it should be safe. You think griffins are as dumb as slimes. It was pandemonium inside the hut, with cups shattering, chairs flying, and furniture getting destroyed. However, for the dwarves, it was a typical family quarrel. Pyolululululang. Take that, Yehan felt smug looking at the white horse in front of him. Its Tichai attitude from before was nowhere to be seen, and it had become much more well-behaved. This was Yehan's handiwork. He had taken off his mana-absorbing bracelet and belt, placing them all on the horse instead. As expected, it's become obedient now that I've sealed its mana. All living things were born with a certain amount of mana within them, and once they were drained of their mana, they would feel fatigued. Equipped with all the items that were originally on Yehan, the white horse was so worn out that it didn't have the energy to resist anymore. Right, let's. Pyololung. The white horse resigned itself to its fate and allowed Yehan to lead it by the reins. Yehan arrived at a sudden thought seeing the horse behave this way. It can still walk with the bracelet and belt equipped. Does the horse have high mana regen? Either that, or the equipment didn't absorb as much mana as he initially thought. Even if it had some monster blood running in its veins, a horse shouldn't have that much mana. I guess the bracelet and belt aren't as powerful as I imagined. He began walking alongside the horse, locked in his thoughts. Several students around him were crying and begging for mercy after trying to forcefully mount their horses. Let me off, please, I was wrong. How can I make them absorb more mana? Yehan continued on his way, already used to seeing such scenes in the academy. Pyolululung feeling tired, the exhausted neighs of the white horse made Yehan stop in his tracks. He was delighted to see that the horse which had been running wild until now was attempting to communicate with him. We're becoming close, he thought. Here, have some water and some sugar as well, Pyolulung. Though the white horse didn't wish to admit it, it was slowly being subjugated by the boy before it. Pyolulung, that was when its eyes shot open. It had its pride to uphold as a member of an ancient race. It wasn't going to surrender without putting up a fight. Yehan noticed this and quietly muttered to himself, I should figure out how can I raise the mana absorption rate. Pyolululung. The white horse lowered its head once more with a defeated look in its eyes. Time awaited no one, not even those that rose early in the morning to tend to the horses. Regardless of whether the students were sleepy or hungry, they had to attend their classes. Yehan handed a can of beef and a jar of pickled cucumbers to his friends from the Black Tortoise as they were about to return to their dorm, having finished their morning task. Nilia, who received them, rummaged through her pockets with a troubled look. She didn't seem happy about the gifts at all. I don't have any money on me's. I'm giving them to you for free. Yehan reflected on his past actions ever so slightly. Was he usually that petty? Wait, really? Like for real, is it really that hard to believe? It was only then that Nilia accepted the gifts, her ears perked up. Ratford, however, flatly refused. I can't take these, sir. Should I return them as well? Nilia thought to herself. That's an order. In that case, understood. Nilia was relieved to see Ratford take what was given to him. Thank goodness. Ian turned to Yanair for answers after the two left. I didn't think they'd react like that. Yanair, am I usually a petty person? No, why, I see, that's good. For a split second, Yihan wondered if he should ask someone else for a more objective answer, but he soon dismissed the idea. Let's go have breakfast. I'm thinking of sharing some food with the students that have woken up early and are in the resting lounge. Yanair, can you help me with the logs, of course? The thought of providing their friends with a plentiful meal filled them with joy. It wouldn't be for free, but it was a happy thought nonetheless. Ian spread some mustard on a small piece of bread and placed it on a plate. The fireplace in the freshmen's resting lounge was every student's best friend. Next to a strip of bacon that was sizzling on the frying pan, Ian cracked open an egg. The moment he did, the egg began to be cooked, and the sound spread throughout the room. Why the big fuss over bloodlines? It wasn't his own meal that he was preparing, and it wasn't for those in the resting lounge either. Yihan was currently preparing a meal for the princess who was in her own room. Wardenaz will pay you like last time, so can you deliver some food to Her Highness? Please, Wardenaz. He was being paid more than usual, so he had no qualms about sharing the food, but he couldn't understand why the followers were so loyal to Adenart. Authority was supposed to be something the general public delegated to the minority. Being born with an ancient mythical bloodline or some other nonsense wasn't grounds for having power over others. What was so great about the royal family that commanded such respect anyway? Look at how independent Gaynando is. He's living his life without borrowing anyone's power. Gaynando always woke up in the morning and came down to the resting lounge to have breakfast without needing anyone to tell him. His ability to adapt was worthy of praise. The student's generosity toward the princess could potentially do her more harm than good. Knock, knock. Just like the previous time, Adenart opened the door after hearing the knock. Yihan handed her the plate. I cooked these downstairs. There seemed to be a minute change in Adenart's expression, and she appeared brighter than before, or it could have just been due to the sunlight entering through the windows. Adenart carefully received the plate and was about to raise her fork when she stopped. After giving Yihan a slight bow, she entered her room with the plate of food and closed the door. She's grown. Unlike last time, she didn't wolf down the food outside. Such were the thoughts of Yihan as he came down the stairs. He recalled Adenart having followers even outside the Blue Dragons. If he were to convince them individually, could he perhaps farm coins from each of her followers? Whoa there. Even for me, that sounds evil. He was taken aback by his hidden potential. At any rate, he might be able to start a small workshop with the money he earned by the time he graduated from the academy. I thought classes were held outside. Don't be fooled. I bet there are monsters hidden inside the classroom. Today's lesson on alchemy wasn't being held outside, nor was it being held in the academy's main building. Instead, the students had been called to one of the side buildings, known as Gaksukwan. There were greenhouses inside the building, which made it warmer than outside. However, the freshmen had caught on by now and knew that all wasn't well simply because they were indoors. Gather around. Be prepared for monsters. Your Highness, please come over here. We'll protect you. Yihan was rendered speechless by the behaviors of the students from the other towers. The princess was a member of the Blue Dragons. Don't worry, Wardenaz, we're a force to behold as well. Asan Dargard had a confident smile on his face. Their group was no longer as small as before. They had Yanair, Asan, Nilia, and Yihan himself. Taking into account the quality of each member, they were by no means at a disadvantage compared to the other teams. Everyone to their seats. Ureger entered while yawning. For some reason, he seemed like he was ready to drop. Professor, why are we inside today? We're learning alchemy, so of course we're inside. The dwarven professor stared at the student who had asked the question as if he was looking at a buffoon. Confused, the student reiterated his question. Last time you told us classes would be held outside, saying it's important that we learn how to harvest materials for alchemy. Yes, but only when we need to harvest materials. Is your head really made of iron? Do you plan on concocting potions outside? You should be more flexible with your interpretation. After saying that, Ureger took a look around. Is everyone having similar thoughts? Worry not. Unlike classes that are held outside, the ones held inside are very safe and cozy. He's lying. We'd be idiots to believe that. The students weren't so easily tricked anymore. Ureger noticed this and grinned. Now, pour water into the cauldrons in front of you. Alchemy is a composite art. Every step is important, from preparing the materials to turning off the fire after you're done. This is especially the case for the potion that we're making today. You'll never be a great alchemist if you waste the materials that you've painstakingly gathered. Flip open your books and get to brewing. Your goal is to make a flip. The room was quiet, save for the sounds of books being flipped. This seems difficult. At first glance, alchemy may appear to be easier than other forms of magic. There wasn't a need to memorize complex spells. All one had to do was put in materials following the predetermined order. However, Yihan was quick to realize that there was much more to alchemy than just that. It was akin to cooking a meal with very complicated recipes in a short amount of time without any rest in between. First, remove the roots of the galamaldu. Cut the remaining part into small portions, each having the width of 2 pinkies. Before the galamaldu dries up, tear the sulhyang herb into thin pieces using your hand. Boil the galamaldu in hot water for 3 minutes and the sulhyang herb for 2 minutes 30 seconds. In the meantime, prepare the powder made from grinding red mana stones and sprinkling them into the solution when the water turns green. When the water turns orange, stir the solution 3 times in a clockwise direction, 3 times in an anti-clockwise direction, and 5 times from north to south. The materials had to be processed on the spot as most of them couldn't be prepared ahead of time. To make things harder, the alchemist had to memorize the recipe by heart, knowing when to put in the materials as there wouldn't be any time to read the recipe during the actual brewing process. Last but not least, there were a lot of details that the alchemist had to pay attention to, as missing even one could lead to failure. Simply put, it was headache-inducing. Boom, 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 boom. As expected, smoke began to rise from everywhere and explosions occurred left and right. Uregger laughed cheerfully watching this unfold. Nothing pleased alchemists more than seeing fledglings cough from the smoke of their failed concoctions. What was life without a bit of fun? Uregger's laughter faded when his eyes caught something. It was Yihan's cauldron. Why is he so good at this? The professor's eyes popped open. He was obviously aware that Wardenaz was talented in this field. Not only was he clever, he had the patience to endure all sorts of miscellaneous work. His talent in alchemy was unquestionable. Having said that, regardless of talent, trials and errors were unavoidable on the path to alchemy, especially for beginners. It was even considered a tradition of sorts for beginners to fail. Otherwise, those that came before them would be too ashamed to show themselves, not to mention it was a great source of entertainment. Yihan, however, moved like an experienced alchemist that had worked in a workshop for years. He precisely measured and cut the herbs as if he was a robot, putting them into his cauldron and measuring the time by flipping several hourglasses. When the time was ripe, he uncorked some glass bottles and poured their content into the cauldron. All these were done without a single hiccup, his movements like a dance, smooth, flowing, and continuous. For once in his life, Uregger had to admit that geniuses were built different. Such perfection from a student that had just begun to learn alchemy couldn't be explained any other way. I bet my ancestors, beards that no one would believe what I'm seeing right now. In reality, Yihan wasn't a genius. This was simply the tragic result of working tirelessly under a professor. The solution inside his cauldron turned into a deep blue color. This told Uregger that the potion had been perfectly made. However, after taking a sip, Yihan threw away the rest while cocking his head. This puzzled Uregger greatly. Why was he throwing it away? Yihan began to concoct the potion again. As if to prove that his previous display of skill wasn't a fluke, he repeated what he did, and everything was framed perfect. Lo and behold, the result was as before, a perfect potion that was of deep blue color, and yet it was thrown away once more after Yihan had a taste of it. Uregger could no longer hold back his curiosity. Normally, he'd tell students to find answers to their questions themselves, but he was truly stumped this time. After silently approaching Yihan, Uregger asked the question that had been on his mind. Why do you keep throwing it away? It doesn't seem to be recovering my mana. What? This stunned the professor, prompting him to read the book again, wondering if there was a mistake in the recipe, an error in the directions. However, he didn't find any. If there wasn't any problem with the potion, why was nothing happening after drinking it? Make it again. Okay. Yihan immediately got to work. When he was done, Uregger, who had been waiting impatiently, used the ladle to take a sip of the potion. The blue liquid went past his throat and turned into mana which spread throughout his body. The potion was flawless, so much so that Uregger himself wouldn't be able to improve upon it. It seems fine. Really? Surprised, Yihan took a sip as well, and again he cocked his head. It's not that great, though. Uregger was in disbelief. Had this genius from the Wardenaz family come up with a better recipe, one which surpassed his own? No, my pride. Oh, it's just 'cause my mana's full. Uregger recalled a conversation that he'd had with Professor Garrica. Yihan appears to possess a lot of mana. Is that so? How much are we talking about? Draw a big circle with your arms. Whoa, that is quite impressive. The space outside would represent how much mana he has. He'd been told that it was crazy high, but he didn't think it'd be to this extent. Just the fact that he couldn't feel his mana recovering after drinking a potion proved how absurd he was. My bad, Professor. No, forget it. Good job making the potion. You did well. Attention, everyone. Someone has managed to brew a perfect potion. Wardenaz, so it's him again. The other students weren't as surprised anymore. Well, he's a Wardenaz after all. We are talking about a genius here. Those were the kind of responses they showed, leaving Yihan puzzled. Why am I being overestimated this much? His evaluation of himself wasn't as high. Yihan didn't think he was a genius. He simply had more experience slaving away or learning in laboratory settings. Hence, he felt troubled being called a genius. How did things turn out this way? As expected of you, Wardenaz. Your talent is out of this world, Asan exclaimed. Asan was in the process of putting his potion in a flask, and although it was blue, there were some impurities in it. Objectively speaking, Asan's potion wasn't bad either. However, compared to Yihan's, it was somewhat lacking. The potion made by Siana of the Immortal Phoenix is also amazing, but I think yours is even better. Yihan turned around and saw a snake demi-human wearing a priest's uniform holding a potion that was quite clear. Order of Flame. Yihan remembered the explanation that he'd heard from Yaner. The Order of Flame was a group that pursued the path of alchemy. Naturally, many of their priests were skilled alchemists. It was no wonder Siana was able to brew so well. Siana walked over to Yihan and Asan to greet them. From the Wardenaz family, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Siana. Nice to meet you too. I'm Yihan. They both shook hands. Her hands were cold and scaly, probably because she was a snake demi-human. I didn't think I'd encounter someone so proficient in alchemy here. Did you learn it at the Wardenaz estate? Hey, enough chit-chatting. Ureger cut off their conversation. He had returned to the front of the classroom by now. Today you've learned how to brew. Some of you performed well and some of you didn't. But don't dwell on your result too much. You've only just stepped into the world of alchemy. It's only going to become more complicated and wacky from here on out. I swear, professors have a way with words that suck away all your motivation. This is your assignment for next week. Brua, you'll be testing out the potions that you made yourself, so don't be sloppy with it. The students quickly jotted down the assignment in their notebooks. Fortunately, Ureger was kind enough to tell them the recipe for creating. He had the conscience not to tell the freshmen to figure it out on their own. Sir. There aren't any spirit evolution herbs in here, are they perhaps on the upper floors? The students couldn't find the material needed for the potion in the drawers or the shelves. Ureger seemed confused by the question. What do you mean? You're supposed to find them yourself. Oh, is that so? Right, of course. The students stood up and began looking around. No, don't search here. Search over there. Ureger was pointing outside the window, at the lush forest located behind the academy's main building. Search for your materials there. I'm sure you all remember what I told you during our first class. Anger and despair washed over the students' faces. It wasn't just Ureger that revealed his true nature. The other professors of the academy also began assigning ridiculous amounts of assignments, almost as if they were competing who could make the students suffer more. Read these books and find at least 5 logical flaws in each of them. Sir, we need more copies of the books. There aren't enough for each student. Those are for one person. When you take them away, a new stack of books will appear. The students freaked out as each stack contained more than 10 books. Sir, how are we supposed to bring them back? Don't worry, I've made them way less using magic. Now move it. Just like that, made a couple of students from the White Tigers shed tears. This is a magic circle design that I submitted back when I was young. Study it and predict how much it would cost to actually construct it. You don't have to be exact, but the student that's furthest from the answer will be punished. Even Asan, whose family was deeply involved in the empire's economy, had to rack his brain over the assignments given in. You must learn to love and to live in harmony. You don't want to? Well, sucks to be you. Your opinion doesn't matter. You guys are lacking in love and harmony, so I shall hand you an assignment. By the next class, each tower must capture the patterned flag of another tower. The flags are in the freshmen's resting lounge, and I'll be the one assigning each tower's target. At this point, it wasn't clear whether it was meant to teach them morals or to instigate a fight between the towers. By the end of each lesson, the students would come out of the room looking like their souls had departed. How are we meant to capture the White Tiger's flag? And why is it them of all people? Persuading those bastards is outright impossible. The Blue Dragon's target was the White Tigers. Had it been the Immortal Phoenix or the Black Tortoise, they would have attempted to communicate and ask for their flag. However, considering their relationship with the White Tigers, they would probably be met with disdain if they were to ask. Their target is also us, so how about we trade flags? You trust them to do so. Haven't you seen all the dirty tricks they come up with? They're barbarians with no semblance of pride and honor. Yeah, and I've already brought that up with them, but they told me to not bother. Dude, why'd you even try? It's a waste of time to persuade them. The students of the Blue Dragons heaved a collective sigh. Since the assignment was nigh impossible to achieve, they felt demotivated and couldn't be bothered to even attempt it. Why was their target the White Tigers? This isn't good. Yihan was troubled by his friend's attitude. Those that gave up on class this easily would never achieve anything great. Not to mention, they were in a magic academy where classes were insane. God knows what kind of grade their professors normally gave. It was too early to give up. He wouldn't have cared if this was an individual assignment, but since it wasn't, he wasn't going to allow them to give up and negatively affect his grade. We mustn't give up, everyone. Wardenaz, you have an idea. I knew you'd think of one. It only took them 3 seconds to transition from surprise to curiosity to certainty then to trust. Yihan was at a loss for words seeing how easily people in his tower were influenced. What's the plan, Wardenaz? I know what he's thinking, Asan confidently stated with a smile. What is it, Dargard? He's probably thinking of invading the White Tigers. I'm 95 sure that that's his plan. Daewum. Makes sense, I'm in me too. Let's teach those bastards at the White Tigers a lesson. Wait, what's going on here? Instead of begging the White Tigers for the flag, Wardenaz has suggested that we invade them and take the flag ourselves. I like that idea. The Blue Dragons formulated a plan in an instant and called out to Yihan. Wardenaz, we'd like you to lead us. After all, you were the one who came up with the ins and outs of the plan. Yihan gave up on explaining. It was just too much work at this point. Oh well, it's true that we're going to have to enter their tower. If he was in their shoes, he wouldn't hand over the flag either. At the end of the day, the Blue Dragons would have to resort to force. Let's go with that then. Wardenaz, just you wait and see. We're gonna crush 'em. How is this meant to teach us about morals? Yihan was seriously starting to question the point of the principal's class. If anything, wouldn't activities like this only deepen the hatred? Eventually, dinnertime rolled around, and just like last time, Yihan called over Tidgeling and tricked her into eating food. Tidgeling was drinking the soup served to her when she noticed the smug look on Yihan's face as he watched her eat. Is something the matter? Fufu, don't worry about it. For a moment, Tidgeling suspected that the boy in front of her was proud of himself for using his flowery rhetoric and misleading her into eating dinner. Or not, Yihan was from the renowned Wardenaz family. He was probably giving her food out of a sense of responsibility as a member of a prestigious household. Priest Merid's request likely played a role in it as well. There was no way that such an honorable person would grin like a villain for succeeding in his scheme. What a coincidence to see you here, Wardenaz. I was just about to look for you. The one that greeted them was Siana, the follower of the Order of Flame whom Yihan had met during alchemy class. It wasn't just her. There were students from other towers around her. What's the occasion? As you already know, our assignment is to Brua. There's a limit to what we can do alone, so we're planning on gathering the materials together. That's a great idea. Yihan welcomed this sort of cooperation as he had once thought of doing something similar. Unfortunately, his plans fell through as students of the other towers feared him. Damn it. Do they think she's more approachable because of her priest uniform? If so, I have one as well. Then would you mind calling on the students of the Blue Dragons? Let's gather the materials as a team. Sure, I'll notify them about it. After their conversation was over, Yihan waved her goodbye. The students beside her talked amongst themselves as they left. Phew, we live to tell the tale. Did you see the glint in his eyes? My heart was about to drop, but he wasn't as scary as the rumors say. Just like always, Yihan felt wronged hearing this. Yihan returned to his seat soon after, in time to see Tidgeling tilt her head. What's wrong? Was that priestess Siana from the Order of Flame. Yeah, we have alchemy class together, I see. She was about to say something, but in the end, she kept her mouth shut. There were two ways of making someone frustrated, and one of them was stopping midway through a conversation. She knows how to make people curious, I'll give her that. Yihan understood what a stiff bunch priests and priestesses were. Tidgeling was probably uncomfortable speaking about people behind their backs, which was why she chose to remain silent. However, Yihan wasn't the type to care about something like that. Who cares? I'm curious. Instead of asking her straight up, he decided to go the roundabout way. He took out the cross that members of the Order of Prasinga used to pray. Tidgeling failed to understand what Yihan was doing. 'Tis a sin to speak behind one's back, but none shall blame those that speaks honestly during prayer. Are you telling me to play dumb? 'Tis a voice I hear, but of whose I know not, for I am in the midst of prayer. Previously, the White Tigers ambushed me, and I was almost beaten to death. Alas, if Priestess Siana were the type to scheme, my fate shall be sealed in the forest. I can only seek the gods' protection. Tidgeling stood up after letting out a sigh. Then she took out a cross and knelt down next to Yihan, lowering her head. Lady Prasinga, please forgive me, for I am not trying to cast accusations on others. 'Tis a voice I hear, but of whose I know not, for I am in the midst of prayer. Apparently, Tidgeling was someone who remembered her grudges. Those at the Immortal Phoenix are all nice individuals devoted to their faiths. It's just. Is that possible? I mean, human nature and all. I'm in the midst of prayer, so please be quiet. Anyway, feelings of envy and jealousy are of no help to our faith, but it seems some of the students are still struggling to let go of their worldly desires. Last week, one of the new students at the Immortal Phoenix had brewed some energy recovery potions for their fellow priests and priestesses, hoping to use the knowledge that they acquired from the temple to help those in need. It was truly an act worthy of praise. If it was me, I would have sold it for money. Even Priestess Siana from the Order of Flame seems impressed by the quality of the potions. They're really well made. Who knows, you might even be better than her. That last sentence was a joke that was casually thrown out during one of their conversations and wasn't meant to be taken seriously. Priestess Siana, who was also at the scene, merely nodded and smiled. In the end, their conversation ended on a good note, and no one thought much of it afterwards. However, the very next day, Priestess Siana brought out her own batch of energy recovery potions. I've made some as well. Please feel free to take them. Oh, that's very kind of you. They're such high-quality potions. Things didn't end there, and she brought another batch of energy recovery potions the subsequent day. Yeah, they're great. And then again the next day. By that point, the other priests and priestesses knew what was going on. The potions made by Priestess Siana are the best. Nothing can compare to them. It was only then that Priestess Siana stopped making energy recovery potions. She's quite competitive, huh? Yihan was taken aback by the story he'd just heard. She had to be a lunatic to keep brewing potions over a single joke, stopping only when others praised her to be the best. The story doesn't end there. There's more to this. The priest that distributed the energy recovery potions first eventually approached Priestess Siana to praise her for her work. As expected of you, Priestess Siana, not many people can brew such high-quality potions. Tidgeling had been present at the time, and she witnessed Priestess Siana leave after completely ignoring the words of the priest. It was only a few days later that she acknowledged the priest's presence. How petty can she get? Yihan was horrified. If she behaved like this over a joke made about some potions, what did they say back in the classroom again? He had been showered with all kinds of praise during alchemy class, being called a genius and whatnot. Looking back, it had been way over the top. Now that she was done with her story, Tidgeling ended her prayer. Yihan, however, still had questions he wanted answers to. Do you think Priestess Siana would try to spike other people's drinks out of jealousy? I have no idea what you're talking about. Unfortunately, Tidgeling no longer wished to speak and maintained her silence. Left with no other option, Yihan made up his mind. If I end up traveling with her, I'm not having anything that she recommends. Time quickly passed, and the next day arrived despite all the pain and misery the students had to go through trying to complete their assignments. Assignments aside, there are bigger problems. Yihan was currently worried about two things. First, how were they going to infiltrate the White Tiger's tower? Second, they would have to journey into the mountains to acquire the ingredients needed for alchemy. What kind of crazy traps would they encounter along the way? It's hard to tell which is the bigger concern. However, Yihan was soon brought out of his reveries as the academy forced its students to trudge along to their next class. His next class was, and Professor Baladi was standing in the classroom waiting for his arrival. You're 11 seconds late. Sorry, I had to visit the stables early in the morning to take care of my horse. No need to apologize. By being late, you're only harming yourself. I'd really like to know where the professors learned their manners of speech. Yihan got to his seat while thinking so. The classroom was as desolate as ever, with only the two of them present. Professor Baladi snapped his fingers, prompting Yihan to take out his staff and start rotating the iron orb. After his battle against the anti-magic extremists, Yihan clearly felt an improvement in his control. His mastery over was incomparable to before, and the iron orb drew a near-perfect circle while maintaining a constant speed. He completed what should have taken 2 years. Fortunately, Professor Baladi's thoughts weren't reflected in his expression. If Yihan knew what the professor was thinking, he would have been seriously pissed. Why in the bloody HLL are you teaching me something that requires 2 years to learn? And why is that the first thing you teach? Not bad. Professor Baladi's not bad was equivalent to an excellent from any other professor. Yihan knew better than to expect actual praise from him. I was told you were taught how to conjure water. Yes, show me. Gush forth. Ball of water appeared in front of Yihan. Compress it until it's as small as a marble. I'll try my best. Yihan tightly grasped his staff and focused on the task in front of him. Soon, the ball of water that was in the air began to lose its shape as it became distorted. Since he had a tremendous amount of mana, reducing the mass of the water while simultaneously keeping it round was a difficult task. That was when Professor Baladi grabbed the iron orb, sending off alarm bells inside Yihan. Whoosh, the orb came flying toward his face, accompanied by a sharp sound. Sonovabich, through sheer instinct, Yihan compressed the puddle of water, increasing its hardness and reducing its size until it was as big as a fist. Kang, the iron orb collided with the water, falling to the ground after losing its strength. Sir, are we going to keep doing this? What do you mean? You just threw the iron orb at me. Oh, you mean that? Then yes, we are. Don't you think it's a bit dangerous? Yihan tried to convince the professor the same way he did the other students. However, Professor Baladi wasn't as easy to convince as the others. But it's effective, right? Pardon, you must have experienced it yourself in your fight against the anti-magic extremists. Facing sudden danger, your body automatically reacts, heightening your focus and sharpening your instincts. This in turn elevates your control over magic. Why use a roundabout way when there's a shortcut? Yihan was rendered speechless by this argument. It wasn't because it made sense. Rather, it was because he found the professor's reasoning absurd. It was such a ridiculous notion that anyone that heard it would be stunned silent. Seems like you're convinced. Now get back to work. From a soul star marble to an iron orb, and from an iron orb to a water marble. Drawing circles with the marble of water was indeed a tough ordeal, tougher than all the challenges that came before it. Not only did he have to maintain its shape, but he also had to move it around in a circle at a constant speed. Similar to when he battled the anti-magic extremists, Yihan felt like his nerves were being overworked. The shape that he drew was too ugly to be called a circle, but he kept trying. After a certain amount of time, Professor Baladi had once again launched the iron orb towards him. Clang! Yihan was quick to react and block the attack. Though his control wasn't good enough to draw a circle, he could use the water to block off attacks as long as he remained vigilant. I knew it. However, this was all within Professor Baladi's expectations, and a different orb came flying from the opposite direction. Bang! Yihan tried to maneuver his water marble, but it was too late. The iron orb lodged itself onto his back, and he had to grit his teeth to endure the pain. FCK. The force behind the orb was great, and he could feel the impact despite putting a lot of strength into his body. It reminded him of his time training under Arlong. Focus. Yihan had no time to reply as he had to maneuver the water marble like a madman, fending off the onslaught of iron orbs. One thing was for certain. I'd rather take a class with a bazillion assignments. Wardenaz seems awfully tired. Must be the assignments. I haven't slept a wink because of them. Also, it's Wardenaz we're talking about. He must be taking some insanely difficult classes. True, it's Wardenaz after all. His classes must be crazy hard. I wonder when he'll lead us into the White Tiger's tower? Good question. Students of the Blue Dragons whispered amongst themselves as they waited in class for to begin. Yihan was leaning on the walls with his eyes shut, looking totally exhausted. This was the result of surviving Professor Baladi's life-threatening iron orb training. It wasn't only the students of the Blue Dragons inside the room. Those of the Black Tortoise were there as well, and they were also chatting away. Does anyone here take alchemy? Is it true that you're going up the mountains tomorrow? Have rumors spread already? We're planning on going up with students from the other towers. Hey, what if there's a way out of the academy through the mountains? If only you knew. Yihan pitied the students of the Black Tortoise. They were hoping for an escape route, but they were bound to be disappointed. Wait, is Wardenaz tagging along? Is he going to punish us if we make a mistake? Surely not. We don't even belong to the same tower. Yihan let out a deep sigh. Hello, class. It's nice to see you, ma'am. The students greeted Professor Garcia politely as she entered the room. They had learned by now that she was one of the few professors in the academy with a heart. A heartless professor was much scarier than a troll. Last time, we studied elemental magic and tried a lot of exercises to get you familiar with them. However, in this course, we won't be limiting ourselves to one type of magic. We'll be taking a brief look at other types of magic as well, including illusion magic, summoning magic, transfiguration magic, and more. A few years down the line, you'll be specializing in some of them. The world of magic was as deep and profound as an endless chasm. Mastering all the magic in the world was not humanly possible, so they had to specialize and perform research in certain fields. This was something everyone knew, including Yihan. Today we'll be learning about a specific field of magic, and instead of me, we've invited a professor who specializes in this field to teach the class. This was enough to arouse the students' interest. Their eyes shone in anticipation, each hoping that the guest professor specialized in their field of interest. Some were interested in elemental magic, others in spirit magic, and still others in enchantments. Please be a spiritualist. I want to learn spirit magic. I'm here to learn how to heal and strengthen my body. Teach me strengthening magic. Without further ado, please welcome him. The temperature inside the classroom dropped a notch as the door opened. The sudden chill made the students shiver. It's nice to meet you, cough, cough. I'm Professor Mortem. For a second, Yihan thought the professor was a dwarf. However, upon taking a closer look, he realized that the professor was a human, albeit a short one. Professor Mortem kept coughing as he spoke, and it seemed as if he would collapse from a strong gust of wind. Is he going to be all right? He should be at the ward instead. Cough, I'm all right. Nothing to be worried about. Professor Mortem spoke softly between his coughs. One of the students raised their hand to ask a question. Sir, what field of magic are we being taught today? I'm here to teach you black magic. The atmosphere in the room froze over in an instant as if winter had come. It had to be known that black magic was one of the most detested forms of magic. There were several reasons why black magic was despised in the Empire. Not only did it give off the impression of being dark and eerie, the type of spells that black mages used weren't exactly sunshine and roses. Curses, undead summoning, dark magic, poison magic, negative energy, etc. It was no wonder people shirked them. Hello everyone, I was recently dispatched to this village. I specialize in elemental magic, fire magic in particular. I hope we get along. Welcome. Now we won't have to worry about freezing to death in the winter. Hello, I was recently dispatched as well. I specialize in black magic. Sorry, can you repeat that again? I specialize in black magic and undead summoning. We should keep him away from the public cemetery. The vast majority of people felt uncomfortable around black mages, and the freshmen weren't any different. They had come to this academy to fulfill their dreams and ambitions. They weren't too keen on learning black magic, something which no one liked. Yihan, however, was different, and he was staring at the professor with great interest. To walk a path less traveled, even before he entered Einregard, he he was of the belief that black magic had its own charm and benefits. First of all, not many students would be interested in the field, so there wouldn't be much competition. And even if he took classes involving black magic, it didn't necessarily mean he had to become a black mage. I can choose a different path after obtaining the credits. In the future, they'd have to come into contact with all sorts of magic. Hence, he wasn't averse to the idea of learning black magic. Not to mention, in his point of view, black mages lived quite well in the Empire. Simply put, there weren't many of them, so despite being feared by the people, they never had to worry about being fired from their jobs. In other words, it guarantees a stable income. I anticipated such reactions. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Professor Garcia opened her mouth to speak. There are a lot of prejudice and misunderstandings surrounding black magic. However, it's a field that is extremely deep and profound, with a lot to explore. Everyone here has only just stepped into the world of magic. As beginners, you must strive to challenge yourselves and explore new things, discover your talents and form new goals. Do not let prejudice cloud your judgment. I hope you will approach black magic with curiosity and use this precious opportunity to learn and improve as a mage. Professor Garcia's speech was calm and sincere, not to mention convincing as well. It was enough to move the hearts of many freshmen. Now, who would like to assist Professor Mortem in his lesson? Any volunteers? Nevertheless, it didn't change the fact that they were dealing with black magic. The students quickly looked away, avoiding Professor Garcia's gaze. Yihan, lower your head. Lower your head, I say. Gainando pulled on Yihan's sleeve and spoke in a hushed voice. If you befriend a black mage, you won't have an easy death later on. I heard they turn people into undead soldiers. Dude, you're a mage. You believe that? Yihan was fed up with Gainando's nonsense. Normal civilians aside, he should know better. I'll do it, Yihan raised his hand. The students stared at him in awe. They all knew that Wardenaz was the de facto leader of the Blue Dragons, but they didn't think he'd sacrifice himself and volunteer to be the lab rat of a black mage. Even the black tortoise that feared him because of the rumors around the Wardenaz family began seeing him in a different light. Yihan, Professor Garcia smiled, looking very glad. Yihan knew full well what that smile meant. Professors that knew each other well would at times invite the other person over to teach one of their classes to prevent awkward situations where the students stayed silent like a bunch of mutes. They'd go so far as to assign some people to raise their hands at appropriate moments. Cough, cough, as Yihan approached Professor Mortem, he understood why the classroom got so cold. Just by standing there, the professor was exuding a considerable amount of mana, and it wasn't regular mana either. It was mana of the yin attribute. This cold and uncanny form of mana was like a telltale sign of black mages. Mana would be colorless in its basic form, but they often gained attributes to fit the needs of the mage. In the case of black magic, there was a tendency for mana to gain a yin attribute. I'm starting to understand why it's so unpopular. Black magic had a terrible reputation to begin with, yet here he was, getting hit by waves upon waves of mana just trying to approach the professor. Even students with an interest in black magic would turn back and flee under such circumstances. Regardless of which world he was in, professors really lacked tact when it came to roping in students. You seem to have a lot of mana. Right, take out your staff and observe how I do it. After coughing several times, Professor Mortem performed a hand gesture. The yin attribute mana that seeped out of his body had been chaotic until now, but it became orderly in the blink of an eye. Rise up, servants of bones. Skeletal summons appeared near the students, accompanied by unsettling rattles, and as they appeared, they began dancing and spinning. Needless to say, the students were just a step away from fainting. Professor Mortem, however, seemed very pleased as he asked Yihan for his opinion. Gov, what do you think? Sorry, I thought the students would like the performance. Well, it's definitely a sight to behold, but don't worry, I don't expect you to replicate this. Cough. After all, it's an extremely complicated spell. If only Professor Baladi was this reasonable. First, try converting your mana into the yin attribute. Yihan began gathering his mana. Since he had prior experience converting his mana into the light and water attribute, he knew what he was doing. After painting an image in his head, he focused on it, dyeing his mana in a color that could fit the image. Pot, you're quite good. Professor Mortem was impressed by how readily Yihan converted his mana. Try a bit more. Heeding the instruction, Yihan got back to work and continued to convert his mana. Why is he doing so well? Professor Garcia, who had been watching, panicked a little. Although she wouldn't say it out loud in front of Professor Mortem, she didn't want a talented student like Yihan to learn black magic and walk a thorny path. It's troubling that he's so good at it. Mages often had trouble converting their mana into the yin attribute and would have to go through countless trials and errors. This was because it was rather difficult to imagine what the yin attribute was like. People would think of something cold when they imagined ice magic, and they would think of somewhere dark in association with dark magic. The yin attribute, on the other hand, was a combination of many things, and there were a lot of mages that couldn't come up with a concrete image. Yihan, however, chose not to think too deeply about it. Fermat's spiral, imaginary numbers, strange mathematical equations, and symbols. These should do. The greatest advantage that Yihan had over the others was his ability to think with an open mind. Luckily for him, the image that he came up with was just what he needed, and he was able to continue converting his mana without much trouble. And so he converted. And then he converted some more. At one point, Yihan began to feel uneasy. Sir, Saak. Outside, it was still broad daylight, but it was dark in the classroom, and the temperature dropped to the point where they could see their breath. However, Professor Mortem appeared engrossed in the scene as he said nothing to stop Yihan. He had stopped coughing as well, and it was almost as if he was a different person. Continue. I want to see how far you can go. Professor Mortem. Even Professor Garcia had stepped in. Professor Mortem seemed to be having a great time, and there was nothing wrong with that, but there were other students inside the classroom. Things were beginning to feel eerie, with some of the more sensitive students hallucinating and claiming to hear whispers of the dead. Professor Garcia believed it was time to stop. Considering how much mana he has, there was no telling what would happen if Yihan continued until Professor Mortem's curiosity was satisfied. Yeah, let's have him stop, just a bit more. I want to know his limit. You'll have opportunities in the future. But stop. Oh, okay. Professor Garcia wasn't taking no for an answer, and Professor Mortem was forced to throw in the towel. What a shame. It was truly a pity. When it came to black magic, nothing was as important as having a lot of yin attribute mana. The same could be said about other forms of magic, but having a lot of mana provided a distinct advantage in the case of black magic, summoning the undead, laying curses, casting dark magic, and poison magic. The amount of mana mattered immensely in all these cases, which was why Professor Mortem wished to find out Yihan's limit, and yet she's being so petty about it, sir. The enormous amount of mana that Yihan had converted was gradually starting to disperse. Oops, almost forgot. Wave your staff like this and chant. Paralysis. Paralysis was a low-level curse. It was a first circle spell, making it one of the easiest black magic spells to learn. The curse made people's arms and legs feel numb, something which most people would have experienced at least once in their lives. Not only was it easy to visualize the spell's effect, but the movements for the staff were also straightforward as well. Who should I cast it on? Why me, of course. Unlike other spells, curses required targets. However, Professor Mortem looked like the type of person that would keel over after experiencing a gentle breeze. I knew a day would come when I shoot magic at a professor, but I didn't think it'd happen like this. Will this really be all right? Professor Mortem seemed unbothered. Say less. Hurry up and get on with it. Sir, are you not going to cast any defensive spells? Cough, cough. Worst case scenario, my arms and legs will feel numb. What's there to be worried about? He's right. That was enough to convince Yihan. To begin with, it was presumptuous of him to assume that his spell would have an effect on the professor. I should really focus. Wouldn't want to mess this up and annoy the professor. Yihan shut his eyes to concentrate as Professor Mortem waited, looking indifferent. As a mage, he naturally had a lot of mana stored in his body, mana which he could easily manipulate. His mana would spring up to shield him if he was attacked, meaning he had high resistance against spells. This was especially the case for curses, as he had spent his entire life dealing with yin attribute mana. Against a freshman, he wouldn't have to do anything at all. By blocking his attack, I'll show him how deep and profound black magic truly is. Professor Mortem was confident that Yihan would be enlightened after seeing his all-out attack being shrugged off. I poured everything into that attack, yet it didn't even manage to scratch you. Black magic is so amazing. I want to learn more. Cough, if that's what you want, I won't stop you. It was the type of delusion that only people with brains like a professor would have. Paralysis. Yihan aimed his staff at the professor after completing his chant. All the accumulated mana surged forth with terrible momentum as if it had a will of its own. Professor Mortem faltered, surprised by the sheer quantity of mana. He tried his best to counter it, but the curse had already wrapped around his body, suffocating him. In the end, he fell on his back, completely paralyzed. Boom, sir. Yihan freaked out when he saw this. For a split second, he was worried that he would be labeled a professor killer. Fortunately, Yihan didn't have to bear the burden of being responsible for the death of a professor, as Professor Mortem quickly got back up. Cough, did everyone see that? That was a low-level curse. In reality, his body was still in the process of recovering from the spell. He had immediately begun circulating his mana the moment he fell, but the curse was backed by an enormous amount of mana as well, which was why he couldn't completely shake it off even now. If the graduate students under Professor Mortem saw this, they might have fainted from the shock. He may have been underestimating Yihan, but for a professor to collapse from a first-year student's curse. Professor Garcia knew the truth of the matter as well, which was why she was staring at Professor Mortem. He avoided her gaze, pretending like he couldn't see it. Phew, you almost gave me a heart attack, sir, Yihan said while heaving a sigh of relief. He was surprised at first, but the professor was apparently trying to show off the full effect of the curse, which was why he took it head on. I knew something was wrong. You seem to have an affinity for curses. You seem to have an affinity for curses. Thank you. It was never a good sign when a professor repeated what he said. Yihan was very sensitive to matters of this nature. What is he plotting? Either his talent was truly impressive enough to be mentioned twice, or the professor was dissatisfied with him over something that he did. Considering how twisted professors were, it was likely the latter. Was my curse below his expectation? Have some shame, will you? If I could use it perfectly on my first try, would I be a freshman? As you saw from this demonstration, it's useful to know a curse or two even if you aren't a black mage. They can come in handy because of how versatile they are. To dispel the awkward situation, Professor Garcia interjected. It's not that difficult to learn low-level curses, and knowing them can help you come up with countermeasures. After all, just because you don't know any curses doesn't mean others won't either. Among black magic, there were a lot of offensive spells that could be easily learned in a short amount of time. A comparison with fire magic could help illustrate this point. To attack someone with fire magic, the mage would have to first channel mana and summon a ball of fire. Then, they'd have to keep it under control as they shoot after aiming it at their opponent. On the other hand, curses only required the caster to focus on who they wished to target. It was also easy to visualize their effects, as anyone would have had experience being sick or numb. Hence, even low-level mercenary mages that haven't undergone formal training would often have a curse or two under their arsenal. The best way to defend against a spell was to learn it. No one knew what the future held, and having a basic understanding of black magic might come in handy at unexpected times. That was why Professor Garcia had invited Professor Mortem to this class. She wasn't saying that they had to learn black magic. Anyway, enough explaining, let's have you form pairs and practice. Contrary to expectations, the students showed quite a bit of interest in curses. They were still young, and despite all the horror stories surrounding black magic, they were eager to learn offensive spells. What Professor Garcia said about learning a couple of curses for self-defense seemed reasonable. Is this how you swing the staff? Maybe. From what I heard, paralysis isn't the only type of curse. There are curses that take away people's visions, make breathing difficult, or interfere with people's balance. Dude, are you planning on learning black magic? You know so much. No, but as expected, they weren't naive to the point where they'd specialize in black magic simply to learn curses. At the end of the day, black magic was black magic. Please go easy on me. Same here. Yihan's practice partner was Gaynando. After greeting each other as nobles would, they took out their staffs. The rules were simple. One person would attack first, and the other person would attack next. Not only was it important to how to cast it, but it was also important to experience what curses were like. Gaynando was the first to attack. Hop, Gaynando began to concentrate, converting his mana into the yin attribute. Ho, Yihan didn't see this coming. Gaynando's conversion speed was faster than he thought. Is he suited for black magic? It might have just been a coincidence, but considering his performance while using other attributes, it seemed likely. Gaynando had a lot of trouble converting his mana into the light, fire, and water attributes, but he was doing swimmingly well when it came to the yin attribute. Or maybe the yin attribute is inherently easy to handle. That was also plausible. Both he and Gaynando was able to get the hang of it quickly. Maybe yin attribute conversion required less effort than the others. Well, would you look at that? There was a look of surprise on Professor Mortem's face as he exchanged whispers with Professor Garcia. Although it wasn't as ridiculous as Wardenaz, he had discovered a student overflowing with talent in black magic, a talent that came around only once in 10 years. Ah, you must be referring to Gaynando. He does seem to be gifted in it. You think so? Yes. Why not recommend him to pursue this path? Professor Garcia wasn't planning on stopping Professor Mortem from recruiting Gaynando. In fact, she actively supported it. It was completely different from how she reacted when Yihan was involved, but there were reasons for this. Yihan had an affinity for just about any field. Not only did he have a lot of mana, he was sensitive to it as well, not to mention he was open-minded and diligent. She was confident that he would excel in whatever field he chose to specialize in. Gaynando, on the other hand, didn't seem gifted in any other field, so it made sense for him to pursue black magic. Who knows, this could be a blessing for him. Become paralyzed. Gaynando had finished his preparation while the professors were discussing. Although his incantation was slightly different from the others, the curse was activated without a problem. Professor Mortem nodded in satisfaction when he saw this. He has it in him. She-yek, I see, so this is why it's necessary to experience what it's like to be cursed. Yihan could sense the curse approaching him. He finally understood what Professor Garcia was trying to teach them through this exercise. Why were curses so easy to learn, and why was learning them the best countermeasure against being cursed? They're more simple and shabby than I thought. Casting a curse was akin to throwing a net at one's enemy, a net made by interweaving mana. When someone was hit by it, the curse would envelop its target, as a net would. They required very little aim and could be easily cast. In exchange, the spells themselves weren't that powerful. They could be cut apart by a sword, blocked by a shield, or rendered useless using magic. It only took Yihan a couple of seconds to come up with these countermeasures. If he was given more time, he could probably think of other ways to deal with them. Simply put, it was easy to avoid being cursed as long as they were wary of them. The purpose of this lesson was to have them experience some of the curses so that they could react even when confronted by an unfamiliar curse. But it's kind of infuriating that Professor Baladi's training was what helped me figure this out. As previously stated, being cursed was like having a net cast over oneself. On the other hand, Professor Baladi's attacks were like the ferocious stabs of a swordsman. Not only were they difficult to block or evade, but the attacks would also come in rapid succession. Having experienced something like that several times, Yihan was growing accustomed to analyzing spells, because otherwise he'd be hit by them. The curse finally arrived and enveloped him while he was having these thoughts. Seeing that his curse had succeeded, Gaynando was elated. It worked, congrats. So do you feel numb anywhere? Not sure. Yihan tried moving his body. Nothing felt out of place in particular. What was going on? Did it fail? Maybe. I'll try again then. Believing he had failed, Gaynando raised his staff again. Become paralyzed. Just like before, the curse enveloped Yihan, and just like before, nothing happened. Both Yihan and Gaynando were at a loss. Maybe I didn't wave my staff in the right direction, but I felt your mana being released. Perhaps it's because of your incantation. Become paralyzed sounds kind of polite. It doesn't fit the image of a curse. That's so. Then should I chant get paralyzed, bitch? Just paralysis should do. Seeing the two having this pointless discussion, Professor Garcia came over to them while letting out a deep sigh. Gaynando, your curse didn't fail. In fact, you performed really well. Yihan simply has too much mana and isn't getting affected by it. Gaynando was taken aback by this explanation, so that's why. But for it to have no effect at all, maybe I'm not suited for this. Isn't it too early to judge that? Nah, I'm not interested in black magic anyway. It's not a big deal even if I'm trash at it. Gaynando wasn't bothered by this as black magic wasn't to his liking. To begin with, there were better, cooler paths out there. Why would he choose black magic? Now it's your turn to try it on me. Right, prepare yourself. Yihan thought back to how he almost knocked the professor out. It turned out the professor was just acting, but he was still traumatized by the memory. I must control myself. Don't use too much mana. After gathering as little mana as he could, he began casting. Paralyze. Professor Mortem, who had been watching, was shocked. Yihan had used a shortened version of the incantation. Incantations were of great importance to the success of a spell. Words held power within them, and they had a massive influence over a mage's mind. Hence, incantations couldn't be shortened willy-nilly. Even though paralysis was one of the easiest curses to learn, it was impressive that Yihan had managed to do this already. Gaynando threw himself to the side while letting out a scream, scaring the students around him. Yihan stared at him, confused. What are you doing? My instincts told me to dodge. This came as yet another surprise to Professor Mortem. Gaynando had unknowingly reacted to the yin attribute mana contained within the curse, which was one of the signs of being greatly gifted in black magic. Having said that, he didn't have to overreact while dodging. The lesson eventually drew near its end. The students had had a lot of fun cursing one another, and Professor Garcia had been kind enough to refrain from giving them any assignments. Did everyone have fun today? Yes, ma'am. Then please give Professor Mortem a round of applause. Clap, 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 clap. Black magic is better than you thought, right? Shouldn't have asked. Professor Garcia regretted throwing out that question. She should have just stopped after the claps. Professor Mortem, any last words? Gov. I'm sure many of you have realized the wonders of black magic. In fact, I can see the look of interest in some of your eyes. The students tilted their heads. Are you interested? No, you, of course not. Ha 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 ha. Who in their right mind would want to learn black magic? Said Gaynando as he laughed.